Welcome back guys, like this video for more interesting parts. Chapter 1. Lin Feng, Awaken Sea-Level Talent. The teacher in charge of talent awakening reported the awakening results expressionlessly. Lin Feng didn't know how he got back to where he was, and he heard his good friend Su Fan comforting him quietly. Don't be discouraged, lunatic. Sea-level talent is not bad. If you practice hard, you can go to college. Lin Feng reluctantly said But I can't accept it in my heart. He is a time traveler, but he only awakened a sea-level talent. This plot is wrong. Shouldn't you awaken your S-level talent at the beginning, then take off on the spot, pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face everywhere? Feeling depressed, Lin Feng didn't even hear the test teacher calling Su Fan to go up and awaken his talent. Until the test teacher's trembling voice suddenly came from the high platform. Su Fan, has awakened, an S-level talent. What the hell? S-level talent? In an instant, the entire awakening hall was in an uproar. S-level talent? How many years has it been since Ching Cheng produced an S-level talent? Oh my god, I saw a real S-level talent today. It turns out that the S-level talent mentioned in the textbooks really exists. FK. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. Why the hell am I not an S-level talent? OMG. I was in the same class with Su Fan in the first year of high school. Why didn't I hug his thighs at that time? I regret it so much. After saying this, many eyes fell on Lin Feng. After all, as everyone knows, Lin Feng and Su Fan are close friends who grew up together. Su Fan has awakened his S-level talent. Lin Feng, his good friend, will probably benefit a lot from it. If nothing else, at least the hope of building a foundation is much greater than that of ordinary sea-level talents. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. Lin Feng himself was a little confused. Good job. Could it be that he came here not to dominate the world, but to curry favor with others? Lin Feng gave a bitter smile, but he was still happy that his good brother had awakened his S-level talent. After all, this is a world where talent determines destiny. S-level talent is almost synonymous with being superior. This planet named Suan Shuoxing ushered in an era of universal cultivation thousands of years ago. However, the entire Xian Shui star actually does not have the spiritual energy necessary for cultivating immortals. The mainstream way for people to cultivate immortality is to communicate with a prop called boundary stone and go to another world to cultivate immortality. This kind of cultivation in another world contains a very complex principle of time. No matter how long human cultivators practice in the other world, only 10 minutes will pass in the Xian Shui star world. Of course, cultivators cannot practice in another world as long as they want. The length of time that monks with different physiques stay in the other world is different each time. According to the different lengths of time that the monks stayed in the other world, humans have summarized a set of talent hierarchy system. F-level talent can stay in another world for 1 day at a time. E-level talent can stay in another world for 2 days each time. D-level talent can stay in another world for 1 week at a time. C-level talent can stay in another world for 1 month at a time. B-level talent can stay in another world for 3 months at a time. A-level talent can stay in another world for 6 months at a time. S-level talent, you can stay in another world for 1 year at a time. Generally speaking, before the nascent soul stage, a cultivator can only communicate with the boundary stone and go to another world to practice once every 30 days on average. To put it simply, F-level talent, you can only go to the other world to practice for 1 day every 30 days. With S-level talent, one can go to another world and practice for a whole year every 30 days. There is such a huge gap between them that Aku would cry upon hearing it. There is an almost unbridgeable gap between different levels of talents. And these gaps divide people into different classes. For example, Su Fan, who awakened his S-level talent, instantly became the school's key protected person. It goes without saying that various resources are tilted towards you, and in the future college entrance examination, you can easily be admitted to an S-class university. As for Lin Feng, who awakened his C-level talent, he could almost see the end of his life. Apply to a fake C-class university. Make every effort to lay the foundation. Successfully building a foundation is not bad, at least you can be considered a decent person. But if you fail to build a foundation, your life will be doomed to poverty and mediocrity. As for the golden core realm above the foundation establishment stage, haha, that's not something that C-level talents should consider at all. Reality is so cruel. Talent determines everything. For example, Su Fan at this moment, after being tested to have S-level talent, was taken away directly by the principal. It was not until more than half an hour later that he appeared again at the commendation meeting. He was full of energy when he came on stage, and the students in the audience had shining eyes. It was as if the person standing on the stage was not an ordinary classmate, but a superstar. Next, please invite Su Fan, who has an S-level talent, to give us a speech. After the warm applause, Su Fan unconsciously looked at Lin Feng in the audience and began her speech in a very sincere tone. I am undoubtedly lucky to be able to awaken my S-level talent. But I hope that students who are not as talented as you would like will not be discouraged. Talent isn't everything. As a great scientist once said, genius is nothing more than 1% talent and 99% hard work. As long as you work harder, you can have a bright future even with C-level talent. Lin Feng could feel that Su Fan's words were probably meant to comfort him. But these words of comfort came from the mouth of an S-level talent. Lin Feng's mood. It may be more complicated than listening to Ma Yun saying that he has never touched money. On the high platform, Su Fan seemed to see that Lin Feng was not comforted by him. He suddenly raised his voice again and said, students should all be familiar with the major rankings on Skynet. Have you heard of Qin's Hixing, the second-ranked person on the Golden Core ranking? As soon as these words came out, the audience responded one after another. Qin's Hixing? I heard that this Jindan Genren was a monstrous genius 40 or 50 years ago. I was indeed a monster in the past, but for some reason, I was always stuck at the peak of the Golden Core stage and couldn't advance to the nascent soul stage. Lin Feng had also heard about it vaguely. This Qin's Hixing, the real Qin, is a terrifying existence who has dominated the top spot on the Golden Core list for 30 years. It wasn't until 3 years ago that it slipped to second place. The first one was taken away by Xianfei Genren, who was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Just as I was thinking about it, Su Fan on the stage spoke again. I just asked the principal if there are any examples of C-level talents achieving extraordinary success through hard work. And the principal told me that Qin Genren, who is on the Golden Core ranking, is a living example. Master Qin's Hixing cultivated to the peak of the Golden Core with his C-level talent. Hiss. These words caused many students in the audience to gasp. That evil genius who had dominated the Golden Core ranking for 30 years was only a C-level talent. Chapter 2. Many students who were discouraged by awakening their C-level talents seemed to see hope in an instant. Even Lin Feng had his blood boiling for a moment, imagining that he was the next Qin's Hixing. But soon, he calmed down. Because he remembered. Most of the Jindan bosses on the Jindan list have their own titles. For example, Xianfei Genren. Xianfei is not a name, but an exclusive title for the strong. But Qin's Hixing, who is also on the Golden Core list, has never had his own exclusive title. Why is that? Lin Feng guessed. It is very likely because he has a C-level talent. Even though he achieved remarkable success, it is still not favored and still does not have an exclusive title. This once again proves that in this world, talent really determines everything. After realizing this, Lin Feng's excitement was instantly poured with cold water. I felt chilled to the bone. C-level talent. Not valued, not favored. I really can't accept this. Lin Feng clenched his fist quietly at his side. But no matter how unwilling I am, it seems to be of no avail. The clenched fist finally opened weakly. After the commendation meeting, the students began to disperse. The next step is for everyone to return to the classroom and, under the guidance of the teacher, start their first training in a different world. Su Fan also came down from the platform and was surrounded by people all the way. However, when he passed by the first shift, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. Su Fan turned around and saw a male classmate with a proud look on his face. Hiss, it's Yang Hong from Class 1. Does he have an underdeveloped cerebellum? It's okay that he usually acts arrogantly because his family is rich, but now he even dares to provoke an S-level talent. SHH, keep your voice down, be careful not to be heard by Yang Hong. I heard that Yang Hong is already a cultivator at the second level of qi refining. What? Second level of qi refining? How is that possible? Why would I lie to you? His family is rich, and they have been using spirit stones and elixirs to support his cultivation. Yes, the mainstream way of cultivation for humans is to communicate with the boundary stone and go to another world to practice. Theoretically, it is impossible to cultivate on Suan Shuxing without spiritual energy. But there is a kind of mineral that can store spiritual energy. That is the spirit stone. Even on Xian Shui Star where there is no spiritual energy, cultivators can still practice with the help of spiritual stones. However, spirit stones are too precious and are simply not within the reach of ordinary families. Generally, only the second generation of immortals can use the spirit stone training room and various elixirs to embark on the path of cultivating immortals in advance before awakening their talents. And Yang Hong from Class 1 is obviously a second generation immortal. Even I heard that Yang Hong is not only a qi refining level 2 cultivator, but has also awakened an A-level talent. His second level of qi refining. A-level talent. And he's also a second generation immortal. Damn. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Yang Hong is too strong. If Su Fan, an S-level talent, hadn't suddenly appeared this year, Yang Hong would have been the top talent in our number 2 middle school this year. Oh, what a pity. This year, an S-level talent Su Fan appeared. No wonder Yang Hong couldn't swallow this. Yang Hong really couldn't swallow this. But he also knew the importance of S-level talent. He called Su Fan, but his tone was not too arrogant, as if he was just asking a simple question. S-level talent, this time you communicate with the boundary stone to enter the other world, you can gain a year of training time. Su Fan, are you sure you can break through the third level of qi refining within a year? Su Fan's mentality has not completely changed. Facing the glamorous second generation of immortals, he seemed inexplicably weaker in momentum. When asked, he actually answered obediently, third level of qi refining, there should be no problem. Yang Hong's eyes lit up, and he raised his chin and said proudly, then do you dare to fight with me after the first training in the other world? As soon as these words came out, the students around him started talking about it again. Oh my god, this is going to be a good show. The former number 1 genius is going to challenge the newly promoted S-level genius. Do you think Su Fan dares to accept the challenge? Why not? He has an S-level talent. He has a full year of training time in a different world. I guess Su Fan doesn't dare to accept the challenge. I admit that S-level talent is strong, but he hasn't grown up yet. And Yang Hong not only has a foundation for cultivation, but also has a family background to support him. With only one experience of cultivation in another world, Su Fan is most likely not Yang Hong's opponent. Don't overestimate the probability. I dare say it is 100% not true. Our brother Hong has practiced a yellow-level martial art to the minor success stage. That's right. Talent is important, but the gap between the second generation of immortals and ordinary people cannot be easily made up by just practicing in another world. Su Fan definitely doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Some of Yang Hong's lackeys who have a good relationship with him have expressed their disapproval of Su Fan. Su Fan looked a little embarrassed, no longer as high-spirited as when he just gave his speech. Just when he was in a dilemma, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Since we are going to compete, why not raise the stakes a little? How about 100 low-grade spirit stones? As the sound came from far away, the crowd of onlookers automatically made way for each other. A thin, unkempt, and lazy young man walked slowly towards them. The tone of his voice when he opened the bet of 100 low-grade spirit stones was also nonchalant. He doesn't act like a teacher at all. Teacher Guan. Surprise flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Guan Ming yawned lazily, raised his hand, and threw a small cloth bag in the direction of Su Fan. Su Fan raised his hand to take it, but before he could react, there were exclamations from the crowd around him. Shit! Space bag! Wow! He's indeed an S-level talent. The school is so generous that they even gave him a space bag as a reward. There must be a lot of resources in the space bag. FK. I'm so envious. Why don't I have an S-level talent? Not to mention the students who were watching. Even Yang Hong, who also owns a space bag, couldn't help but feel envious and jealous when he saw the one in Su Fan's hand. Su Fan, who was holding the space bag, was a little confused. This is the reward you deserve for awakening your S-level talent. It contains some training resources for the early stages of qi refining. Guan Ming glanced at Su Fan lazily, and said casually, of course, it also includes 100 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? It took Su Fan a long time to react. Teacher, do you want me to gamble with Yang Hong? Do you believe I can win? It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. What matters is whether you believe in yourself or not. Guan Ming looked at Su Fan with a meaningful look. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Teacher Guan is building his confidence. Although he awakened his S-level talent overnight, he did not have the confidence that an S-level talent should have. After Su Fan reflected deeply, his eyes gradually became firm. He looked at Yang Hong, and his aura was no longer weaker. Instead, he was full of confidence and asked Yang Hong, how about it, Yang Hong? 100 low-grade spirit stones, do you dare to bet? Chapter 3. 100 low-grade spirit stones. With Yang Hong's family background, of course he dared to gamble. But what he was unwilling to accept was, it is obvious that he is at a higher level and has a stronger family background. Obviously, he should enjoy the halo of genius that is the center of everyone's attention. But now, the one who is envied by classmates is Su Fan. It was also Su Fan who took the initiative to stand up and support Teacher Guan. He, Yang Hong, is such a joke. Unwilling. Yang Hong felt extremely unbalanced in his heart. At this moment, another voice suddenly came from behind him. The crowd made way again. The person who came this time was Luo Haifeng, the head teacher of Yang Hong's class. Luo Haifeng has the mature and steady temperament that a teacher should have. As he walked over, he took the initiative to accept the bet on Yang Hong's behalf. Why not? Our Yang Hong's talent is just a little bit worse, but he is still an A-level talent after all. Moreover, his realm and resources are no worse than Su Fan's. As he said that, he smiled and looked at Guan Ming opposite him. Since Teacher Guan is interested in the battle between the younger generations, how about we, as teachers, also make a bet? Guan Ming raised his eyebrows in a relaxed manner. What are you betting on? Students bet 100 low-grade spirit stones, so how about we teachers bet 100 high-grade spirit stones? As soon as these words came out, the students watching took a deep breath. The exchange rate between spirit stones is 1 to 100. 100 high-grade spirit stones are equal to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is simply an astronomical figure. Even among high school teachers, it is by no means a small amount. It seems that Mr. Luo really believes that Yang Hong can win. And Yang Hong himself, because of teacher Luo's support, straightened his back even more, and looked more confident and proud. Guanming, on the other side, looked at Luo Haifeng meaningfully. 100 high-grade spirit stones, Mr. Luo, are you sure you can afford to lose? You don't have to worry about that, teacher Guan. Luo Haifeng looked confident, and looked at Guanming with a half-smile. Could it be that teacher Guan can't come up with 100 high-grade spirit stones? Guanming shook his head and chuckled, okay, since you want to bet, then let's bet. I'll ask the principal to be a witness later. Okay. This was settled between the two teachers. Su Fan, the person involved in the gambling fight, was confused again. 100 spirit stones were more than enough for him. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Su Fan's face turned slightly pale. Guanming saw what he was thinking and comforted him easily, don't worry, it's just 100 high-grade spirit stones. The teacher has a mine at home. Su Fan. Guanming laughed and patted his shoulder again, just concentrate on your training. If you can really help the teacher win 100 high-quality spirit stones, the teacher will give you 50. Hiss. Su Fan swallowed his saliva, his eyes shining. Teacher, please explain clearly. Is 50 a high-grade spirit stone or a low-grade spirit stone? Top quality. Guanming patted him on the back of his head. Now that you have entered a different world, you must cherish the resources, seize the time, and practice hard. Okay. I will try my best not to embarrass you. I will also try my best to win those 50 high-grade spirit stones for me. Guanming smiled with satisfaction. During this episode, Lin Feng was standing at the outermost edge of the crowd and couldn't see it clearly at all. It was basically thanks to the discussions of the spectators in the front row that he felt like he was listening to a story. Yes, it's like a story. Su Fan is the protagonist of the story. But Lin Feng is just an insignificant spectator. Why? It's really enviable. Lin Feng sighed again. Then, he and the other teachers dispersed the crowd and sent them back to their respective classrooms. In Class 2 of Grade 3, after all the students arrived, Teacher Guan asked the class monitor Fang Mengmeng to distribute backpacks. The backpack mainly contains a wooden box, a jade box, and a white jade bottle, and some survival supplies such as change of clothes. After Lin Feng received his backpack from the squad leader, he couldn't wait to open it. First, he took out the wooden box, which contained a pure black crystal the size of a ping-pong ball. This is an F-level boundary stone. Each boundary stone represents an independent world of cultivation. By communicating with the boundary stone, the cultivator can go to the immortal world corresponding to the boundary stone. And when the cultivator returned to Xian Shui Star, time stood still in the immortal world within the boundary stone. This is truly magical. Lin Feng directly understood the world of cultivation communicated by boundary stones as a stand-alone game. The game only runs when the player logs in. When the player logs out, the game stops, and time stops. Although the world of cultivation is not really a stand-alone game, it is a real world. But understanding it this way is at least simpler than understanding the principles behind it. Just like talents, boundary stones are divided into levels from F to S. Among them, the immortal cultivation world communicated by the F-level boundary stone has the poorest resources and the most scarce spiritual energy, making cultivation extremely difficult. The advantage is that it is relatively safe. There won't be situations where immortals fight and mortals suffer. The school uniformly distributes the safest and lowest grade F-level boundary stones. Second-generation immortals like Yang Hong would most likely use the more advanced boundary stones prepared at home. Including Su Fan, who has S-level talent. Lin Feng glanced sideways. Su Fan did not use the boundary stones distributed in his backpack. Instead, he took out a wooden box from his space bag. And in the wooden box is a sea-level boundary stone. Damn, I'm so envious. Lin Feng quickly calmed down and stopped watching. After putting away the F-level boundary stone, he took out the white jade bottle. The palm-sized white jade bottle contains 30 fasting pills. Just enough for 1 month of practice. After checking that the Bigu pill is correct, Lin Feng finally took out the jade box with a little nervousness. After opening it, there was a stone the size of a glass bead inside. Obviously, this is a low-grade spirit stone. Spirit stones are the hard currency among cultivators. Although in theory, 10,000 federal coins can be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone. But ordinary people don't have such exchange channels at all. It is only possible during the talent awakening period when students pay a registration fee of 10,000 federal coins to the school. The school would put a low-grade spirit stone in the backpacks distributed to students to help them survive in the world of immortal cultivation. And this was Lin Feng's first contact with spirit stones. He carefully took it out of the jade box. However, the moment he held the spirit stone, Lin Feng suddenly discovered. Suddenly, a circular icon that looked like fast forward appeared in his field of vision. What is happening? Blurred? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes hard. But no matter how hard you rub it, the fast forward icon always exists. Even if he closed his eyes, I can still sense the existence of the fast forward icon in the darkness. What happened? Lin Feng was a little confused for a moment. His strange behavior naturally attracted the attention of Su Fan. Mad? What's wrong with you? Lin Feng came back to his senses, calmed himself down, put the spirit stone back into the jade box, then turned to look at Su Fan. It was only after he put the spirit stone back into the jade box that he discovered that the fast forward icon had suddenly disappeared again. Could it be that the appearance of the fast forward icon is related to the spirit stone? A bold guess suddenly popped up in Lin Feng's heart. This made him feel slightly excited, as he had been feeling depressed since he awakened his sea-level talent. Chapter 4. Su Fan didn't understand why Lin Feng was so excited, and looked puzzled. What's wrong with you, lunatic? What's irritating you? Lin Feng coughed twice and smiled awkwardly. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. This is not the first time I've been a little excited when seeing a spirit stone. Su Fan reluctantly accepted this explanation, and suddenly handed over his own jade box, lowering his voice and saying, "My registration fee of 10,000 federal coins was originally paid by Uncle Linear. I have plenty of spiritual stones on me now, so I'll give you this spiritual stone given by the school." As he said this, he was worried that Lin Feng would refuse, so he stuffed the jade box directly into Lin Feng's backpack, and at the same time promised, "You don't have to think too much, madman. We are good friends for life, and this will never change." This scene was seen clearly by the head teacher Guanming, who was standing at the podium. He shook his head slightly, sighing in his heart at Su Fan's youthful naivety. Not only Su Fan, but all these students in the ivory tower are quite innocent. At this time, they didn't know yet. People from different worlds can never play together. The goal of cultivating immortality is longevity. In the long journey of life, many people are destined to be passers-by. For Su Fan, who has S-level talent, Lin Feng is destined to be the one who will be left behind. This has nothing to do with human nature, it is just an objective law like the blooming and falling of flowers. However, Guanming was not prepared to preach these principles. He slowly turned his gaze away and said to the students below the stage, "After checking that the items in your backpacks are correct, you can try to communicate with the boundary stone and start your first journey of cultivating immortals in another world." The teacher here wishes all the students to have good harvests. As Guanming finished speaking, the students did not dare to waste a moment, and they all held the boundary stone and started to communicate with each other attentively. Lin Feng only had time to simply thank Su Fan before he could no longer contain his excitement and started communicating about the boundary stone. After concentrating his mental power on the black crystal, soon, his body suddenly stiffened and his consciousness became blurred for a moment. When he came to his senses again, he was no longer in the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3. As far as the eye can see, there is a pitch-black cave. After Lin Feng carefully checked around, he found a forest outside the cave. His luck was pretty good as he directly found a relatively safe cave for cultivation. But this luck is not particularly good. I heard that someone found the abandoned residence of a powerful person directly when he entered a different world for the first time, and had an incredible adventure right from the start. For example, you can obtain the Simur ring of a sitting monk and match it with various resources for cultivating immortals. However, those lucky people are very few after all. Lin Feng didn't dare to ask for anything more. After he simply confirmed that the environment was safe, he couldn't wait to open his backpack. When I held the spirit stone again, the circular fast-forward icon appeared in my field of vision again. This time, Lin Feng was basically certain. This thing is definitely not an illusion. But a must-have cheat code for time travel. But aren't cheat codes usually for the system or something? What is this fast-forward icon used for? No instructions for use or anything. The only thing that is certain now is the use of this golden finger should be related to the spirit stone. Because only when he holds the spirit stone can he feel the existence of the icon. Judging from the style of the icon, its function should be fast forward. What to fast forward? Can he advance faster in his cultivation? Lin Feng was unsure, but vaguely excited. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to practice the Hunyuan Ju, which he knew by heart. Although cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation use single spiritual roots, double spiritual roots, or even 5 spiritual roots to distinguish cultivation talents. But the cultivators of Xian Shui Star, without exception, all have 5 spiritual roots. The cultivation speed of the 5 spiritual roots is the slowest. Generally, cultivators of Xian Shui Star would choose to specialize in 1 or 2 of the 5 spiritual roots. If you major in different spiritual roots, you can choose different techniques. Xian Shui Xin recommends the mainstream practice method for the qi refining period, called qi nourishing art. Qi Yangju has gone through countless revisions by predecessors of immortal cultivation, and its advantages are particularly prominent. The first is its universality. No matter whether you major in wood spiritual roots or water spiritual roots. Even if you want to get a double degree, studying wood and water at the same time, the art of nourishing qi can meet your requirements. The second thing is its training speed, which is generally faster than other techniques. Therefore, cultivators in the qi refining stage basically practice the qi nourishing art. But Lin Feng is different. Shortly after entering high school, he found a book called Hunyuan Ju in the library and was immediately astonished. This Hunyuan Ju is just like those peerless skills in the novels about cultivating immortals, where the protagonist can only obtain it after experiencing a miraculous opportunity. And the school actually provides students with free choice. Damn, do I even need to choose? Of course, I would choose the peerless martial arts. However, the cultivators of Xian Shui Star are not fools. Although Hunyuan Ju is strong, its shortcomings are also obvious. It is so difficult to practice it. It requires the cultivator to cultivate the 5 elements of spiritual roots at the same time. It's a very simple truth. Others major in 1 or 2 spiritual roots, but you major in 5. Naturally, you will have to spend more time and energy. Although those who practice Hunyuan Ju can basically be invincible among those of the same level. But among your peers, if your realm lags behind others, it will be useless no matter how invincible you are at the same level. What unites college entrance examination candidates is their age, not their level. Your realm is backward, so you are destined to be inferior to others. Therefore, this kind of unique martial arts is simply ignored on Xian Shui Star. But Lin Feng is a time traveler. He is amazing, he is noble. He is conceited and thinks he is different from others. He chose Hunyuan Ju. To be honest, with his sea-level talent, he can practice Hunyuan Ju. This life is basically wasted. But Lin Feng held his breath and concentrated, exhaling, exhaling. Call. Suck. He had simulated this process countless times when he was on Xian Shui Star. It is only because Xian Shui Star has no spiritual energy that it is impossible to draw energy into the body. And in this world of cultivating immortals with a thin spiritual energy, Lin Feng quickly sensed 5 colors of light spots. If you are practicing Qi nourishing art, you can choose one light spot to absorb. But to practice Hunyuan Ju, these 5 kinds of light spots need to be absorbed completely. There is repulsion between light spots of different colors. When you absorb one color and then another, the resistance will be very obvious. This is also the reason why the practice of Hunyuan Ju is slow. But Lin Feng is patient. Little by little, capturing spots of light of various colors, until a thin strand of spiritual energy as thick as a hair condensed in his danshan. This is to draw the qi into the body. Lin Feng tried hard to suppress his excitement, and guided this trace of spiritual energy to circulate in his body according to the route of Hunyuan Ju. It is said that there is no time in practice. No matter if it is 1 month for C-level talent or 1 year for S-level talent. For monks, this is actually a very short period of time. It took Lin Feng 5 full hours to guide the spiritual energy through a small cycle. And for those who practice Qi nourishing art, it may only take an hour. The time he took was 5 times that of an ordinary monk. When this process was over, he felt completely satisfied. Hunger. After quickly taking a pill of Bigu pill, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something important. Study the fast-forward icon. So, he pinched the spirit stone again, and with the fast-forward icon in his field of vision, he did it again. This time, Lin Feng discovered that the fast-forward icon in the field of vision was quite flexible. It can follow his thoughts and teleport within his field of vision. And when he placed the icon on the spot of light, the speed of absorbing light spots has actually increased. And place the icon on the aura that is running in the body. The speed of spiritual energy circulation can also become faster. But this is changing fast. Obviously, it did not make his cultivation speed advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, just as he was holding the spirit stone in his hand and wondering if the speed of the spiritual energy circulation could be faster, the circular fast-forward icon suddenly changed. The number ×2 actually appeared above the icon. ×2. In other words, twice the speed. Since we can ×2, can we ×4 or ×8? Lin Feng was getting more and more excited. While pinching the spirit stone, he kept repeating in his heart, faster, faster, faster. And as the thought goes, the icon really changes. The number ×2 above really became ×4. Soon, it even became ×8 or ×16. 16 times faster practice. You know, the difference between C-level talent and S-level talent is only 12 times the training time. That is to say, Lin Feng, who practices at 16 times the speed, has already surpassed Su Fan, who has S-level talent, in terms of practice speed. Oh no! The technique that Su Fan practices is the art of nourishing qi. However, Lin Feng practiced the slower Hunyuan Ju. If we calculate based on the fact that the speed of practicing Hunyuan Ju is 5 times slower than that of practicing Yang Qi Ju. 12 times 5. 60 times. In other words, Lin Feng, who has C-level talent and practices the Hunyuan Ju. These are the words of Su Fan, who practices the Qi nourishing technique and wants to catch up with the S-level talent in realm. He needs to practice at least 60 times the speed. This is not even counting the various resources Su Fan has gained as an S-level talent. After thinking this through, Lin Feng's thoughts became even crazier. Fast forward. Keep fast forward. He thought so. I thought the number on the fast forward icon would change from times 16 to times 32. However, it didn't. No matter how strong his intention is, the number on the icon just stopped at times 16 and remained unchanged. So, is the limit of this fast forward cheat just 16x speed? Lin Feng's ecstasy of getting the golden finger suddenly dissipated a lot. However, 16x speed is already very powerful. Moreover, perhaps this speed limit is only temporary. When his realm is elevated, will the speed limit continue to increase? Lin Feng simply comforted himself. After that, he fell into a crazy, 16x speed training mode. 16x speed sounds scary. But considering that the speed of practicing Hunyuan Ju is originally 5 times slower than that of Yankee Ju. In other words, Lin Feng's actual cultivation speed is just over 3 times that of other students. It usually takes an ordinary cultivator a month to go from the stage of drawing qi into the body to the first level of qi refining. And for Lin Feng, it only takes less than 10 days. When Lin Feng thought about entering the first level of qi refining in 10 days, he instantly became full of energy. There is no time limit for those who cultivate immortality. He can hardly feel the passage of time. The sun sets and rises, and the day passes quickly. Lin Feng swallowed a bigu pill in one gulp, then picked up the spirit stone again, ready to continue practicing at 16 times the speed. However, there was a click. The spirit stone he had been practicing with for a day broke into pieces. My goodness, the spiritual energy of the spirit stone has been exhausted. Lin Feng is very sure. During the practice, he did not absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit stone. In other words, the use of this fast-forward golden finger comes at the cost of consuming spirit stones. However, a low-grade spirit stone could support him to practice at 16 times the speed for a whole day. Realizing this, Lin Feng felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him again. He was so happy that he thought he could reach the first level of qi refining in 10 days. But in the end, practicing at 16 times the speed for 10 days would consume 10 spirit stones. Where can he get 10 spirit stones? However, Lin Feng remembered. Su Fan stuffed a jade box into his backpack. He said he would give him the spiritual stone given by the school. Since I've already accepted it, there's no need to be pretentious at this time. Lin Feng immediately opened his backpack and took out the jade box. But at this moment, he discovered that the weight of the jade box seemed to be wrong. This is obviously not the weight of a spirit stone. Lin Feng opened the jade box and was stunned on the spot. There were 10 spirit stones lying in that jade box. Chapter 5. Su Fan. This not only gave him the spiritual stone given by the school. He also took out a small portion of spirit stones from the resources rewarded by his own S-level talent and gave them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 10 spirit stones. I felt indescribable emotion in my heart. He secretly kept this favor in mind. After that, he didn't act pretentiously and took out another spirit stone, starting the 16x speed training mode again. Just like that, 9 days passed in a flash. Lin Feng also used 9 of the spirit stones in Su Fan's jade box. That is, on the 10th day of cultivation in this strange world. The spiritual energy, which was originally as thick as a hair, gradually condensed into the thickness of an iron wire day by day. Finally, it condensed into a cyclone at the Danshan. Once you reach the first level of qi refining, everything will come naturally. Call. Lin Feng exhaled heavily, clenched his fists, and was very excited. However, looking at the only spirit stone left in the jade box, his excitement quickly subsided. During these 10 days, in addition to practicing hard, Lin Feng also thought about his life plan. A C-level talent is still a C-level talent. But C-level talents also have a bright future. At least he does have this C talent. The prerequisite is that he has to make good use of the fast-forward icon in his field of vision. Using this fast-forward icon requires spirit stones. In other words, for a long time in the future, part of his energy will be spent on hard practice. The other part has to find ways to get spirit stones. But for the matter of the spirit stone, maybe we can also use the fast forward icon. Lin Feng simply tidied it up. Then he walked out of the cave where he had practiced hard for 10 days. The entrance to the cave was overgrown with weeds and he didn't take care of it. Just go near the cave and explore everywhere. Strolling, looking for something. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and his gaze fell on a tender yellow bud. That is the seedling of the spirit-gathering grass. Spirit-gathering grass is the main material for refining spirit-gathering pills. However, to refine the soul-gathering pill, one needs at least 10 years of soul-gathering grass. The tender yellow buds in front of us are only about 3 years old. Lin Feng held the spirit stone in his hand, feeling somewhat moved but also a little hesitant. The situations in different immortal cultivation worlds are different, and the prices of spirit-gathering grass are also different. But the basic price range is between 1 and 5 low-grade spirit stones. Unless the age is particularly high, it is difficult to exceed 5 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place. He also didn't know what the market price of spirit-gathering grass was in this world. Moreover, Xian Shuxing's high school curriculum specifically emphasized that a cultivator reaches the middle stage of qi refining, which is before the 4th level of qi refining. It is best not to come into contact with the natives of the world of immortal cultivation. Otherwise, your life may be in danger. And if Lin Feng really wants to use the spirit-gathering grass to earn spirit stones, you will inevitably have to go against your teacher's warning and come into contact with the natives of the world of immortal cultivation. If something happens, Lin Feng thought about it for a long time. He was destined to consume spirit stones to study and explore this golden finger. Explore it sooner and find ways to make money sooner. Finally, he picked up the spirit stone and placed the fast-forward icon in his field of vision on the spirit-gathering grass seedling. I gritted my teeth and said to myself, fast forward. ×2. Fast forward, fast forward. Lin Feng kept reciting to himself. The numbers on the icon also started jumping wildly. ×4. ×8. ×16. ×32. Breakthrough 32. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he was still thinking madly about fast forwarding. And the numbers on the icon were also speeding up even faster. Faster than he expected. Almost in the blink of an eye, ×32 becomes ×1024. Hold? So fast. Not just fast. Lin Feng feels that there seems to be no limit to the fast-forward icon used on external objects. Almost in the blink of an eye, ×1024 turned into the even more terrifying ×524288. There are 365 days in a year, which is only 525,600 minutes. In other words, if he maintains the current speed, the spirit-gathering grass will increase by 1 year in 1 minute. But that's not enough. Fast forward, the numbers are still doubling. Double it. Double it. It seems like there is really no upper limit, it doubles like crazy. That terrifying number turned into a string of garbled characters in the blink of an eye. Just as Lin Feng was almost numbly waiting to see what the upper limit of the fast-forward speed could be. With a crack, the spirit stone in his hand shattered again. Hold! It's only been less than a minute, and you've already used up a spirit stone. He can usually use 1 spirit stone for a whole day. If ordinary cultivators knew about this, they would probably scold him for being a spendthrift. Only some second-generation immortals with good backgrounds can have the confidence to spend spirit stones like flowing water, right? Anyway, Lin Feng really loves her. But when his eyes fell on the spirit-gathering grass, his eyes were filled with surprise. Although I have not systematically studied medicinal plant knowledge, I cannot tell the specific year. But what is basically certain is that the spirit-gathering grass in front of you meets the 10-year standard for refining the spirit-gathering pill. In other words, if this spirit gathering grass is resold, it will be worth at least 1 spirit stone. If you are lucky, you can sell it for 3 spiritual stones. If I'm luckier, how about 5 spirit stones? Anyway, at least, the spirit stone consumed by fast forwarding barely made a loss. There is no loss, but how to deal with the spirit gathering grass becomes a new problem. Even on Xian Shui Star, which has a legal system, the strong still enjoy various privileges. As for the world of immortal cultivation communicated by the boundary stone, it is a world where the strong are respected. Although the soul-gathering grass is not a very precious medicinal plant, but he is only at the first level of qi refining with no background. What if someone kills and robs you? Lin Feng now has 2 choices. One is to wait until you return to Xian Shui Star and then buy this spirit gathering grass on Xian Shui Star. This is obviously safer. But for the next 20 days, without spirit stones, he could only rely on himself to practice. The other is to seek wealth and honor in danger. Explore this world of cultivating immortals and gather spirit grass in this world. In this way, by reselling medicinal plants, he could make faster progress in his cultivation over the next 20 days. Lin Feng is essentially a stable person. Fortune and wealth can only be achieved through risk, but one must be alive to enjoy them. The world is big, but dog's life is the most important. While putting the collected spirit gathering grass into the jade box, he returned to the cave to continue practicing. Yes, it's just from the heart. However, after practicing for half an hour, he really smelled it. It is really. After experiencing the 16-fold speed of cultivation, the normal speed of cultivation is simply unbearable. It's like looking at the 5-fingered girl after enjoying a health treatment. That's really boring. So Lin Feng sat up in shock from his dying illness, for de bao, ba. Go all out to practice at 16 times the speed. Before leaving the cave this time, Lin Feng simply tidied up. Make yourself look like a native. At the same time, there was a dagger hidden in the belt and a silver needle hidden between his fingers. There is a poison hidden under the tongue, bah, that's impossible. He's not that brave. Moreover, he was only at the first level of qi refining, looked poor, and the medicinal plants he sold were not very precious. If this can be used to kill and rob. Lin Feng couldn't believe he was so unlucky. But it seems that he is really unlucky. After leaving the cave, he walked all the way north. After walking for 2 hours, we still haven't gotten out of the forest. Just when he suspected that he was lost, he walked under a tree to reorient himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure, who seemed to be digging a pit to bury the body? What the hell? Did we come across a crime scene? Will he be murdered to silence him? Lin Feng hasn't reacted yet. The figure seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head to look in his direction. For a moment, everyone stared at each other. After a moment, Lin Feng didn't even think twice and started running. While running, I was thinking about how I should shout for mercy when I was chased. However, as he was running, he suddenly felt something was wrong. I braked suddenly and turned my head to see. My goodness, the criminal at the crime scene ran faster than him. But they are not hunting him. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction and ran for his life. Lin Feng finally reacted. Wow, I met a colleague. Ugh, to be precise, I met a fellow patient with paranoia. It's not easy to catch a fellow patient, I must discuss his condition in detail. Lin Feng immediately changed direction and ran while shouting, "Hey! Stop right there!" The patient was a teenager. He looked sick and malnourished. When running, of course he is not as fast as Lin Feng, who is at the first level of qi refining. Soon, he was caught up by Lin Feng, who knelt on the ground and shouted, "Please spare my life, please spare my life." The brave Lin Feng touched his nose and asked in a deliberately rough voice, "Where are you from? Why are you sneaking around and running away when you see people?" The malnourished boy didn't even dare to raise his head. He lowered his head and hurriedly answered, "My name is Wang Erhe, and I'm from Xiaxi village. I didn't sneak around and run away from people. I was afraid that you, the immortal, would kill people and rob them." Murder and robbery? Seems like a good idea. Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. But look at how poor this boy is. What do you have that's worth me killing for? Chapter 6. When Wang Erhe heard this, he immediately trembled and cried, "No, I don't have anything. I have nothing, immortal. I just found a ginseng." Oh, it turns out they were not digging a hole to bury the body, but digging ginseng. Ginseng is also a good medicinal plant, but that is for mortals. If you really want to exchange ginseng for spirit stones, it must be at least 100 years old. So this poor boy was so nervous even when digging ginseng? That's too cowardly. Lin Feng shook his head secretly, and then asked for more information about this world. When asked if he had ever come into contact with an immortal cultivator, Wang Erhe said cautiously, "Every 5 years, immortals from the Qingyu sect come to Xiaxi village to test the spiritual roots of young children. This year, in 5 days, someone from Qingyu sect will arrive. I have a younger sister at home, and she will take the spiritual root test this year." Wang Erhe is also a little clever. He thought that after telling this information, the immortal would probably be somewhat wary of the Qingyu sect's strength and would let him go. But the immortal asked, "Qingyu sect? What's the size of the sect? What's its reputation like?" Wang Erhe was confused. From which corner did this immortal come out? Even Qingyu sect didn't know about it. But he didn't dare to think too much, and immediately confessed everything. Qingyu sect is the largest sect in Xinjiang. Children from hundreds of villages around here dream of entering Qingyu sect to learn how to cultivate immortality. As for the size of the sect, I am not a cultivator, so I don't know. As for reputation, I know that Qingyu sect is a famous and upright sect. As for the rest, I don't know. Okay, Lin Feng figured it out. There is a reason why Wang Erhe is so timid. He is similar to Lin Feng, with little background and knowledge. He also has no understanding of the immortal cultivators in this world. Lin Feng sighed and suddenly asked again, "Do you often go into this mountain to dig ginseng? Have you ever heard of the spirit gathering grass?" He just asked casually. As a result, Wang Erhe suddenly seemed frightened. The upper body, which had been somewhat straightened, suddenly crawled down again. Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately when he saw his performance. Wow! Didn't this guy not only dig up ginseng, but also secretly hide the spirit gathering grass? Then, if we snatch his spirit gathering grass, wouldn't that be equivalent to directly snatching at least one low-grade spirit stone? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. But Wang Erhe begged for mercy tremblingly, "Please spare my life, immortal. I did sell a gathering spirit grass last month, but the 50 taels of silver I got, half of it was used to treat my mother's illness, and the other half was stolen by the big bull in the next village. I don't have any money at home. Really. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk going into the mountains to dig ginseng again." Wang Erhe's tone was very sincere, as if he wanted to take out his heart and give it to Lin Feng to prove his innocence. When Lin Feng heard what he said, he was stunned. After a long while, he came back to his senses in fear and asked hurriedly, "What did you say?" "The soul-gathering grass can only be exchanged for 50 taels of silver." Wang Erhe was also stunned for a moment, and soon he started crying again. "The Genko pavilion in Shangzi village is really too shady. I heard that the Juling grass is a spiritual plant used by immortals. But the shopkeeper Yang is so arrogant. He didn't even give me 100 taels. He sent me away with 50 taels." Lin Feng's face darkened when he heard this, and he asked hurriedly, "Is shopkeeper Yang a mortal or a monk? He seems to be a cultivator from the Yang family." The Yang family is the only immortal cultivation family in Shangzi village. The immortal cultivation family, the Yang family. Lin Feng asked about the situation of the Yang family again. Fortunately, when asking the Yang family, Wang Erhe finally stopped being clueless. It is said that the ancestor of the Yang family was a cultivator from the Qingyu sect. But Lin Feng speculated that he was probably one of those people who couldn't make it in the Qingyu sect and returned to the mortal world to develop his family. The Yang family has been developing for several decades, and there are definitely no cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, but there should be quite a few cultivators in the qi refining stage. The monks from Qingyu sect came to Xinshan to test the spiritual roots of the children, and the location they chose was also at the Yang family. 5 years ago, the Yang family also had a genius with 3 spiritual roots, who was sent to Qingyu sect. When Wang Erhe talked about this, his tone was quite envious. Lin Feng twitched his lips. 3 spiritual roots are also called geniuses. Wang Erhe was confused by his tone, and it took him a long time to explain. Here in Xinshan, the cultivation resources are scarce, and there are few cultivators. 3 spiritual roots are already very good. Every year during the test, many children have no spiritual roots. Even if they are found to have spiritual roots, they are basically the most useless 5 spiritual roots. Once someone is found to have 4 spiritual roots, they are qualified to enter Qingyu sect. And those with 3 spiritual roots, plus a little family background, are geniuses. Good job. Therefore, this world of immortal cultivation communicated by the F-level boundary stone is really barren. Sighing. Wang Erhe suddenly asked cautiously, I wonder what your spiritual roots are, immortal. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Wang Erhe shrank his neck in fear. Lin Feng asked for more details about the Yang family. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to go to Shangzi village. It is not necessary to contact the Yang family. The main thing is to first understand the customs and practices of this world. But what Lin Feng didn't know was, the moment he stepped into Shangzi village, he was already being watched. Shangzi village is basically a mortal village. Wine shops, tea houses, and ordinary people's shops. Walking on the street are mostly mortals, and there are no monks to be seen. The Genko Pavilion mentioned by Wang Erhe before is almost the only store that can be associated with monks. But even Genko Pavilion mainly deals in ordinary herbs. Moreover, the construction and decoration of Genko Pavilion is also quite low-key. Yes, the term for high emotional intelligence is called low-key. After some consideration, Lin Feng decided to give up the plan of selling the gathering spirit grass at the Genko Pavilion. I might as well try my luck somewhere bigger. But before that, he analyzed rationally to Wang Erhe. About that ginseng, you dug it and I won't steal it. But you see, I was the one who protected you all the way back to Shangzi village, right? So you sold the ginseng and paid me some protection money or something. That's not too much, right? Not too much, not too much, Wang Erhe nodded repeatedly. The boy is teachable. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then, Wang Erhe brought the ginseng into the Genko Pavilion. Lin Feng casually studied the local customs and practices on the street. As a result, not long after, Wang Erhe came out of Genko Pavilion. Like a child who has made a mistake, he lowered his head, and there was a hero following him. Lin Feng immediately realized that the situation was not good. But according to Wang Erhe, the entire Shangzi village is basically the Yang family's territory. The person who came out of Genko Pavilion is most likely from the Yang family. Even if he wanted to run away now, he probably couldn't escape. Not only can you not escape, but you also lose face. So Lin Feng simply didn't run away and tried to stay calm. The hero was also a man of high emotional intelligence, and spoke politely. Isn't this fellow Taoist a native of Shangzi village? Lin Feng said him in a pretentiously cool manner. In fact, I was very panicked. Can't be so unlucky. How on earth could he, an insignificant person at the first level of chi refining who had nothing, be targeted? Could it be that the spirit-gathering grass on his body leaked some aura? But the spirit-gathering grass isn't so precious that it would cause a well-off family to kill and rob it, right? And on the street? Is it so blatant? Lin Feng's mind was working rapidly, and he thought that maybe it wasn't murder or robbery. He forced himself to calm down. The hero still said politely, "Our shopkeeper Yang invites you to come in and have a seat." "Yes, the honorifics please," and you were used. If Lin Feng doesn't go in, wouldn't that be disrespectful? As a person with high emotional intelligence, how could he not give people face? Cannot. So he nodded calmly and said, "Lead the way." He didn't understand why, he just felt that Lin Feng was quite a master. However, when he wanted to follow in, he was stopped outside the Genko pavilion. "It's a pity that I don't have the chance to see the master's demeanor again." Lin Feng was invited by the hero to a private room on the second floor of Genko pavilion. To use a high EQ word to describe the private room, it is also relatively low-key. However, the view is wide and you can see the street from the window. The person sitting next to the window should be shopkeeper Yang. Lin Feng felt that shopkeeper Yang was also a cultivator, and his strength was stronger than his. The kind of power that can crush anyone. He is most likely a cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining. In other words, Lin Feng is now basically a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Fortunately, shopkeeper Yang seemed to be quite kind. First of all, he looks like Maitreya Buddha. He smiled when he spoke, and seemed quite friendly. "What is this fellow Taoist's name?" Lin Feng pretended to be cool. "My last name is Linear." "Fellow Daoist Lin, please sit down." Lin Feng gave him a seat to give him face. Looking at the aura of fellow Daoist Lin, he has just broken through the first level of chi refining, right? Lin Feng hummed. Shopkeeper Yang laughed again. "Are you a casual cultivator?" It's hard to be a free cultivator, with no background and no one to rely on. If there is a cultivator elder in the family, it's not so bad. If there is nothing, you have to rely on yourself, and there will be no chance to make a name for yourself in this life. Shopkeeper Yang said with a sigh, and then looked at Lin Feng and asked casually, "I wonder if there are any elder monks in Brother Lin's family?" Lin Feng figured it out. This Maitreya Buddha asked all kinds of questions with a smile on his face, but he was actually trying to find out his financial situation. What to do after checking the family's financial situation? It's definitely not a good thing. Lin Feng's brain was working fast, and he was preparing to make up a decent family background for himself. The Maitreya Buddha-like shopkeeper Yang had already figured out something from his expression. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Fellow Daoist Lin came out of Xinshan Mountain and found the Genko pavilion of my Yang family. He should have some gains, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's the spirit-gathering grass." Hold? Did you really see that he had the spirit-gathering grass? So, the Yang family, which sounds quite powerful, can really kill people and rob for a piece of spirit-gathering grass? Not really. Shopkeeper Yang seemed to have seen through Lin Feng's thoughts, and laughed again. "Don't worry, fellow Daoist Lin. Although my Yang family is not a big family, we do not take the mere gathering spirit grass seriously. This Maitreya Buddha is quite arrogant." Lin Feng was relieved at least. He asked hesitantly, "What on earth did shopkeeper Yang come to see me about?" Shopkeeper Yang smiled and said, "It's a good thing. It will allow you to earn a large amount of spirit stones steadily." Chapter 7. Earn a large amount of spirit stones steadily? Is there such a good thing? But this is a good thing. Why does the smell of northern Myanmar hit me? Lin Feng looks young, but he is not stupid. He didn't even think of asking what the good thing was. "I just want to refuse." However, before he could open his mouth, he heard the highly emotional speech of shopkeeper Yang. Fellow deist Lin, you are still young, so you don't know. As a casual cultivator, you have no choice in many things. Earning more spirit stones means having one more path and one more choice. Do you think what I said makes sense? Lin Feng had no expression on his face. Just when manager Yang thought that he was ungrateful, Lin Feng seemed to have found a confidant, and said in full approval, "Shopkeeper Yang is right. It makes so much sense." Haha. Shopkeeper Yang laughed heartily and praised Lin Feng. Fellow deist Lin is indeed a smart man. Clever? Not really. He is just an ordinary and unremarkable person. Lin Feng was indifferent inside, but he still asked politely on the surface, "I don't know what exactly is the good thing that Shopkeeper Yang is talking about." Shopkeeper Yang smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry, Brother Linear, wait a moment, someone will come to pick you up. When we get there, Brother Lin will know what the errand is." Lin Feng knew that he had no right to refuse, so he nodded sincerely. Various thoughts popped up in my mind uncomfortably. The first good job he could think of was serve as a cauldron for the female devil? However, in the world of immortal cultivation communicated by F-level boundary stones, the quality of female demons should be relatively poor. He is young and strong, so he should be able to hold on until he returns to Xian Shui Star, right? Another possibility is that you become a medicine slave for the alchemist. It's hard to say for sure. How long you can live depends on your fate. After a lot of random thoughts, Lin Feng calmed down his inner anxiety a little. He said politely to shopkeeper Yang, "It just so happens that I do have a spirit gathering grass here. Shopkeeper Yang, can you give me a friendly price?" "Sure, sure." The Yang family probably really didn't take the spirit gathering grass seriously, and shopkeeper Yang agreed without hesitation. However, after seeing Lin Feng's soul gathering grass, shopkeeper Yang's smiling face that looked like Maitreya Buddha twitched. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes, it was as if he was looking at a big fool. Friend Lin is really. This spirit gathering grass is only 1 year away from reaching its 20th year. If you pick it 1 year later, the price will double. It's a pity. 19 years is 19 years. In the market, you can only bid for 10 years. But Brother Lin, your personality suits my taste, so I will give you 5 spirit stones. What do you think? 5. This price was far beyond Lin Feng's expectations. He originally thought that this spirit gathering grass was worth at most 3 spirit stones. Moreover, given the evil heart of shopkeeper Yang, it is possible that he would only give 1 spirit stone. Unexpectedly, 5 spirit stones appeared. Lin Feng didn't know whether the market price of the soul-gathering grass in this world of immortal cultivation was just like this, or whether shopkeeper Yang really had some conscience. He hesitated for a moment, then agreed to the price of 5 spirit stones without bargaining. After sitting for a while, a strong middle-aged man with strong features came to the private room of Genko Pavilion. The sturdy man's aura was similar to that of shopkeeper Yang. I think he is at least in the middle stage of qi refining. The sturdy man and shopkeeper Yang looked at each other briefly, and there was not much communication between them. His sharp eyes quickly fell on Lin Feng. After looking him up and down for a moment, he frowned slightly and asked, "You just broke through to the first level of qi refining?" Lin Feng said stiffly. Shopkeeper Yang added, "This kid is quite sensible." "Okay," the sturdy man said nothing more, and looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Are you going to leave by yourself, or do you want me to take you away?" Lin Feng tried, "Go by yourself." The sturdy man didn't make things difficult for him, but he turned his palm and threw a black silk scarf at him, "Tie it around your eyes." Lin Feng didn't dare to refuse, so she tied a scarf around her eyes and covered them with cloth. He found that the scarf seemed to be some kind of magical weapon. Although it was not tied tightly, it completely blocked his vision and he could not see anything. After that, I just followed the strong man all the way. Because he couldn't see the road clearly, Lin Feng didn't know where he was being taken. It seemed like we went into a mountain later. Later, it seemed that they had entered some kind of formation. Lin Feng followed the sturdy man's instructions and walked carefully. Finally, there was a faint sound of tinkling bells in the distance, accompanied by the sound of people talking. Another unlucky guy has come. This is really unlucky. I'm already favored by the Yang family at the first level of qi refining. Humph, it's obvious that he's just a casual cultivator with no background. I don't know if he was forced or simply deceived. You can tell by the scarf he's wearing. He must have been deceived. What a fool. These discussions were obviously describing Lin Feng. The sturdy man with Lin Feng finally stopped at this time. Okay, we've arrived, you can untie the scarf now. Lin Feng untied the scarf and found that this seemed to be a mine? So he neither a medicine slave nor a furnace cauldron, but a miner? Being a miner shouldn't be dangerous, right? Just thinking about this, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the knowledge about the other world that he had learned in high school class. The levels of the immortal cultivation world divided by boundary stones are judged according to the conditions of the mineral veins in each world. The world of immortal cultivation that is connected by S-level boundary stones has extremely rich mineral resources. In the immortal cultivation world connected by F-level boundary stones, the mineral resources are relatively scarce. And the precious mineral resources are generally occupied by sex. This Yang family. According to the information Lin Feng had obtained, he was obviously not qualified to control the mineral resources. So, Lin Feng almost instantly came up with the idea. It should be that when the ancestor of the Yang family was still in King Yu sect, he accidentally discovered a mineral vein. He did not choose to report it to King Yu sect, but instead secretly monopolized the mineral vein. Then developed the family and mine secretly. And there is an explanation for why shopkeeper Yang could offer Lin Feng's spirit gathering grass for 5 spirit stones. The Yang family, who have secretly controlled the mineral veins, must be really rich. Rather than money, the Yang family's biggest worry should be the disclosure of the mineral veins. But mining of minerals still requires manpower. That's why the Yang family targeted those independent cultivators with no background and captured them to work as miners. Moreover, they did a good job of keeping the secret for these independent cultivators. Blindfolded all the way, Lin Feng had no idea where the mineral vein was. And if he guessed correctly, once he enters this mine, he will never have a chance to leave. In order to keep the work secret, the Yang family would never let these miners leave. It seems that what old Yang said is right. You are indeed very smart. Have you seen your future clearly? The sturdy man looked at Lin Feng's expression and said something with a smile. Afterwards, he didn't care about Lin Feng's mood and led them into a simple thatched hut. There were several foreman miners sitting in the straw hut. The strong man said to one of the bearded men, "Old Joe, this new guy has a good temper. I'll bring him to you." After the bearded old Joe looked Lin Feng up and down, he did not have any good attitude towards him because of the strong man's words good temper. It seems that he disdains the cultivation level of qi refining level 1. The bearded man waved his hand, and a work uniform, an iron pickaxe and a sack of ore appeared on the table. "If your pickaxe is broken, come to me and replace it for free. Work uniforms are issued once a year, so if they get torn or lost, you'll have to figure out a way to fix them yourself. The rule here is that 1 stone of spiritual ore can be exchanged for 1 pill of Bigu pill. With your qi refining level 1 cultivation, if you endure some hardships, you can dig up 1 stone of spiritual ore every day and a half on average, which will keep you from starving to death. If you are not willing to endure the hardship, you won't get the fasting pills, and if you die of starvation, the mine will collect your body. Also, fighting and robbing other people's supplies are prohibited in the mine. Anyone who violates the rules will be executed immediately. You are not allowed to make any other requests. Do you understand?" Lin Feng swallowed his throat. "I understand. If you understand, take your stuff and find a mine to mine. The time to exchange for the fasting pills is at noon and evening. Don't come to mine at other times if you have nothing to do. Old Joe was obviously a little impatient. Lin Feng didn't dare to ask any more questions and left the hut with his things. The mine here has been developed for some time, and there are quite a lot of mines. But the miners are clearly not enough. Lin Feng found a mine hole where no clanking sounds were heard and went in. In fact, mining could be done at the entrance of the mine, but he deliberately drilled quite deep. I breathed a sigh of relief after making sure there was no one there. In fact, Lin Feng had already breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Mr. Zhou talking about the rules. After all, there aren't many rules here. The only thing that restricts the miners is the fasting pill. In order to avoid starving to death, normal miners must work diligently and hard to mine. But Lin Feng still has enough fasting pills for 20 days. Moreover, even if this wave is finished, he went back to Xian Shui Star, and when he came in again, he still had 30 fasting pills, so he had no worries about food. Therefore, this mine is basically safe for him. The only problem is that he can't get any spirit stones since he's trapped in this mine. Etc. Lin Feng was thinking last second that there was no way to get the spiritual stone. The next second I suddenly realized. This seems to be a natural spirit stone mine. Spiritual stones? Aren't they everywhere? However, this kind of spiritual ore is different from spiritual stone. Generally, spiritual ores must be processed before they can become spiritual stones. However, this pure natural, unprocessed spiritual ore cannot be used directly for cultivators' practice. That's why the Yang family is not worried. After all, as long as these miners do not leave the mine, they will not be able to use these spiritual ores at all. In order to exchange the fasting pills for their lives, they had no choice but to mine day and night. But Lin Feng is different from others. His fast-forward icon. It was originally intended to consume spirit stones. But what about the spiritual mine? Can it also be used as a fast-forward icon? Lin Feng's mood suddenly became extremely nervous. He rubbed his hands and prayed devoutly in his heart. Great Goddess of Luck! Please favor me once. After a prayer, carefully, he placed his hand on a piece of spiritual ore on the mine wall. Then, good job! Fast forward icon. As expected, it appeared in my field of vision. In other words, it is really possible to use spiritual ore instead of spiritual stones to complete the fast forward function. Chapter 8. Isn't this a sudden wealth? Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. I thought I was here to be exploited by capital. But the result is that they are here to take advantage of others. Lin Feng even felt that the mine should be named Lin instead of Yang. Own the entire mine. No worries about spiritual stones. Could he cultivate at double the speed until the end of time? But ideals are very fulfilling. But in fact, the bearded mine foreman is probably not a fool. Lin Feng hasn't used the spiritual ore to exchange for the Bigu pill for a long time, but he is still full of energy. Sooner or later, the clues will be discovered. Therefore, when it comes to mining, I'm afraid we'll have to do it on a half-hearted basis. But can the mining process be fast-forwarded using the fast-forward icon? Lin Feng immediately picked up the pickaxe and prepared to give it a try. This iron pickaxe is actually quite heavy. Ordinary people, at least someone like Wang Erhe, would probably have difficulty lifting it. As a cultivator at the first level of qi refining, Lin Feng had a hard time swinging the pickaxe. When the pickaxe hit it down, the ore didn't move at all, not even a trace was left. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then tried to inject spiritual energy into the pickaxe. But even so, with his qi refining level 1 spiritual energy, mining is still not easy. No wonder the mine foreman said that with his cultivation level of the first level of qi refining, it would take him a day and a half to dig a stone of spiritual ore if he was willing to endure hardships. If you are not willing to work hard, it may take 2 days to dig one stone. With this in mind, Lin Feng decided to just be a little lazier. On average, I only change the fasting pills once every 3 to 4 days. After simply adapting to the rhythm of mining, Lin Feng held the pickaxe in his right hand and touched the spiritual ore on the mine wall with his left hand, preparing to try to fast forward. But soon, he felt that this posture was not convenient for mining. After pondering for a moment, another idea came to him. Just take off your shoes and put your feet on a piece of spiritual ore. As a result, it was found that even if your feet touch the spirit stone, the fast-forward icon will still appear in your field of vision. Soon, Lin Feng tried various positions. Finally came to the conclusion. As long as any part of his body touches the spirit stone, he can use the fast-forward icon. Any part. Realizing this, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Etc. What the hell? He is not a pervert. After quickly getting rid of the overly perverted thoughts in his mind, Lin Feng tried to mine at double the speed while pushing against the mine wall with his feet. You know what, mining in this position is quite easy. After using the fast-forward icon, the speed was indeed improved. The numbers on the fast-forward icon started from ×2 and soared all the way to ×32. Hey? Lin Feng's previous speed limit was only 16 times. Now, suddenly it became 32 times? He quickly dug out a piece of spiritual ore and put it into the ore bag, then tried to practice again. Sure enough, the speed of cultivation also became 32 times. So, it should be that his cultivation has reached the first level of qi refining, so the number has increased several times? So, when you reach the second level of qi refining, will the cultivation multiple continue to increase? Lin Feng got excited just thinking about it. It usually takes 3 months for a cultivator to cultivate from the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining. Converted to Lin Feng. He practiced Hun Yuan Ju at 32 times the speed, which was 6.4 times faster than that of an ordinary cultivator. In other words, in about 14 days, he would be able to reach the second level of qi refining. However, the remaining training time is obviously not enough to advance to the third level of qi refining. As for students with general C-level talents, if they don't have special opportunities, the first time of training in another world was over, and I had basically just broken through the first level of qi refining. Some people who are unlucky or don't work hard enough cannot even break through the first level of qi refining. Lin Feng was able to break through to the second level of qi refining in one go, and he was already ahead of many C-level talents. But that's only compared to C-level talents. Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School has specially set up a reward for students who are practicing in another world for the first time. Any student who can reach the third level of qi refining when returning for the first time can receive 100 low-grade spirit stones as a reward from the school. 100 low-grade spirit stones. This may not be a big deal for those second-generation immortals. But for someone like Lin Feng who has no background and has to consume spirit stones to use the golden finger, this is a huge sum of money. But, the third level of qi refining. With Lin Feng's current training speed, it is obviously impossible to achieve. Lin Feng now has two choices. Or, give up the Hun Yuan Ju and practice the Yankee Ju instead. In this way, his cultivation speed can be increased 5 times instantly. But correspondingly, changing the practice method will also waste a certain amount of time. The second option is: find a way to increase the practice speed displayed on the fast-forward icon. If 32x speed becomes 64x speed, then, for Lin Feng to advance to the second level of qi refining, he only needs half of the original 14 days, which is about 7 days. But is there any way to increase the speed of cultivation? Lin Feng has no idea for the time being. He simply mined at 32 times the speed while thinking frantically. By the time the sun went down, his ore bag was filled with 3 stones of spiritual ore. And I have also gained some ideas on how to increase the speed of cultivation. There seems to be no upper limit to this speed when applied to external objects. There is only an upper limit when you use it on yourself. And this upper limit also increased as his cultivation level improved. So Lin Feng speculated that the upper limit of the speed of cultivation should be related to one's physical fitness. So, how can we improve our physical fitness if our cultivation level has not improved? What Lin Feng can think of. One is a pill. One is to refine the body. As for elixirs, needless to say, he definitely can't get them given his current situation. It's body training. Among the cultivators of Xian Shui Star, body training is not very popular. Firstly, physical training is too tiring. Xian Shui Star has a developed entertainment industry, and many cultivators cannot stand the hardship of physical training. Secondly, Xian Shui Star has a well-developed equipment refining industry, and many robes have extremely strong defensive capabilities, which can completely make up for the shortcomings of cultivators in physical refining. However, the situation is different for the different worlds communicated by the boundary stones. Lin Feng doesn't know much about the world he lives in now. I don't know whether body training is popular in this world. If he wants to start the journey of body refinement as soon as possible, he will probably have to come into contact with the natives. The mine foreman was apparently difficult to approach. But there are still many miners captured by the Yang family. Although most of these miners have low cultivation and no background like him. But just thinking about it, Lin Feng suddenly heard a noisy sound outside the mine. He thought for a moment, then like any other spectator, he threw down his pickaxe and ran out of the mine to watch the fun. Near the straw hut, a young man was being stepped on by the bearded miner leader. The cursing voice was cruel and violent. Don't be so shameless. Where do you think this is? Do you have the right to speak? While cursing, he kicked the young man in the chest again and again. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his collar was soaked with blood. Lin Feng felt pain just looking at that scene. The other miners around him, however, showed no sympathy at all and made sarcastic remarks cheerfully. Tisk tisk, this kid looks quite old, how can he be so stupid? Reason? He actually tried to reason with fist? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. This is the kind of person who deserves to be beaten. This is a great lesson for me. I should learn to be humble in the future. In the future? Ha, we are trapped in this black mine, what's the future? Having said that, the miners' enthusiasm for gloating over other people's misfortune has faded a lot. After all, their situation is not much better than those who were beaten. Being trapped in this black mine, there is no future at all. Many miners were secretly thinking. It would be great if one day, the Yang family failed in their attempt to capture the miners and captured some important figure into the mine. For example, the precious grandson of the King Yusek's great elder? However, this kind of fantasy can only be thought about in daydreams. After all, those monks with backgrounds can basically be seen at a glance that they have backgrounds. The Yang family is not stupid, it is basically impossible for them to really provoke someone with a background. Hey, let's go, I still need to dig half a stone of spiritual ore today. Yeah, there's nothing to see, let's go. The onlookers only took a quick look and then went back to the mine to continue their struggle. However, no matter how hard they struggled, all they could get was just the bigu pills to fill their stomachs. The expressions on many people's faces are numb, like those of prisoners in labor camps. Lin Feng glanced at the beaten young man again, then shook his head and prepared to go back to the mine to continue his struggle like other miners. However, he was much slower in his movements, and he heard the foreman Joe cursing again. The kid is quite tough, it seems he has trained his body? What's the point of training your body? To get by, you need power and background. While cursing, he kicked the young man. Lin Feng's eyebrows jumped, and then he returned to the mine as if nothing had happened. Feeling a little hungry, he swallowed a fasting pill and then began to practice at 32 times the speed with his back against the spirit mine. About an hour later, it was completely dark outside. Lin Feng quietly walked out of the mine again. Looking around, I saw some miners chatting leisurely under the moonlight. In some mines, the sound of clanging and tinkling can still be heard. The miners who were chatting glanced in Lin Feng's direction. However, they probably looked down on his qi refining level 1 cultivation level, so they did not take the initiative to approach Lin Feng for a conversation. Lin Feng stood there for a while, his eyes seemingly inadvertently falling on a pile of stones near the straw hut. The young man who was beaten was lying in the pile of rocks, unconscious. Pretending to hesitate and think for a while, Lin Feng slowly walked in that direction. Behind him, a few miners who were chatting laughed without hesitation. Only fools will sympathize with fools. Lin Feng didn't care. He went over to sniff the young man's breath and patted his face. The young man woke up in a daze, and when he saw Lin Feng squatting next to him, his eyes instantly became alert. "Don't worry, I mean no harm." Lin Feng's voice was quite gentle. But the young man did not relax his vigilance and still looked at Lin Feng warily. "When I was watching you get beaten, I seemed to hear Foreman Zhou say that you have ever trained your body." The young man was really a troublemaker. Even after being beaten up, he still said in a rather aggressive tone, "Humph, I still remember what Foreman Zhou said. Fighting and robbing other people's supplies are prohibited in this illegal mine. Don't worry, I'm not trying to rob you. I want to trade with you." Lin Feng tried hard to appear knowledgeable and calm. As a result, the young man looked him up and down and said with disdain, "You? What can you offer me to trade?" Chapter 9. Lin Feng really couldn't understand why this person was so arrogant. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "I have the Bigu pill." The young man had an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Without even thinking about it, I was ready to refuse directly. Before he could refuse, Lin Feng emphasized, "Please, brother, understand your current situation, okay? After entering this black mine, you don't think you have any future, do you? Let me tell you, in this mine, the Bigu pill is the only hard currency. It's more useful than spiritual stones." Lin Feng was quite tough when he said this. It was as if he was already a veteran who had been working in this mine for many years. The young man looked at him again and sneered, "Oh, since there is no future, you still want to practice body training. I was thinking that if you practice physical training, you can withstand hunger better than ordinary people." This explanation was quite convincing, and Lin Feng almost believed it himself. As a result, the young man sneered again, "Do you think you can practice body training whenever you want? Physical training is more difficult than practicing as a monk. Either you need to have the endurance to persist for a long time, or you need to use various precious medicinal liquids. You can't even get enough to eat in this mine, let alone take a medicinal bath. Besides, I have to mine every day to make a living, so I have very little time to spend on physical training. In this difficult environment, are you sure you still want to practice physical training?" The young man looked very questioning. Lin Feng was a little annoyed by his arrogant attitude and gave him a cold look. "Whether you want to refine or not, and how to refine, that's my business. Just tell me whether you are willing to trade or not." The young man looked hesitant. Lin Feng was really worried that this guy would be stubborn and not agree to the deal. Fortunately, after a brief exchange, the young man seemed to have a deeper understanding of his situation. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at Lin Feng and said, "I don't have an urgent need for the Bigu pills for now. But do you have any healing medicine?" "No." "Poor BD." The young man cursed with an arrogant look on his face. Lin Feng almost couldn't help but kick him in the face. "Who is this person? You are born with an itchy skin, and you think being beaten isn't hard enough, right?" The young man seemed to realize that he should control his temper, and changed his tone, you can use your Bigu pills to exchange for medicine from other miners, and then come and exchange the bodybuilding exercises with me." Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then turned and left without saying anything. The young man was not sure whether he was going to change the medicine or give up. He panicked and shouted hastily, "My body refining method is not an ordinary method. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever." Lin Feng still ignored him. However, after returning to the mine, he glanced at the few people who were still chatting lazily. Those people should be cultivators at the second or third level of qi refining. Mining is much easier for them than at the first level, so they have time to rest. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that the rules of the mine were so real that no one dared to violate them. So he took the initiative to walk over and greeted them, "Hello, seniors." Several miners simply ignored him and continued chatting. Lin Feng didn't care and continued, "I wonder if the seniors have any medicine for injuries." The miners continued to chat. Lin Feng added, "I will exchange the Bigu pill with you." After this sound, the miners' chat, ignoring him, stopped abruptly as if the pause button had been pressed. One of them was a middle-aged man with a square face, who seemed to have the highest level of cultivation among the miners. He looked Lin Feng up and down, and asked in a not very friendly tone, "Do you have any Bigu pills?" "How many?" Lin Feng did not answer, but asked, "Senior, do you have any medicine for healing?" The square-faced man flipped his hand, and a delicate white jade bottle appeared between his fingers. "Here is a rejuvenation pill." Rejuvenation pills are considered to be relatively common among healing pills. But Lin Feng doesn't understand the world's situation. He pondered for a moment, pretending to be mature, glanced at the white jade bottle, and said calmly, "One price, 5 fasting pills." The square-faced middle-aged man's face darkened instantly, and he glared at him fiercely, "Boy! This is a first-grade mid-grade rejuvenation pill. It can be sold for more than 10 or 20 spirit stones outside. And for the Bigu pill, you can buy 30 pills for 1 spirit stone. You told me, 5 fasting pills in exchange for my rejuvenation pill." The square-faced man spoke in a very unfriendly tone, as if Lin Feng's offer was a joke on him. For a moment, Lin Feng almost felt that his offer was too outrageous. But soon, he said calmly, "Senior, you also said that is the price outside. Fighting is prohibited in this mine. As long as you don't provoke the foreman, you will basically not get hurt, and there will be no chance to use the rejuvenation pills. But the Bigu pill is different. It is a necessity of life. It is also the most important survival material for us miners. Of course, the prices here cannot be calculated according to outside standards." The square-faced middle-aged man stared at him for a few seconds, then said coldly, "Even if the prices are different from those outside, your price is too low, isn't it?" Lin Feng remained calm, "It's not that I'm trying to bargain hard, but I only have 5 Bigu pills on me. And you seniors should have guessed that my rejuvenation pill is not for myself. It was originally something I was exchanging for others, so I didn't really care about it anyway. If you are not happy with it, forget it." As he said this, Lin Feng actually pretended to leave. It looks like he's really pretending. In fact, he was a little panicked, worried that the square-faced man would really let him go. He took 2 or 3 steps. Finally, a deep voice came from the square-faced man behind him, all right, 5 pills is 5 pills. Let's switch lines." Lin Feng turned around, but seemed a little hesitant. The square-faced man immediately turned cold again, "What do you mean? Are you trying to lower the price?" Lin Feng paused, "I won't lower the price, I'll go ask the brother over there if the rejuvenation pills are okay, I'll be back in a bit." As he said this, he ran to the pile of rocks again, and only came back after making sure that the rejuvenation pill could be exchanged for a body refining technique. During this time, he also secretly took out 5 pills from the jade bottle containing the fasting pills in a blind spot where no one else could see. The subsequent transactions went smoothly. When he returned to the pile of rocks with the rejuvenation pill, the young man stretched out his hand to him like a young master. Of course Lin Feng would not give the rejuvenation pill directly, and said coldly, "Body training method." The young man snorted in dissatisfaction, and then he took out a jade slip from somewhere, and his tone was still arrogant, "The starry body refining art, a low-grade Xian-level body refining technique." Hiss! Lin Feng secretly took a breath of cold air. But soon, he calmed down and asked, "From the name, this body refining technique requires practicing at night under the stars." "That's right." Lin Feng frowned immediately. When he was training his body, he also wanted to use the golden finger to increase the speed. However, in the mine, the stars cannot be seen at all. And it was impossible for him to practice at double speed outdoors where he could be easily discovered. Therefore, this star body refining technique is obviously not suitable for him. So he asked, "Are there any other body refining techniques?" The young man was incredulous and looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a country bumpkin who didn't know what he was talking about. However, after a moment's silence, he did take out another tattered parchment scroll. "This is an incomplete physical training method. Although it is incomplete, it is still no problem to get started with body training." Lin Feng thought for a moment, frowned and said, "I have to inspect the goods first." The young man hesitated for a moment before throwing the parchment scroll over. After a quick check, Lin Feng discovered that this incomplete body refining technique was a real scam. First of all, its name is Body Strengthening Technique, which is obviously not as high-end and classy as Star Body Refining Technique. Secondly, it is indeed incomplete, with only 3 layers: skin refining, flesh refining, and blood refining. Finally, the difficulty of practicing it seems to be quite high. Lin Feng's expression was somewhat hesitant. The young man boasted, "This strengthening technique comes from an ancient relic. It is obviously very old. I think it should be called Ancient Strengthening Technique." Lin Feng had actually already made a decision in his mind. However, he pretended to be dissatisfied with this physical strengthening technique and said indifferently, "You don't have to brag. I'm not a fool. To be honest, I am not very satisfied with the 2 body refining techniques you have." The young man's face froze. Lin Feng changed the subject, "However, if you give me another martial art, I can reluctantly trade this physical strengthening technique with you." "Martial arts?" the young man muttered in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, "What type of martial arts do you want? Are there any physical skills?" "I'll give you a yellow-level mid-grade flowing cloud step." Lin Feng pretended to think deeply, then finally nodded, "Okay." After making the decision, he used the rejuvenation pill to exchange for the young man's body strengthening technique and flowing cloud step. After that, he didn't communicate with anyone anymore and hurried back to his mine. Looking at the old and worn scroll in his hand, Lin Feng still hesitated. Do we really need to spend our precious time on body training? What if body training cannot increase the upper limit of his cultivation speed? What if this physical strengthening technique cannot be mastered? After pondering for a long time, Lin Feng made a decision. Anyway, he has already reached the first level of qi refining. When returning to Xian Shui Star, there is actually not much difference between the first and second levels of qi refining. No school awards were available. Only when you reach the 3rd level of qi refining can you get 100 spirit stones for free. Therefore, in order to reach the 3rd level of qi refining, he must try. And Lin Feng just now knew that this physical fitness technique was difficult to practice because he only took a quick look at the parchment scroll. This is because the parchment also included a prescription for a body-tempering medicinal bath. All the herbs used in the prescription are extremely precious spiritual plants. And given Lin Feng's current situation, it is obviously impossible to prepare a medicinal bath. Therefore, he was not sure whether he could master this physical strengthening technique without using the medicinal bath. He first studied the parchment scroll carefully for a long time at 32 times the speed. After making sure that you have accurately remembered the key points of each posture of the physical fitness technique, he then imitated the first move of the physical strengthening technique, and his whole body almost became a horizontal longbow. At the same time, it seemed as if there was a taut string pulling his longbow. It took Lin Feng a long time just to remember the key points of this posture. But when you actually put it out, you will feel swelling and soreness all over your limbs. In just a few seconds, he was sweating profusely and in excruciating pain. Even the originally rosy and healthy face turned sickly pale. Lin Feng himself couldn't see how scary his face looked. But he could still feel the poor condition of his body. If this goes on, let alone physical training, his body might become exhausted prematurely. So, does this body strengthening technique have to be used in conjunction with a medicinal bath? So, he has been busy for most of the day, but it's all in vain? Chapter 10. Just give up like that? No. Lin Feng is not willing to give up. He had not yet started practicing at double speed. But it's already so painful without practicing at double speed. Once the speed is turned on, will his pain be doubled? Then his body was hollowed out and he died suddenly on the spot? To be honest, it's quite dangerous. Lin Feng hesitated for a few seconds. However, due to the physical pain, he did not have more time to think and made a decision quickly. The body was stiff and in excruciating pain, and the heel was originally close to a spiritual mine. Lin Feng endured the pain and moved back a few inches, his heels touching the spiritual mine. The fast-forward icon instantly appeared in the already blurry vision. Lin Feng did not speed up to 32 times in one go. Instead, I chose to be cautious and tried 2x speed first. However, the moment he turned on the 2x speed, Lin Feng was surprised to find out the pain in his body seemed to be alleviated a lot. What happened? He carefully adjusted the number on the fast-forward icon to ×4. Result. The pain in my body even continued to ease. This. Lin Feng became excited instantly. And the numbers on the fast-forward icon in his field of vision changed again. ×8 ×1 6 ×32. It is still 32 times, which is the limit. And Lin Feng confirmed again. The pain he felt while practicing the first form of the physical strengthening technique could actually be alleviated by increasing the speed of practice. And his body was not depleted at all. What the hell? Is this reasonable? No matter how you think about it, this is quite unscientific, right? However, the golden finger thing seems to be unscientific in itself. After Lin Feng thought about it carefully, he quickly remembered some of the previous details. First of all, when he was practicing at double the speed, he never used any additional fasting pills. For example, if he practices at 16 times the speed, then logically, he has to take 16 fasting pills a day to meet his consumption, right? But he still only needs one fasting pill every day. For example, when I accelerated the spirit gathering grass before, in the blink of an eye, the spirit gathering grass added more than 10 years of age. The source of the spiritual energy that allows the spirit gathering grass to grow rapidly for more than 10 years seems to be untraceable. Including when he was mining at double the speed, it stands to reason that after mining for such a long time, his body should be very tired. But in fact, he didn't feel tired. Including now, when I practice physical fitness techniques at double the speed, it seems that the fast-forward golden finger has automatically erased the physical consumption during this period. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng quickly guessed. The reason why this golden finger needs to consume spirit stones is perhaps to use the spirit stones to offset some of the consumption during the double speed training? And this speculation was soon confirmed. Lin Feng maintained the first form of the physical strengthening technique and practiced it for a whole night. Dawn breaks outside the mine. His extremely tense body suddenly shook. A faint grey color emanates from the surface of the skin, like a pearl covered with dust. Lin Feng himself also felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. That feeling was even more refreshing than when he broke through the first level of qi refining. He immediately ended his practice, moved his body, and his joints made crackling sounds. In other words, it only took him one night to complete the first stage of body refining, skin refining. What confirmed his guess was the mind wall that he was pressing against with his heels. The large area of spiritual ore on the mind wall has lost its spiritual energy. But before that, Lin Feng practiced Hunyuanju at 16 times the speed for a whole day and only consumed one low-grade spirit stone. But now, practicing the physical strengthening technique at 32 times the speed for one night obviously consumed much more spiritual ore than one spiritual stone. Lin Feng simply estimated the volume of the ore that had lost its spiritual energy and came to a horrifying conclusion. That night, he practiced the physical strengthening technique at 32 times the speed and consumed several hundred low-grade spirit stones. This consumption is truly astonishing. It is hundreds of times faster than when he practiced Hunyuanju. The reason why such a huge amount of spirit stones is consumed. It should be to offset the consumption of his body. This. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Only at this moment did he finally realize how awesome his fast-forward icon was. If you practice physical strengthening techniques normally, you will probably have to spend a lot of resources on medicinal baths in order to make up for the deficiencies in your body. And the cost here is definitely far more than hundreds of spirit stones. Not to mention the time it takes and the pain it causes. And with the help of the fast-forward icon, he only spent a few hundred spirit stones. It only took one night. It's just like cheating. No. Lin Feng felt that if cultivation was really a game, then he might really be a cheating player. With this fast-forward icon, what S-level talent, what evil genius. In front of him, nothing is good enough. Lin Feng tried hard to calm down his excitement. Afterwards, he tried to practice the Hunyuanju. On the fast-forward icon in the field of vision, the number quickly reached times 32. But Lin Feng did not stop, and with a thought. Soon, the number jumped to times 64. Sure enough, physical training can really increase the upper limit of his fast-forward speed. And by practicing at 64 times the speed, it only took him 7 days to reach the second level of qi refining. And if one reaches the second level of qi refining, the speed of cultivation can be increased to 128 times again. 128 excluding the 5 times of Hunyuanju, the cultivation speed is 25.6 times that of other cultivators. It takes other cultivators 6 months to go from the second level of qi refining to the third level of qi refining. Lin Feng is 25.6 times faster than them, and it only takes 7 days. 7 days to refine qi to the second level, 7 days to refine qi to the third level. A total of 14 days. When he returned to Xian Shui Star, he was at the third level of qi refining. What the hell? Lin Feng even thought to himself, is this cheat a bit too outrageous? Wait until the speed continues to increase in the future. Isn't it as easy for him to break through his cultivation as eating and drinking water? Just thinking about it makes Lin Feng excited. Without any hesitation, he began his crazy training mode. Fortunately, the excitement did not go to his head. Lin Feng practiced in seclusion for most of the day, then stopped. C-level talent, returning to Xian Shui Star at the third level of qi refining, although it is surprising, it is not unacceptable. There have been such students in previous years, and they are generally the lucky ones who have gotten the opportunity. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have to hide his cultivation level from the school. But in this black mine, not to mention the bearded miner leader, even the other miners have higher cultivation levels than Lin Feng. Among them, some people naturally remember that Lin Feng came in at the first level of qi refining. And he has just broken through the first level of qi refining. If he breaks through every few days, Doesn't that tell others that he has a problem? So in this mine, Lin Feng can use the fast-forward icon lavishly and without restriction. But you still need to be a little careful about protecting your privacy. And the most suitable one for him is obviously the breath-concealing technique, which can conceal his cultivation. So, when the sun sets again, Lin Feng came out of his mine again. Yesterday, those cultivators who were at the third level of qi refining were chatting and bragging again. What was different this time was that the square-faced middle-aged man who had traded with him last night saw him coming out and took the initiative to tease him. Have you dug up enough spiritual ore and come out to the foreman to exchange for the fasting pills? No. Lin Feng politely shook his head. With my strength, it may take 2 or 3 days to dig a stone of spiritual ore. The square-faced man squinted his eyes, looked him up and down, and then said meaningfully, it seems that you are hiding something. You still have the Bigu pill on you, right? Lin Feng didn't answer. His eyes wandered around. Where's the guy who got beaten up yesterday? The square-faced middle-aged man stared at Lin Feng shrewdly. What do you want to change, kid? I might have it too. Indeed, the breath-containing technique is not that precious, and other people may also know it. But Lin Feng's behavior is indeed a bit intriguing. He is a laborer in this mine, and his cultivation level is only at the qi refining level. Why would he change his breath-containing technique for no reason? This square-faced guy chats and brags with people all day long, so it's inevitable that the news will leak out. As for the arrogant young man, he seems to be not very sociable and is better at keeping secrets. So, Lin Feng lied, I didn't want to change anything, I just wanted to chat with that guy. The square-faced man stared at Lin Feng for a few seconds, then pointed to a mine and said, that guy chose a mine hole just like you. Thank you. Lin Feng bowed to the square-faced man and went towards the mine he pointed to. The young man was hiding quite well. Lin Feng walked into the mine for a long time before he heard a loud shout in the darkness, who? It was the young man's voice. Lin Feng tensed up and immediately shouted, it's me. Brother, it's me. The young man then emerged from the darkness. His face had returned to its rosy color and he gave Lin Feng an impatient look. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Feng, his eyes suddenly widened again. What the hell? You have entered the realm of physical training. Ah? Have I gotten started? Lin Feng looked confused. FK. The young man hit Lin Feng twice on the chest with the back of his hand. The hammer was not heavy, it was just a test. Then he asked in surprise, have you ever practiced physical training before? Lin Feng pretended to be profound, I am indeed very interested in body training. When I was a child, a street vendor said that I had a unique bone structure. Kinky bullshit. The young man glared at him, then suppressed his emotions and rolled his eyes at him. What do you want from me? I've already used the rejuvenation pills, so there's no way I can return them. It's not that I need to return the goods. I just want to make another deal with you. The young man glanced at him and said calmly, what do you want to change this time? Change to the breath-restraining technique. The young man was silent for a few seconds, then he opened his mouth loudly, 1 price, 10 Bigu pills. Lin Feng turned around and left without saying a word. The young man immediately stopped him and said, wait a minute, can't you bargain? Lin Feng didn't even turn his head, you are not sincere, what a shit. FK. 5 pills. Just 5 fasting pills will do, right? Lin Feng still didn't look back. The young man shouted again, hey, think about it. How many spirit stones does the breath-resisting technique cost? How many spirit stones does the Bigu pill cost? You are definitely making a lot of money. Lin Feng finally stopped and turned around. The young man thought that he had changed his mind and his face lit up with joy. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, can you please stop yelling so loudly? The young man then realized, no, why are you changing the breath containment technique? When he said this, he lowered his voice unconsciously. Lin Feng looked unfathomable and said mysteriously, "Are you really planning to be trapped in this mine for the rest of your life?" As soon as these words came out, the young man instantly imagined a movie called The Shawshank Redemption. This illegal mine is really like a prison for these miners. And the characteristics of the breath-resisting technique. It is also easy to remind people of Prison Break. But the first 3 levels of the breath containment technique can only hide your cultivation. If you want to hide your breath, you have to practice to the 4th level. The difficulty is extremely high. Besides, even if you hide your aura, what can you do? There are formations set up around this mine. Do you understand formations? No matter how the young man looked at it, he didn't think Lin Feng seemed to understand formations. Lin Feng still looked mysterious and said calmly, "I am not obliged to reveal my plan to you. I just want to ask you, can 3 Bigu pills be exchanged for your breathing technique?" Chapter 11. 3 pills. The young man looked hesitant, seemingly dissatisfied with the price. However, when Lin Feng was about to leave again, he spoke. All right, 3 pills is enough. I'll just consider it as making friends with you. Okay. So Lin Feng exchanged the 3 fasting pills he had prepared long ago for the jade slip of the art of restricting breath with the young man. Since they were talking about making friends, the 2 exchanged names. Lin Feng did not use his real name and called himself Lin Xian. The young man called himself Han Ling, but it was unclear whether it was his real name or a pseudonym. Lin Feng didn't care, the name was just a code name anyway. After a brief chat, he left Han Ling's mine. Han Ling looked at Lin Feng's leaving back and narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. After returning to his own mine, Lin Feng naturally immediately began to study the art of breathing. This breath-containing technique has a total of 4 levels. After mastering the first level, one can hide his cultivation from cultivators who are no more than 3 realms above him. After reaching the second level, one can hide his cultivation from cultivators who are 1 major realm lower than his own. Lin Feng noticed that there were no cultivators in the foundation establishment stage at the mine. In other words, he only needs to refine the breath-containing art to the second level, and he can basically hide his cultivation completely. So Lin Feng immediately took off his shoes and stepped onto the spiritual ore on the mine wall. Then, he began to practice in this free and unrestrained posture. The first 2 levels of the art of breathing are not difficult to practice. And Lin Feng opened it at 64 times the speed. It only took him a few hours to completely master the first 2 levels of the art of concentrating breath. After his realm privacy was guaranteed, Lin Feng completely started his crazy cultivation mode. At 64 times the speed, after 7 days, he had indeed reached the second level of qi refining. But Lin Feng did not stop, and immediately prepared to continue practicing at 128 times the speed. But at this moment, he discovered that the upper limit of his cultivation speed was still 64 times. It did not break through to 128 times just because of breaking through the second level of qi refining. Could it be that after breaking through from the first level to the second level, his physical fitness was not improved enough? But in this case, if he practices at 64 times the speed, it would take him 14 full days to reach the third level of qi refining. In this way, before returning to Xian Shui Star, he would not be able to reach the third level of qi refining. After Lin Feng circulated the spiritual energy in his body for 1 week, he immediately stopped practicing. Then, he took out the tattered parchment scroll again and studied the second move of the art of physical strengthening. He had never practiced the second move of the body strengthening technique in 1 breath before. Firstly, according to his prediction, it should have been enough to reach the third level of qi refining when he returned. Secondly, the reason is that the prescription for the second move of physical fitness technique is so terrifying and precious. Even many of the names of spiritual plants were ones that Lin Feng had never even heard of. The unknown itself hides danger. What's more, at the end of the second form of explanation, there was a sentence written on the parchment scroll. For those with non-special physiques, it is best to practice the second move under the protection of a cultivator in the spiritualization stage. Special physique or something, the probability is said to be lower than S-level talent. So even though Lin Feng was great and noble, he never dared to fantasize that he had any special physique. As for the divine transformation cultivators, what the hell? It's really too far away from him. Originally, for safety reasons, Lin Feng did not plan to practice the second form of body strengthening technique in the short term. But now, for the reward for the third level of qi refining. To fight, or not to fight? Lin Feng pondered for a long time. The reward of 100 spirit stones is indeed very attractive. But, life only comes once. If a peerless genius like him, who is unprecedented and unparalleled, were to die, it would be a loss to all mankind. So, why not just not try hard and be more cautious? Yes. The humble way is the kingly way. Lin Feng put the parchment scroll away again and started practicing Hun Yuan Ju again. However, after confirming that he would not be able to reach the third level of qi refining before returning, this practice suddenly became boring. Boring. Totally boring. Lin Feng felt that this practice was really like a game. And at this moment, it seemed as if a big-breasted girl with fair skin and beautiful looks was holding a sign in front of him. The golden sign reads, First charge 6 yuan, ultimate experience. Although reason has said countless times, if you spend more money, I'll cut your hands off. But the reality is that we are at the mercy of the devil of impulse again and again. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Suddenly he stopped practicing, looked up to the sky and yelled angrily, FK. Then, he happily took out the parchment scroll. While studying the second form of strengthening the body at double the speed, I comforted myself in my heart. It's okay, I've got a cheat. The fast-forward icon can offset the physical consumption during the practice. So, probably about 80% chance, there will be no danger. When I practiced the first form before, there was no danger. Not even pain. After convincing himself in this way, Lin Feng's determination to practice the second form became even stronger. After thoroughly mastering all the essentials of the second form, he immediately started to strike the pose. However, this time, the pain was doubled. He hadn't even completed the second pose when veins all over his body began to bulge. Even the smell of blood filled the mouth. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood. He simply put a spirit stone in his mouth luxuriously, the spirit stone he had obtained from selling the spirit gathering grass. After that, he turned up the speed and imitated the posture of the second move. This is a rather strange posture. Lin Feng's body is almost twisted into a ball. The spirit stone in his mouth only lasted for 2 minutes before it shattered into pieces. Lin Feng spat out a puff sound, and the spiritual stone residue he spat out was stained with blood. The intense pain almost made his consciousness blurred. Fortunately, his strong willpower allowed him to place his head on the spiritual mine before his consciousness became completely blurred. After that, almost by instinct, I kept increasing the speed number on the fast-forward icon. Afterwards, Lin Feng's physical pain was relieved. But the pain he endured when posing before seemed to have taken root in his body, making it take him a long time to recover. Lin Feng wasn't sure how long he maintained this posture. Just when he felt a dull pain in his brain, unbearable itching in his bones and joints, and a surge of heat in his body. But he felt as if the whole world was shaking. Etc. The world is shaking. This doesn't seem to be seemingly. But it's true. The world is shaking. Boom. A loud bang sounded out of nowhere in the mine. Almost everyone in the entire mine, from the foreman to the miners, felt the strong tremor. Some miners were caught off guard and even fell flat on their faces. All of a sudden, the miners, not knowing what was happening, rushed out of the mine. Then there was a noisy discussion. What the hell? This mine collapsed. The mine cave collapsed? What happened? Could it be that the boss of King Yu sect finally discovered this illegal mine? What the hell? We've been discovered? What will happen to us miners who helped the Yang family mine? How will King Yu sect deal with us? Will they listen to our explanation? Suddenly, the miners were in chaos. But the turmoil did not last long. Bearded Foreman Joe came out to stabilize the situation. Shut up. It was just an accidental mine collapse. Foreman Joe quickly took people to check the situation. The onlookers also confirmed at this time that it's not like there's any powerful person coming to rescue them. It seemed to be just an accident of mine collapse. Foreman Joe asked the crowd again, is there anyone in this mine? Someone seems to be there. It seems like no one is there. In this case, it is difficult to tell for sure unless you are familiar with the coworkers. Foreman Joe actually didn't take it too seriously. After all, this is a black mine, so it doesn't matter even if someone dies. Just as I was thinking about reporting to the Yang family, I saw a middle-aged man with a square face said with certainty, there seems to be someone here, who just came not long ago, and seems to be at the first level of chi refining. Foreman Joe heard it but didn't respond. I thought that there was no hope for him at the first level of chi refining. The workers watching the scene also said, he's only at the first level of chi refining. There's no hope for him. Han Ling looked at the collapsed mine, a trace of regret flashing across his eyes. But suddenly a faint voice came from the ruins. There is hope. I can still be saved. This sound? Han Ling ran over and said, Daiyu Xiaolin? Is that you? Are you still alive? Alive, ahem, still alive, please dig me out. Han Ling immediately shouted, there's someone still alive. Although it was an illegal mine, Foreman Joe at least had some conscience and immediately arranged for people to carry out rescue operations in the ruins. In less than an incense stick of time, a person was actually dug out from the ruins. It's Lin Feng. He looked dirty and disheveled, with scratches on his face and arms. He looked like he was dying, but Foreman Joe had sharp eyes and noticed that this kid only suffered some minor injuries. Is this just luck? Or? Foreman Joe immediately squeezed Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng groaned in pain immediately. The bearded Foreman Joe did not hold back his strength at all, and asked fiercely, have you also trained your body? I have refined it before. This was all known by others, so Lin Feng naturally did not dare to lie. Anyway, it seems that it is impossible to tell when Foreman Joe started to practice body training. You should automatically imagine that he has been practicing body training for a long time, right? But Han Ling knew something strange. He stared at Lin Feng for a long time with burning eyes, but did not say anything in front of him. After checking Lin Feng's body, Foreman Joe did not dwell too much on his physical training. Instead, he asked coldly, do you know what happened to your mine collapse? Here it comes. Lin Feng actually guessed the reason for the mine collapse. During these days of practice, he had been taking advantage of the spiritual ore in the mine for free. These are not a big deal, after all, spiritual mines are meant for people to mine. But just now, he practiced the second move of body strengthening technique at 64 times the speed. Although due to his blurred consciousness, he was not sure how long he had been practicing. But he still felt vaguely that he had consumed a huge amount of spiritual ore. The fact that a large amount of spiritual ore lost its spiritual power and turned into waste rock is most likely the reason for the mine collapse. But of course, this reason cannot be told to the bearded Foreman Joe. When faced with the questions from Foreman Joe, Lin Actor Feng was well prepared. He was at a loss for a moment, then he suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, I remember it. Chapter 12. When I was mining last night, I seemed to hear a faint squeak sound. Squeaking sound. Gold-eating rat. Foreman Joe's eyes immediately lit up. Lin Feng added hesitantly, the noise from the mining was quite loud at the time, and I'm not sure if I heard it correctly. His behavior is quite consistent with a normal person's reaction. Foreman Joe did not suspect anything. He reported the gold-eating rats and the mine collapse to the Yang family, and shouted to the miners. A gold-eating rat has appeared in the mine. It concerns the safety of all the miners. The Yang family takes it very seriously. From now on, when you're mining, please be alert and pay attention. If anyone can capture the gold-eating rat alive, he will be rewarded with 30 pills of fasting pills. 30 pills of dandruff. In fact, it is only worth 1 spirit stone outside. But Foreman Joe made it sound like it was such a generous reward. There is no other way. The mine is short of supplies and fasting pills are the only thing the miners rely on for survival. And everything else is meaningless in this isolated black mine. Some miners are rubbing their hands in anticipation, imagining that after catching the gold-eating rat alive, 30 fasting pills will be enough for them to lie down for a month. Some miners also secretly complained that a live gold-eating rat could be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones outside. As a result, I could only exchange it for 30 fasting pills from them. However, those who complain generally say that they have not been in the illegal mines long enough. Those old veterans who have stayed in the mine for a long time have long been accustomed to the mine's distorted values. After everything was settled, Foreman Joe did not pay much attention to Lin Feng. He just said that the Yang family would send people to deal with the collapsed mine and asked him to mine in another mine. As for work injury compensation or something like that, of course there won't be any. Lin Feng didn't care and just lay down in the pile of rocks where Han Ling was beaten that day and rested for a while. The square-faced middle-aged man came over and started a conversation. Do you still need rejuvenation pills, Brother Lin? One price, 10 pills of fasting pills. Hee. This is the starting price. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, I'm sorry, Senior, I don't have many fasting pills on me. The square-faced man didn't force it. He exchanged names with Lin Feng and went back to the mine to continue mining. And the name of this square face is quite spiritual. His name is Mahler. What a coincidence, Mahler's mine seems to be right next to Lin Feng. After Mahler left, Han Ling came over and whispered to Lin Feng, Friend Lin, do you want to go to my mine to rest? Lin Feng also had some ideas about body training in his mind, so he nodded. So the two of them went into Han Ling's mine together. When they reached the depths of the mine and made sure that their communication would not be discovered, Han Ling said meaningfully, Fellow Daoist Lin's body refining speed is a bit beyond the ordinary. Lin Feng pretended to be confused again, Ah? Really? Han Ling laughed, this is the first time I met fellow Daoist Lin, and you haven't even started practicing body cultivation yet. As a result, the skin refining was completed the next day. After another 7 or 8 days, the meat refining was completed. For an average person to cultivate their body, even with various medicinal baths, this speed is already astonishing enough. And fellow Daoist Lin is practicing the extremely difficult ancient bodybuilding technique in this harsh environment. Just like that, it only took you 8 or 9 days to complete the flesh refining. Han Ling tried hard to appear calm. But the voice and tone still revealed his deep shock. Lin Feng touched his nose and thought, 8 or 9 days. It seems like it only took me less than 2 days. But he would just keep it to himself and certainly wouldn't say it out loud. Han Ling stared at him deeply for several seconds before lowering his voice and saying firmly, If I'm not mistaken, Brother Lin, you. I'm afraid he is a person with a special physique that only appears once in a century. Lin Feng's eyebrows moved, and he also asked in a low voice, Can this special physique be stolen by others? For example, can someone dig out my supreme bone or something? Han Ling had a question mark on his face, supreme bone? What the hell is that? Not a thing. Oh, no, I mean, if I really have a special physique, will it bring me any unexpected disaster? Han Ling understood what Lin Feng meant and looked at him strangely. Of course not. Physical fitness is something you are born with, how can you steal it? However, he said, changing the subject, you may be targeted by a Yuanying master and be taken over. But the probability is still too low, and Han Ling looked Lin Feng up and down again. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Lin should be the one with the most useless 5 spiritual roots, right? Oh, yes. Lin Feng sighed regretfully. Han Ling nodded as if it was just what I expected. With the 5 spiritual roots talent, the master of the body possession probably wouldn't look down on it. 2. The two discussed their special physiques for a while, and when Lin Feng felt that he had recovered, he prepared to leave. After chatting for such a long time, I should probably find a new mine to continue mining. Han Ling narrowed his eyes and glanced at him, suggesting, why don't you just dig in my mine? You can chat with me when you have nothing to do. Lin Feng's eyebrows jumped, and then he suddenly moved closer to Han Ling mysteriously. He lowered his voice and pretended to be mysterious. It's not that I don't want to chat with you, Brother Han, but I actually have a huge secret. Han Ling's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. What secret? Just now when Foreman Zhou asked me the cause of the mine collapse, I deliberately hid this secret. The more Lin Feng said this, the more excited Han Ling became. I almost wanted to grab Lin Feng by the collar and urge him, stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Actually, I am. After whetting everyone's appetite, Lin Feng said in a deeper and more mysterious tone. The star of misfortune. Possessed by the god of misfortune. From childhood to adulthood, what an unlucky bunch. All kinds of bad luck happen to me from time to time. I suspect that the mine collapse was not caused by the gold-eating rats, but by me. I am so unlucky. Lin Feng said this with great confidence, as if he had a firm belief in metaphysics. The corners of Han Ling's mouth twitched slightly, and in his mind he imagined Lin Feng hanging up and twitching. However, he finally gave a few perfunctory words of comfort. The idea of bad luck spirits possessing a person is all superstition. I think fellow deist Lin seems to be a person with great fortune. Lin Feng thought to himself that you have good taste. He said a few perfunctory words and then insisted on leaving the mine, using the excuse that he did not want to implicate Han Ling and share the bad luck with him. He first went to Foreman Zhou and asked for another pickaxe. Fortunately, I had the ore bag with me, and I exchanged the 4-stone spiritual ore in it for 4 fasting pills at once. Afterwards, they found an empty mine and went deeper. Lin Feng was actually still feeling a little unwell, but it didn't affect his practice. He simply checked his body and couldn't wait to devote himself to the great cause of cultivation. And this time, the fast-forward speed was indeed increased to 128 times. It only takes 7 days to reach the 3rd level of qi refining. There's even plenty of time. After practicing all night, there was movement outside the mine the next day, and Lin Feng went out to watch. It seems that someone from the Yang family has come. He might be a graduate student of civil engineering, studying the collapsed mine. After they dug up the ruins, they discovered that many of the spiritual ores in the mine had completely lost their spiritual energy and turned into waste rocks. This is obviously different from the case where gold-eating rats caused mine collapse. Lin Feng was a little nervous as he watched. However, the people sent by the Yang family to check speculated with surprise that what they encountered might be a mutated gold-eating rat. Then those people also built a straw hut in the mine to live temporarily. It must be said that Lin Feng is really blessed. A few days later, a miner actually captured a gold-eating rat alive. But it's not a variant version. Moreover, it is quite small in size and is unlikely to be the culprit that caused the mine collapse. However, the people from the Yang family did not investigate further and directly took the gold-eating rat back to the Yang family to report. A few days later, someone simply dealt with the collapsed mine, and the accident was considered over. Lin Feng finally put his worries to rest. And on the 28th day of his cultivation in this strange world, The third level of qi refining is a natural progression. After reaching the third level of qi refining, his upper speed limit was still 128 and had not increased. Lin Feng estimated that the next speed increase would be either when he broke through the middle stage of qi refining or when he reached the foundation building stage. In the next 2 days, he did not rest and continued to practice diligently. At the end of the 30th day, Lin Feng felt a repulsive force pushing his body away from all directions. Just when he was filled with fear and thought that his body would be crushed to pieces by this repulsive force. After a sudden moment of distraction, the scene in front of his eyes was no longer the dim mine, but he was back to the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3, Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, Xian Shui Star. He stayed in the cultivation world for a month. And on Xian Shui Star, only 10 minutes had passed. The same was true for the other students. Some had curious looks in their eyes, some looked regretful, and some looked excited. On the podium, Guanming's first gaze naturally fell on Su Fan, who had S-level talent. He nodded with satisfaction. He caught a glimpse of Su Fan's desk mate from the corner of his eye and was slightly stunned. Lin Feng felt teacher Guan's gaze and returned it with some caution. Guanming gave him a meaningful look, then glanced at all the students in Class 2 of Senior Grade 3, and said loudly, "Students, be quiet. First of all, congratulations to our class. 3 students have reached the third level of qi refining in their first practice of communicating with the boundary stone." There were students whispering under the podium. "What? 3? Besides Su Fan and the squad leader, who is the third one? Yangu, right? That guy's family is pretty rich, and he's awakened a B-level talent." "Not really. The Yangu family is just ordinary and wealthy, and they probably can't reach the third level of qi refining. I guess someone must have had a fortuitous encounter. There is an adventure. That's a big scope. Once there is a special adventure, even an F-level talent may reach the third level of qi refining. F-level is still unlikely, but anything above D-level is possible. I don't know who is so lucky." As the students were discussing, they scanned the room. Guanming didn't want to keep them on suspense any longer, so he continued, "Su Fan, Fang Mengmeng, and Lin Feng, the 3 of you should get ready. When you go to the Academic Affairs office to collect your rewards, remember to take a photo. It will be on the honor roll." Honor roll. Chapter 13. The honor roll is an old tradition in every high school. Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School is no exception. Moreover, the value of this honor roll is quite high. Even the honor rolls of some well-known universities will be reported by major media outlets. No. 2 Middle School has produced an S-level talent, Su Fan, this year, and his name may be reported on the honor roll. However, the main target of the report was of course Su Fan. As for the others, they all benefited from Su Fan. Especially Lin Feng. Many envious eyes, either implicitly or directly, were turned towards Lin Feng. Even Su Fan was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He pounded Lin Feng's shoulder with a look of surprise and said excitedly, "Great, lunatic! You have actually reached the third level of qi refining. Haha, what a fluke!" When other students saw Lin Feng laughing happily, they became more envious and jealous. I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Isn't it just an opportunity? What's there to be proud of? There is still a long way to go in cultivation. With just C-level talent, he will be left behind by a true genius sooner or later. Let's see if you can still smile when you fall off the honor roll. However, they are all senior high school students and their emotional intelligence is pretty high. There wasn't any sourness that jumped out openly like in novels. Instead, they all pretended to congratulate Lin Feng. Lin Feng pretended not to know what these people were thinking and happily accepted the congratulations. While Guanming was about to announce something on the podium, suddenly, a pretty female classmate stood up. Her face turned slightly pale, and she reported to Guanming on the podium, "Teacher, I am in mortal danger." Deadly danger. In the world of cultivating immortals, it is inevitable to encounter dangers. Among them, deadly dangers are also common. The boundary stones issued by the school are all equipped with protection mechanisms. Once students encounter fatal danger, they will be immediately expelled from the world of cultivation. But in this case, the student's life is saved, but his entire life is basically ruined. As I said before, the world of cultivation communicated by boundary stones is like a stand-alone game. When a cultivator leaves the immortal world corresponding to the boundary stone, the time in the immortal world stands still. Only when they communicated with the boundary stone again and headed for that world of immortal cultivation again, did time start to flow again. In other words, once you encounter a fatal crisis in a certain world, this account will be useless. Because when you return to this world again, deadly danger will come immediately and you will not be able to survive. So in this situation generally, the cultivator has no choice but to go to another world to practice. But not everyone can change to the world of immortal cultivation if they want to. Boundary stones are a very magical and scarce resource. Although all high school students can be given boundary stones for free by the school. But ordinary people have no way to obtain extra boundary stones. The girl's name was Lan. She looked pretty but her family conditions were average. The key point is that she awakened a sea-level talent. Guanming glanced at Lan and sighed in his heart, but he continued to explain as if he was going through the motions. Go to the academic affairs office later to explain your situation, and they will ask you to fill out a form to apply for a boundary stone. But you have to be mentally prepared. Given your situation, it may be difficult to apply for a new boundary stone. If you can't apply, basically, you will never be able to cultivate immortality in this life. Lan's face turned paler and paler. Just as Guanming gestured for her to sit down. However, she did not sit down, but suddenly turned her gaze to Su Fan. Su Fan was stunned. Then, Lan's delicate and weak voice was heard, "Student Su Fan, I seem to have seen you take out a sea-level boundary stone from your space bag before. You used the sea-level boundary stone awarded by the school, so you should have an unused F-level boundary stone on you, right?" This? Just as Su Fan frowned, he heard Lan's crying voice. "Student Su Fan, you also said in your previous speech that sea-level talents also have a bright future. But now, my future is dark. Just because I have a sea-level talent, I can't apply for a new boundary stone." As Lan spoke, tears began to fall. For a moment, the classroom was quiet. Su Fan frowned tightly. To be honest, he really didn't want to give up the extra boundary stone he had. Although it is just an F-level boundary stone, it is also a guarantee. What if he encounters fatal danger in the world of immortal cultivation in the future? Just as he was thinking about it, Lan added, "Su Fan, you have an S-level talent, all resources will be tilted towards you. If you encounter fatal danger in the future, you will be able to apply for the boundary stone again, and your application will be successful 100%. Indeed, with Su Fan's S-level talent, it is basically impossible for him to fail in applying for the boundary stone. However, it takes some time from applying for boundary stones to their full distribution. Moreover, the fact that students apply for boundary stones will be kept in the files. Although this file is not very serious, it will give people the impression that this person is not very reliable." Deep down, Su Fan was still reluctant. And Lan was like a worm in his stomach, and she almost guessed clearly what he was thinking. She cried and shed a few more tears, her eyes red and pitiful as she said, "Besides, Su Fan, you are so powerful, you may never encounter fatal danger, and the F-level boundary stone is wasted in your hands." What I said? It seems, there is some truth to it. Just as Su Fan was thinking this, his heart finally began to relax. Guanming on the podium finally spoke. "Lan." His tone was somewhat harsh. Lan's tears fell more and more fiercely. But Guanming showed no sympathy for her and said coldly, the first thing you need to understand is Su Fan's boundary stone belongs to him. He has no obligation to be responsible for your mistake. It doesn't matter whether you have a C-level talent or some other talent, but everyone should be responsible for themselves. Look at Lin Feng, he also has a C-level talent, but he has cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi refining and is on the honor roll. Look at the other students with C-level talents. Most of them have also cultivated to the 1st level of Qi refining. You alone cannot represent C-level talent. You haven't even filled out the form to apply for the boundary stone, and the results haven't come out yet, but you're so impatient to blackmail others. After saying this, Lan's face instantly turned pale. Teacher, I. Her tears fell even harder, but she dared not sob anymore. Guanming said calmly, please sit down. Remember to go to the Academic Affairs office to fill out the application form later. Lan sat down in shame. She regretted it deeply in her heart. But what she regretted was she was still too impatient. She should have met Su Fan alone in private. She originally thought that Su Fan might not be able to refuse her in front of so many classmates. But unexpectedly, Su Fan did not refuse, but Teacher Guan took the initiative to stand up and refuse on Su Fan's behalf. Lan lay down and started crying again, but she looked so pitiful that she didn't dare to cry out loud. Guanming ignored her and said something else to his classmates. Finally, he emphasized. Students, don't forget to go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to certify your realm this weekend. Next week's classes will be conducted on Skynet. Only after your realm is certified can you log into Skynet. A student in the audience asked, what if the teacher hasn't reached the 1st level of Qi refining? Guanming, even if you haven't reached the 1st level of Qi refining, you will be marked as a stage of drawing Qi into the body. It won't affect your logging into Skynet. In addition, after the students are authenticated, they can also log into Skynet in advance and explore its functions. You will open the door to a new world. Okay, if there's nothing else, we can go home from school. Su Fan, Fang Meng, and Lin Feng stay. Although school is over, many students did not go home directly. Instead, they prepared to check out the honor roll. When Lin Feng, Su Fan, and Fang Meng walked to the podium, Guanming didn't pay much attention to Su Fan and Fang Meng. Instead, he set his gaze on Lin Feng. After a while, he said to Lin Feng, when you go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to certify your realm this weekend, you can also certify your warrior realm. Warrior boundary. Lin Feng not only cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi refining, but also became a warrior. Yes, a warrior. The corresponding body training on Xian Shui Star is the warrior. However, the status of warriors is far inferior to that of cultivators. Generally, only those with F-level, E-level, or D-level talents who have absolutely no future in cultivating immortals would choose to become a warrior as a second best option. So warriors gradually became synonymous with low talent and waste. The cultivators of Xian Shui Star generally look down on warriors. Lin Feng's body training is mainly to increase the upper limit of the fast-forward cheat code. I haven't really thought about becoming a certified warrior. However, Guanming went on to explain, you have reached the level of a 2nd-grade warrior at your age. It seems that there is a reward in the Warrior Alliance. Anyway, you can go and ask. Award? Of course you can't miss it. Okay, then I'll go to the Warrior Alliance this weekend. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The other students were stunned and couldn't believe it. Lin Feng has reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. He actually became a 2nd-grade warrior. Although warriors are despised beings. But as Teacher Guan said, he is a 2nd-grade warrior at this age. This will definitely give him an innate advantage in future actual combat or field training. And Guanming's next words made the other students even more envious and jealous. By the way, this time, Guanming's eyes were directed at Su Fan, Fang Meng, and Lin Feng, and the following words were also addressed to the 3 of them together. You must have heard of the youth training camp, right? The three people's eyes lit up at the same time. Of course I've heard of it. Every year, Qingqin's top scorers in the college entrance examination all come from the youth training camp. The youth training camp even has a nickname among the people, which is simply called the top scorer training camp. Any student who can enter the youth training camp can basically achieve the greatest improvement. Basically, those who can enter the youth training camp will be 100% able to get into a good university. For these high school seniors, the youth training camp is simply a stepping stone to good universities. Even Lin Feng, who is a very talented person, was excited when he heard the three words youth training camp. After all, he heard that the youth training camp would allocate a lot of resources to students with outstanding performance. The so-called resource tilt, isn't that just freeloading? Lin Feng really loves to get something for free. Chapter 14. Don't get too excited too soon. It's not that easy to get into the youth training camp. Guanming looked at the three people with shining eyes and smiled helplessly. In a month, all the high schools in Qingcheng will hold a college league. Only the top 1,000 students from Qingcheng's 12 high schools are eligible to enter the youth training camp. 1,000. Lin Feng was stunned. Does the youth training camp recruit so many people? Guanming shook his head and smiled. I'm talking about qualifications. These 1,000 people will also undergo additional entrance assessments at the youth training camp. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked again, is this college league in a month going to be held before or after our next training in the other world? It is more reasonable for Lin Feng to ask this question. Because in everyone's eyes, he was able to reach the third level of qi refining purely by luck. If there was a league before the next training in another world, he would barely have some advantage. But once it comes to the league after training in another world, his C-level talent that relies on luck is bound to fall behind others. Of course, this is what most people think. Lin Feng himself hopes to be able to participate in the league after the next training. That way, his advantage will only be greater. Guanming didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. After hesitating for a moment, he tactfully said, the opportunity to enter the youth training camp is still too rare. Don't hold your hopes too high. Just try your best not to leave any regrets. As for the college league, it will be after the next training in the other world. As soon as these words were spoken, many classmates looked at Lin Feng with a gloating look in their eyes. Lin Feng didn't care. Afterwards, Guanming took the three of them to the academic affairs office. On the way, Lin Feng asked Guanming again, teacher should have guessed that I did have some adventures in the world of cultivation, but my joints are still a little sore. Can you help me take a look? Guanming looked Lin Feng up and down for a few times, then reached out and pinched his shoulder. There was a faint crackling sound from the joints of Lin Feng's shoulders. Guanming quickly let go and said calmly, it's not a big problem, it's just the sequelae of body training. He pondered for a moment, and then muttered, if you can really enter the youth training camp, there is a spiritual spring medicinal bath in the youth training camp. As he was speaking, the sound stopped automatically. Obviously in Guanming's mind, the probability of Lin Feng entering the youth training camp is too low. It's almost impossible. If something is impossible, speaking it out loud will only make you feel more frustrated. The three of them quickly arrived at the academic affairs office under the leadership of Guanming. The academic affairs office is bustling with activity right now, with teachers from each class bringing students who have reached the third level of qi refining to receive their rewards and take photos. There are a total of 12 classes in the senior year of number 2 middle school, and every year, there are basically only about 10 students who break through to the third level of qi refining during their first training in a different world. On average, there is one per class. In class 2 where Lin Feng is, under normal circumstances, the only one who can break through to the third level of qi refining is the class monitor Fang Mengmeng. Fang Mengmeng lives up to her name, with big, round, dark eyes and a pretty cute look. She has fair skin, a slim figure, but a bit of baby fat on her face. She looks like a cute little girl, but her personality is like that of a cold and domineering lady, and she doesn't talk much. She is also considered a second-generation immortal, as her grandfather is an alchemist. With her background as an alchemist and her awakened A-level talent, it was basically a foregone conclusion that she would be able to break through to the third level of qi refining. Su Fan and Lin Feng were unexpected gains. One awakens S-level talent, and the other obtains an opportunity. It is very rare for a class like Class 2 to have 3 people at the third level of qi refining. When Guanming led the 3 people into the academic affairs office, he immediately received a lot of shocked looks. Like ordinary students, they couldn't see through other people's cultivation, so someone muttered, "Why did Teacher Guan bring 3 people?" Before the teacher next to the student could explain, Guanming himself laughed cheerfully and said, "All 3 of them have reached the third level of qi refining, so of course I'll bring all 3 of them here." The voice was quite loud, attracting all attention almost instantly. Those students who were queuing up at the third level of qi refining naturally secretly looked at the 3 people following Guanming. After all, that would be their main competitor. They knew that Su Fan was an S-level talent. They also knew that Fang Mengmeng was the face of Class 2. Only Lin Feng received the most stares. When Guanming Chao asked Luo Haifeng from Class 1 about the situation of Class 1, a fat kid from Class 7 wearing branded clothes came up to Lin Feng and asked, "You are also from Class 2? I don't think I've seen you before. Did you awaken an A-level or B-level talent?" Lin Feng knew that those who were able to break through to the third level of qi refining basically came from families with some background. "I also know what this classmate means. What I meant by never seen him before is that there is no such person as Lin Feng in the circle of the second generation of immortals." Lin Feng felt that the little fat man had no hostility, so he said frankly without hiding anything, "I have a C-level talent and had a little adventure." "FK. You have an adventure on your first trip to another world. Your luck is incredible. It seems that there is also someone in Class 1 who has an adventure, but that guy is a B-level talent. A B-level talent has 3 months to practice. He took 3 months to practice from drawing qi into the body to the third level of qi refining. He is quite lucky. But I'm not as lucky as you. I've already reached the third level of qi refining in just 1 month." Just when the little fat boy was talking to Lin Feng about this and that, Yang Hong and Su Fan, who had previously made a bet to fight, also faced off against each other. Yang Hong noticed Su Fan the moment he entered the academic affairs office. He looked at Su Fan with confidence. "It seems that you also take our bet very seriously. Your realm seems to be quite stable." Yang Hong didn't say anything harsh, but the tone of his voice clearly sounded condescending, as if a veteran was evaluating a younger generation. Su Fan felt uncomfortable and replied with a frown, "Why? Are you eager to compete with me?" I don't know where the confidence comes from, but Yang Hong feels a little inflated. He actually ignored Su Fan's potential of S-level talent and mocked him in public. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. You don't think we are fighting in reality, do you?" "Hey!" Su Fan was stunned. Guanming, who was chatting with Luo Haifeng, also noticed the confrontation between the 2 children and immediately explained to Su Fan, "Wait for you to go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance to verify your realm this weekend, and then log into Skynet as soon as possible to explore. Your duel, if nothing unexpected happens, will be held on Skynet." Su Fan seemed to be thinking about something. Yang Hongwei raised his chin and said, "When I was 14, I already had a Skynet account." Su Fan didn't hold back and sneered, "You drew qi into your body at the age of 14? Then how come after 3 or 4 years, you're only at the third level of qi refining?" "The third level of qi refining?" Yang Hong also laughed. He suddenly straightened up, released his aura, and said with a proud look on his face, "Who told you that I am at the third level of qi refining?" It was originally just a quarrel between 2 people. But because of Yang Hong's actions, he instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. Even the little fat boy who was chattering non-stop next to Lin Feng suddenly shut up and looked at Yang Hong. Then there was a voice, FK. The 4th level of Qi refining. Yang Hong has actually reached the 4th level of Qi refining. Shit. This is a direct breakthrough to the middle stage of Qi refining. So it seems like he is sure to win the duel with Su Fan. I don't think so. The person who said not necessarily looked at Su Fan. But when everyone turned their attention to Su Fan again, they found that he was unusually calm. Isn't it just the 4th level of Qi refining? Who can't reach it? Su Fan sneered and released his aura. At this point, the onlookers were shocked again. FK. Su Fan is also at the 4th level of Qi refining. Logically speaking, an S-level talent can only reach the 3rd level of Qi refining after practicing for a year, right? How come he has already reached the 4th level of Qi refining? Either the school's rewards for S-level talents are too generous, or he himself has some kind of adventure. Yes. Look at his desk mate, he had an adventure after only practicing for a month. Su Fan has been practicing for a whole year, so it's not unacceptable for him to have an adventure. The gazes directed at Su Fan became more and more fiery, full of envy and jealousy. And Yang Hong's arrogance froze on his face in an instant. It should have been his breakthrough to the 4th level of Qi refining that attracted everyone's attention. As a result, the limelight was stolen by Su Fan again. Ha! So what if we are at the 4th level of Qi refining? We are at the same level, and what we are competing for is spells and martial arts. Yang Hong straightened up again and threatened, I now feel that a bet of 100 spirit stones is too little. I want to raise the bet, do you dare to follow? Su Fan frowned. It's not that he doesn't dare. But he didn't have any spirit stones to add to the top-up. The 100 spirit stones in the bet between him and Yang Hong were the 100 that he was going to use as a reward from the school. But now, just when Guanming saw Su Fan's difficulties and was about to step forward to support him, Lin Feng took the initiative to step forward and said, as Su Fan's desk mate, how about I bet another 100 spirit stones for him? Su Fan was stunned for a moment, you madman. Lin Feng gave him a firm look, like Teacher Guan, I believe you can win. After saying this, Guanming on the side also laughed heartily, that's right, the teacher also believes that you can win. No matter how much you want to bet, just shout it out, the teacher will cover it for you. Guanming is really good to Su Fan. Su Fan was grateful in his heart, thank you, I will definitely not let you down. Then he turned to look at Yang Hong and said, since you want to bet big, then just increase it tenfold and bet 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. How about that? Yang Hong naturally agreed readily. However, he was obviously not very happy in his heart. That somewhat stiff face was filled with dark clouds and full of hostility. The Academic Affairs Office is not a vegetable market, and the two parties did not continue to argue. Instead, he quickly lined up to receive the Spirit Stone reward and took a photo. The Hall of Fame is an extra-large high-tech electronic screen that does not require the photo printing process. After almost everyone's photos were taken, the honor roll directly displayed the outstanding students of this class. When Lin Feng and Su Fan were leaving school together, they also went to watch it on the big screen. On the huge screen, the names and photos of 15 students are arranged in order. The students who were watching couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! 15 people! This should be the largest number of people on the honor roll in the history of our number 2 middle school, right? It can only be said that this is the month with the most people on the honor roll in October. After all, the school changes the honor roll once a month. With my family background and talent, maybe I can compete for the honor roll in December. Look at those two at the bottom of the honor roll. They will probably be dropped off the honor roll next month." Lin Feng took a look and found that his name and photo were ranked last on the honor roll. Chapter 15. The person ranked first on the honor roll is undoubtedly Su Fan. S-level talent. 4th level of Qi refining. He is the undisputed number 1. The second place is Yang Hong. He was also at the 4th level of Qi refining, but because his talent was A-level, he was ranked behind Su Fan. The rest, starting from the 3rd place, are students at the 3rd level of Qi refining. When the levels are the same, schools are obviously ranked according to students' talents. Ranked 3rd to 7th are A-level talents. Fang Meng Meng, who has A-level talent, ranked 5th. Ranked from 7th to 14th, all are B-level talents. However, the 14th ranked Chu Wengxing has a different talent from the previous B-level ones. He came from a poor family and was a monk from a humble family. Before communicating with the boundary stone for the first time, he was just like other poor monks, unable to even draw qi into his body. B-level talents have 3 months of training time. To be able to break through from drawing qi into the body to the 3rd level of qi refining in just 3 months must be a bit of a miracle. The 15th place is naturally the C-level talent Lin Feng. While squeezing through the crowd and looking at the honor roll, Lin Feng suddenly felt someone bumped into his shoulder. It was quite forceful, it didn't seem like an accident. He turned his head following the force and saw a boy with a frail scholarly temperament glaring at him and then leaving. Lin Feng was cursing what a weird thing in his heart when his other shoulder was tapped again. That's Chu Wengxing. He has a big problem with you. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the other side, and saw the fat boy he met in the academic affairs office coming over. Chu Wengxing? I don't even know him, why does he have a problem with me? Speaking of this, the fat man couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha, this matter really has something to do with you. I told you before that Chu Wengxing is in class 1, the same class as Yang Hong. He and Yang Hong were the only 2 people in the class who made the honor roll, so it was only natural for him to go and hug Yang Hong's thigh. Originally, Yang Hong seemed to be interested in taking him in as his younger brother, but then someone whispered. The last and first on the honor roll are good buddies, and the second last and second are also good buddies. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Yang Hong was totally devastated at that time. Then he didn't want to talk to Chu Wengxing anymore and told him to get as far away from him as possible, ha ha ha. This gossip is indeed a bit funny, but isn't this little fat guy's laughter too exaggerated? That fat face smiled like a bright chrysanthemum. The fat man laughed for a long time, but when he saw Lin Feng was indifferent, he held his stomach and groaned to adjust his breathing, while asking, why don't you laugh? I look like a fool. Lin Feng said seriously, I am more stable. Steady, you still want to have adventures? I heard that generally braver people are more likely to have adventures. The little fat man sighed and pointed at the 8th place on the honor roll and said, I am the 8th place Zhu Tengfei. My family is well off, but unfortunately I only awakened a B-level talent. Number 8, ranked first among B-level talents. This little fat boy's family conditions must be quite good. Lin Feng felt that the fat man wanted to make friends with him, so he nodded and introduced himself, I am Lin Feng. Zhu Tengfei looked at Su Fan beside him again. Su Fan didn't know what he was thinking, and said a little later, Su Fan. As he spoke, he added, just now the principal's voice rang in my mind, asking me to go to the principal's office. Mind. Wow! The sound is so good. Lin Feng quickly patted his shoulder and said, okay, go ahead. S-level talents are destined to be very busy. I will go back by myself in a while. Hey! Su Fan responded and hurried away towards the principal's office. Zhu Tengfei looked at his back and couldn't help but sigh, it must be a good thing. S-level talent. Oh, it really makes people envious. As he said this, he looked at Lin Feng again and put his arm around his shoulder. S-level talent, you are not from the same world as us. Yang Hong probably just couldn't get over the grudge he had in his heart, so he wanted to take advantage of Su Fan's lack of growth to suppress him once and for all. The gap between them will only get bigger and bigger from now on. S-level talent will leave all other talented people far behind. You and Su Fan, I guess you'll only have a chance to meet in your senior year of high school. And there won't be many opportunities to meet. After that, we will be like two parallel lines with no intersection. As he spoke, Zhu Tengfei's face, which was somewhat comical, showed a maturity that did not belong to his age, and he was filled with emotion. Not just you, but us all. My sister was lucky enough to be admitted to an S-level university. She often told me that S-level talents are not in the same world as all other talents. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Tengfei's emotional expression, then turned to look at Su Fan, whose back was almost invisible, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Zhu Tengfei put his arm around his shoulder again and said proudly, "My sister will come pick me up later. Shall we go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance for certification together? Are you going today? After all, today is Friday after school. Based on past experience, Fridays have the least crowds. If you go on weekends, there will be a lot of people there, and some people will have to queue for hours. On Fridays, there will be fewer people." Lin Feng thought about it and nodded, "Okay, I'll go for certification today too. Anyway, the sooner you authenticate, the sooner you can get a Skynet account." He was quite curious about what teacher Guanming said, that Skynet would help them open the door to a new world. And almost at the same time Lin Feng and Zhu Tengfei were walking out of the school together. In the central city area of the Federation, there is a magnificent building with the words Federal Bureau of Education written on it. A young man was holding a stack of information, anxiously guarding an advanced spirit stone training room. In a high-level spirit stone training room like this, the consumption is undoubtedly quite terrifying. This highlights that the people in the training room have quite unusual identities. After a ding sound, the young man guarding the door breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The door of the training room soon opened. A middle-aged man with a strong aura walked out. He glanced at the man guarding the door and said calmly, "Why are you panicking? Didn't we agree that I would come out on time on the awakening day? Are you afraid that I won't come out?" "No, no. It's this year's awakening," and a perverted monster appeared. The man guarding the door spoke in an extremely nervous tone. However, the middle-aged man with a strong aura remained calm. How evil can he be? He is just an S-level talent. As he spoke, he took a sip of tea and said, "By the way, how many S-level talents have appeared in the 4 districts this year?" The young man hesitated for a moment, then replied, "There are a total of 22 S-levels this year." "Yeah, not bad." The middle-aged man sipped his tea leisurely, and asked slowly, "What perverted monster, which district is it from?" The young man paused and said meaningfully, "East District, Deserted City." With just these 4 words, the middle-aged man paused in his sipping of tea, and his expression was no longer relaxed. Even the teacup was put into the Sumura ring by him in the blink of an eye. As he reached out for the information, he lowered his voice and asked, "Could it be a spirit room?" The young man nodded hurriedly, "It's the spirit room." The so-called spiritual room is actually the abbreviation of Spiritual Root Laboratory. Just as its name suggests, this is an institution specializing in the study of spiritual roots. The entire organization is secret and not public, and very few people know of its existence. Because the existence of this organization is, more or less, a bit unethical. Since ancient times, cultivators on Xian Shui Star have not needed to take spiritual root tests, as all of them have 5 spiritual roots. But in other immortal cultivation worlds, spiritual roots are diverse. For example, 3 spiritual roots, double spiritual roots, or even single spiritual roots and mutated spiritual roots with faster cultivation speed. These are the objects of envy of the cultivators of Xian Shui Star. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are actually natural treasures that can eliminate a certain kind of spiritual root. In the history of Xian Shui Star, there were also people who obtained this extremely rare treasure from heaven and earth. But let's be honest. It would be a real waste of resources if this kind of natural treasure were used on a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. Generally speaking, in the world of cultivating immortals, those natural treasures are used on cultivators with dual spiritual roots. After all, only when it is used on cultivators with dual spiritual roots can the benefits be maximized. Even if a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots removes one of the spiritual roots and becomes 4 spiritual roots, he is still waste. It is precisely because their spiritual roots are too weak that when the cultivators of Xian Shui Star go to other worlds to cultivate, they are generally discriminated against and find it difficult to have adventures. After all, when other sects recruit people, they basically don't recruit people with 5 spiritual roots. The inability to join a sect means that the cultivators of Xian Shui Star can basically only be independent cultivators in other immortal cultivation worlds. The hardships of being a casual cultivator have been experienced firsthand by generations of Suan Shuixing cultivators. It is for this reason that, as the wheel of history rolled forward, the monks of Xian Shui Star began their long journey of studying spiritual roots. The Spiritual Root Laboratory came into being. Its main purpose is to study how to eliminate spiritual roots through scientific methods. About 50 years ago, the Lingen Laboratory finally achieved a breakthrough. Researchers used radioactive materials to create the first child with 4 spiritual roots. However, such results have never been announced to the public. Because behind this achievement, there is already a lot of blood. Countless young children died in the experiments. However, those young children were basically abandoned babies. The deserted city in the Eastern District is the most backward and poorest place in the entire Federation. The environment there is harsh, with the largest number of abandoned babies, so it naturally became the base of the Spiritual Root Laboratory. However, 50 years later, the existence of the Spiritual Root Laboratory has become increasingly embarrassing. The reason is simple. The success rate of spiritual root removal surgery has always been very low. The first elimination, that is, creating the 4 spiritual roots, has a slightly higher success rate. But as the number of cullings increases, the mortality rate also increases. The most the Spiritual Root Laboratory has ever created is a baby with twin spiritual roots through radioactive surgery. But the pitfall is, the final awakening of those 2 spiritual roots was F-level talent. In other words, after so much effort to develop dual spiritual roots, it turned out to be a complete waste. This case of double spiritual roots F-level talent dealt a considerable blow to the entire Spiritual Roots Laboratory. Including the Federal Ministry of Education, there is even the idea of giving up the Spiritual Root Laboratory. Who would have thought that this year, a perverted monster would appear quietly in the spirit room? How evil can it be? Ho Qing took the information with anticipation. There are 22 pieces of information in total, recording the 22 S-level geniuses who awakened in the Federation this year. And on the first document it was written. Name, Yuling. Age, 17. Talent, S-level. Spiritual root, mutated ice spiritual root. Chapter 16. Mutation. Ice, spirit, root. Ho Qing almost stared with his eyes wide open, reading these 5 words over and over again 3 or 4 times. After making sure that he was not seeing things, he took a deep breath. S-level talent. Mutated ice spirit root. It's really perverted. It's really evil. S-level talent itself is already the strongest talent. Even if he only had 3 spiritual roots of S-level talent, it was enough to be called a perverted monster. And this S-level talent? It turned out to be a mutant spiritual root that was even stronger than a single spiritual root. What the hell? This spiritual chamber is hidden very deeply. Ho Qing clenched the information in his fingers and blurted out this sentence almost through gritting his teeth. Generally speaking, surgeries performed by the Spiritual Root Laboratory must be completed before the age of 10. In other words, this genius with mutated eyes spiritual roots should have completed the surgery at least 7 years ago. And not just once. Instead, a total of 4 operations were performed to remove 4 kinds of spiritual roots. 4 operations. The survival rate is lower each time. But the girl named Yuling escaped death again and again. In the end, he survived by chance and became a genius with mutated eyes spiritual roots. Lingxi created such a terrifying genius 7 years ago, but kept it hidden and didn't reveal it to anyone. It wasn't until this year's awakening day that the genius awakened his S-level talent and exposed her. Ho Qing took a deep breath, glanced sharply at the young man, and asked in a deep voice, "Who else has seen this information?" The young man felt the pressure and swallowed his throat. "Some people from the 2 S-class immortal academies have already set off for the East District." Nonsense! Ho Qing's face turned pale. The existence of that spiritual root laboratory is unethical. With the development of the times, the various legal systems of Xian Shui Star have been gradually improved, and the existence of the spirit room is destined to become more and more shameful. In fact, the Federal Ministry of Education had already prepared to quietly abolish the spirit room. As a result, before the spirit room was completely abolished, such a thing happened. Those old guys in the spirit room wouldn't think. The emergence of an evil genius can change the fate of the spirit room, right? Oh, so naive. Geniuses are naturally innocent. But the spiritual chamber that violates ethics cannot stand under the sun under any circumstances. Ho Qing was cursing in his heart at the people from the 2 S-class immortal academies for their reckless behavior. But the young man added haltingly, "However, the people from the 2 major immortal academies did not go directly to the deserted city in the East District. Instead, we went to Qingcheng, which is closer to the deserted city. There was also an S-level talent there this year." Ho Qing's expression improved slightly when he heard this. He pondered deeply and said, "Qingcheng in the East District, I remember. At the same time, in Qingcheng, East District, Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School." Su Fan was quite puzzled when he heard the principal's secret words. After all, what the principal said when he talked to him before was, "Their Qingcheng is geographically remote, and its economic conditions and development in all aspects are relatively backward. So even if there is an S-level talent, people from the 2 major S-type universities should come a little later. It may be the weekend, or we may have to wait until next week to come to Qingcheng." The principal was quite calm when he said this, and he made it sound nonchalant, as if he had everything under control. As a result, just after school, he hurriedly asked Su Fan to go to the principal's office. When Su Fan arrived at the principal's office, he saw a man with a calm and reserved temperament sat at the main seat of the desk. There was a tall beauty standing next to him, and she also had a strong aura. The beauty and the man seemed to be arguing about something, and the atmosphere was somewhat confrontational. The principal of No. 2 Middle School stood aside, unable to get a word in. After Su Fan knocked on the door and entered, the beautiful woman looked at him first and said in a kind and friendly tone, "Su Fan, right? I heard that you hadn't even drawn qi into your body before your awakening day, but you reached the 4th level of qi refining the first time you communicated with the boundary stone and went to another world to practice." "Yes." Su Fan managed to be neither humble nor arrogant. The beauty looked at him again and nodded in appreciation, "Not bad, your aura is steady and your foundation is good." The man sitting there also praised her, "Not bad. You are neither arrogant nor impatient at such a young age. With an S-level talent, you can break through to the 4th level of qi refining in just 1 year of practice. I guess you are blessed with good fortune." Good fortune, or also called luck. This is something quite ethereal. Some of the cultivators on Xian Shui Star believe this, while others do not. Both Tao Yun and Ming Zhang believe in the concept of luck. But even though they believed it, they were not thinking about Su Fan. Instead, it was the enchanting genius Yu Ling who was hidden in the Spirit Root Laboratory in a deserted city not far from Qingcheng. A mutated single spiritual root, coupled with S-level talent. A girl like that has really incredible luck. And that kind of girl with good fortune. Based on past experience, her luck can easily influence the people around her. Those who are on good terms with her will also be blessed with good fortune. And those who have a bad relationship with her are more likely to be possessed by bad luck and suffer from misfortunes one after another. People with such great luck can even influence the development of a force or a race. This is also why, Jidao Immortal Academy where Tao Yun is, and Tiandao Immortal Academy where Ming Zhang is, both attach great importance to that girl. Even though they knew that due to the special nature of the spirit chamber, their unauthorized actions would cause dissatisfaction from the Central Ministry of Education. The two major immortal academies had no time to care about anything and directly sent people to the East District in a hurry. In fact, Su Fan's S-level talent is quite good. After all, there are nearly 50 million high school seniors in the four major regions of Xian Shui Star combined. With such a huge base, there are only 22 S-level talents. This shows how precious S-level talent is. Any S-level talent is destined to be the object of competition between the two major immortal academies. Su Fan is naturally no exception. But there is an S-level talent, and also a monstrous genius with mutated ice spiritual roots, who is making them worried. Naturally, their attention was somewhat distracted when it came to Su Fan. The two admissions teachers followed the procedure, asked Su Fan some questions, and introduced the benefits of their respective academies. Su Fan was conflicted and did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he suddenly asked an irrelevant question. I heard that S-type universities, that is, your Jidao Xianyuan and Tiandao Xianyuan, have never had a precedent in history of recruiting C-level talented students? Even the evil genius Genes Hicksing back then was no exception. This question is a bit abrupt. Tao Yun and Ming Zhang were both stunned. Finally, it was Tao Yun who spoke up. Generally speaking, S-class immortal academies do not recruit students with C-class talents. After all, the upper limit of C-level talent is almost visible to the naked eye. But Tao Yun paused. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he asked, "But what?" Tao Yun smiled and said, "You have a friend with a C-level talent, right?" Su Fan nodded. Tao Yun then explained in a gentle voice, "In fact, the levels of our universities are not fixed." Su Fan didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" "This means that even though we are an S-class university this year, we may be downgraded to an A-class university next year. The Ministry of Education holds a university rating competition every year. Based on the results of the competition, each university is re-rated. Different levels of universities will have different levels of educational resources allocated by the Ministry of Education. It is precisely because of this setting that every university will spare no effort in recruiting talented students with real potential. Because these geniuses will be directly related to the university's rating." Su Fan listened carefully and nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked in confusion, "If that's the case, then when universities recruit students, they should mainly consider the students' abilities, right? After all, according to what you said, it is the strength of the freshman that directly affects the university's rating. It is said that when Genes Hicksing took the college entrance examination, he had already established his foundation, and he was ranked first on the Skynet Foundation establishment ranking that year. With his strength, he should have an absolute advantage in the university ranking competition, right? In that case, why? Why didn't Jidao Xianyuan and Tiandao Xianyuan recruit Genes Hicksing? Just because he only had a C-level talent?" Su Fan did not ask this question directly. Because he found that Ming Zhang, the admissions teacher from Tiandao Immortal Academy, had a slightly stiff and ugly expression on his face. As he stopped speaking, the air in the principal's office became eerily quiet. Finally, it was Tao Yun who broke the silence, her tone somewhat intriguing. "This matter is actually quite complicated. I just told you about the university rating. You should have guessed that the main force in the university rating competition is the freshman. That is to say, from the perspective of university ratings, when recruiting students, schools will certainly pay more attention to strength and don't have to pay too much attention to talent. But in fact, it is difficult for students with low talents to have a bright future even if they are successful for a while. Even the unrivaled genius Qin's Hixing was no exception. At this point, Tao Yun glanced at Ming Zhang, whose face was stiff, and paused before continuing. Qin's Hixing was originally a student enrolled by Tiandao Xianyuan. The idea of Tiandao Xianyuan is also very clear, they hope that he can contribute to the university's rating. But Qin's Hixing was quite proud at a young age. He directly asked Tiandao Immortal Academy to give him the same benefits as an S-level talent. Tiandao Xianyuan rejected him. When Tao Yun said this, her expression was quite complicated. Su Fan was stunned for a long while, and then added, and then Qin's Hixing left Tiandao Immortal Academy. Tao Yun nodded, that's right. He dropped out of Tiandao Immortal Academy and transferred to Taisha Saint Academy. S-type universities are generally called immortal colleges. The Holy College corresponds to a Class A university. In the university rating that year, Taisha Holy Academy was rated S. And you should also know that there are only 2 universities that can be rated S every year. And the S-class university that was squeezed out by Taisha Shengyuan happened to be Tiandao Xianyuan. Speaking of this, Tao Yun glanced at Ming Zhang with a half-smile. Ming Zhang had a sour face and snorted, how many years have passed since that? Didn't Taisha Shengyuan only get the S-class university rating for 3 years? And our Tiandao Xianyuan has always been an S-class university since then. Speaking of this, Tao Yun also added with pride, and our Jidao Xianyuan has always been an S-class university, and its rating has never dropped. Su Fan listened thoughtfully, and finally asked, in other words, if someone reaches the foundation building stage during the college entrance examination, then even if his talent is only C-level, S-class universities are still willing to recruit him. But the welfare benefits won't be very good. Tao Yun and Ming Zhang nodded. Su Fan seemed to be thinking about something. Tao Yun smiled at him and said, are you so confident that your friend can reach the foundation building stage before the college entrance examination? In fact, even an S-class university may not accept an average C-level talent at the foundation building stage. But Qin's Hixing ranked first on the Skynet Foundation building ranking back then. Su Fan did not answer, but the figure of Lin Feng appeared in his mind. He and Lin Feng are close friends who grew up together. So he is also the person who knows Lin Feng best. From a very young age, he felt that Lin Feng was different from ordinary children. He was mature, steady, smart and alert. He is also the kind of person who believes in luck. He felt that Lin Feng was a man with great luck. Even if it's just a C-level talent, it will definitely shine. At this moment, Lin Feng had no idea what his good friend Su Fan was thinking. He and Zhu Tengfei got into Zhu's sister's car together. At this time, he happened to be chatting with Zhu's elder sister Zhu Yuqing about the deeds of Qin's Hixing, a man with C-level talent. Lin Feng pondered for a long time and concluded bluntly, in other words, when Tiandao Xianyuan recruited Qin's Hixing, they did not intend to be responsible for his future, but just wanted to use him to win the university rating competition. And Qin's Hixing saw through this, so he left Tiandao Immortal Academy directly. Chapter 17. The person driving in the front driver's seat is Zhu Tengfei's sister Zhu Yuqing. She is not as fat as Zhu Tengfei. Instead, she is a slim and beautiful woman. While driving, she answered nonchalantly, actually, from the perspective of Tiandao Academy, it is understandable. After all, C-level talents have limited prospects and are indeed not worth investing in. But Lin Feng was still a little puzzled, but according to what you said, Qin's Hixing was number 1 on the foundation building list back then, his strength is unquestionable. Any school that recruits him will be guaranteed to get an S-level university rating. Under such circumstances, why is Tiandao Academy still unwilling to agree to Qin's Hixing's request? By rejecting Qin's Hixing, they have directly lost 3 years of S-class university rating. Really? From the perspective of hindsight, the Tiandao Immortal Academy, which rejected Qin's Hixing back then, suffered a heavy loss. But from the perspective of Tiandao Xianyuan at that time, people from S-type universities have been superior for too long. And C-level talents have been discriminated against for too long. Not only did Tiandao Immortal Academy look down on Qin's Hixing from the bottom of their hearts, they also didn't think that Qin's Hixing really dared to drop out of an S-class university. Unexpectedly, Qin's Hixing is really brave. He said he would drop out of school, so he dropped out. There was no room for negotiation. The lofty Tiandao Immortal Academy did not make any effort to retain Qin's Hixing. They probably felt that even if Qin's Hixing went to other universities, it would be difficult to shake the university rating of their Tiandao Xianyuan. They have so many S-level talents in the Tiandao Immortal Academy, can't they defeat Qin's Hixing, who has only C-level talent? After all, university ratings are usually given at the end of the freshman year. Tiandao Academy felt that their school's S-level talented students were fully capable of catching up with or even surpassing Qin's Hixing, who had C-level talent, within a year. However, it turned out that they were too naive. Because of a wrong decision, I lost 3 years of S-class university resources. The people in Tiandao Immortal Academy may have regretted it. But so many years have passed. Lin Feng was not sure. If it were him who got the first place in the Foundation establishment ranking, what kind of benefits would the 2 S-class Immortal Academies give him? If we treat him like we did Qin's Hixing back then, just as a tool to win the university rating competition. Lin Feng definitely won't do that. He took the college entrance exam just to get the university resources for free. He won't go to an S-class university if the school doesn't provide adequate benefits. If the benefits are good enough, it's not unacceptable to go to a fake university. Of course, most fake universities cannot offer any good benefits. Lin Feng suddenly asked again, did the Taisha Saint Academy promise to give Qin's Hixing the treatment of an S-level talent? Zhu Yuqing shook her head, more than that. More than that? Could it be a better treatment than S-level talents? Zhu Yuqing said with emotion, I heard that Qin's Hixing signed a gambling contract with Taisha Shengyuan back then. Qin's Hixing helped Taisha Saint Academy get the rating of an S-class university. The resources he obtained are almost equivalent to 10 S-class talents. His Lin Feng and Zhu Tengfei both took a breath of cold air. I can't even imagine what it means to have 10 S-level talent resources. Lin Feng was even more excited. Or he would do the same thing and sign a bet agreement with which university. By then, with the overwhelming resources pouring down, coupled with his fast-forward cheat code, then, wouldn't it be possible to ascend to the sky in a matter of minutes? Lin Feng couldn't help drooling just thinking about it. Zhu Tengfei at the side asked a question, I'm still confused after talking for so long. Sister, isn't Qin's Hixing a C-level talent? Why are C-level talents so awesome that even S-level talents can't compare to him? Lin Feng was also curious about this question and looked at Zhu Yuqing in the driver's seat. Zhu Yuqing shook her head slightly, there are many rumors about this on the Skynet forum, but none of them have been confirmed. Some people say that Qin's Hixing does not have 5 spiritual roots, but has 2 spiritual roots or even a single spiritual root that can cultivate faster. Some people also say that Qin's Hixing got a great opportunity in the world of immortal cultivation, and it was that great opportunity that made him what he is today. Some people even said that Qin's Hixing had been possessed by a Yuanying ancestor from the world of immortal cultivation. Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors, but there is no evidence. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Zhu Yuqing glanced at him through the rear-view mirror, shook her head slightly, and sighed, I advise you to give up your unrealistic fantasies. There are countless C-level talents, but the monster Qin's Hixing has only appeared in so many years. As she spoke, she drove to the Monks' Alliance. Lin Feng looked at the scene outside the car window and couldn't help but twitching his lips. Is this what you said? There are fewer people on Fridays. Damn it, all the monks in the certified realm of the entire Monks Alliance are almost being pushed out of the alliance. Zhu Yuqing found a place to park. After Zhu Tengfei and Lin Feng got out of the car, she stood next to the luxury car, waved her hand, and directly put the entire car into the sumi ring. That move almost stunned Lin Feng. Wow, a sumi ring that can hold an entire car. How big would that be? How many spirit stones would a sumi ring like that be worth? Zhu Yuqing smiled at him faintly. This sumi ring is just a reward I received in college. You will understand once you enter university. As long as you show enough strength and potential, the university will spare no effort to invest resources in you. Not only universities, but also youth training camps. However, if you too want to enter the youth training camp, I'm afraid you still have to work harder. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yuqing's bright and confident face and asked, from your tone, Sister Zhu, have you ever been to a youth training camp? Zhu Yuqing smiled bitterly. In fact, if your ability is at the bottom, entering the youth training camp is not a good thing. Because of your lack of strength, the resources you can fight for yourself are very limited. And the other geniuses in the youth training camp can easily discourage people's Taoism. Oh, forget it, let's not talk about this. She turned to look at the long line of monks in the alliance and changed the subject. I didn't expect that there would be so many people coming for certification on Friday, the awakening day. However, school has just ended at this time, so it should be the peak certification period. Why don't we go get something to eat before queuing up? Zhu Tengfei was immediately overjoyed. Great! Let's go to Ruizai to eat spiritual food. Lin Feng shook his head and refused. I've taken the fasting pills, so I'm not hungry now. Why don't you go eat and I'll wait in line first? Zhu Yuqing just answered okay. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly fell on the warrior alliance opposite the monk alliance. Unlike the crowded monks alliance, the warrior alliance looked much quieter. Lin Feng changed his words and said, I can go to the warrior alliance to get certified as a warrior first. Zhu Yuqing immediately glanced at him in surprise. Zhu Tengfei directly asked his sister's question, wow! You actually became a warrior? Are you preparing to practice both immortality and martial arts? Lin Feng didn't elaborate, just laughed it off. The adventure I had was related to body training. So it was also luck that I broke through the realm of warrior. Zhu Yuqing looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully for a few times, and simply changed the topic. In this case, we might as well eat the fasting pills, and go to the Wu Meng together. What? Taking the Bigu pill? Zhu Tengfei complained instantly, no way, sister. I have been taking the Bigu pill for 3 consecutive months in the world of cultivation. Zhu Yuqing gave him a blunt look. By the way, she pinched the fat on his arm and said, eat, eat, eat. You should have lost weight a long time ago. It's just right for you to take the fasting pills to lose weight. Zhu Tengfei was unable to refute and was pulled towards the direction of the Martial Alliance. Although the Martial Alliance is deserted, there are actually quite a few people there. Among them, there are even many flyers distributed by various martial arts schools, with all kinds of benefits described in a very exaggerated way. A young man handing out flyers was also promoting his product while handing them out. Our Chongfeng Martial Arts School not only has a 7th grade martial artist, but we also guarantee that all students will be promoted to the 3rd grade within a year. If you are an F-level talent who has no chance of becoming an immortal, choose Chongfeng Martial Arts School. You will have a bright future comparable to that of a C-level talent. If you are a C-level talent with ambition and courage, you should choose Chongfeng Martial Arts School. If you can become a 3rd-level warrior before the college entrance examination, you will be admitted to a good university. When Lin Feng was about to walk into the Martial Alliance, he was stopped by the flyer handing out the flyers. Hey classmate, if you are going to be certified as a martial artist, you should have F-level or E-level talent, right? Indeed, those who choose to practice martial arts are generally F-level or E-level wastes who have no chance of practicing immortality. Lin Feng looks young, as if he had just awakened today. If such a person comes to the Wu Meng, there is a high probability that he will be a waste material. But before Lin Feng could answer, the flyer distributor praised him as a genius. "Classmate, I see that you have a unique talent. You are a good material for martial arts. So what if we can't cultivate immortality? The innate warriors among us warriors are also capable of fighting against strong men in the foundation building stage. As long as you join our Chongfeng martial arts school, you will have no trouble finding a good job in the future, and you will not be discriminated against." The man spoke with such confidence that Lin Feng almost believed him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he politely refused, "Reward a little, my family is poor and I can't afford the tuition for the martial arts school." "Poor?" The flyer distributor glanced at the Zhu siblings next to Lin Feng with a puzzled look. Zhu Tengfei laughed and patted the young man on the shoulder. "Don't waste your time, little brother. My classmate is not an F-level talent. He had a fortuitous encounter and has become a first-class warrior, so he came to the Martial Alliance for certification." The flyer's eyes lit up. "You have become a first-class warrior at such a young age? Then you should come to our Chongfeng." "Stop, stop." Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. "I already said I have no money, there is no way I can go to Chongfeng Martial Arts School." Having said that, he got rid of the man handing out leaflets and headed straight towards the Wu Meng. Zhu Tengfei and Zhu Yuqing also followed happily. For some reason, the flyer distributor also followed behind, seemingly preparing to watch Lin Feng's warrior certification. Chapter 18. This is also Lin Feng's first time to the Warrior Alliance. However, this warrior certification was quite different from what he had imagined. He thought that martial artist certification was to punch an instrument and then measure the strength and speed of the punch. However, the actual test involves an upright, coffin-like instrument. The staff member in charge of certification explained, "After entering the tester, you will see a pull rod inside. When you pull that lever, your body starts to feel pressure from all directions. If you feel your body can handle it, just keep pulling the lever. When you feel you can't bear it anymore, stop pulling the lever and press the confirmation button, and the test instrument will give you the test results on the spot." Lin Feng nodded to show that he understood. Then the staff warned him, "Remember, when you can't bear it, don't try to be strong. This instrument is very accurate. If you insist on bearing pressure that exceeds your body's tolerance, not only will you be easily injured, but the instrument will also sound an alarm and determine that the test has failed." Lin Feng nodded again, "Okay, I get it, just do what you can." As he said this, he entered the instrument that looked like an upright coffin. It is still not auspicious to describe it as a vertical coffin. In fact, it also looks like a closed, smaller version of an ATM machine. There is indeed a pull rod on the inner wall, and there are 9 scale grids next to the pull rod. According to the staff, after Lin Feng pulled the lever, he really felt the pressure coming from all directions, directly hitting his skin. However, as he had already refined his skin and flesh, he did not feel any discomfort. So he continued to pull the rod slowly. "It was not until I reached the top of the second grid that I felt a slight discomfort in my body. At the same time, I felt some resistance at the pull rod." Lin Feng didn't continue pulling and pressed OK. The moment he pressed the OK button, a message rang out throughout the Warrior Alliance. "Congratulations to Lin Feng from Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School for successfully becoming a Rank 2 warrior." When Lin Feng came out of the testing equipment, he felt many surprised gazes. Including the Zhu siblings who came with him, they were all a little surprised. Zhu Tengfei came over and bumped into Lin Feng's shoulder, saying excitedly, "Wow! You actually became a second-grade warrior. It seems that the adventure you got was quite good." Zhu Yuqing's gaze towards Lin Feng also contained a hint of scrutiny. Many other people in the martial alliance also looked over here and discussed. Wow! What a talented martial artist! He has a natural talent. What a bullshit innate talent! Didn't you hear what others said? This guy relied on luck and a fortuitous encounter to break through to the second rank of warrior. Today is the awakening day. To be able to have a fortuitous encounter during the first communication with the boundary stone during cultivation, he must have at least a C-rank talent, right? Yes, for those rubbish at level F and level E, it is impossible for them to have any adventures in just 1 or 2 days. So, do you think C-level talents will choose to cultivate immortality or martial arts? Haha, is there any need to choose? I'll definitely choose Xiaoxian. After all, although in theory, innate warriors do have the strength to fight against those in the foundation establishment stage. But in actual cases, most innate warriors are unable to defeat foundation building cultivators. What's more, the status of a cultivator is naturally higher than that of a warrior. Therefore, there will basically be no C-level talent who chooses to practice martial arts instead of cultivating immortals. Of course, the boundary stone cannot be used unless someone like Lin Lan is in mortal danger. Many members of the Wu Meng looked at Lin Feng with a hint of regret. However, the guy who was handing out flyers at Chongfeng Martial Arts School suddenly came up to Lin Feng with great interest and said, "Hey classmate! With your qualifications, you can actually practice both immortality and martial arts. Are you interested in becoming an honorary student of our Chongfeng Martial Arts School?" Honorary student? Lin Feng frowned and was about to refuse. But the man handing out flyers turned over his hand, and a different flyer appeared out of thin air. Lin Feng was shocked. Wow! Such an ordinary-looking person handing out flyers actually has a samurai ring. The flyer distributor seemed to see his confusion and handed him a business card with a smile. Although Chongfeng Martial Arts School was established not long ago, my family is quite wealthy. This is my business card. There are only 2 lines on the business card. One line reads Chongfeng Martial Arts School, and the other line reads Yan Wenqi. Lin Feng looked at the business card and felt nothing. Zhu Yuqing behind him came over to take a look, then suddenly narrowed her eyes and looked at Yan Wenqi, surname Yan, could it be that you are from the Central District Yan family? Yan Wenqi laughed, indeed, he is a member of the Yan family, but my father has an F-level talent and is a 7th grade warrior. Zhu Yuqing nodded thoughtfully. Although Lin Feng didn't know what the Yan family was, he understood this conversation. This Yan Wenqi seemed to be from some remarkable immortal cultivation family. However, his father was a waste material with F-level talent and was forced to learn martial arts. Although he became a warrior whose status was far inferior to that of a cultivator, he was still from a family of immortal cultivators. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No wonder Chongfeng Martial Arts School is so wealthy. Lin Feng took the flyer introducing the honorary students, took a look at it, and quickly understood what this honorary student meant. To put it simply, the martial arts school waives his tuition and even provides certain physical training resources for free. What he needs to do is to become the spokesperson for the martial arts school after getting good results in the college entrance examination and help promote the Chongfeng Martial Arts School. Even based on his college entrance examination results, Chongfeng Martial Arts School will provide him with corresponding rewards. This honorary student can be said to be quite good. Any poor monk from an average family would probably not refuse. But Lin Feng is different. He is a jerk. Who knows what incredible results he might get in the college entrance examination. By then, he, the super genius who shocked the entire Xian Shui star, will serve as the spokesperson for a mere Chongfeng Martial Arts School. Chongfeng Martial Arts School is making a lot of money. Even if Lin Feng says now that he will become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, no one will believe it. But you can't let others take advantage of you just because your pearl is temporarily covered in dust. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the gambling agreement mentioned in Qin Hixing's story. His eyes rolled around, and he suddenly suggested to Yan Wenqi, "The benefits of this honorary student are indeed quite good, but I still feel that it is not quite reasonable." Yan Wenqi was stunned. "Are you dissatisfied with something? I think the benefits for this honorary student can be changed to a gambling model. It's the kind that divides different levels of welfare according to different college entrance examination scores." Lin Feng spoke with great interest. Yan Wenqi frowned directly, "But the benefits are paid out before the college entrance examination, and the level of benefits will be determined after the college entrance examination. This is easy, I can just make an advance payment. There is no such thing as huabai or jibai in this world," but Lin Feng, who traveled through time and space, has long been poisoned by the consciousness of advanced consumption. When referring to advance, the tone is also matter of fact. Yan Wenqi was stunned again, "But if..." Lin Feng interrupted him directly, "If I don't meet the welfare level in the college entrance examination, can't I just refund the excess resources at the original price?" "You? Refund at the original price?" Yan Wenqi looked him up and down, his tone clearly questioning. Lin Feng was immediately dissatisfied. "What do you mean? Do you look down on me?" Yan Wenqi's mouth twitched slightly, and he simply changed his words, "I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to discuss it with my father." "Okay, whatever you want." As Lin Feng spoke, he no longer paid attention to Yan Wenqi, but looked at the staff of the Martial Alliance again. "I heard from my school teacher that if someone of my age breaks through to become a second-grade warrior, the Martial Alliance will give a reward." The staff member became more respectful and nodded, "Yes, please follow me." So Lin Feng was taken to a counter by him. Another staff member at the exchange counter handed him a list and said, "This is the reward that a second-grade warrior under the age of 18 can get. You can choose 3 from them." There are quite a lot of things on the reward list, mainly based on various martial arts. From time to time, some common body refining pills and medicinal liquids are mixed in. It's not that precious, after all, it's something you get for free. Lin Feng looked at it very seriously. After selecting 2 martial arts, he pointed at an item on the list and asked, "This tonic liquid is used to cure the sequelae of body training, right?" The staff nodded. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked again, "After I broke through the flesh refining realm, that is, the second-grade warrior, I always felt soreness in the joints of my body. I asked the teacher, and the teacher said it was a sequelae of the body refining." The staff nodded, "Indeed, it should be that you have been training your body too much in a short period of time, and your body is a little weak. Using this tonic medicinal bath will just solve this problem." Lin Feng nodded, and decided in his heart that the third reward would be the tonic bath. However, he asked again in confusion, "The dosages of other medicinal liquids are clearly written, why is there no dosage for this strengthening medicinal bath?" The staff explained, "The other liquid medicines are distributed directly, and then the warriors use them at home. And this strengthening medicinal bath is to be used in our martial alliance. If you choose this reward, you can soak in our Wu Meng's special medicine pool for 20 minutes. Lin Feng thought for a moment, "So the bonus for this strengthening medicinal bath is 20 minutes. "Yes, that's right." The staff member added, "This reward of a tonic medicinal bath is quite cost-effective among many other rewards. After all, our Wu Meng's medicinal pool was built by highly skilled architects, formation masters, and other high-end talents. Basically, soaking for 20 minutes is enough for you to lay a solid foundation for body training." "Okay," Lin Feng nodded decisively, "then I'll choose this medicinal bath for strengthening the body as my third reward." So the staff at the counter called another beautiful staff member to take Lin Feng to the medicine pool. Zhu Tengfei approached the beautiful staff member with great interest and asked, "We are Lin Feng's friends. Can we go in and visit the medicine pool of the Wu Meng together?" The beauty smiled and shook her head, "No." Lin Feng also felt that this was not possible. He was just going to take a bath. What's so good about watching him take a bath? In the end, the only ones who entered the medicine pool were Lin Feng and the beautiful staff member. After the beautiful staff member explained to him some precautions when using the medicine pool, she left. Only Lin Feng was left. He took off his clothes and jumped into the luxurious bath that seemed only available to ancient emperors. The water in the bathtub is light green and has a faint hot steam. As soon as Lin Feng entered, he couldn't hold back a shout that burst out of his throat. Chapter 19. Ouch! It hurts so much. When the beautiful lady explained the precautions, she didn't say it would be so painful. In fact, what Lin Feng didn't know was that most warriors who had cultivated to the second level would have used medicinal baths countless times. Their bodies have long been accustomed to the properties of various medicines. When you use the tonic medicinal bath again, you will naturally not feel too strong pain. As for those people whose bodies develop a certain drug resistance, the effectiveness of their tonic medicinal bath will naturally be greatly reduced. The reason why Lin Feng was in so much pain was, after all, that his body was too clean. That's why it hurt so much that I was jumping around in the medicine pool. The pain was unbearable, so he thought about it and simply took out a spirit stone and held it in his palm. Then, he directly turned on the 128x speed bathing mode. There's no way, it hurts too much. But when it is turned on at double speed, it can relieve the pain. But what Lin Feng didn't know was, when he turned on the 128x speed medicine bath absorption mode, the medicine in the entire medicine pool faded in color at a speed visible to the naked eye almost instantly. It almost turned into a pool of clear water. At this moment, the hidden formation set up at the bottom of the medicine pool automatically detected that the medicinal properties of the medicine pool had faded. A portion of medicinal bath solution for strengthening the body is automatically added. Soon, the water in the medicine pool turned light green again. However, under Lin Feng's 128 times faster absorption, the light green water with medicinal properties turned into clear water almost in the blink of an eye. Then, the formation continued to automatically release the medicinal bath formula. In this way, the clear water turned green, and the green water turned clear, over and over again countless times. That pool of clear water will never be green again. The formation hidden at the bottom of the medicine pool suddenly vibrated. Lin Feng was taking a comfortable bath when he was startled by a strong vibration. Oh my god! An earthquake! No way! It seems like there has never been an earthquake in Qingcheng. Just when Lin Feng was struggling between run quickly when an earthquake comes and the 20-minute medicinal bath time cannot be wasted, he suddenly realized, what the hell? How did this potion turn into clear water? Did the Wu Meng cut corners and cheat me? When the medicine turns into clear water, it basically means that its medicinal properties are gone. Why are you still soaking? Run! Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have to worry anymore and directly chose the option of run quickly when an earthquake comes. However, he had just put on his clothes and rushed out of the medicine pool. I almost collided with someone. My goodness, there are a bunch of people gathered at the entrance of the medicine pool. It was as if she was watching over this handsome man coming out of the bath. Shit! What happened? Wasn't it an earthquake? Lin Feng was confused and puzzled, while he slightly tidied up his messy appearance. A middle-aged man gave him a meaningful look and then went straight into the medicine pool. The remaining staff members surrounded Lin Feng and explained to him, it seems that there is a problem with the formation at the bottom of the medicine pool. What do you mean? Lin Feng was stunned. Are you guys suspecting that I tampered with the formation? No, we don't suspect you. The staff member said politely, but before we find out the cause of the formation failure, we may need you to stay and cooperate with the investigation. Zhu Tengfei also came over and asked, what's going on? Why did something go wrong when you were taking a tonic bath? Lin Feng was also confused and answered subconsciously, me neither. He paused for a moment before continuing, I don't know. In fact, an idea popped up in my mind. Could it be that he had taken a bath at 128 times the speed and some serious consequences had occurred? Just as I was thinking about it, the middle-aged man who had just entered the medicine pool walked out with a gloomy face. As soon as he came out, his eyes fell on Lin Feng. Lin Feng feels a bit stressed. Before he could say anything, he heard the middle-aged man say in a deep voice, "Young man, you are really good. In just 10 minutes, you have used up more than 100 doses of fortifying liquid medicine stored in our formation, and almost caused the formation at the bottom to malfunction." As soon as these words came out, the onlookers looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. Zhu Tengfei's eyes widened as well. What the hell? 10 minutes, more than 100 doses of tonic liquid? Sister, what does this mean? Zhu Yuqing also had an expression of shock that she couldn't hide. This is unheard of. Other onlookers were talking about this. Could it be that someone who knows the formation stole the medicine? This kid looks poor and looks like someone who likes to take advantage of others. Lin Feng also heard such discussions and immediately defended himself to the middle-aged man. "I didn't steal your medicine." The middle-aged man nodded. "I know you didn't steal it. Even if you wanted to steal it, it would be impossible for you to steal it. But would it be convenient for you to cooperate with us to conduct a further investigation?" Lin Feng frowned. "What investigation?" "Just checking your physical condition." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Then, he was taken to the top floor of the Wu Meng by the middle-aged man. During this time, the middle-aged man briefly introduced himself. His name is Wu Jun, and he is the vice leader of the Qingcheng Warrior Alliance. Next to Wu Jun was a middle-aged man who looked younger. He introduced himself to Lin Feng. "Hello, classmate, I am Yan Chongfeng, the director of Chongfeng Martial Arts School." Lin Feng nodded, feeling a little relieved. Because he felt that the two men's attitude towards him was not like that of a criminal who had committed a serious crime. On the contrary, he is quite friendly. Just like the friendliness of the teachers at school towards Su Fan. Lin Feng had some guesses in his mind, but he remained expressionless. He was taken to a practice room on the top floor, and as soon as he entered, he saw 9 ATM-like testing instruments lined up in a row. Wu Jun led him to the second seat and explained, "This is a more sophisticated tester than the one you used to certify your warriors before. This one is for testing second-grade warriors. Go in and give it a try. It's the same test as for certified warriors. You also pull the lever until your body can no longer bear it, then press confirm." Lin Feng nodded, and then entered the precision tester. This time, there are no 9 scale grids next to the pull rod. Instead, it is a red spectrum that progresses from light to deep. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and pulled the lever directly. It was quite easy for him to pull the rod from the lightest end to the darkest end. Until he reached the darkest point, he didn't feel any discomfort in his body. Instead, this instrument suddenly sounded an alarm. When Lin Feng came out of the instrument, he saw Wu Jun and Yan Chongfeng with mysterious expressions, and he didn't know what they were thinking. He explained to himself, "I didn't force myself, but pulled the lever to the dark top, and didn't feel any pressure." Wu Jun looked at him with a complicated expression, and suddenly pointed at the third tester and said, "Go inside this and try it." Good. So Lin Feng entered another tester and pulled the lever again. This time, I clearly felt the resistance when pulling the lever. And the pressure felt by the body is also quite obvious. However, it was not until Lin Feng pulled the lever to the middle position that he was sure that he could no longer bear it and pressed the confirmation button. Afterwards, when they came out of the testing equipment, they saw Wu Jun and Yan Chongfeng, and the expressions on their faces became even more complicated. Well, Lin Feng took the initiative to break the silence and summoned back the two people who seemed to have lost their souls. After Wu Jun came back to his senses, he looked at Lin Feng excitedly. He even reached out and pressed Lin Feng's shoulder, and said excitedly, "Classmate, your name is Lin Feng, right?" Did you just awaken your sea-level talent today? What I'm going to say next may be a little hard for you to accept, but it's definitely for your own good. You may very well have a special body-refining physique that is rarely seen in thousands of years. Although sea-level talents usually choose to cultivate immortality, you are different. You are a body-refining genius that is rare in 1,000 years. I can guarantee it with my life. If you choose to practice martial arts, the achievements you can achieve will definitely far exceed what you can achieve by practicing immortality. Chapter 20. This. Lin Feng looked at the head on Wu Jun's neck. Heart says. This is not a good thing to say. Wu Jun noticed that Lin Feng had a questioning expression on his face. Why, you don't believe me? Or are you not confident in yourself? I am quite confident in myself. The implication was quite obvious, he did not believe in Wu Jun. I don't believe this man can really take off his head. Good boy, Wu Jun felt the deep meaning in Lin Feng's words, put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. You have broken through the third level of qi refining, you are a little bit proud. You don't think that you, with a sea-level talent, can really achieve anything in the path of cultivation, do you? You know, even Qin's Hixing, who was such a freak back then, was eventually stuck in the golden core stage and couldn't break through for a long time. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, but even if it is the golden core stage, it is enough to defeat all warriors, right? Good boy, you really dare to think so. Jindan stage? Do you really think you are Qin's Hixing? Lin Feng said nothing. Wu Jun saw his indifference, flipped his hand, and a boundary stone appeared in his palm. Lin Feng looked over. Wu Jun took the opportunity to explain to him, this is a special boundary stone. It does not communicate with the world of immortal cultivation, but a martial arts world where there are no immortal cultivators and martial arts are prosperous. A martial arts world without immortal cultivators. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. Seeing that he was interested, Wu Jun continued. You should have learned this in your high school textbooks. All the cultivation methods and immortal cultivation techniques that we on Xian Shui Star have mastered were discovered in the immortal cultivation world through the communication boundary stone. In the distant past of history, we knew nothing about cultivating immortals. It is our ancestors who have perfected the cultivation system of Xian Shui Star through their tireless exploration in the world of cultivation. Nowadays, although we have mastered a complete system of cultivating immortals, our martial arts system is not complete. The martial arts realms we know of are only the 1st to 9th rank martial artists, and the innate martial artists above the 9th rank. But in fact, there is a realm above the innate. Lin Feng had indeed learned about all the things Wu Jun mentioned earlier in class. Only the last sentence. There is a realm above the innate level. It was beyond his expectation. He also thought that the ceiling for warriors was the innate warriors. But the result? It turns out that Xiantian is not the ceiling of the warrior realm, but only the ceiling of the Suan Shuixing warriors. But Lin Feng frowned, since there is a realm above the Xiantian, why don't we, the Suan Shuixing cultivators, continue to explore the martial arts system like we explore the immortal cultivation system? Could it be that those with talents above level C despise the martial arts system and are unwilling to explore it? But this reason is obviously a bit far-fetched. After all, when it comes to human development, the Central Federation should encourage monks to explore the martial arts system and give generous rewards to monks who complete the martial arts system, right? If this is the case, why is the martial arts system still not perfect? Lin Feng's gaze fell on the boundary stone in Wu Jun's hand. Wu Jun also looked at the boundary stone, and then smiled bitterly. In fact, the process of our Suan Shuixing cultivators exploring the immortal cultivation system was not easy. Because all of our Xian Shui Star cultivators have the most useless 5 spiritual roots. In the world of cultivating immortals, such useless spiritual roots are destined to be casual cultivators. You should have learned about the difficulties of independent cultivation from textbooks. You will also experience it personally for a long time to come. But even though it's difficult to be a casual cultivator, you can still explore the complete cultivation system little by little. But the martial arts system. Because society as a whole doesn't attach importance to martial arts, the school probably didn't teach it either. We, the cultivators of Xian Shui Star, not only have the most useless 5 spiritual roots in terms of cultivating immortals, but also have the most useless human-level roots in terms of martial arts. And the biggest difference between the martial arts world and the immortal cultivation world is there are also cases of independent cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation who have successfully ascended to heaven. But in the world of martial arts, the systems above the Xiantian are completely monopolized by the sects. And the most useless human-level root bones are not qualified to join the sect at all. If we can't enter the sect, we naturally can't continue to explore the martial arts knowledge above the innate that is monopolized by the sect. After hearing this, Lin Feng understood. Not only did I understand why the martial arts system is difficult to perfect, he also understood why Wu Jun looked at him like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman. Because in Wu Jun's eyes, he has a special body physique that is rare in 1,000 years. With such a physique, he had the stepping stone to enter the martial arts sect. Once you find a way to sneak into a sect in the martial arts world, you will have the opportunity to access knowledge above the innate level and perfect the martial arts system for Xian Shui Xing. However, Lin Feng still couldn't figure out one thing. Why not just let the cultivators at the spiritualization stage or even the fusion stage enter the martial arts world and directly use violent means to destroy those sects? Wu Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head, because there are no immortal cultivators in the martial arts world. Only cultivators below the foundation building stage can communicate with the boundary stone that connects to the martial arts world. I see. In other words, one cannot use violence to explore the world of martial arts. You can only rely on your outstanding martial arts roots to enter the sect and fight hard. Lin Feng, who possesses a special body-refining physique, has the possibility of entering the sect. But others may not know, but Lin Feng himself knows it. He doesn't have any special bodybuilding physique at all. He just cheated. In this situation, even if you enter the world of martial arts, you probably won't be able to enter a sect. After thinking it through, Lin Feng remained calm. I understand what you mean, but are you sure I have this special body-refining physique? Isn't there any instrument that can test it? Wu Jun smiled bitterly again. Our martial arts system is not perfect, so we don't understand the special bodybuilding constitution at all. After hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he would not be exposed for the time being. Wu Jun then continued, however, the sects in the martial arts world do have methods to detect special physical conditions. So my idea is that the next time you communicate with the boundary stone, use the boundary stone in my hand to communicate with the martial arts world. Then in the martial arts world, find a sect to measure your physical fitness. This. Lin Feng acted hesitant. Wu Jun was also quite sensible and immediately offered some benefits. You are exploring the martial arts world for the purpose of perfecting the martial arts system for mankind, so the Martial Arts Alliance will of course be responsible for your safety in the martial arts world and give you certain rewards. What reward? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Ahem, Wu Jun covered his lips and coughed softly. When you are ready to explore the martial arts world, the Martial Alliance can provide you with a space bag and some precious body-refining liquid medicine. At the same time, we will prepare a large amount of currency from the martial arts world for you. I will make sure that once you enter the world of martial arts, you will become a wealthy man with no worries about food and drink. Lin Feng was not satisfied and said bluntly, that sounds good, but have you forgotten that I am a college entrance examination candidate? I only have 8 more chances to communicate with the boundary stone before the college entrance examination. And if we want to allocate a certain number of the 8 times to the martial arts world, then my cultivation level will definitely be greatly reduced. When I take the college entrance examination, I will obviously be at a disadvantage. In fact, I still want to enter the youth training camp. If I spend my time exploring the martial arts world, I will fall behind in my cultivation. How can I enter the youth training camp? Wu Jun's expression was a little hard to describe. He almost cursed out loud on the spot. You are just a C-level talent. Being able to contribute to the human martial arts system is already a heavenly achievement. You still want to cultivate immortality at this time. And you're still joining the youth training camp? You're not joining a shitty youth training camp. With C-level talent, your future achievements will at best be a rubbish foundation. But if you choose to contribute to the human martial arts system, then your welfare benefits in the Martial Alliance are definitely much higher than those of a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator. It might even go down in history. Compared to being recorded in history, getting into college means nothing. Will those who took college entrance exams be recorded in history? When they go to school in the future, maybe they will learn about your history. You kid, you really don't know how to appreciate the good things you have. You don't know what's good for you. Chapter 21. In Wu Jun's heart, he truly cursed Lin Feng. But on the surface, he still managed to maintain harmony and friendship, and said earnestly, if you can really improve the martial arts system for mankind, both the Federation and the Martial Arts Alliance will give you very generous rewards. It won't be much worse than if you entered the youth training camp. This is the promise Lin Feng was waiting for. But he still pretended to be reluctant. Hey, okay, I don't really care about rewards or anything like that. I just want to make a contribution to mankind. Wu Jun's mouth twitched. I don't believe you. But seeing that he was relieved, Wu Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. So it's settled then? Tomorrow morning, little brother, you come to the Wu Meng again. By then, the Wu Meng will prepare a contract for you. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, and then suddenly said, since we are in a cooperative relationship, the Wu Meng should not be stingy and charge me for the extra 100 doses of tonic medicine consumed by the medicine pool, right? No, of course not. Wu Jun tried hard to keep smiling. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, I only soaked for 10 minutes, can you give me the remaining 10 minutes back? Haha, sure. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, thinking that Wu Meng was really generous. Then Wu Jun added expressionlessly, you can soak in water for another 10 minutes. The two joked a few more times, and Wu Jun left Lin Feng his contact information. Later, he even personally saw Lin Feng off. When leaving, Yan Chongfeng of Chongfeng Martial Arts School also said to Lin Feng solemnly, when you come to the Martial Alliance to sign the contract tomorrow, our Chongfeng Martial Arts School will also prepare a contract for you that will satisfy you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said nothing more. If he had the chance to get resources for free, he would certainly not refuse. He was taken away by Wu Jun for investigation but was safe and sound, and was even sent down by Wu Jun himself. This instantly attracted the attention of many warriors in the Martial Alliance. A group of warriors were wondering when suddenly a broadcast sounded in the Martial Alliance. Congratulations to Lin Feng from Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School for winning the title of Honorary Warrior of Qingcheng Martial Alliance. This announcement was made 3 times. The warriors of the entire Martial Alliance also heard it 3 times. At this point, they looked at Lin Feng's expression again and were even more shocked and puzzled. FK. What did this kid do? To be an honorary warrior, doesn't one have to make certain contributions to the Martial Alliance? What contribution has this kid made? What contribution can a medicinal bath make? Most people's reactions are incomprehension and questioning. However, there were also some smart people who looked at Lin Feng with a slightly different look. While Lin Feng was enjoying the scenery brought by the broadcast, suddenly, another broadcast sounded simultaneously on all the radio stations in Qingcheng. Congratulations to Qingcheng No. 1 Middle School student Fu Xiaoxiao for successfully being certified as a 5th-level Qi refining cultivator. This announcement was broadcast throughout Qingcheng 3 times. Lin Feng's limelight was instantly suppressed. Even the people from the Martial Alliance immediately started discussing. What the hell? Qingcheng No. 1 High School? 5th level of Qi refining. This Fu Xiaoxiao is a genius. I remember that in previous years, those who could reach the 3rd level of Qi refining on the awakening day could be called geniuses. Those who could reach the 4th level of Qi refining were considered geniuses among geniuses. But this year, there was actually a person who could reach the 5th level of Qi refining. 5th level of Qi refining. This is simply inhumane. Fu Xiaoxiao? I don't think there is a cultivation family with the surname Fu in Qingcheng. There isn't one in Qingcheng, but I heard there seems to be a cultivation family in the central district whose last name is Fu. And that Fu Xiaoxiao seems to be a transfer student. Oh my goodness! Could it really be someone from the Fu family in the central district? In this case, it's not surprising that she can break through to the 5th level of Qi refining on the day of awakening. I just don't know what talent she awakened, and I wonder if she can build a foundation before the college entrance examination. All the topics instantly turned to Fu Xiaoxiao, who was at the 5th level of Qi training. Lin Feng, the honorable warrior, seemed to be forgotten in an instant. There is nothing we can do about this. After all, in this era, cultivating immortals is the mainstream. Lin Feng quietly left the warrior alliance while no one was paying attention to him. The Zhu siblings didn't know how long it would take for him to undergo the investigation, so they left early. When Lin Feng walked towards the monks' alliance opposite, the people in the monks' alliance were also discussing helping Xiao Xiao. Not only was there discussion, even Fu Xiaoxiao himself was there. She is a very pretty girl, with a somewhat childish look, and seems quite innocent and naive. Beside her, there was a group of young men, surrounding her like a star, and their praises were overflowing with words. Including some passers-by, they all looked sideways in the direction of Fu Xiaoxiao, as if that was not a girl but some rare animal. Lin Feng didn't join in the fun. While everyone else's attention was on Fu Xiaoxiao, he went straight to completing the monk certification in a hurry. Monk certification is much simpler than warrior certification. Just like applying for an ID card with a fingerprint, he pressed his hand on a crystal ball. The staff member glanced at it and handed him a jade slip. After dripping blood to recognize the owner, you can use it to log into Skynet. And this jade slip can also be regarded as a cultivator's ID card. If you accidentally lose it, remember to report it and apply for a replacement. But it's not free when you reissue it. You have to pay a reissue fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones. It costs 100 spirit stones to reissue it. Lin Feng immediately tightened the fingers holding the jade slip, fearing that he would accidentally break it. At the same time, he asked again, isn't there any reward for the 3rd level of Qi refining? The staff glanced at him. Perhaps because he felt that the 3rd level of Qi refining had some potential, he still answered patiently, you will know when you get on Skynet. After saying thank you, Lin Feng went to the rest area to study the jade slip and tried to log into Skynet. The first step is to acknowledge the master by dropping blood. Afterwards, after pressing the jade slip of recognition of master on his head, his consciousness instantly sank into an illusory world. Lin Feng once thought that Skynet was two-dimensional, just like an ordinary mobile phone. It wasn't until I actually used it that I realized. This is not Skynet at all, it's like a second world that simulates reality. The place where his consciousness appeared, as far as the eye could see, was a huge square. In the center of the square, there stands one huge and towering stone tablet after another. As for the other stone tablets, Lin Feng seemed to be restricted and could not see clearly what was written on them. All he could see were 3 stone tablets. There is a sign that says Young Warriors List, and the first one is a 7th grade warrior. The 1000th at the bottom is also a 5th grade warrior. This list of young warriors doesn't seem to be getting much attention, and there aren't many people watching around. It also once again confirmed that the status of warriors on Xian Shui Star is indeed not valued. On top of another stone tablet that had more people watching was written, the list of prodigies. Lin Feng looked up at the first place on the Tianjia ranking, and saw that column read. Wen Ke, A-level talent, early stage of foundation building. The initial stage of foundation building. Lin Feng pulled an old man next to him and asked, is there an age limit for being on the Tianjia list? The elder brother answered casually, yes, there are restrictions. The Tianjia ranking records the comprehensive strength ranking of students who have not taken the college entrance examination. Didn't take the college entrance examination? The initial stage of foundation building? What the hell? Lin Feng couldn't help but pointed at the top of the Tianjia ranking and asked, that Wen Ke, is he really a cultivator from our Xian Shui star? Chapter 22. The elder brother glanced at Lin Feng and said, if he is not a cultivator from Xian Shui star, then he could be a cultivator from the immortal cultivation world? What are you thinking about? Lin Feng pointed at the first position high up on the stone tablet, still finding it hard to accept. No, he didn't take the college entrance examination, so he just awakened today, right? As a result, he established his foundation directly? Is this really reasonable? Why is it unreasonable? He is the second generation of the central district. The elder brother glanced at Lin Feng and crossed his arms. It seems that poverty has limited your imagination. In fact, there are people like this in the central district every year, breaking through the foundation building stage early. However, the future achievements of this kind of foundation building stage are very limited. Lin Feng immediately became interested and asked, putting his arm around his brother's shoulder, what do you mean? The elder brother took him to another stone tablet and said, look at this qi refining list. Lin Feng followed his brother's gaze and looked up. The first position of the qi refining ranking reads. Yan Shizhen, S-level talent, 14th level of qi refining. Qi refining, 14th level? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes fiercely, oh my god, am I seeing things? Isn't there only 10 levels of qi refining? How come there is a 14th level of qi refining? That's not all. He soon discovered that the 2nd to 28th places on the qi refining list were all at the 13th level of qi refining. After that, they all reached the 12th level of qi refining. The 1000th person at the bottom of the list is also at the 12th level of qi refining. This. The older brother next to him seemed to see his shock and laughed heartily. What's so surprising about this? You will learn in the second semester of your senior year that there is no theoretical limit to the number of levels you can cultivate in the qi refining stage. Most cultivators choose to build their foundation when they are at the 10th level of qi refining. And some cultivators with aspirations will choose a higher level of qi refining. For example, the 12th, 13th, or even 14th level of qi refining on the qi refining ranking. However, generally speaking, the higher the level of qi refining, the more difficult it is to build the foundation. Look at Yan Shizhen. He looks pretty good, right? He's number 1 on the qi refining ranking. But in fact, he has been stuck in the qi refining stage for 5 years. He has been unable to establish a foundation for 5 years, so the probability of him being able to do so in the future is also very low. It looks like he's ranked first in the qi refining rankings, but in reality, he's just a piece of trash with a dark future. He is an S-level talent, but he has fallen to this point. He is the one who is so arrogant that he wants to break through the 14th level of qi refining. This old man is talking without any pain in his waist. A former genius who spoke eloquently about S-level talents. As he was talking, he commented on the number 1 on the Tianjiao list. The one called Wen Ke is now number 1 on the Tianjiao list, but he must have established his foundation at the 10th level of qi refining. When the college entrance examination is approaching, the real big shots will have established their foundations. Wen Ke's ranking on the Tianjiao list will definitely drop drastically. Lin Feng listened, thoughtful. He looked at the 2nd to 28th place on the qi refining ranking, those at the 13th level of Qi refining, can they successfully build their foundation? Big Brother commented calmly, some can, some can't. It's hard to say about this. In history, there have been many geniuses who have reached the 13th level of Qi refining and have established their foundation. Those who have established their foundation at the 13th level of Qi refining are basically able to sweep away everything in the foundation building period, and their future prospects are bright. When you build your foundation in the future and see the foundation building list, you will know that the big guys on the foundation building list are almost all at the 12th or 13th level of Qi refining. Those who have established their foundation at the 10th or 11th level of Qi refining can hardly even make it to the bottom of the foundation building list. Lin Feng thought about it. In other words, Qin's Hixing, who once reached the top of the foundation establishment list, should also have been at the 13th level of Qi refining foundation establishment. Or the 14th level of Qi refining? By the way, has there been any case in history of someone successfully building a foundation at the 14th level of Qi refining? Lin Feng asked the old man. The elder brother hugged his chest in an unfathomable manner for a while before lowering his voice. There is only one person. When you study the history of Xian Shui Star thousands of years ago in college, you will understand. History from 1,000 years ago? That shouldn't be Qin's Hixing. But some ancient boss. Just as I was thinking about it, the elder brother suddenly came over and asked, by the way, little brother, what is your talent? Lin Feng touched his nose and coughed lightly, well, sea-level talent. Haha, the elder brother laughed with an ambiguous tone, then you may not have much chance to see the foundation establishment ranking. Lin Feng didn't argue with the old man. After a brief chat, he left the central square. After leaving the square, you can still see a variety of buildings. Lin Feng walked around and basically understood the functions of the various buildings of Skynet. Central Square, various lists are displayed on stone tablets. It is worth mentioning that the list includes all the cultivators in the entire Xian Shui Star. Xian Shui Star is too big, and Qing Cheng Star is too small. Even Su Fan, who has S-level talent, has not been able to make it onto any list for the time being. Trial Tower, a place to test the fighting ability of monks. Each level of the Trial Tower is a historical record. The record is of the monk who took the shortest time among all the monks who passed through that level. And if someone can break the Trial Tower record, they will receive Trial Tower rewards. The major rankings in the central square will also largely refer to the monk's Trial Tower results. Generally, when the realms are the same, the Trial Tower results will be taken into consideration. Many schools will also reward students who perform well in the Trial Tower. Arena, a place for monks to compete. The advantage of Skynet's arena is that both sides can fight without any scruples, without having to worry about accidentally killing someone. Therefore, this place is quite popular among the monks of Xian Shui Star. In most arena fights, there will be people who set up gambling games. Spectators must pay a ticket to watch the fights, and can also place bets and participate in the gambling. In addition, there is a huge electronic screen outside the arena, which also displays a list. Competitive leaderboard. The competitive leaderboard shows the monk's ranking in the arena points. Every time a monk participates in a competition, he will gain or lose certain points based on the results of the competition. And these points can even be spent directly in the arena. Therefore, the most lively place in the entire Skynet is basically the arena. Many poor monks would choose to make money by participating in competitive games, or by participating in gambling. Lin Feng is also a monk from a poor family and is quite interested in this place. But I still visited other places. In addition to the three most magnificent buildings, the Central Square, the Trial Tower and the Arena. Skynet also has special copies that require monks to form teams to complete the challenge. Generally, when schools conduct in-class tests or college leagues, they let students take the tests in the dungeon. Even the college entrance examination has been conducted in a Skynet copy. In addition, Skynet also has a treasure pavilion, auction house, training room, lecture room, and many other functions to assist the monks. After walking around, Lin Feng returned to the arena. However, when he used his mind to control himself in this virtual world to enter the arena, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Insufficient balance, please recharge and try again. Insufficient balance? Wow, I have to pay to enter an arena. Lin Feng simply logged out of Skynet and went to the front desk of the Monks Alliance to find out more. Only by asking can you know. It's not just the arena that requires tickets. Except for the central square and chat forum functions in Skynet, almost all other functions require paying a ticket. The condition for entering the arena is to hand in 10 low-grade spirit stones. After struggling for a long time, Lin Feng finally recharged the 100 low-grade spirit stones he received as a reward for reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining into his Skynet account. After learning some brief information from the lady at the front desk, Lin Feng pressed the jade slip on his forehead again. At the same time, his other hand was holding a spirit stone. Chapter 23. And this time, he entered the Skynet world holding the spirit stone. Lin Feng was much calmer than last time. At the same time, I felt much more nervous. Until the fast-forward icon appeared in his vision of the Skynet world. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, half a mouthful. He could see the fast-forward icon in the Skynet world, but he was still not sure whether his fast-forward cheat code could really be used in Skynet. Lin Feng did not try it immediately, but followed the instructions of the receptionist and silently said in his mind, "Personal information." After reciting silently, his Skynet information appeared wherever he looked. Name, Lin Feng. Identity, student of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School in East District. Talent, C level. Cultivation realm, Qi refining level 3. Martial arts boundary, Neon Musha. Kung Fu, Hunyuan Ju. Martial arts, none. Spell, none. Account balance, 100 low-grade spirit stones. This personal information is quite comprehensive. They even knew that the martial art he practiced was the Hunyuan Ju. Lin Feng sighed as he headed towards the arena. This time, a reminder sounded again. Ding! You need to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones to enter the arena. Do you want to pay? Yes/no. He chose yes before entering the arena. The first thing that catches your eye is the electronic screens broadcasting news about competitive games one after another. There are 5 electronic screens in total, corresponding to the 5 regions of Xian Shui Star, East, West, South, North and Center. Lin Feng walked directly to the electronic screen representing the East District. As he scanned the area, he actually saw that the competition between Su Fan and Yang Hong in Qingcheng, East District, was scheduled to be held in Arena A108. Without much hesitation, Lin Feng chose to enter Arena A108. As a result, the system prompted him to deduct 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng's mouth twitched with heartache. I haven't done anything yet, and 20 spirit stones are gone in vain. This Tian Wang. It really makes money. At this moment in Arena A108, the 2 protagonists Su Fan and Yang Hong have not yet appeared. There were already quite a few people sitting in the audience seats. After Lin Feng joined Skynet, he hardly saw anyone he knew. But when I entered the auditorium of Arena A108, I saw many familiar faces. Most of them are teachers and students from Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School. For example, Su Fan and Yang Hong's respective teachers, Guanming and Luo Haifeng, were sitting together in the audience at the moment, chatting about something, but they looked quite happy. There are also many teachers and students from other schools in Qingcheng. After all, Qingcheng hasn't produced an S-level talent for many years. Su Fan is still quite popular in Qingcheng. Lin Feng thought about it and walked directly towards the direction of his class teacher Guanming. Before he could take the initiative to look for Guanming to say hello, Guanming was the first to see him and asked, "It's Lin Feng, have you passed the warrior certification?" Obviously, because warriors are naturally not taken seriously, the news that Lin Feng made in the Warrior Alliance did not spread. Including the news that he became an honorary warrior of the Martial Alliance, it was only announced within the Martial Alliance. Unlike the news that Fu Xiaoxiao had reached the 5th level of qi refining, which was directly broadcasted on all the radio stations in Qingcheng. However, Lin Feng did not feel unbalanced. He nodded to Guanming and said, "Yes, it has been certified and the reward has been received." "Thank you, teacher." Guanming nodded, and casually said, "In fact, considering your situation, it might be a good choice to be more diligent and practice both immortality and martial arts." Lin Feng listened carefully, and when Teacher Guan finished speaking, he suddenly said, Teacher Guan." Guanming looked at him, "What's the matter?" "Yes, there is something. I want to borrow 100 medium-grade spirit stones from you." When it comes to borrowing money, Lin Feng doesn't have the confidence to say it. Guanming was stunned. "What do you want 100 middle-grade spirit stones for?" 100 medium-grade spirit stones are equal to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is nothing to Guanming. But for a poor student like Lin Feng, it is a considerable amount of money. What did he borrow it for? How was he going to pay it back? These are all things Guanming needs to consider. Lin Feng did not hide it. "Well, Su Fan is going to compete with Yang Hong, so I plan to bet on him to win. I only have 80 low-grade spirit stones left to bet on, so I thought I could make more money if I bet more." Guanming raised his eyebrows, saying meaningfully, "Do you really believe Su Fan can win? What if he loses? What will you give me back?" "I believe Su Fan can win," Lin Feng said with great confidence. However, he also answered Guanming's question seriously, "As for your concern about Su Fan losing, the deputy leader of Qingcheng Martial Alliance and I have a contract to be signed tomorrow. By then, I should be able to return you 100 middle-grade spirit stones." When this news came out, Guanming was stunned, and then he looked Lin Feng up and down for a long time. But he didn't ask any more questions and asked Lin Feng for the Skynet account. Then, 100 medium-grade spirit stones were directly transferred into his account. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng has never been in contact with it. And at this moment, they are lying in his account. He was about to bet all 10,080 spirit stones on Su Fan when he suddenly heard a powerful female voice behind him. "It seems that you are Su Fan's friend with sea-level talent." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw a man and a woman. The man has a calm and reserved temperament, and the woman is tall, and both of them have an aura of strength that is almost impossible to conceal. As soon as these two people appeared, all the teachers of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, including Guanming and Luo Haifeng, stood up from their seats to show their respect for these two people. The woman seemed quite kind. She waved at everyone and said, "We are all here to watch Su Fan's game. There is no need to be too nervous." Lin Feng had some guesses about the identities of these two people. Then the woman took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am Tao Yun, the admissions teacher of Jiadao Xianyuan, and this is Ming Zhang from Tiandao Xianyuan." Lin Feng nodded. "Hello teachers, I am Lin Feng." However, these two admissions teachers didn't seem to care who he was. In their eyes, he is not Lin Feng but Su Fan's friend. Tao Yun still smiled gently. "I heard that you, with your sea-level talent, have already broken through to the 3rd level of qi refining." Lin Feng is not surprised by the ups and downs. "I am lucky to have a chance." Tao Yun smiled again. "This is my first time entering Skynet. Have you seen the stone tablet in the central square?" Lin Feng pursed her lips and nodded. This time, it was the male teacher Ming Zhang who spoke. His tone was not as kind as Tao Yun's, but revealed an almost unconcealable arrogance. At the 3rd level of qi refining, you can be on the honor roll at Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School. But on the Skynet Steel, you can't be on any list. Even Su Fan, who has S-level talent, won't be able to make it onto any Skynet list in a short period of time. Xian Shui Star is too big, and Qingcheng is too small. The so-called genius of Qingcheng, even Fu Xiaoxiao, who is at the 5th level of Qi refining, can't even be ranked in the range of Xian Shui Star. And the only two S-class universities on Xian Shui Star are the ones that all true geniuses are vying to get into. As he spoke, Ming Zhang glanced at Lin Feng coldly and said indifferently, "Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 24. MMMM. In fact, every word Ming Zhang said was the truth. Lin Feng also agrees. Qingcheng is indeed very small, and Suan Shuoxing is indeed very big. These students who are inexperienced in the world are like frogs in a well. Confined to a small puddle, I could only see a small patch of sky. But these big truths came out of the mouth of this high-ranking admissions teacher. There was obviously a certain kind of condescending emotion. Especially the last sentence, what he was apparently asking was, "Do you understand?" In fact, he was admonishing Lin Feng in a condescending manner. A frog in a well cannot talk about the sea, and a toad cannot even think of eating swan meat. That tone naturally makes people uncomfortable. Lin Feng is now indeed a frog in a well with little knowledge. But it doesn't mean he will be a frog in a well all his life. There is still a long way to go. Lin Feng turned around again and looked at Tao Yun, the female teacher who looked more friendly. Her temperament is still gentle, and she treats people equally and is easy to get along with. But what was unconsciously revealed in his eyes was the same meaning as that of the male teacher Ming Zhang. Lin Feng suddenly understood something at this moment. Why didn't Qin's Hixing choose a more gentle approach to negotiate welfare with the S-Class Immortal Academy back then? Instead, he chose such an extreme way as to drop out of Tiandao Immortal Academy. He was indifferent and nodded to the male teacher, "I understand. You and I are not from the same world." Ming Zhang glanced at him and said calmly, "I hope you really understand." Lin Feng didn't say anything more. Going towards the place where the bets were placed. The 10,080 low-grade spirit stones in the Skynet account. He bet all his money on Su Fan to win. To be honest, this move is quite bold. Whenever Su Fan loses, Lin Feng lost all his money. But just as Su Fan understood Lin Feng, he believed that even if Lin Feng awakened his sea-level talent, he would not be idle. Lin Feng also knows Su Fan. That kid has never been an arrogant person. When Lin Feng asked to lend him the spirit stone for betting, Su Fan did not refuse. Just this one detail shows that Su Fan is quite confident of winning. Therefore, Lin Feng, as a good friend, is of course willing to support his brother. Furthermore, even if something unexpected happens, there is also a fast-forward icon in Lin Feng's field of vision. When he placed his bet, he did not hesitate. After that, he never went back to the audience seats where Tao Yun Mingjiang was. Instead, they moved to the audience seats opposite them. Ming Zhang and Tao Yun were also discussing at this time. "Do you think Su Fan can win this game?" The two teachers' tone was more relaxed. It's like a referee commenting on a game, with aloof attitude and a sense of detachment from the matter. Ming Zhang shook his head slightly. "I heard that Yang Hong is from a cultivation family. Although his immortal cultivation family is just a local snake family in Qingcheng, it does have an immortal cultivation background after all. For a poor cultivator like Su Fan, who has only experienced cultivation in another world once, it is probably still difficult for him to catch up with the second generation of immortals." This analysis makes sense. Tao Yun smiled and said, "I think that most of the monks from poor families are cautious. Su Fan is neither humble nor arrogant, and he is not a cocky person. Since he is so confident, maybe he really has some skills." Ming Zhang glanced at her and suddenly smiled. "In this case, how about we make a bet?" "What are you betting on?" Tao Yun raised her eyebrows indifferently. Bet on that girl. Before he could finish his words, Tao Yun interrupted him sharply, are you kidding me? The matter of that girl is of great importance and the two major immortal academies also take her very seriously. How could they decide this so easily with just a random bet? Tao Yun's face was obviously not very good. Ming Zhang smiled with an ambiguous meaning, it seems that you don't really think Su Fan can win. Tao Yun rolled her eyes at him and said nothing more. For people of their level, winning or losing the game is actually not important. It's just an immature fight between two young boys. Yang Hong won. What does that mean? With his A-level talent, he is destined to lag behind Su Fan in the future. What does it mean if Su Fan wins? With his S-level talent, he will be able to win against many people in the future. Tao Yun and Ming Zhang have met many geniuses and have a longer-term vision. The attitude towards this game is just entertainment. I waited for about 5 or 6 minutes. Above Arena A108, the competition announcement finally sounded. Yang Hong from Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School and Su Fan from Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, please read the rules of the arena carefully and be ready to go on stage. After the announcement, Su Fan and Yang Hong quickly entered the arena. Yang Hong was dressed like he was on TV, and he even changed into trendy clothes. From a distance, he looked like a handsome young man. Su Fan seemed much more casual. But there was also a broadsword behind him. The knife was pure black and had no scabbard. Instead, he tied up the blade with black cloth. Even so, this knife still gives people a mysterious feeling. Even Yang Hong, who was originally full of confidence, became more serious when he saw the broadsword. It seems that your real opportunity is not to break through the 4th level of Qi refining, but this sword. As he spoke, Yang Hong flipped his hand, and a tortoise shell the size of his palm appeared in his palm. Before Lin Feng could see clearly, he heard someone in the audience exclaiming, "Mid-grade spiritual weapon. No wonder Yang Hong is so confident. What the hell? He's only at the 4th level of Qi refining, and he's already using a mid-grade spiritual weapon. He's worthy of being a 2nd-generation immortal. But he is only at the 4th level of Qi refining. Wouldn't it be too much of a burden for him to use a mid-grade spiritual tool? With that little spiritual energy he has, how long can he last if he tries to use a mid-grade spiritual tool? Haha, you don't know this. Some defensive mid-grade spiritual weapons can store spiritual energy in advance. Yang Hong can use up the spiritual energy stored in the mid-grade spiritual weapon and then use his own spiritual energy to drive it. What the hell? Is this even possible? Doesn't that mean Su Fan is doomed to fail? I can't tell. His knife looks quite unusual. Lin Feng pricked up his ears to listen to the conversation of the people next to him, and went over the words spiritual energy reserves in his mind. Although his practice speed of practicing Hunyuan Ju is 5 times slower than that of other cultivators, his spiritual energy reserves are 5 times that of other cultivators at the same level. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng felt that it was not really worthwhile to spend 5 times the time to get 5 times the spiritual energy reserves. If he wasn't cheating, anyone else who did the same thing would be really crazy. Being invincible in the same level and fighting against opponents of higher levels sounds pretty cool. But in many cases, a high level of attainment is the right path. What's the point of you being invincible at the same level as the 3rd level of Qi refining? Can you defeat others who are at the 7th or 10th level of Qi refining? Not to mention building the foundation, it directly beats all Qi refining techniques. No wonder no one on Xian Shui Star practices the Hunyuan Ju anymore. It's really not cost-effective. Just as Lin Feng was feeling emotional, people in the audience were chatting animatedly. The fight in the arena has begun. Yang Hong sacrificed the mid-grade spiritual weapon without hesitation. The palm-sized turtle shell instantly enlarged to a height of nearly 2 meters. Su Fan was not willing to be outdone and decisively attacked in the direction of Yang Hong. Minor success in flowing cloud step. Wow, it seems that Su Fan not only has S-level talent, but also has a high level of comprehension. Come on, Lai Huyanbu is just a common yellow-level body movement technique, how can it show any comprehension? But look at Su Fan's sword, it's obviously very heavy. He can wield such a heavy sword and still perform the flowing cloud step so steadily. I guess he is not far from mastering it. Yes, his knife. The voice didn't finish. In the arena, Su Fan has already swung his sword. The broadsword, which looked quite heavy, was held in his hands. As he swung the knife with both hands, cracks suddenly appeared on the black cloth tied to the blade. Then, in an instant, it exploded into pieces in all directions. As the black cloth exploded, the blade of the broadsword was finally revealed in the sunlight. Silvery white texture, sharp and cold. When the cold rays flashed into people's eyes, they seemed to bring pain. And that was the moment the blade was exposed. Many people in the audience seats on both sides stood up in shock. Lin Feng is an ignorant person and is still a little confused about the situation. All I heard was a teacher from another school standing up suddenly and exclaiming, "My life magic weapon! How is this possible? He is only at the chi refining stage. How could he possibly have a life-defining magical weapon? Crazy! Crazy! This Su Fan! Is he crazy?" Even the teachers from the 2S class Immortal Academies in the audience seats opposite stood up in surprise, staring fixedly at the blade that was glowing with a cold light. This is ridiculous. He is only at the 4th level of chi refining. He has already bound his natal magic weapon so early. The expressions on the faces of the two teachers were somewhat ugly. The natal magic weapon is indeed powerful. But most cultivators choose to wait until they reach the golden core or even nascent soul stage before choosing their own magical weapon. After all, the natal magic weapon will accompany the cultivator throughout his life. It requires monks to spend time and effort to cultivate it. There is even a saying that the natal magic weapon is the second life of the cultivator. It can be seen that the significance of the natal magic weapon is very important. However, binding one's natal magic weapon too early is obviously not a good thing. Take Su Fan as an example. He is now bound to his natal magic weapon, which can indeed greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. But at this stage, he has too little experience and his knowledge is shallow. The natal magic weapon he chose to bind to his body might not be the best choice in terms of quality. Secondly, he is only in the chi refining stage now. Once his natal magic weapon is damaged in the battle, Su Fan himself will also suffer the backlash. Once Su Fan's natal magic weapon is severely damaged, his foundation may even be damaged, which will have an impact on his future cultivation. Moreover, if he binds his natal weapon too early, he will need to nurture his natal weapon too early. The resources and time required for this will undoubtedly affect the speed of realm improvement. The chi refining stage and the foundation building stage are considered to be two stages that are easier to advance in the path of cultivation. Therefore, Suan Shuoxing cultivators generally focus their main energy on improving their realm during these two stages. Only when you reach the Jindan stage or even the Yuanying stage can you consider your own magical weapon. But Su Fan, that young fool, was actually in the chi refining stage and he had already bound his natal magic weapon. Tao Yun and Mingjiang's expressions naturally looked ugly. However, Su Fan still had an S-level talent, so the two did not give up on him immediately. Tao Yun even looked deeply at the broadsword in Su Fan's hand in the arena. After a long while, she suddenly murmured in a low voice. This kid seems to have gained a great opportunity in the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 25. Mingjiang also came to his senses at this time, and his ugly expression eased a little. And when he looked carefully at Su Fan's broadsword, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed across his eyes. That knife! Tao Yun nodded solemnly. If this knife is indeed extraordinary, then it may not be a bad thing for Su Fan to have a life weapon. It can even be considered as a proof of his great fortune. This Su Fan may also be a person with good fortune. The mindsets of the two admissions teachers jumped back and forth in just a few seconds. From being disappointed when he found out Su Fan was bound to his natal weapon, to later suspecting that Su Fan was carrying good fortune. The two couldn't help but sigh that the trip to Qingcheng was really worthwhile. Otherwise, such a good seedling might be picked up by a Class A university. This happens every year, with some S-level talents coming from remote areas and poor families. They were overtaken by Class A universities, which boasted of various admission benefits and deceived some ignorant students. If this Su Fan was simply exposed, he would be bound to his natal magic weapon during the Qi refining stage. An S-class academy like theirs doesn't understand the details and might really let him be poached by an A-class university. Fortunately, the two of them came in person and saw Su Fan's natal magic weapon with their own eyes. Thinking of this, Tao Yun's expression suddenly became a little subtle. She glanced at Ming Zhang with resentment and sighed, "If I had known, I would have made a bet with you just now." This is referring to the bet that I didn't dare to make just now. Ming Zhang laughed, "Even if you agreed to bet on that girl, I wouldn't dare to accept it. After all, there are too many uncertainties in the competition between these two young people. But now that Su Fan has sacrificed his life-defining magical weapon, the outcome is no longer in suspense." As they spoke, the two of them turned their gazes back to the arena. Yang Hong on the field was also shocked by the broadsword that suddenly revealed its blade. He actually lost his mind for a moment during the fight. But fortunately, what he held in his hand was indeed a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Almost subconsciously, Yang Hong pushed the turtle shell in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, all eyes were expecting whether Su Fan's broadsword could cause damage to the defensive mid-grade spiritual weapon. However, almost in everyone's sight, the broadsword in Su Fan's hand. The cold blade, which was so sharp that it seemed to carry murderous aura, was actually the same as the black cloth that had just shattered. It also broke into pieces. This. What the hell? This knife. What's going on? This, my life magic weapon is actually broken? Is this how it happened? No. That's not right. This seems to be a way of attack of the broadsword. Look at the fragments of the blade. Hiss. There were bursts of gasps in the audience. There is no other reason, it's just because the fragments scattered from the broadsword are too sharp. The flashing cold light carried with it waves of unstoppable murderous intent. Almost in an instant, all the sharp blade fragments shot towards the tortoise shell in front of Yang Hong. Ming Jiang's eyes lit up in the audience and he couldn't help but exclaim. Good boy! This is a spell similar to the sword controlling technique, right? This kid has just reached the 4th level of Qi training, and he has mastered a spell. Tao Yun also exclaimed, it seems that Su Fan can be ranked at the top even among S-level talents. This Qing Cheng has really produced a true genius. Obviously, this is a battle. Or rather, that broadsword. This made the two admissions teachers have a much higher opinion of Su Fan. Lin Feng, the most insignificant person in the audience, was also quite surprised. I didn't expect my good brother to be so powerful. Not only did he awaken his S-level talent, but he also gained a heaven-defying opportunity. My goodness, could this Su Fan really be the destined protagonist? Lin Feng looked towards the arena nervously. At this point in the fight, there is almost no suspense. Su Fan, who used his natal magic weapon, had a very high chance of winning. Lin Feng thought about it, and then tried out the use of the fast-forward icon in Skynet. He quickly fixed the fast-forward icon in his field of vision on one of the countless sharp fragments. Then, the numbers on the icon jumped wildly. ×2 ×4, ×128. Boom! Countless sharp fragments, with unstoppable force, all hit the tortoise shell in front of Yang Hong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone was watching with their own eyes. The turtle shell that looked thick and hard was actually covered with cracks. This. If he gets hit again, Yang Hong should. In the audience, Ming Zhang was about to make a comment. But suddenly a familiar reminder sounded above the arena. Congratulations to Su Fan from Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School for winning the competition in 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and receiving 10 points as an arena reward. This. In an instant, the entire arena was silent. After a while, a voice exclaimed, Yang Hong is dead. Look at the position of his chest. So all eyes turned to Yang Hong behind the tortoise shell. I saw a fragment of a broadsword stuck in his chest. Everyone then discovered that. Just when the blade fragments attacked forcefully, there was actually a piece of debris that easily penetrated the hard turtle shell. Finally, it went straight into Yang Hong's heart. Hiss! That fragment, how did you do that? Too fast. Only that fragment was too fast. So fast that we could hardly detect it with our naked eyes. The fragment was so fast, and its impact force far exceeded that of other fragments. It actually pierced through the turtle shell. Too horrible. I thought Yang Hong's mid-grade spiritual weapon could barely hold out for a few rounds. But I didn't expect that he would be killed instantly. There was a burst of surprise and admiration in the audience. The looks towards Su Fan were all cautious and admiring. Su Fan himself on the field was still a little stunned. He also didn't know why only one piece of debris was so powerful. So fast. Su Fan lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Lin Feng, who was in the audience, quietly took away the 20,160 spirit stones he had won and disappeared from the arena. There were also some people with sharp eyes in the audience. For example, the two admissions teachers, and Guanming. He looked at Yang Hong's death from afar, and his gaze turned to a small hole left after the turtle shell was pierced. He narrowed his eyes and said, such terrifying penetrating power requires extremely fast speed, but such a short distance. Luo Haifeng next to him also found it incredible. How on earth did he do that? The two looked at the two admissions teachers. Ming Zhang and Tao Yun were also mostly confused. Until Tao Yun suddenly raised a point, could it be the sword intention? Ming Zhang denied without thinking, how is that possible? He is only in the qi refining stage. When it comes to the qi refining stage, I feel a little hesitant. He looked at Su Fan on the field again and sighed, forget it, I'll catch that guy and ask him a question later. Guanming's eyes were also on Su Fan, and he nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, his Skynet account suddenly received a message, prompting him that he had received a transfer of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Guanming was stunned at first, but soon he remembered. It was Lin Feng who returned the spiritual stones he borrowed from him. That kid. Guanming smiled faintly, but didn't take it to heart. When Lin Feng returned to reality from the Skynet world, the first thing he did was to find an ATM in the Monks Alliance and withdraw 1 high-grade spirit stone, 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 10 low-grade spirit stones from his Skynet account. In this way, there were 50 low-grade spirit stones left in his account. In addition, there are 5 spirit stones he got from selling the spirit gathering grass in the Genko Pavilion in the world of cultivation, and he currently has 3 left. In just one day, he went from being a poor scholar with almost nothing to becoming a 3rd-level qi refining cultivator with 10,163 spirit stones. Lin Feng was in a pretty good mood. When we returned to the slums in the north of the city from the Monks Alliance in the city center, it was already dark. The street lights in the slums are very old and the light they provide is quite dim. Occasionally, a few street lights kept flickering, just like a horror movie. Lin Feng was used to walking this road, so he wasn't afraid. But today, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out from under the street light and grabbed his arm. Lin Feng was frightened. But he soon calmed down. Just because he smelled the familiar smell of alcohol. Uncle Wine. Uncle Ju can be considered a celebrity in this slum. He has no fixed place to live, lives a life of drunkenness and dreams all day long, and can be considered a drunkard vagrant. In the past, when Lin Feng went home, he would occasionally see Uncle Ju. However, this time, it was the first time that Uncle Ju rushed out from under the street light and scared people. Lin Feng was a little confused, and then he heard the drunkard's low and hoarse voice. "Good boy, 3rd level of Qi refining, 2nd level of martial arts, or C-level talent." Just this one sentence made Lin Feng suddenly feel horrified. "I got goosebumps all over my body. Good job. This homeless drunkard uncle is actually a hidden boss." Lin Feng has practiced the breath-containing technique to the 2nd level. It is impossible for a cultivator in the Qi refining stage to see through his cultivation level at a glance. This shows that Uncle Ju is at least in the foundation establishment stage. And it seems that talent level is not so easy to see at a glance, right? Among all the people Lin Feng has come into contact with, no one can tell at first glance that he is a C-level talent. But maybe this drunkard heard about his C-level talent from somewhere else? Lin Feng was confused. But when looking at this alcoholic uncle, I no longer dare to look down on him as I did before. Yes, I am lucky and got a little chance. Opportunity. In the dim night, the drunkard's face was hidden in the shadows and his expression could not be seen clearly. This tone is also quite intriguing. He murmured as if sleepwalking, and then the drunkard staggered back to the street light. He lay there, put the bottle to his mouth and started drinking again. Lin Feng's pupils shrank as he watched. He was very sure that Uncle Ju's wine bottle appeared out of thin air. Space bag? Or sumi ring? Didn't see any. Lin Feng became more and more certain. The homeless man hanging around in their slum area turned out to be a hidden boss. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He remembered when he was a kid, he heard his neighbors gossiping about. To the north of Qingcheng is a deserted city that is poor, backward and in chaos. Chapter 26. The deserted city is surrounded by mountains and various dangerous places, which is actually not suitable for human survival. But for some reason, there are still mountain villages built among those mountains, forming a deserted city. A deserted city is not only barren, but also synonymous with sin. Lin Feng had heard more than once that criminals from the deserted city had fled to the slums in the north of Qingcheng. And this alcoholic homeless man with impressive strength. Naturally, Lin Feng thought of the criminals roaming around in the deserted city. But this uncle has been wandering for quite a long time. There is no news of wanted criminals in Qingcheng. So, maybe he was overthinking it. Lin Feng shook his head and continued walking towards home. Whenever I am about 10 meters away from home, I can see the lights at home. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. He is the only single father in his family. Lao Lin is usually very busy, working 12 hours a day in 2 shifts. I'm on night shift this week, so I have to go to the factory at 8 p.m. Lao Lin should not be here at this time. But no matter whether Lao Lin is there or not, as long as Lin Feng comes home, the house will leave a light on for him. Lao Lin is a carefree person and never cares whether electricity is wasted. Lin Feng's mouth curled up unconsciously, thinking in his heart. Now that he has money, it would be best for him to move from the slums in the north of the city to the city center as soon as possible. After all, the north of Qingcheng city is close to the deserted city, and its safety is far less than that of the city center. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard voices coming from home. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and when he opened the door, he saw that the house was unexpectedly a bit messy today. There were a bunch of vegetable baskets containing eggs, cabbages, etc. on the floor of the entrance hall, and Lao Lin's hearty laughter could be heard from the direction of the living room. The movement at the door obviously attracted Lao Lin's attention. He ran straight from the living room to greet her. Haha, Xiao Feng is back. Dad, what's all over the floor? Lin Feng asked while changing his shoes. Haha, these are all gifts from neighbors. The news of Su Fan's S-level talent has spread throughout the slum. And you, with C-level talent, not bad. Our Lin family is really famous. Dad is so happy that he asked for leave today. Lao Lin laughed as he spoke, but his eyes were slightly red and wet. You can see that he is really happy and seems to have drunk quite a bit of wine. Lin Feng also laughed. He used to be arrogant and thought that C-level talent was not that great. But in fact, for the most ordinary and poorest families like theirs, C-level talent is already very good. At least it can be practiced. Even got into college. Not to mention that he has a good brother with S-level talent. Su Fan is an orphan and was basically raised by Lao Lin. It can be said that he is half a son of the Lin family. By this calculation, the Lin family is really in great trouble. 1 C-level talent, 1 S-level talent. How could Lao Lin not be happy? Lin Feng was also infected and was thinking about talking to Lao Lin about moving as soon as possible. But then he heard a woman's voice coming from the direction of the living room. Xiao Feng is back. Lin Feng frowned, but Lao Lin patted his shoulder and laughed teasingly. I saw a beautiful strange woman in the living room. And the girl next to her. It's An Lan. An Lan changed into a clean and elegant white shirt, looking like a good girl. She looked up at Lin Feng with a hint of shyness, then quickly lowered her head and looked away. This picture. No wonder Lao Lin looked at her with a mocking look. But Lin Feng was not in a good mood. He and An Lan are indeed in the same class, but their relationship is very ordinary. The kind that can't say a word for several days. And An Lan came to visit at this time. Lin Feng could only think of one thing. She still refused to give up and wanted Su Fan's boundary stone. The moral blackmail in public in the classroom failed, and he actually came to visit privately. It even seemed like he had already conquered Lao Lin in advance. Lin Feng's face looked unhappy and he responded in a not-so-good tone. Although Lao Lin is a rough man, he understands his son. Seeing that his attitude was not very good, the smile on Lao Lin's face faded a lot. The beautiful woman spoke on behalf of An Lan. Lin Feng, right? You are indeed a handsome man. Our An Lan always praises you at home. She often talks about Lin Feng from her class. He is very nice and handsome. He is very popular with girls. I didn't expect that this time, my An Lan would have such a good fate. It just so happens that both children have awakened C-level talents. Haha, Lao Lin, don't you think it's a coincidence? An Lan's mother's tone was quite warm, and it was obvious that she had been familiar with Lao Lin before. Old Lin noticed his son's expression was different, so his attitude became a little subtle. He laughed it off perfunctorily. It's a coincidence, but there are still many people who have awakened C-level talents, right? That's different, An Lan's mother said in an enthusiastic tone. Look at your Lin Feng and our An Lan, this talented man and beautiful woman, they look so well matched. This statement was quite obvious, and Lao Lin looked a little embarrassed. Lin Feng didn't like to be polite with unfamiliar neighbors, so he stepped forward and said coldly, Mother An, if you have anything to say, just say it. Hey, old Lin, look at your Lin Feng. He is so opinionated at such a young age. Mother An was still smiling warmly. Whenever she spoke of Lin Feng, she praised him and gave him all kinds of compliments. After that, he finally put on an embarrassed look and whispered, Actually, this is the case. When my boundary stone was still usable, I had a chance in the world of immortal cultivation and obtained a very precious dual cultivation technique. Today is Awakening Day. My Anlan has awakened her C-level talent. Naturally, I will pass on my dual cultivation technique to her and find her a dual cultivation partner. As for finding a dual cultivation partner, I also carefully selected and chose your Lin Feng. The main reason is that our two families have similar conditions, and Lin Feng is so outstanding. Mother An acted like a matchmaker, praising Lin Feng. Old Lin couldn't help but feel veins popping out on his forehead. Dual cultivation technique. This thing is quite embarrassing on Xian Shui star. Because there is no spiritual energy on Xian Shui star, cultivators can only practice by going to another world through the communication boundary stone. Therefore, it is very difficult for the so-called dual cultivation partners to achieve dual cultivation on Xian Shui star, unless a special spirit stone training room is opened. But those who can afford to open a spiritual stone training room generally look down on the dual cultivation method. Because although dual cultivation can increase the speed of cultivation in the early stages, it is basically impossible to overcome the inner demon tribulation of building the foundation and upgrading to the golden elixir. In other words, once you choose dual cultivation at an early stage, there is a high probability that you will never have the chance to achieve the golden elixir in this lifetime. Generally, only those with sea-level talent who are not capable of achieving the golden elixir would consider dual cultivation. However, the boundary stone that allows multiple people to communicate at the same time is simply not accessible to sea-level talents. In other words, the sea-level talent dual cultivation couple is facing an awkward situation. On Xian Shui star, because there is no spiritual energy, they cannot afford a spiritual stone training room and cannot combine their bodies for dual cultivation. The two people are in two different worlds respectively, as they communicate with each other through the boundary stone. Therefore, generally speaking, the dual cultivation Taoist couples who practice dual cultivation methods basically play their own games. Men seek out indigenous female practitioners in the immortal cultivation world where men communicate with each other for dual cultivation. The woman went to another immortal cultivation world where she was communicating with the woman, and found an indigenous male cultivator to practice dual cultivation with. Well, it was quite fun. That's why old Lin couldn't help but have veins popping out on his forehead, and the look he gave to Motherin was no longer very friendly. Motherin was also a little embarrassed, but she still shamelessly advised, both of our children have sea-level talents. Although sea-level talents can be cultivated, they are also ranked at the bottom among cultivators. With so many sea-level talents, how can our child stand out? He has to rely on dual cultivation. Although this dual cultivation is a bit weird, it is still an option. Motherin became more and more confident as she spoke, which made Lao Lin very angry. Someone interrupted him on the spot. Choose what? Choose what kind of green hat you want each other to wear, right? Old Lin, what you said. It's an era when everyone is cultivating immortals, and your thinking is too backward. Mother An's face also looked a little ugly. After scolding old Lin, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng. When it comes to cultivation, children should make their own decisions. Xiao Feng, tell me, what do you think? Old Lin was obviously unhappy, with a cold face, hugging his chest, and glancing at Lin Feng. There was a hint of warning in that look. It seems to be saying, if you dare to agree to dual cultivation, I will not acknowledge you as my son. Lin Feng felt amused, and when he looked at Motherin, his eyes were cold. Motherin said so much, but in my opinion, it doesn't make any sense at all. Lan has encountered fatal danger. Her boundary stone cannot be used and she cannot apply for a new boundary stone. She will basically have no chance of cultivating immortals in the future. Since there is no chance for us to cultivate immortality, how can we talk about dual cultivation? Lao Lin had just heard about this and only now began to understand what was happening. It turns out that this old woman has been talking for a long time, and on the surface she is talking about dual cultivation, but in fact she has other intentions. Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Anne's mother simply revealed her card. Lan's boundary stone is indeed unusable, but I heard that Su Fan has an extra boundary stone in his hand. Ha! Old Lin was completely furious. So he's waiting here. Su Fan's boundary stone belongs to Su Fan. What does my Lin family have to do with it? What does your Lan have to do with it? Don't even mention that my Xiao Feng will never choose to practice dual cultivation. Even if she really wants to practice dual cultivation, she won't ask Su Fan to give his boundary stone to Yuan Lan. Lao Lin's attitude was already very tough when he said this. Mother An was also a little angry and was about to throw a tantrum, so Lin Feng slightly released the aura of the third level of qi refining. Mother An's face turned from angry to pale. An Lan, who had been too embarrassed to speak, finally said with a red face, as if she was about to cry, "Mom, forget it, let's go back." "Hey you!" Mother An was still unwilling to give up. An Lan grabbed her sleeve and said, let's go back. We'll think of another way when we get back." As she spoke, she began to cry, looking so pitiful. She really looks pitiful. Even after An's mother passed away, Lao Lin couldn't help but sigh and say, "What a good girl, but it's a pity that she has such a terrible mother." Lin Feng didn't agree with this and thought that the mother and daughter were probably of similar quality. After seeing off the wonderful mother and daughter, the father and son chatted for a while, and Lao Lin's mood improved again. Lin Feng's mood also improved, and he took a sip of the wine, feeling very happy. At night he neither practiced nor explored Skynet, but slept soundly in the bed where he had slept for more than 10 years. However, that night, at about 2 or 3 in the morning, a horrible loud noise suddenly came from the north. Lin Feng was so frightened that he jumped up and down. He opened the window and looked towards the deserted city in the north where the noise came from. It was late at night and the distance was far, so I couldn't see anything. However, Lin Feng suddenly saw a golden light flying from the direction of their slums in the north of the city towards the mountains in the deserted city. Chapter 27. Because of the noise at night, Lin Feng and Lao Lin agreed to move on Saturday morning. The father and son went to the city center together. Lao Lin went to look at houses, while Lin Feng went to the Warrior Alliance as agreed. The Warrior Alliance is still not as lively as the Monk Alliance on the opposite side, but there are still many warriors gathered. However, as warriors, most of these people were discussing the matters of cultivators. There are two main topics of discussion. One was the battle between Su Fan and Yang Hong yesterday. They were discussing how Su Fan was a genius and had a bright future. Another topic repeatedly mentioned a name called Yu Ling. Lin Feng listened carefully and realized that it happened last night when he was sleeping soundly. A high school student named Yu Ling suddenly appeared on the Tianjiao list stone tablet of Skynet in the middle of the night. Appearing on the stone tablet of the Tianjiao list was not a big deal. But the problem is that Yu Ling was not on the list of geniuses before. He has no reputation at all in the trial tower, the arena, or even in various forums. It was like a person appeared out of nowhere and suddenly landed on the list of geniuses. And her ranking is very strange. The original list of geniuses was when Lin Feng looked at it yesterday. The first one is the initial stage of foundation building. The second place is the initial stage of foundation building. The third place is at the 11th level of qi refining. The remaining 4th to 9th places are all at the 10th level of qi refining. The top 9 on the Tianjiao list are attracting much attention on Skynet. Lin Feng didn't need to ask deliberately, but he also vaguely understood that. In the general public's opinion, the first and second on the Tianjiao list have already broken through to the foundation building stage. But they all only reached the 10th level of qi refining before they established their foundation. In essence, he cannot be called a true genius. The 3rd to 9th places are the true geniuses. Because their strength has reached the standard of foundation building. But they are pursuing a higher level of qi refining. For example, the 3rd place is Su Jingli, who is at the 11th level of qi refining. Not only does he have a powerful background, he has also awakened an S-level talent. I heard that what he is pursuing is the 13th level of qi refining foundation. At the same time, he is also recognized in forums and other places as the true number 1 on the Tianjiao list. He is known as the well-deserved first in this year's college entrance examination. Many people speculated that he would be able to break through to the 13th level of qi refining before the college entrance examination. And it is very likely that the foundation can be established at the 13th level of qi refining. The two people ranked first and second in the foundation establishment stage were not as discussed as the third place Su Jinglu. However, the strange name Yu Ling, who suddenly appeared on the Tianjiao list last night and had no reputation at all before. But suddenly, with the 10th level of qi refining, he rushed to the third place on the list of geniuses. This is outrageous. It's not just because of this Yu Ling, he had no fame at all before. Moreover, because she is only at the 10th level of qi refining. He is at the 10th level of qi refining, but is ranked ahead of Su Jingli, who is at the 11th level of qi refining on the list of geniuses. This is a strange situation that has almost never appeared on any of Skynet's major lists. According to the discussion among the warriors of the Martial Alliance, when this strange situation occurred in the early hours of last night, many people questioned on major forums whether there was something wrong with the Tianjiao list. However, a night passed. Despite the high level of discussion on major forums, the ranking list remains unchanged. By this time, the crowd gradually realized, maybe the list is not wrong. Yu Ling, who is only at the 10th level of qi refining, is stronger than Su Jinglu, who is at the 11th level of qi refining. In fact, challenging opponents of higher levels is not particularly uncommon in the qi refining stage. But it usually only occurs between genius monks and ordinary monks. It is totally reasonable that a genius second-generation immortal who is at the 5th level of qi refining can defeat an ordinary poor cultivator who is at the 6th level of qi refining. But it is almost impossible for true geniuses to leap over levels. In fact, the gap between geniuses of the same level is quite small. And like this time, there is such an obvious situation of overranking on the Tianjiao list. This is almost unprecedented. Almost the entire Xian Shui star is discussing Yu Ling, the one who suddenly ranked third on the list of geniuses. Some people say that Yu Ling might be a demon, so his fighting power is so strong. Some people say that Yu Ling might have been possessed by the Yuanying patriarch. Some people say that Yu Ling might be the reincarnation of a certain Mahayana monk. Of course, the most reasonable guess is that Yu Ling is actually a genius specially trained by a major force in the central region. He was deliberately hidden before, and on the day of awakening, the genius was finally released and made a sensation. However, this most reasonable speculation also has a doubt. There doesn't seem to be any superpower named Yu in the central district. However, netizens still have a rich imagination. I quickly came up with the idea that in addition to the obvious immortal cultivation families in the central region, there are also hidden ancient immortal cultivation families. This imagination was quite convincing, so it triggered a large number of speculations among netizens about the hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan. In short, the rumor spreads as soon as a melon is exposed. And when Lin Feng was forced to become a badger in the melon field, he naturally couldn't help but become interested in the melon. He was just about to take out the jade slip and climb up to Skynet to take a look. A beautiful lady in uniform came over and said politely to him, "Excuse me, are you Lin Feng? The deputy leader is waiting for you in the reception room on the top floor." "Oh, then don't waste people's time." Lin Feng nodded and said calmly, "Okay, lead the way." The beautiful young lady was very conscious and led the way. Lin Feng took the opportunity to ask, "Is the news I just heard about Yu Ling true?" The beautiful lady gave him a smiling service and answered very professionally, "It seems to be true. You can log into Skynet and see it when you have time." "Oh my goodness, so that Yu Ling, is he really a member of some hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan?" Lin Feng couldn't help but gossip. The young lady was also quite gossipy, but now was working time, so she had to hold back her gossipy spirit and said truthfully, "I'm just a staff member of the Qingcheng branch of the Wu Meng. How could I know the secrets of the hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan?" Lin Feng thought so too, but still asked, "What do you think, does the hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan really exist?" I. The young lady finally couldn't help her gossiping, "I think it should exist, right? I heard that in some immortal cultivation worlds that communicate with high-level boundary stones, there are hidden sects and hidden immortal cultivation families. Maybe there are some on our Xian Shui star too. And when the young lady started gossiping, her expression became much more lively than when she was serious at work. She even looks a bit spirited, which is in stark contrast to the way she looks in her stuffy work uniform. Besides, I guess those hidden ancient immortal cultivation clans may not use the Skynet on weekdays, but use the groundnet that ordinary people can't even touch. The genius of our Skynet world might be nothing in the groundnet world. As for Yu Ling, I guess he might be an abandoned young man expelled from a hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan. He came to our world of ordinary people with a blood feud on his shoulders. The reason why he was able to suddenly rank third on the Tianjiao list is because he and we are not from the same world at all. He is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on us ordinary people. Although he was expelled, he did not give up on himself. Instead, he wanted to rely on his own efforts, step by step, to take back everything he lost. Maybe he is in a hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan, and he has a young and beautiful fiancée who despises him for being useless. The young lady chattered incessantly, like the happiest civet in the melon field. Lin Feng listened with great interest and almost thought that what she said was not her imagination, but what she saw with her own eyes. When the elevator reached the top floor, the young lady's burning gossip soul seemed to be unable to be suppressed and burst out. But she had to switch back to work mode. Her face, which looked a little cold because of the uniform, was faintly flushed, revealing her inner embarrassment. Obviously, the young lady regretted gossiping with Lin Feng about her wild imagination. But Lin Feng is still very understanding. He took the initiative to suggest, "Miss, with your imagination, if you change your career to writing novels, you may become a legend with one book." Hey! The young lady was stunned and didn't react. Lin Feng introduced him. There is an entertainment channel on the internet, and there is a wonderful novel website on it. I think if you write a novel there, you might be able to win the bestseller list prize of 100,000 yuan in one fell swoop. What? The young lady was stunned for a moment. How much bonus did you say? 100,000 bonus. Hiss! The beautiful young lady couldn't help swallowing. After a long while, he said solemnly, "Okay, thank you, Lin, I will give it a try." While chatting and laughing, the two of them had already reached the door of the reception room on the top floor. When Lin Feng said goodbye to the young lady, his eyes swept across the work tag on her chest. It had her name written on it, Yumi. A very nice name. It matches this girl's personality, who is cool on the outside but passionate on the inside. Lin Feng walked into the reception room while thinking. I wonder if this Miss Yumi will write novels and become a god by the time he ascends to heaven. It should be possible. After all, Lin Feng had inquired in advance, and found out that there was no novel in this world about fighting spirit turning into a horse. In the reception room, Wu Jun was sitting at his desk looking at some documents. As soon as he saw Lin Feng, the serious expression on his face turned into a friendly smile. However, Lin Feng's words froze his smile on his face. I seemed to hear a loud noise coming from the deserted city in the north of the city where I live last night. Boss Wu, do you know what happened? Lin Feng's tone is quite familiar. Even Boss Wu was called. Wu Jun's expression was a little stiff. It's an adult matter, kids, don't ask too many questions. Lin Feng, I'm still a child. Ahem, anyway, you shouldn't ask. As he said that, Wu Jun put away the document he was reading and took out another prepared document. Lin Feng looked at this and asked in confusion, I thought that signing a contract would involve methods like the Heart Demon Oath in the world of immortal cultivation, but I didn't expect it to be such a modern technological method. Wu Jun's mouth twitched slightly. What are you thinking about? Heart Demon Oath? Do you know that the Heart Demon Oath is potentially harmful to cultivators and cannot be used casually? Besides, our Xian Shui star does have a certain legal system after all. As long as you are not a cultivator in the spiritualization stage, you must strictly abide by the contracts you sign. Lin Feng said, what if I become a cultivator in the spiritualization stage? Let's talk about it after you succeed. Wu Jun rolled his eyes at him and handed over the contract. After taking a quick look, Lin Feng found that the contract was written in great detail. The first benefit that can be given to him will be given to him just before he is sure to communicate with the boundary stone and enter the world of martial arts. Secondly, more benefits will only be given if he makes real contributions to the martial arts system. It also specifies in detail what kind of contribution will correspond to what kind of reward. Lin Feng originally had the mentality of getting something for free, hoping to gain some advantage before entering the world of martial arts. But according to this contract, there is basically not much that can give him an advantage. Lin Feng was somewhat disappointed. However, in his 2 lives, he never showed his disappointment. Instead, he asked calmly, that boundary stone that can communicate with the martial arts world was given to me for free, right? Yes, Wu Jun nodded, it's basically a gift to you for free. Generally speaking, once a boundary stone is communicated with by a person, it becomes bound to that person. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, actually, I've always been curious about this thing called boundary stone. Where does it come from? Is it some kind of non-renewable resource? Wu Jun was stunned for a moment, looked at Lin Feng and thought for a moment before he said, there are actually ways to obtain boundary stones. But you can't get them right now. Lin Feng asked again, how can we get in touch with them? Generally speaking, Wu Jun thought for a moment, you have to at least be admitted to an S-class university. Lin Feng frowned immediately, must it be an S-type university? Of course, you can also get into an A-class university and then strive for an S-class university rating for the A-class university. However, this is much more difficult than directly getting into an S-class university. Lin Feng thought for a moment and concluded, in other words, only by entering an S-class university can one be qualified to access the way to directly obtain boundary stones. Wu Jun nodded, for the monks from poor families, it is indeed true. Lin Feng immediately grasped the key point in his words, in other words, some non-poor monks actually have other ways. Wu Jun looked at Lin Feng deeply and said with a smile, little friend, don't be so curious. Some things may not be a good thing if you know them too early. Lin Feng vaguely understood the subtext of this, and couldn't help asking, does that hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan mentioned on the internet really exist? Wu Jun couldn't help but roll his eyes at him, but then he deliberately whispered in a gossipy tone, maybe it really exists, but I'm just the deputy leader of the Wu League in a remote town. I can't get in touch with the secrets of the immortal cultivation family, right? Well, it's the same as saying nothing. Lin Feng was about to put away the gossip and continue discussing the contract. But Wu Jun changed his expression again and said mysteriously, but, if you can enter the youth training camp this year, you might have a chance to meet Yu Ling. Chapter 28. That Yu Ling. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. You mean, the Yu Ling who caused a sensation in Skynet? Will she participate in the youth training camp? Wu Jun was not surprised at Lin Feng's expression. He deliberately put on an unfathomable look and said calmly, yes, if nothing unexpected happens. That was an accident. Lin Feng said teasingly out of habit. Wu Jun gave him a cold look and interrupted him directly, the benefits of Qingchen's youth training camp this year will be much better than in previous years. These words were said to Lin Feng with temptation. However, it was obviously not because Wu Jun felt that Lin Feng could enter the youth training camp based on his own abilities, but because the contract he gave to Lin Feng detailed what kind of contribution Lin Feng had made to the martial arts system so that he could enter the youth training camp through the back door. As he spoke, he glanced at the contract in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng naturally understood Wu Jun's meaning immediately. He rolled his eyes and said, please, if I really use the back door to get into the youth training camp, won't I be looked down upon and targeted by those geniuses who got in based on their own abilities? Wu Jun raised his eyebrows and joked, isn't that perfect? The geniuses looked down on you and targeted you, but you unexpectedly beat them. Isn't this a perfect script for a good novel? Lin Feng stared at Wu Jun with a strange look in his eyes. Of course he knew that Wu Jun was joking when he said this. But this plot is really cool. But Lin Feng found a condition in the contract that allowed him to enter the youth training camp through the back door. He had to contribute his innate martial arts training techniques to the Martial Alliance. What the hell? What a difficulty! Lin Feng felt that it was no easier than for him to enter the youth training camp based on his own abilities. The key is that he entered the youth training camp based on his own ability, which was really easy. Why go through the back door when you can get in based on your own abilities? Lin Feng shook his head slightly, and pointed at the contract and analyzed it with Wu Jun. I feel that this contract is more or less unreasonable. Almost all the benefits that the Martial Alliance can provide me are after I have made certain contributions to the martial arts system. But I think the Martial Alliance should at least give me some investment first, right? After all, my martial arts level is higher, so the chances of being noticed by the sects after I enter the martial arts world will be higher, right? Lin Feng felt that what he said made sense. However, Wu Jun still looked mysterious and calm. He took a sip of tea and said leisurely, as for investment, Yan Chongfeng of Chongfeng Martial Arts School will definitely take the initiative to find you. Lin Feng understood, but was still a little dissatisfied. Then the investment was handed over to the Martial Arts Hall. You, the Martial Arts Alliance, really won't give any advance investment to a martial arts genius like me. Wu Jun remained calm and said in a dignified manner, why not? Didn't we give you the title of honorary warrior? You are basically protected by the Martial Alliance now. Chongfeng Martial Arts School will definitely not dare to cheat you for the sake of the Martial Alliance. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. But in the end, the contract was signed. After all, this contract has almost only benefits and no disadvantages for him. However, Lin Feng thought about it and asked again, when will the youth training camp open this year? From February 7th to May 7th, 3 months. Lin Feng counted on his fingers, so, before the youth training camp, I still have 4 chances to communicate with the boundary stone. Wu Jun nodded, as long as you can get a martial arts technique that can be cultivated to a level above the innate level from the sect before February 7th, the back door of the youth training camp will be open to you at any time. Look at what he said, the back door is open to him? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he had some thoughts in his mind. The back door of the youth training camp may not be really accessible. After all, he doesn't have any special body refining physique at all. It's probably not so easy to get into a big sect in the world of martial arts. However, Lin Feng is still ready to explore the world of martial arts. After all, improving the realm of martial arts seems to be able to steadily increase the fast-forward speed of his golden finger. Even Lin Feng wanted to improve his martial arts level once more before entering the world of immortal cultivation next month. Breakthrough to become a third-grade warrior. In 1 month, he broke through to become a third-grade warrior. This is undoubtedly an impossible challenge for ordinary people. But for Lin Feng, who has the fast-forward icon, as long as there are enough spirit stones, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to break through? But the problem is, in the black mine in the world of immortal cultivation, Lin Feng almost collapsed an entire mine before he was able to break through to the 2nd level of body refining. But in reality, that terrifying consumption of spirit stones. Obviously, he couldn't bear it. But after Lin Feng signed the contract, he chatted with Wu Jun for a while and then left the reception room on the top floor. When he returned to the lobby on the 1st floor, as expected, he was stopped by Yan Chongfeng, who was wearing black warrior uniform. Student Lin Feng, are you interested in visiting Chongfeng Martial Arts School? Lin Feng smiled, of course. So he left the martial alliance and took Yan Changfeng's car to Chongfeng Martial Arts School. Chongfeng Martial Arts School is also located in the north of the city, but not in the slums in the north of the city, but quite close to the city center. The entire martial arts hall is built in a grand manner. It's just a martial arts hall, but the luxury of the first floor lobby is almost catching up with that of the Martial Arts Alliance. However, although the building is magnificent, it is not very popular. After all, the martial arts school was newly built not long ago, and it is true that it has not recruited many people yet. Yan Chongfeng gave a special explanation. Lin Feng asked, "So far, how many people are there in your martial arts school?" Yan Chongfeng looked a little embarrassed. "There are 10 martial arts masters in charge of teaching. As for martial arts apprentices, well, including my son Yan Wenqi, there are 9 in total." "Wow, one-on-one teaching." Lin Feng couldn't help but teasing. Yan Chongfeng coughed lightly and explained, "Yesterday was the awakening day. Some F-level, E-level, and D-level students should be able to be recruited one after another." "That's true. After all, before awakening their talent, no student would be interested in martial arts. But once they awaken their def-level talents, martial arts will become their helpless, second-best choice." After a brief tour of the first floor lobby, Yan Chongfeng took Lin Feng to the second floor and introduced, "There are 15 martial arts training rooms on the second floor. There are 10 regular training rooms, each of which can accommodate up to 20 warriors for training. The other 5 are special training rooms for outstanding students. Not only are they single rooms, but they also have more complete and higher-end equipment." Then we went up to the third floor, which was the martial arts school's special internal cafeteria. The fourth floor is divided into 2 areas. Area A is the staff dormitory, and Area B is the office area, which also includes a training place for 10 martial artists. Yan Chongfeng led Lin Feng into an office in Area B on the 4th floor and said in a friendly and amiable manner, "I heard that your father works in a factory. Not only is there no food and accommodation provided, but the working environment is also quite bad. And if Mr. Lin signs a contract with our martial arts school, we can specially hire your father to work in the martial arts school. Not only is the work easy, but food and accommodation are also provided. How about that? Free food and accommodation." Lin Feng was indeed a little tempted. "Does it mean that I can live in this martial arts hall?" "That's right. Not only your father, but you can also have a separate room in the martial arts hall." Yan Chongfeng had obviously specifically learned about Lin Feng's family situation, so this arrangement was quite thoughtful. Housing prices in the city center are still quite high. Lao Lin went to look at houses today, mainly to prepare to rent one. The monthly rent isn't cheap, I guess. Moreover, a rented house may not be as safe as the martial arts gym. Lin Feng even cares a lot about Lao Lin's work problems. As for what he cared about, Yan Chongfeng had already arranged everything for him in advance, and all he needed was a nod. However, Lin Feng did not nod directly, but looked at Yan Chongfeng who sat in the desk. "I'd better take a look at the contract that Director Yan prepared first." As for the contract, Yan Chongfeng had already prepared it and just took it out and handed it over. Lin Feng quickly flipped through it and shook his head. Yan Chongfeng raised his eyebrows. "Why? Not satisfied?" "I can't say I'm dissatisfied, but this contract isn't really suitable for me." Yan Chongfeng pondered for a moment and asked, "So, you want to make some special requests in person?" Lin Feng nodded, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly took out a tattered sheepskin scroll from the inside pocket of his shirt. "This is the adventure I encountered in the world of immortal cultivation." He pushed the parchment scroll towards Yan Chongfeng and continued, "This incomplete technique only has 3 levels. I have already completed the first 2 levels by chance." Yan Chongfeng picked up the parchment scroll and glanced at it. He was nonchalant at first and didn't take it too seriously. After all, the poor students basically use the F-level boundary stones distributed by the school. The immortal cultivation world that communicates with F-level boundary stones generally does not have any extraordinary resources. The physical training techniques on this parchment scroll are most likely not very advanced. However, he held the parchment scroll and looked at it for a few seconds. The expression on Yan Changfeng's face instantly changed from understatement to shock. Unbelievable! Those gentle and calm eyes widened significantly in an instant. After a long while, Yan Changfeng, who was looking at the parchment scroll, suddenly changed his expression to that of an old man on the subway looking at his mobile phone. His gaze shifted from the parchment scroll to Lin Feng. That look was like looking at a monster. After a long while, he took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "You just said that you have already mastered the first 2 levels of this broken technique." "Ah, this." Lin Feng nodded hesitantly, "Yes, what's the problem? How the hell did you refine it?" Yan Changfeng looked like he had seen a ghost. Lin Feng had already thought of how to answer, "I just said it, I had an adventure." What a coincidence! Don't treat me like a fool. Chapter 29. Lin Feng looked at Yan Changfeng's state and listened to his swearing. Only realized it belatedly. He learned it from Han Ling, a somewhat arrogant co-worker in that illegal mine. A book on body strengthening skills obtained in exchange for 5 fasting pills. Like. Pretty awesome? But, it's still awesome. Lin Feng had his own thoughts in his mind, but he didn't panic at all. "I remember that Xian Shui Star has a clear rule that no one can use coercive means to find out about other people's adventures in the other world." He spoke seriously. Yan Changfeng took another deep breath and calmed down. The look he gave Lin Feng was still complicated. Lin Feng was also puzzled and couldn't help asking, "How awesome is my physical fitness technique?" Yan Changfeng pursed his lips, and after calming down his emotions repeatedly, his tone finally became much calmer, and he explained for him. "I don't know exactly how powerful your bodybuilding technique is. After all, I haven't practiced it before. Then why are you so excited?" However, Yan Changfeng paused and pointed at the prescription on the parchment roll. "Almost all the herbs in this prescription for cultivation are extremely precious. You may not be able to understand how precious it is with your current perspective. I'll tell you this. Take out any of the herbs in there and put them in the top immortal cultivation world that is connected by the S-level boundary stone, and they will be able to stir up a bloody storm. And for the cultivators of Xian Shui Star, it is basically a theoretical medicinal material that only exists in textbooks, and no one has ever seen the real thing. Do you understand?" Lin Feng understood. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the mine, Han Ling exaggeratedly said that his physical fitness technique should be called ancient physical fitness technique. Lin Feng thought that guy was just bragging at that time. No, now that he thinks about it, he still feels that guy is just bragging. Maybe Han Ling himself doesn't know how awesome this physical strengthening technique is. And Lin Feng, naturally, didn't realize it. He took out the parchment scroll because he was actually thinking. Let's see if we can make this wealthy Changfeng martial arts school a scapegoat and help him get the prescription for the 3rd level of the strengthening body technique. Result. Good job. It was so scary. Lin Feng's expression was a little subtle. Yan Changfeng suddenly said, "You showed me this parchment scroll. Are you asking me to help you prepare a medicinal bath for the 3rd level of cultivation?" Haha. Lin Feng laughed a little awkwardly. Yan Changfeng also laughed, haha. He rolled his eyes at Lin Feng, but the complexity still lingered in his eyes. He was not involved in the contract signing process between Wu Jun and Lin Feng. But you can probably guess it. Wu Jun could only give Lin Feng 2 benefits temporarily. A title of an honorary warrior. It sounds like a degree certificate, a nice honor. But it doesn't really have any real effect. The other one should be the boundary stone that connects the world of martial arts. Lin Feng doesn't know much about boundary stones and may think they are very precious. But Yan Changfeng understands the market situation. The boundary stone that connects the world of martial arts is actually not a rare thing at all. The reason why the boundary stone that connects the world of immortal cultivation is so precious is because it is a necessity for all cultivators to practice. A boundary stone that connects the world of immortal cultivation, even if it is only F level, represents a certain amount of immortal cultivation resources. And the boundary stone that connects the martial arts world. To be honest, people who awaken talents above level C will basically choose to become cultivators rather than warriors. Therefore, the boundary stone of the martial arts world has no meaning to this kind of people. As for those with talents below C level, no matter whether they are communicating in the world of cultivation or the world of martial arts, they cannot stay there for long. It's basically a waste to use boundary stones on these people. Therefore, the boundary stone that connects the world of martial arts is actually a very embarrassing existence. Those with talents above level C look down on it. Those with talents below level C are not worthy of it. Not to mention the Martial Arts Alliance, even the Chongfeng Martial Arts School where Yan Chongfeng is. In fact, we can also take out a lot of boundary stones that can communicate with the martial arts world. That is to say, the Qingcheng Martial Alliance appears to value Lin Feng very much, but in fact, their investment in him is almost zero. The reason is that we didn't pay enough attention to Lin Feng. Regarding the special body physique, the Martial Alliance is not 100% sure. In addition, even if Lin Feng really has a special physique for body refining, can he finally get into the sect in the martial arts world, and can he be taken seriously in the sect? These are hard to say. So, the contract signed between Wu Meng and Lin Feng. Yan Changfeng's speculation. It should be that Lin Feng needs to make real contributions to the martial arts system before the Martial Arts Alliance will give him corresponding rewards. Yan Chongfeng actually has similar ideas to Wu Meng. Although he thinks highly of Lin Feng, on the one hand it is because he is wealthy, and on the other hand he is eager to develop Chongfeng Martial Arts School. In fact, from his true perspective, he doesn't think much of Lin Feng. After all, at his age, he has seen a lot of geniuses every year. Lin Feng is not even included in previous college entrance examinations. Even if it were used in this year's college entrance examination, it would not be good enough. This was Yan Changfeng's original opinion. But when he got the parchment scroll, his thoughts changed slightly. The bodybuilding technique on the parchment scroll is definitely very powerful. But ordinary people probably can't practice it. After all, the accompanying medicinal bath is simply impossible to achieve. Yan Chongfeng still can't figure out how Lin Feng was made. This thing, let alone a world of immortal cultivation that is communicated by an F-level boundary stone. Even in the immortal cultivation world connected by S-level boundary stones, I'm afraid no one can practice it. His respect for Lin Feng quietly increased, and as he pushed the parchment back, he specifically asked. You should be using the F-level boundary stone issued by the school, right? Lin Feng nodded, yes, F-level boundary stone. You are lucky. This parchment scroll should not be something that can be found in an F-level cultivation world. The fact that it appeared in an F-level cultivation world only means that. Yan Chongfeng paused before continuing, in the F-level cultivation world you are in, there is a shared relic. Shared ruins. It was the first time that Lin Feng heard this term. Yan Chongfeng nodded, you will learn when you go to college. The shared ruins are a magical treasure. Multiple immortal cultivation worlds of different levels share the same relic. And in that shared relic, there are resources that may exist in every immortal cultivation world from F level to S level. Shared relics usually have specific opening times. You will find out when you are in college. Good guy. Lin Feng understood these words simply. If a world connected by boundary stones represents a single-player game for one person, so sharing the ruins means giving these single-player players a chance to meet and compete with each other? He remembered that Han Ling, who gave him this parchment scroll, did say that he obtained the scroll from some ancient ruins. So, Lin Feng looked at Yan Chongfeng again and asked, "Can the indigenous immortal cultivators from various immortal cultivation worlds also enter the shared ruins?" "That's right." Yan Chongfeng nodded. "Moreover, the identities of Suan Shuixing cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation are basically independent cultivators. And the shared ruins are generally controlled by the local forces in the world of immortal cultivation. If Suan Shuixing cultivators want to enter the shared ruins, they have to rely on their own efforts to find a way. Of course, when you go to college, your college teachers will teach you how to increase the success rate of independent cultivators entering shared ruins." Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully, and couldn't help but feel a longing for college life. But now, he looked again at the parchment scroll that Yan Chongfeng had returned. He sighed and said, "So the martial arts school can't help me practice the third level of this physical training?" The corners of Yan Chongfeng's mouth twitched slightly, and his tone was firm. "Not only in the martial arts hall, I dare say that no one in the entire Xian Shui Star can help you." "Okay." Lin Feng sighed, and then said, "Can the martial arts hall provide me with spirit stones? Tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones or something like that?" Yan Chongfeng's eyes twitched slightly. "What do you think?" Chapter 30. "I think you are handsome, rich, and a nice person, Director." "Haha." The handsome and wealthy Yan Chongfeng rolled his eyes. "Being a good person doesn't mean you're being taken advantage of." Alas! Lin Feng sighed again. Therefore, it was basically hopeless for him to break through the third level of body strengthening technique on Xian Shui Star. Next month, he will communicate with the boundary stone to go to the world of immortal cultivation. In the Black Mine, Lin Feng actually doesn't dare to rush directly to the third level. After all, the last time he practiced the second form, he directly collapsed a mine. Although it was a safe bet in the end. But Lin Feng is sure, if he dared to take advantage of the mines, he would practice the third move of body strengthening technique. The consequence? Either he died suddenly on the spot, or his secret was discovered by the Black Mine. So, it's better to be cautious. Until I'm absolutely sure, I might have to put this physical strengthening technique aside. But Lin Feng still urgently wants to increase the speed of the fast-forward cheat. Although 128 times is already very fast. But if we can reach 256 times sooner, that effect? Absolutely terrifying. Incomparable. Especially after I entered Skynet once and saw how big the world is and how vast the universe is. Lin Feng's desire to become stronger became stronger and more urgent. Some of his age have even established their foundation. And he is still at the third level of qi refining. Lin Feng glanced at the contract in his hand again, then looked up at Yan Chongfeng. "If I say now that I am confident that I will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, Director Yan will probably think I am a fool, right?" "I'm not a fool." Yan Chongfeng leaned back slightly on the chair, raised his eyebrows. "I'm just a little ignorant, overly arrogant and fanciful, that's all." So Lin Feng tapped his fingers on the contract. "If I asked you to sign it directly with me, and the condition was a bet agreement for the top scorer in the college entrance examination, you would definitely not agree." Yan Chongfeng crossed his arms and nodded his chin. "You have some self-awareness. What if this is the bet agreement? Chongfeng Martial Arts School provides me with a monthly card for the advanced training room. I guarantee that in 1 month, my training level will reach the 10th level of qi refining." Lin Feng said this lightly. Yan Chongfeng's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes at him without any courtesy. "Do you know who the advanced training room is for? There is no spiritual energy on Xian Shui Star. If cultivators want to practice on Xian Shui Star, they must use the practice room specially built for cultivators. The spiritual energy in the training room is transformed from spirit stones. Even a small formation is needed for the training room to function properly. Even low-level training rooms are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Yang Hong, who calls himself the second-generation immortal, can only use a low-level training room. Lin Feng had actually only heard of the advanced training room. He looked at Yan Changfeng's expression and then listened to his tone. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and said, "The advanced training room cannot be used in the qi refining stage. It can be used, but it's just a fool to waste it. And do you know how much a monthly card for an advanced training room costs?" Yan Changfeng even said with a gritted teeth tone. "How much?" Lin Feng really didn't know. Yan Changfeng said expressionlessly, 30 million. Lin Feng still had no expression. Yan Changfeng added 4 more words, superior grade spiritual stone. 30 million high-grade spirit stones. This means that one day of cultivation would cost 1 million high-quality spirit stones. What the hell? What's the difference between this and just robbing money? Lin Feng's expression was a little stiff. Yan Changfeng glanced at him and explained, "So now you know, the advanced training room is usually used by big guys who are at least in the nascent soul stage. Even the top cultivation family in the central district would not be so foolish as to allow a little brat in the qi refining stage to use the advanced training room." Well, Lin Feng admitted that he was indeed ignorant. He looked a little embarrassed, and changed the topic. "Then, it should be okay to change to a low-level training room monthly card, right?" Yan Changfeng answered straightforwardly this time, "Of course, no problem." Of course, he could afford a month in a low-level training room. But Lin Feng felt a little bit cheated. After all, his bet condition was to reach the 10th level of qi refining in 1 month. This difficulty is absolutely incredible. Even Su Fan, who has S-level talent, can only practice in another world for a year at a time. I dare not say that I will be able to break through the 10th level of qi refining next month. Even those geniuses on the Tianjiao list who are already at the 9th level of qi refining do not dare to say that they will be able to break through to the 10th level of qi refining next month. Lin Feng only has C-level talent and is only at the 3rd level of qi refining. After making such a big promise, what you ended up doing was getting a monthly pass for a low-level training room. No matter how you think about it, it's a loss. So Lin Feng added, "In addition to the low-level training room monthly card, I also want a sumi ring." Yan Changfeng glanced at him and did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "If you can really reach the 10th level of qi refining in a month, the investment I made in you will certainly be worth it. But what if you don't achieve it?" Lin Feng looked calm. "If it is not achieved, the sumi ring will be returned, and 10 low-level training room monthly cards will be compensated." This is quite a big tone. If you don't know, you might think he is also very rich. Yan Changfeng thought for a moment, but did not mock or question anything. He waved his hand, and a monthly card for a low-level training room appeared on the desk. "As for the sumi ring, I'll give it to you when we sign the contract this afternoon. Now, let's pick up your father first and move to a new house at the same time." "Okay." Therefore, Yan Changfeng sent several martial artists to help Lin Feng move. It was busy in the afternoon, and when Lao Lin was taken to introduce his work in the martial arts hall, Lin Feng successfully got the samurai ring prepared for him by Yan Changfeng. The area is not too big, only about 50 square meters. But such a samurai ring is quite expensive. It is definitely more than enough for cultivators in the qi refining stage to use. Lin Feng could see that Yan Changfeng didn't seem to think that he could really break through to the 10th level of qi refining in the next month. So in Yan Changfeng's mind, this samurai ring was just lent to him for 1 month. After a month, if he fails to reach the 10th level of qi refining, the ring will return to Yan Changfeng. Yan Changfeng could even earn 9 low-level training room monthly cards. Although with Lin Feng's current financial resources, it seems that he can afford 10 low-level training room monthly cards. But once the contract is signed, it is legally binding. 10 low-level training room monthly passes. In Yan Changfeng's eyes, Lin Feng could definitely afford to pay it back by working for a few decades. Even if you are luckier, you might be able to get into a decent seminary university. Maybe I can pay it off before I graduate from college. Sign the contract and stamp it. Lin Feng left Yan Changfeng's office and went to the training room on the second floor of the martial arts hall. Yan Changfeng was quite nice to him and gave him a special training room for free. Moreover, he directly enjoys the treatment of an A-level martial arts school student and does not have to pay any tuition. And shortly after Lin Feng left, Yan Wenqi walked into the office with a complicated expression. "Dad, do you really think that Lin Feng is worth investing in? What if he ends up being nothing? If Lin Feng ends up being nothing, then it will naturally not be able to serve as any advertising for Changfeng Martial Arts School. Then all the initial investment in the martial arts school would be wasted." Yan Changfeng leaned lazily against the back of his chair, glanced at Yan Wenqi, and asked leisurely, "How many of the 10,000 flyers I asked you to distribute are left?" "There are probably about 4,000 to 5,000 copies left." "Not bad," Yan Changfeng nodded with a smile. "After handing out so many flyers, do you have any insights?" "What insights can I gain?" Yan Wenqi curled his lips. "The biggest insight is that warriors have a really low status. They are really not taken seriously. Some young high school students, who are nothing at all, have already learned to look down on warriors. I really want to see in advance the expressions of those high school students when they awaken their F-level talents and can only choose to practice martial arts." Yan Wenqi said this with some indignation. However, after complaining, he couldn't help but look at Yan Changfeng. "Dad, you don't think that Lin Feng can really contribute to the martial arts system and even improve the status of martial artists, right?" Yan Changfeng shook his head slightly and sighed. "I asked you to distribute flyers, not just to distribute flyers. By distributing flyers, you can meet all kinds of people whom you would not normally meet, and develop your perspective on people. Now, think carefully and then answer me. What kind of person do you think Lin Feng is?" Yan Wenqi listened to his father's teachings and soon fell into deep thought. About a few minutes later, he looked at Yan Changfeng with clear eyes. She pursed her lips slightly and gave a serious evaluation. "I think Lin Feng is a bit contradictory. He has the shallowness, ignorance, and caution that most poor monks have. But at the same time, there is an inexplicable confidence. Self-awareness and unawareness exist at the same time, paradoxically." Yan Changfeng laughed. "Do you think he is so confident that he doesn't know it?" Yan Wenqi thought for a moment and replied, "It may also be due to my personality." Yan Changfeng shook his head slightly. He didn't over-evaluate Lin Feng, but just narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep tone, "That boy is not simple." Yan Wenqi was still somewhat dissatisfied with this statement. Although he had broken through to the second-grade warrior and the third level of Qi refining during his first training in another world. For a C-level talent, Lin Feng is indeed outstanding. But Yan Wenqi is from the Central District, from a top immortal cultivation family. He is well informed and actually looks down on Lin Feng. However, about half an hour after this conversation between father and son, Yan Wenqi suddenly heard an announcement in the Skynet world. "Congratulations to monk Lin Feng for breaking the record of the first floor of the trial tower. Reward, 100 lower-grade spirit stones." This announcement is aimed at all the monks in the Skynet world. As the news came out, it instantly caused an uproar in the Skynet world. Yan Wenqi heard people around him discussing. "The first floor of the trial tower? My goodness, how many years has this record been maintained? And it was suddenly broken today. Lin Feng? This name sounds unfamiliar? He seemed unknown before. Does anyone know who he is?" The rule of the trial tower is that only those in the Qi refining stage can break the record in the first 10 floors. In other words, this Lin Feng must be in the Qi refining stage. Wow! Qi refining stage. But there is no name of Lin Feng on the Qi refining ranking. In other words, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining broke the record that the trial tower has maintained for more than 10 years. I remember the previous record holder broke the record when he was at the 13th level of Qi refining, right. And just when everyone was talking about it, another announcement sounded. Congratulations to monk Lin Feng for breaking the record of the second floor of the trial tower. Reward, 100 middle-grade spirit stones. It hasn't been long since he broke the record of the second floor of the trial tower. This Lin Feng must have mastered some extremely fast martial arts to a level above perfection. That's right. The first 3 levels of the trial tower are not difficult. The key to breaking the record lies in speed. It depends on how fast you can pass the levels. This time the discussion did not last long. The third announcement sounded again. Congratulations to monk Lin Feng for breaking the record of the third floor of the trial tower. Reward, 100 high-quality spirit stones. 3 announcements in a row. This has almost become the hottest event, second only to Yu Ling's sudden appearance on the list of geniuses. In just a few minutes, it became a hot topic on Skynet. The topic is also quite popular in the entire Skynet world. The largest anonymous forum on Skynet soon speculated on why Lin Feng was able to accomplish this feat. That Lin Feng must have mastered a certain extremely fast top-level martial arts skill to the highest level of perfection. That's right, only this possibility allowed him to kill the monsters on the first 3 floors of the trial tower in seconds, and even broke records in a row. After all, it's only the first, second, and third floors of the trial tower. The key to breaking the record is speed. However, after such a long time, there is no announcement of breaking the 4th level record. It seems that the guy's martial arts skills are extremely fast, and the lethality is a bit insufficient. Yes, Lin Feng was unknown before, and was not on the qi refining ranking. His realm should be the 9th level of qi refining. When he breaks through to the 12th and 13th levels of qi refining in the future, and then breaks through to the 4th level of the trial tower, he should still have a chance to break the record. I just don't know who this Lin Feng is. How come he, like Yu Ling, had no fame at all before? It's like he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that he is also a senior high school student who just awakened this year, and is also a mysterious genius from a hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan? Don't hide the ancient immortal cultivation clan all the time, okay? That Yu Ling who landed on the Tianjiao list is indeed against common sense and hard to figure out. But this Lin Feng is just practicing a martial art to the highest level. Although it is amazing to cultivate martial arts to the highest level, don't you know that there is a state called enlightenment, and there is even a tool called enlightenment tea? If it is an epiphany, it can indeed cultivate a martial art to the highest level. But forget about the enlightenment tea. Who would give such a precious thing as enlightenment tea to a qi refining stage to cultivate martial arts? That should be a sudden enlightenment. And sudden enlightenment is something that anyone can have. Then Lin Feng might not be the second generation of an immortal from a cultivation family, he might even be a poor cultivator with good luck. And just as everyone was discussing, this lucky guy Lin Feng, who had cultivated an extremely fast martial art to the highest level through sudden enlightenment, was he a second-generation immortal or a cultivator from a poor family? Is it possible for him to cultivate to the 12th or 13th level of qi refining in the future and continue to break the record of the 4th level of the trial tower? A slightly stupid comment suddenly appeared on the forum. I was wondering, is there a possibility that the reason why Lin Feng did not break the record of the 4th floor of the trial tower is because he is only at the 3rd level of qi refining? Chapter 31. Not surprisingly, this post was met with a barrage of abuse. I wonder if there is a possibility that the OP forgot to use his brain when posting. Qi refining level 3? Qi refining level 3 cultivates martial arts to the highest level? Qi refining level 3 breaks the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower? OP, do you want to read what you said yourself? The 3rd level of qi refining broke the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower? The OP might as well just say that the 3rd level of qi refining topped the Tianjia ranking. Yan Wenqi felt a little embarrassed when he saw these anonymous that madly criticized him for being brainless. He really is not in his right mind. Only then will he be the one who broke the record in the trial tower, Lin Feng. The one who just signed with the martial arts gym, Lin Feng, who has C-level talent and is at the third level of Qi refining. Connect together. How could a mere third level of Qi refining possibly break the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower? It's impossible. Even if one practices martial arts to the highest level beyond perfection, it is absolutely impossible. So, it should just be a coincidence of having the same name and surname. Yan Wenqi breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately exited the Skynet world and went to the office to find Yan Chongfeng. Dad, have you read the news about Skynet? When Yan Wenqi entered the office, Yan Chongfeng was closing his eyes and pressing the jade slip on his forehead. Obviously, he is also paying attention to the news about Skynet. Hearing the voice, he came back to his senses and looked at Yan Wenqi. Did you post the post that said that only the third level of Qi refining could break the record? Ahem. Yan Wenqi coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. My brain suddenly went blank and I thought of Lin Feng from our martial arts school. Yan Chongfeng glanced at him again and said calmly. Those who are scolding you are right. It is impossible for the third level of Qi refining to break the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower. This statement also decisively denied the possibility that the person who broke the record was Lin Feng from Qingcheng. At the same time, Yan Chongfeng thought for a moment and speculated, the Lin Feng with the same name and surname should be at least in the late stage of Qi refining. The late stage of Qi refining, which means at least the 7th level of Qi refining. Yan Wenqi had another opinion. Could it be that Lin Feng hid his cultivation? He used the breath containment technique to hide his Qi refining level 7 cultivation to Qi refining level 3. Yan Chongfeng still shook his head. His cultivation was tested by the school, and later there was a second test by the Cultivator Alliance. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to hide his cultivation. Hearing this, Yan Wenqi breathed a sigh of relief. Then it should definitely not be Lin Feng from Qingcheng. Yan Chongfeng glanced at him and said with a smile, Are you so worried about Lin Feng from Qingcheng? Yan Wenqi laughed, I'm just worried about slapping myself in the face. After all, when I answered your question not long ago, I spoke very low of Lin Feng, haha. Yan Chongfeng shook his head slightly and said mysteriously, Just wait, he will slap you in the face sooner or later. Yan Wenqi curled his lips and said indifferently, Okay, I'll wait. That being said, Yan Wenqi thought to himself. Anyway, you don't have to slap him in the face right now. There is still plenty of time for his attitude towards Lin Feng to change. In this way, the martial arts school spent an uneventful weekend. Lin Feng arrives at school on Monday. When he was still on the road, a classmate he knew joked that he had the same name as Lin Feng who broke through the first 3 levels of the trial tower on Tianwang. Lin Feng also laughed it off and casually brushed it off. When he reached class 2 of grade 3, his classmates became even more enthusiastic in teasing him, all talking about the fact that he had the same name as a famous person from Skynet. The classmates all sighed that the name Lin Feng was so common and so popular. Lin Feng himself was also quite emotional, gossiping with his classmates. Speaking of which, the major lists of Tianwang only show names. Isn't this very inconvenient? Under one name, there are basically thousands of people. Class monitor Fang Mengmeng is also a second-generation immortal, so she knows more about this and took the initiative to explain. Generally speaking, the identities of celebrities in Skynet are generally consistent. Generally, the names that cannot be matched are those that were not famous at all before. That Lin Feng who has the same name as you, isn't it speculated by many people online that he might be a monk from a humble family? The reason is that a monk from a humble family who has no reputation on the internet has a higher chance of suddenly appearing. Generally speaking, the names that are more common and popular on the internet are basically from immortal cultivation families. And those unknown names that suddenly emerged are usually from humble monks who suddenly rose to prominence. Like Qin's Hixing, who had a C-level talent before. He had no fame at all before, but suddenly emerged and shocked the entire internet. Of course, the second generation of immortals like us in Qingcheng are actually poor cultivators in the eyes of those real immortal cultivation families. When Fang Mengmeng finished speaking, the students next to her were shocked. My goodness, squad leader, your family is so rich, but you are only considered a poor cultivator on Tianwang. How rich must a real immortal cultivation family be? After the exclamation, another student sighed. I can only say that Qingcheng is too remote and too poor. Poverty limits our imagination. Yet, when I saw the Skynet prodigy ranking, oh my god! I was stunned. People of my age have already reached the foundation establishment stage. But I'm only at the qi refining stage. You've already reached the first level of qi refining, which is already pretty good. I haven't even reached the first level of qi refining yet. I simply cannot imagine that little rubbish like us would actually take the same college entrance examination as those people on the Tianjia ranking. The students' voices of emotion. Lin Feng was also quite emotional. He came into contact with the world of Skynet, and was later hit hard by the arrogant admissions teacher. Later, when I met Yan Chongfeng, he would always talk about 30 million high-quality spirit stones. It feels like the whole world view is collapsing and rebuilding. Now, listening to his classmates' emotional and discussions, he finally felt down to earth and back to reality. What a bunch of frogs in a well! Even though he is as ignorant as I am. But at least here, Lin Feng doesn't feel like an outlier. He felt a lot more relaxed, and asked Fang Mengmeng, then that poor monk Lin Feng who broke the record in the trial tower, should only be famous for 2 days, and will soon be forgotten, right? Fang Mengmeng shook her head, it's not like he's forgotten. Someone will probably find out his identity soon. Hey? Pick it? How? Lin Feng asked curiously. Fang Mengmeng further explained, although the lists and records on Skynet only show names, in the Skynet database, the identity information of this person is very detailed. Generally speaking, there are still people in the upper echelons of the Monk Alliance who have the authority to check the specific identities. Good boy, that is to say. Lin Feng was thinking about something. The classroom, which was originally a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. It was the head teacher, Guanming, who entered the classroom. Guanming was quite prestigious, so there was no need to say much and the students quickly returned to their seats. Lin Feng's desk mate Su Fan did not appear next to his seat. The students had no doubts. Because it was obvious that when Su Fan awakened his S-level talent, he and his classmates were no longer from the same world. I'm afraid Su Fan won't attend the class for Class 2, Grade 3. With S-level talent, one can naturally enjoy S-level resources. These classmates probably won't have any interaction with Su Fan anymore. The gap between them will only get wider. Teacher Guan at the podium did not mention Su Fan much. He glanced at the students in the class and his eyes finally fell on Lin Feng. A teasing tone said, the one who broke the record of the first 3 floors of the trial tower in one go on Skynet, Lin Feng, it shouldn't be you, right? Lin Feng had an arrogant and unconvinced expression on his face. Teacher Guan, you are too much of a jerk, aren't you? What do you mean it can't be me? It's simply, it can't be me. He is playing a trick. The students burst into laughter. Guanming also smiled and said meaningfully, that's a pity. If it were you, the Qingcheng Monk Alliance and our school would have specially prepared rewards for you. Good guy? Lin Feng met Guanming's eyes. Listen to him again. I always feel like there's something else behind the words. This shouldn't be his illusion, right? Lin Feng thought about it and asked hesitantly, well, can I ask what the reward is? Guanming smiled and said, the school's reward is 100 high-quality spirit stones and the jade slip on the 2nd floor of the library. You can choose one. The reward from the Monk Alliance is 10 bottles of soul-gathering pills. Teacher Guan finished speaking leisurely. There was a sudden sound of people gasping for air below the podium. Hiss. FK. I'm drooling. 100 high-grade spirit stones. This is a direct wave of wealth. Indeed, for the students from Qingcheng, who lived in a poor and remote area, 100 high-quality spirit stones were certainly a terrifying amount of wealth. At least, many ordinary students may not be able to earn that much even if they work for decades. Even Fang Mengmeng, who came from a good family background, couldn't help but feel jealous when she heard the words 100 top-grade spirit stones. However, in addition to jealousy, she was more puzzled. The Monk Alliance only rewards 10 bottles of soul-gathering pills. Although chi-gathering pills are precious, the value of 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills is obviously not as good as 100 high-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, the rewards from the Monks Alliance should be higher end than those from school, right? How? Fang Mengmeng was confused. However, Teacher Guan on the podium smiled mysteriously, then his eyes fell on Lin Feng and he said calmly. Oh, I forgot to mention, these are 10 bottles of top-grade spirit-gathering pills. This time, the whole classroom was silent for a moment. Afterwards, the sound of people sucking in their breath became more obvious. His top-grade spirit-gathering pill. Top-grade spirit-gathering pill. I heard that a spirit-gathering pill of this quality will not leave any poison in the body after use. Oh my god! I just found out after browsing various forums on the internet yesterday that there are no top-grade spirit-gathering pills for sale on the market. Yes. I also saw such news. I heard that ordinary people can't get their hands on top-grade soul-gathering pills unless they have connections with top-level alchemists. I heard that even Su Fan, who has S-level talent, can't get his hands on a soul-gathering pill of this quality. Oh my god! If Lin Feng from Skynet is really a cultivator from a poor family, then he would have suddenly become rich. With such resources, he might be able to rise quickly. Yes, the students were amazed and shocked. But I still haven't connected the Lin Feng from Skynet with the Lin Feng in the class. Some students even took the initiative to tease Lin Feng. You're also called Lin Feng. Lin Feng, why don't you try to pretend to be Lin Feng from Tianwang and get this incredible reward? This is obviously a joke. Lin Feng followed the joke, coughed twice awkwardly, and asked Guan Ming on the podium. Ahem, Mr. Guan, I have the same name as Lin Feng on the internet. Can I pretend to be someone else and claim that reward? The students haven't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. Still laughing loudly. They are just a bunch of elementary school kids with no bad intentions. The classmates usually have a good relationship with each other, and they all thought Lin Feng was joking, and laughed happily. Until Teacher Guan on the podium said with a half-smile, "Haha, you don't want to pretend anymore." The ha-ha-ha-ha laughter lasted for half a minute. The whole classroom slowly became quiet, falling into a terrifying silence that is terrifying to death. Obviously, the students finally realized the profound meaning of Teacher Guan's words. In an instant, a series of scorching gazes that could poke holes in a person suddenly looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his nose awkwardly. Then, those eyes suddenly turned to Guan Ming in front of the podium. What the hell? Teacher Guan, are you kidding? Is this really Lin Feng from our class? This joke isn't funny at all. Guan Ming smiled in an unfathomable manner. Do you think I'm joking? Indeed, the classmates all know Guan Ming's character. Look at his tone and eyes. It seems like it's for real. It was really Lin Feng from their class who broke the record of the first 3 floors of the Trial Tower and became a Skynet celebrity. Damn it! I'm so heartbroken. I'm so jealous. Thinking about Lin Feng's rise to fame hurts me more than if I were a loser myself. No. I don't believe it. I won't believe it even if you kill me. I won't believe anything Teacher Guan says. Shit. I suddenly remembered about the Son of Luck that I saw on Skynet. It said that some people are extremely lucky, and the people around them will also have good luck. Do you think Lin Feng is so lucky because of Su Fan, the son of luck? First, he got the opportunity to break through the third level of qi refining. Then he got enlightenment and broke the record of the trial tower. Where the hell is Su Fan? I want to hug his thigh. The entire class 2 of grade 3 was in a frenzy. All kinds of envy, jealousy, hatred, and disbelief flooded towards Lin Feng. But more people suddenly turned their attention to Su Fan, who was not present at the scene. I think the reason why Lin Feng is so lucky is probably because he is good friends with Su Fan and has the support of the Son of Luck. Originally, many people in the class did not witness the arena battle between Su Fan and Yang Hong because they could not afford the spirit stones. But they also heard that Su Fan had actually bound his natal magic weapon when he was only in the qi refining stage. Although many students don't really understand what a feat this is. But I still know that Su Fan is awesome. And now, naturally, they attributed Lin Feng's good luck to Su Fan. Lin Feng's scalp tingled from all the envious and jealous looks he got. Fortunately, he was taken away alone by Guanming soon. On the internet, the identity of Lin Feng, who broke the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower, was finally revealed. Many people went to the previous post that said the record was broken by a brainless person at the 3rd level of qi refining and made there again. Oh my god! This OP is really smart. I don't believe in prophecy posts. Could it be that this post was made by Lin Feng himself, who is at the 3rd level of qi refining? 666 to the original poster. Now seeing my previous mocking the original poster, I feel so embarrassed. I just hate that anonymous posters cannot delete QAQ. Oh my god. I feel like someone is hitting me in the face. After hitting my left cheek, he hit my right cheek. My face hurts so much. Yan Wenqi felt very embarrassed when he saw these remarks. It felt like he was speaking his own mind. Chapter 32. My face really hurts. Yan Wenqi really didn't expect that the slap in the face would come so quickly. But soon, he realized that. It seems like his old man was also slapped in the face. Who swore that to break the records of the first 3 floors of the trial tower, one must be at least in the late qi refining stage. Yan Wenqi even somewhat doubted the possibility that Lin Feng was hiding his cultivation. However, his father, Yan Chongfeng, denied the possibility that it was Lin Feng from various angles. Result: it's really Lin Feng. With the cultivation level of the 3rd level of qi refining, he broke the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower. What the hell? How did they do that? Yeah, how did they do that? At the moment, the hottest topic on Skynet is how this exposed Lin Feng managed to break the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower with his cultivation level of the 3rd level of qi refining. In the late stage of qi refining, when fighting on the first 3 levels of the trial tower, it is natural that one can easily kill the monsters in the early stage of qi refining in seconds. As long as the speed of the flash sale is extremely fast, there is hope of breaking the record. Can he reach the 3rd level of qi refining and instantly kill a monster that is also at the early stage of qi refining? And breaking the record. This strength. It's a bit horrifying. Some people suspect that when Lin Feng breaks through to the 10th level of qi refining, he may also be able to accomplish the same feat as Yu Ling. With the cultivation level of the 10th level of qi refining, he crushed Su Jingli's ranking on the Tianjiao list, who was at the 11th level of qi refining. However, the speculation and expectations about Lin Feng on the internet were quickly shattered. Because more noteworthy news than the 3rd level of qi refining was revealed. Lin Feng is only a C-level talent. C-level talent. Such talent is only barely capable of being cultivated. Such talent ranks at the bottom among all those who can practice it. Every month, C-level talents will have 11 months less training time than S-level talents. Such a horrific time gap cannot be easily made up by hard work or luck. For a moment, the voices of those who were still speculating whether Lin Feng, who was at the 10th level of qi refining, could crush Su Jingli, who was at the 11th level of qi refining, suddenly died down. Even the about Lin Feng on the internet, which were originally shocking and admiring, have gradually changed their tone. To put it bluntly, with C-level talent, he was able to break through the 10th level of qi refining by the time of the college entrance examination, which was a great achievement. A C-level talent dares to compete with Su Jingli on the Tianjiao list? I guess when Su Jingli was building his foundation at the 13th level of qi refining, this Lin Feng might still be at the 3rd level of qi refining. It seems that this Lin Feng is really just a lucky guy, but his luck is too good, isn't it? And, how did he do it? I heard that this Lin Feng is good friends with an S-level talent named Su Fan. And that Su Fan, when he was in the qi refining stage, bound his natal magic weapon. Is the above person right? Binding one's own magical instrument to the qi refining stage. What kind of brainless behavior is this? Su Fan is not stupid. He is a man of great luck. I heard that the life weapon he bound is quite extraordinary. Even the admissions teachers of 2S class universities are impressed by him. From this point of view, is it possible that Su Fan is really the son of luck? So Lin Feng and Su Fan are good friends, so he just follows the luck and goes against the sky? So Lin Feng broke the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower with his qi refining level 3 cultivation. Could it be because he also bound his natal magic weapon? What a joke! It's not that easy to bind one's own magical instrument during the qi refining period. There must be other reasons why Lin Feng broke the record, but it is still an unsolved mystery. So, how did you do it? You reached the 3rd level of qi refining and broke the record of the first 3 levels of the trial tower. In Guanming's private office, Lin Feng was also asking the same question. Lin Feng looked at the teacher's expression and smiled calmly. Since the teacher knows that I am the one who broke the record, I think you can guess the reason, right? Guanming was silent for a moment, staring at Lin Feng without blinking. He did not use the intimidation of a strong man, but the look in his eyes was still quite oppressive. But Lin Feng stood straight under his gaze, not showing any fear at all. After a long while, Guanming finally sighed. He nodded and said, "Indeed, the Monk Alliance has summarized 3 reasons for your breaking the first 3 levels of records. First, you practice both immortality and martial arts. Not only are you at the 3rd level of qi refining, you are also a 2nd-grade warrior. And according to the feedback from the Martial Alliance, you, a 2nd-grade warrior, are not just an ordinary 2nd-grade warrior. Not only is the physical training method he is practicing very unusual, but he himself may also have a special physical constitution." Lin Feng just smiled and said nothing, which was considered as his agreement with Guanming's statement. Guanming then continued, "The second reason is what has also been mentioned on the Skynet forum. You have cultivated at least one martial art to a state of perfection." At this point, Guanming looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, "Let me guess, you should have mastered more than one martial art to perfection, right?" Lin Feng said calmly, "Liu Yun step and golden light sword technique." Guanming's breathing stagnated for a moment, and his voice sounded a little strange. "You have refined these 2 skills to the highest level? How the hell did you do that?" Lin Feng sighed with a face that deserved a beating. "Hey, I had nothing to do on the weekend, so I just picked 2 martial arts to practice. I don't know what happened. I was just playing around. How did I suddenly break through to the highest level? Could it be because these 2 martial arts are too low level and too simple? I used to think that the highest level of martial arts was perfection. Oh, it's your fault that you didn't explain everything in class. I didn't know until I broke through to the ultimate level that there is such a level above perfection. What the hell? Did people say that Versailles can't be this ordinary, right? You kid are really not afraid of getting beaten when you go out, right? Damn, this expression really deserves a beating." Guanming considers himself a good teacher with good professional ethics. At this moment, I can't help but want to give this kid a couple of beatings. He was beaten so hard that he cried for his parents and swore that he would never pretend to be cool again. However, due to his professional ethics, Guanming did not take any action in the end. He just glared at Lin Feng fiercely. I know you are very happy now, but please restrain yourself a little. Well, to be honest, Lin Feng said with a sad look, I'm not really very happy. This is not just pretense, but the truth from the bottom of my heart. Lin Feng was indeed sad when he thought about how the two martial arts reached the highest level. It all started on a sunny Saturday afternoon. For Lin Feng, who has the fast-forward icon, practicing martial arts is really easy. It only took him 2 hours of reality. In the training room of Chongfeng Martial Arts School, he practiced the golden sword technique obtained from the martial alliance to perfection. At that time, he really thought that the highest level of martial arts training was perfection. Now that he has mastered a martial art to perfection, it is only natural for him to practice it in actual combat. But if you go directly to the arena to play a competitive match, there will inevitably be people visiting. Lin Feng felt that was too high profile. He was a relatively humble and low-key person. So I simply paid 10 spirit stones and entered the trial tower. The golden sword technique of the perfect realm is matched with his martial arts realm of a second-grade warrior and the realm of a cultivator at the third level of chi refining. The first 3 floors of the trial tower were easily passed. However, when he was about to leave the trial tower, Lin Feng thought about the 10 spirit stones he had paid, and suddenly felt a little bit at a disadvantage. I just broke into the 3rd floor of the trial tower and killed 3 virtual monsters, and it only cost me 10 spirit stones. This is too bad. Then he remembered again. Each level of the trial tower has a clearance record. If you break the record, you will get corresponding rewards. Therefore, Lin Feng, who didn't want to return empty-handed, set his sights on the rewards from the trial tower. Given his strength, it was impossible for him to break the record at the 3rd level of chi refining. But, he has a cheat. Of course you should make good use of the cheats. Therefore, with the help of the fast-forward icon, Lin Feng's golden sword technique was definitely faster than simply reaching the highest level. Breaking the record was easy. But what he didn't expect was, he just broke a record, but Skynet even issued an announcement for him. As a result, the news of his low-key record breaking quickly spread across the entire internet, sparking heated discussions. What the hell? Lin Feng was so upset at that moment. But in principle, breaking one record will also cause heated discussions, and breaking 3 records will also cause heated discussions. It would be better to just break through the 3 layers. He could get more rewards. After completing this feat, he was not idle and also visited the Skynet forum. It was during this visit that he realized. It turns out that there is a realm of ultimate attainment beyond perfection in martial arts. It turns out that netizens have speculated that he is at least in the late stage of chi refining, and is a lucky man who has practiced a martial art to the highest level. After understanding the situation, in order to avoid being caught and sliced into pieces for research because of his shocking behavior, Lin Feng made the decision resolutely to meet the expectations of netizens and refine his martial arts to the highest level. As for the reason why he reached the ultimate state, many netizens have also thought of it for him. It's just an epiphany. Lin Feng's idea is very simple. But he overlooked one problem at that time. Why doesn't high school textbooks mention that there is a higher realm of martial arts than perfection? When he started practicing it in person, he understood. Because the ultimate realm is simply not something that ordinary people can reach. In fact, it may not be a state that can be achieved by just piling up time. Lin Feng practiced the golden light sword technique to perfection, and with the help of the fast-forward icon, it only took him 2 hours. But also with the help of the fast-forward icon, he practiced for a whole day and night. I'm so exhausted, I haven't even touched the surface of the ultimate realm. But in one breath, he consumed 8 low-grade spirit stones. It was then that Lin Feng finally realized. The fast-forward icon isn't everything. Some things can't be solved by just spending time. What is needed to reach the highest level of martial arts is not time, but perception. After going through countless battles, at a certain moment, all the insights were gathered into something mysterious, and then, a breakthrough came naturally. At that time, Lin Feng almost gave up on breaking through to the highest level of martial arts. But when he thought about the time and spirit stones he had spent, he was still unwilling to give up. So, Lin Feng made a bold decision at that time. He took out all the spirit stones from his Skynet account. Then, he tried to hold a high-quality spirit stone and practice the golden sword technique. This is undoubtedly a very bold decision. If it was the previous Lin Feng, he would definitely not be willing to use top-grade spirit stones to do this. But first he won a fortune through Su Fan's competition, and then he received a record-breaking spirit stone reward from the trial tower. Lin Feng was barely well off. Therefore, the experiment of high-quality spirit stones was put on his agenda. In fact, he really didn't expect the high-quality spirit stone to have any special effects. I think the only limit of usage time for a high-quality spirit stone is 10,000 times that of a low-quality spirit stone. But it turns out that, when used on the fast-forward icon, the difference between high-grade spirit stones and low-grade spirit stones is really not the same as the usage time. Lin Feng used top-grade spirit stones to practice the golden light sword technique. At 128 times the speed, one top-grade spirit stone would be consumed in 3 hours. That sounds like a loss. But at the 6th hour, his golden sword technique has truly broken through to the ultimate level. Although Lin Feng felt the pain from spending 2 high-quality spirit stones at once. But if any cultivator with a little money were asked to spend 2 high-quality spirit stones to practice a martial art to the highest level, he would probably be willing to do so, right? For example, what Lin Feng asked Guanming at this moment. Not to mention 2, he would probably be willing to pay even 200. You can earn more spirit stones if you lose them. But practicing martial arts to the highest level is something that cannot be purchased with money. After that, Lin Feng consumed 2 more high-quality spirit stones and cultivated the Liu Yun step to the ultimate level. At the same time, he thought of, maybe in the future I will break through some more difficult realms. You can also try using high-quality spirit stones. For example, Yan Shizhen, who tops the Skynet Qi refining ranking. Didn't he just fail to build a foundation after breaking through the 14th level of Qi refining? When Lin Feng reaches the 14th level of Qi refining in the future, perhaps he can try to use high-quality spirit stones to achieve a breakthrough. Even is the 14th level of Qi refining foundation very strong? Maybe he could even reach the 15th or 16th level of Qi training. Although it seems a bit far-fetched from today's perspective. But Lin Feng also learned from Skynet that above the top-grade spirit stones, there are even more precious and rarer top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spiritual stone. That is indeed something that ordinary people dare not even think about. But for Lin Feng, who has opened up his mind, he feels that there is nothing he cannot think of. There is still a long way to go in the future. Guanming ignored Lin Feng's annoying words and managed to calm himself down. He looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes, and then gave the third reason. The technique you practice is not the popular Qi Yang Ju, but the Huan Yuan Ju. Lin Feng didn't act naughty this time and nodded calmly. And Guanming's eyes suddenly became more complicated when he looked at him. 3 reasons why Lin Feng was able to break through the first 3 levels of the trial tower. Only the first one is slightly within Guanming's tolerance. The next 2. No matter whether it is to refine martial arts to the highest level, or to practice the Hunyuan Ju. This is totally against common sense for Lin Feng. The highest level of martial arts cannot be achieved through sudden enlightenment. But before you can have an epiphany, you need a lot of insights. Generally speaking, cultivators in the qi refining stage have little experience and it is simply impossible for them to do this. Even if someone has an incredible comprehension to achieve this, most of them have S-level talent. Because only those with S-level talents can stay in the other world for a longer time and have richer life experiences. But Lin Feng. Okay, let's assume that Lin Feng really has an incredible level of comprehension. But while practicing the Hunyuan Ju, a C-level talent can break through to the third level of qi refining. The time required to practice Hunyuan Ju is 5 times that of Yankee Ju. Guanming simply couldn't imagine. If Lin Feng was practicing Qi Yang Ju, what realm would he be in now? Like, would he be at a higher level than Su Fan, who has S-level talent? Chapter 33. C-level talent, 1 month of training time. The result is that the talent level is higher than that of an S-level talent after 1 year of training. Is this reasonable? And after Su Fan awakened his S-level talent, he received a lot of rewards from the school. Not to mention the spirit stones, the boundary stones he used were C-level boundary stones that ordinary high school students couldn't even get their hands on. But even so, Su Fan only broke through to the 4th level of qi refining at a time. However, this Lin Feng, with his C-level talent and practicing the Hunyuan Ju, broke through the 3rd level of qi refining. By the way, his martial arts realm also broke through to the 2nd level. People on the internet, including students in Class 2 of Grade 3, all said so. Lin Feng was lucky enough to break the record of the first 3 floors of the trial tower thanks to Su Fan. But think about it carefully. If it was really thanks to Su Fan, then why didn't Su Fan break the record of the first 3 floors of the trial tower himself? Guanming looked at Lin Feng with particularly complicated eyes at this moment. Lin Feng was frightened by his gaze and whispered, "Teacher, the rewards of spirit stones and qi-gathering pills you mentioned are not a lie, right?" Guanming rolled his eyes at him fiercely, "Is this all you have? What do you mean by this?" Lin Feng was not to be outdone, "I even dreamed last night that I ascended to heaven on the spot." Haha. Guanming laughed dryly twice and said solemnly, "The reward can indeed be given to you, but next month, you have to cooperate and go to the deserted city." What are you going to do in the deserted city? In Lin Feng's concept, he equated the deserted city with the northern Myanmar in his previous life. The teacher tempted him to go to the deserted city with rewards. This is simply a scam. Of course Lin Feng was totally unwilling. But Guanming explained, "Didn't I tell you before that Qing Cheng will host a college league in a month?" Lin Feng nodded, and said at the time that this college league was related to the places in the youth training camp. Due to some special reasons, there may be changes to this year's college league. It is no longer just held by the 12 high schools in Qing Cheng, but together with the neighboring Huangcheng, a total of 17 high schools will jointly host the Qinghuang High School League. There are 17 high schools in total. Lin Feng was stunned. So there are only 5 high schools in Huangcheng. Guanming nodded, "Yes, there are only 5 high schools in Huangcheng, but..." His expression was somewhat solemn. Lin Feng's eyes rolled and he quickly guessed, "But the students in Huangcheng are very strong." Guanming neither nodded nor shook his head, but explained, "The educational environment in Huangcheng is not as peaceful as our Qingcheng. There is a lot of competition among their students. Like the students in our class too, they are always laughing and playing around, without any sense of urgency at all. But this phenomenon is not seen in the deserted city school. They spend all their time practicing hard. They run to eat, sleep, and go to the bathroom. Wait, why does this sound familiar? Why does it resemble the educational model of a certain middle school in the previous life? But the problem is, but there is no spiritual energy on Xian Shui Star. How can they practice while running?" Guanming glanced at Lin Feng. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "You'll understand when you go to the central district or a slightly more affluent city to see the world." Xian Shui Star does not have spiritual energy, but it is just like we can use spiritual stones to build a training room. Some advanced schools directly build giant formations to allow the entire school to be filled with a little spiritual energy. As expected, after Guanming finished speaking, Lin Feng's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief. A giant formation that can fill the entire school with spiritual energy, how many spiritual stones does it consume every day to operate it? Guanming sighed again. It does consume a huge amount of spiritual stones that ordinary people can hardly imagine, so the tuition fees for that kind of school are also terrifying. Generally, only the second generation of immortals in a cultivation family can afford such an education. Most of the geniuses on the Tianjiao list that you see on Skynet come from schools like that. Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Sure enough, poverty still limited his imagination. The life of a true second-generation immortal was beyond his imagination. However, Lin Feng soon raised another question, but Huangcheng, isn't it supposed to be very poor? How can the students there afford to attend such an aristocratic school? This is related to the education system of the deserted city and some special circumstances of the local area. Guanming pondered for a moment and only revealed one thing. It's hard for me to tell you more. All I can tell you is that the students in the deserted city are almost overdrawing their future. When they enroll, most of them do not pay huge tuition fees, but sign a contract with the school. In other words, enjoy the education first, and then work for the school to pay back the tuition when you grow up. Working for the school? What kind of work? Why do I feel that the school in this deserted city is just like the fraud group in northern Myanmar, so mysterious and secretive? Guanming also revealed, under such a policy, students in Huangcheng are basically the future workers of the school. Therefore, the school will set up various policies to stimulate students to work hard, vicious competition, and various internal conflicts. So although the number of schools and students in Huangcheng is not as large as that in Qingcheng, the strength of the students is almost catching up with that of the central district. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. So why should we compete with the deserted city in our college league? The reasons are quite complicated. As a student, don't ask too many questions. Guanming knocked on the table with his finger bones and returned to the topic. With your ability, you will most likely represent the school and participate in the Qinghuang High School League in a month. By then, will I be able to not go then? Wu Meng told me that I could enter the youth training camp through the back door. Lin Feng interrupted in a low voice. Guanming glared at him and said, "You must go. Not only to participate in the competition, but also to test your spiritual roots." Test spiritual roots? But doesn't the textbook say that all cultivators on Xian Shui Star have 5 spiritual roots? Lin Feng was stunned. And I have practiced the Hunyuan Ju, so I must have 5 spiritual roots, no problem. No problem. Guanming rolled his eyes at him again. It's a big problem. Ask yourself, is your cultivation speed normal for someone with 5 spiritual roots? Lin Feng could feel that Guanming was a little uneasy. But he should really have 5 spiritual roots and nothing wrong with him. I just don't know if the spiritual root test can detect that there is something wrong with him. Probably not. Lin Feng sighed in his heart, but finally nodded and compromised. Okay, let's go to the deserted city next month. But my rewards of spirit stones and top-grade spirit gathering pills can't be given to me only next month, right? Of course not. Guanming waved his hand, and 10 white jade bottles and a jade box appeared on the desk. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, the jade bottle and jade box disappeared into thin air. Guanming glanced at him calmly and said sarcastically, "Haha, you are doing well. Have you got the space equipment?" "That's right. For a genius like me, many big guys will invest in me in advance." "Teacher Guan, do you want to invest as well?" "Get lost." Guanming rolled his eyes at him. Lin Feng then asked, "Isn't there a jade slip reward on the 2nd floor of the library? Just go directly to the library." We'll let you go to the second floor. As Guanming spoke, he seemed to remember something and suggested, there are a lot of jade slips on the second floor, but you'd better not consider the martial arts ones. After all, there are many other ways to obtain martial arts. He thought about it and made a plan for Lin Feng. If you want to take the offensive combat route in the future, you can find a magic jade slip. If you want to earn spirit stones, you can also consider learning a craft. If you want to learn a craft, it's best to check if you have the relevant talent in advance. Guanming explained it in great detail. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, how do I know if I have relevant talent? Guanming saw that he wanted to learn a skill, so he explained, for example, if you want to learn alchemy, go to the Alchemist Alliance. If you want to learn weapon making, go to the Weapon Master Alliance. If you want to learn formation, go to the Formation Master Alliance. Our Qingcheng is quite remote, and there is no such alliance in the local area. However, Skynet has made our lives more convenient. You can go to the Skynet world and take a look. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, I'll go check with Skynet later. By the way, teacher. Lin Feng flipped his hand and took out the monthly card for the low-level training room that he got from Yan Chongfeng. Guanming glanced at him and basically guessed what he wanted to say. This month, I plan to practice in seclusion and strive for the 4th level of qi refining. It is very common for monks to practice in seclusion. However, there is no spiritual energy on Xian Shui Star, so when you are in seclusion on Xian Shui Star, you basically have to spend money to practice in the practice room. Generally, only rich people are qualified to go into seclusion on Xian Shui Star. For example, the 2nd generation immortals like Yang Hong would sometimes not come to school for classes and go directly to the training room for retreat. In this case, the school will generally approve it. Guanming looked at Lin Feng deeply and quickly approved it. As soon as Lin Feng came out of Guanming's office, he was surrounded by a group of classmates, who kept chattering in his ears. They either asked him how he broke the trial tower record or where Su Fan was. Lin Feng took great pains to deal with these classmates and leave the school. As he left, he was keenly aware of a slightly hostile gaze. Following my feeling, I looked over and saw Chu Wengxing, who was ranked 2nd to last on the honor roll. When the guy saw him looking over, he quickly turned around and avoided his gaze. Lin Feng didn't take this man seriously and left the school. The classmates who had originally surrounded him soon dispersed when they saw him leave. However, someone noticed Chu Wengxing in the corner and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this Chu Wengxing, who is 2nd to last on the honor roll? I remember you said early in the morning that you wanted to challenge Lin Feng to the arena to help your master Yang Hong regain his position. Why, didn't you see Lin Feng when he was here just now?" Someone else laughed at him. "Haha, how dare he see it? When we were bragging, we all thought that Lin Feng and the Lin Feng from Skynet just had the same name. Who would have thought that it was actually Lin Feng? Lin Feng has already broken the record of the first 3 floors of the trial tower. Wouldn't it be rude for him to challenge it again? Ha ha ha, that's really rude. You have to at least break the 4th level record before you challenge it. Don't you agree, Chu Wengxing?" "Ha ha ha, Chu Wengxing, when are you going to break the record of the 4th floor of the trial tower and challenge Lin Feng?" Yang Hong was defeated, but at least he had the courage to challenge Su Fan. "Chu Wengxing, what about you? You got scared just because you heard that he broke the record of the trial tower? Ha ha ha. What can I do if I'm not scared? A gift from afar is a token of affection, isn't it? Ha ha ha." Class 2 and Class 1 have always been at odds with each other. Most of these mocking voices came from Class 2. Chu Wengxing's face turned red, feeling extremely humiliated. He didn't even care about the school rules and immediately released the aura of the 3rd level of qi refining. However, among the students in Class 2, Fang Mengmeng glanced at him coldly. Chu Wengxing lost control instantly and could only run back to Class 1 in shame. The students in Class 2 burst into laughter again. Of course, Lan, who has not yet solved the boundary stone problem, can't laugh. She looked in the direction where Lin Feng left, her eyes somewhat unwilling. But soon, her gaze shifted to an ordinary-looking fat man. But Lin Feng didn't know all this. After he left school, he went directly to the monks' union. At this time, students with awakened talents have basically completed the registration of Skynet accounts. The Monks' Alliance this Monday was naturally not as crowded as it was on weekends. Lin Feng didn't have to wait long before he was treated by a staff member and got a room. To be precise, a practice room was opened. The staff asked, "How long do you want to stay in seclusion?" "About a month." Lin Feng handed over the monthly card for the training room. "Okay, no problem." Seeing that he was unfamiliar, the staff member explained, "You can check out of the practice room early, and there will be no extra charge. But if you only pay for 1 month, the training room will automatically shut down the formation after 1 month. It has happened before, too. There were cultivators who were about to break through, but the formation was shut down because the fees were due. As for the situation where the formation is shut down due to the expiration of the fee, our Monk Alliance will not be responsible for any losses suffered by the customer." In other words, when monks use the training room, it is best to pay more fees to avoid the accident of being cut off from spiritual energy at the critical moment of breakthrough. But Lin Feng only has this one monthly card. There will be a college league in a month. He should check out early. As the staff escorted him in, they continued to explain, after entering the training room, it will take about 15 minutes for the formation to run. This is normal and will not be counted into the training time. You just need to wait patiently. After Lin Feng nodded to show that he understood, he entered the low-level training room. Just as the staff said, there was no spiritual energy in the training room when I first entered. You need to wait for 15 minutes. While waiting, Lin Feng logged into the Skynet world again. At this time, many people in Skynet were still discussing the name Lin Feng. However, due to the label of C-level talent, netizens do not have high expectations for him. Even many of the remarks contained an undisguised tone of sarcasm. Lin Feng didn't care either. He went straight to a building called Alchemist Alliance. Just like buildings like the Trial Tower and the Arena. To enter this Alchemist Alliance, one must pay a fee of 10 spirit stones. But for Lin Feng now, 10 spirit stones are nothing. However, as soon as he entered the building, a Skynet electronic voice reminded him. Ding! It is detected that you do not have the Alchemist level. Please complete the Alchemist certification as soon as possible. Otherwise you will be expelled in half an hour. Chapter 34. Good job! Without the level of an alchemist, you can only stay for half an hour at most. Even for this, they charged 10 spirit stones. Are the buildings in the Skynet world really built to steal money? Even though Lin Feng could barely be considered wealthy now, he still felt a little sorry for the 10 spirit stones he had paid. I wonder if there is any way to earn back those 10 spirit stones like I did when I entered the Trial Tower before? While thinking, Lin Feng strolled around the Alchemist Alliance. He also didn't know what the real Alchemist Alliance was like. However, the Alchemist Alliance in the Skynet world does not seem to have any staff. All actions seem to be automatic. Lin Feng walks to an operating table and can choose the service he wants. The most important service is the Alchemist grade certification. Secondly, there is an Alchemist forum, which is also placed in a particularly prominent position on the console interface. But when Lin Feng clicked in, the console reminded him. Please complete the Alchemist certification as soon as possible. In other words, many functions of the Alchemist Alliance in the Skynet world can only be used after the Alchemist's level is certified. Including the Alchemist Forum, which can only be viewed after certification. So Lin Feng simply clicked on the Alchemist certification and checked the process and strategy. According to the guide, there are 2 main ways for Suan Shuoxing monks to become certified alchemists. Either authenticate in reality or authenticate in Skynet. Monks can also perform simulated alchemy on the Skynet. The advantage of simulated alchemy is obvious, that is, there will be no waste of alchemy materials. The disadvantages are also obvious. For ordinary alchemists, the success rate of Skynet alchemy is generally higher than the success rate of real alchemy. The main reason for this is that Skynet's medicinal materials are generated by data. Real medicinal materials grow in real environments. Just like the saying goes, there are no two leaves in the world that are exactly the same. In reality, there is no such thing as two real medicinal herbs that are exactly the same. Instead, medicinal materials each have their own characteristics based on their growing environment and growth experience. However, the medicinal materials simulated by Skynet data are almost copied and pasted, exactly the same. Although with the development of the times, the Skynet database has become increasingly complete, adding various complex characteristics to various medicinal plants. However, the characteristics of digital simulation are always less complex than the real situation. This also leads to the fact that some alchemists have a success rate of up to 80 to 90% when refining pills with Skynet. But once I return to reality, I fail and the success rate is less than 50%. That is why the assessment standards for alchemists in reality and Skynet are different. When passing Skynet certification, alchemists are required to make elixirs 10 times, and 9 of them must be successful. In real authentication, 2 out of 3 attempts are successful. The 2 authentication methods also have their own characteristics. The accuracy of Skynet certification is higher. After all, if 9 out of 10 attempts are successful, it basically means that the person has a solid foundation in alchemy. However, the actual certification is only tested 3 times, which has a small base and may not be so accurate. It's more or less a matter of luck. The levels of alchemists are divided into entry-level apprentices and 1st to 9th level alchemists. For level 3 and below, you only need to satisfy either reality or Skynet certification to be considered successfully certified. Alchemists above the 3rd level need to be successfully certified by Skynet and in reality before they can be truly certified. That is why there are quite a lot of alchemists below the 3rd level on Xian Shui Star, but their quality varies. From the 3rd level upwards, the quantity is significantly reduced, but the quality is basically guaranteed. Lin Feng looked at the certification standards for alchemy apprentices again. It's very simple. You just need to refine 3 batches of Bigu pills on the Skynet, and 2 of them will be successful. Yes, the certification standard for apprentices is simpler, requiring only 2 successful attempts out of 3. However, if the certification fails, you will need to cool down for 30 days before you can continue the certification. For the alchemy apprentice who succeeds in the first certification, Skynet will reward him with 100 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng thought about it, then clicked on the help interface on the console and asked, when certifying an alchemy apprentice, will Skynet provide a free Bigu pill recipe? About a minute later, the console responded. Only for the Bigu pill recipe, it can be given for free. This question actually doesn't make any sense. After all, those who come to be certified as apprentices have basically learned alchemy. Almost everyone who studies alchemy will give priority to learning how to make fasting pills. Firstly, the materials used to refine the Bigu pill are cheap, and secondly, the Bigu pill is also the easiest to refine. The recipe for the Bigu pill is naturally not a very precious thing. But Lin Feng was different, he had never been exposed to alchemy before. After seeing the answer from the console, he directly selected, I want to take the alchemy apprentice certification, please give me a recipe for the Bigu pill. The operation desk responded, would you like to pay the 10 Lingxi certification fee? Yes/no? My goodness, you have to pay to join the Alchemist Alliance, and you also have to pay for certification. This Tian Wang is simply obsessed with money, right? However, Lin Feng still chose to pay 10 spirit stones. After paying the spirit stones and filling out some simple information, he was teleported to a virtual alchemy room. On the table in the alchemy room, there were 3 sets of materials for refining the Bigu pills, as well as a Bigu pill recipe. The recipe for the pill explains in detail the method of refining the Bigu pill. It only takes about 10 minutes to read it through. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was apparently looking at the pill recipe, was actually holding a top-grade spirit stone in his hand. So when he looked at the pill recipe, the familiar fast-forward icon naturally appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Feng vaguely felt. When using high-quality spirit stones, the fast-forward icon in his field of vision seemed to have a more noble color and a more textured appearance than when using low-quality spirit stones. I don't know if it was his illusion. This time, he was going to verify the effect of the top-grade spirit stone once again. This has been confirmed before when I was practicing martial arts. When using high-quality spirit stones to drive the fast-forward icon, the upper limit of the icon's fast-forward speed does not change. Including the usage time of high-grade spirit stones on the fast-forward icon, it is the same as that of low-grade spirit stones. The only difference between the 2 spirit stones seems to be, when using high-quality spirit stones, Lin Feng's comprehension seemed to be significantly enhanced. So at this moment, he held the top-grade spirit stone in his hand and directly chose to study the recipe of the Bigu pill at 128 times the speed. Really? It was only when he read it for the 3rd time that he had an epiphany. Then, when he read it for the 10th time, his mind automatically simulated the process of refining the Bigu pill. When he read it for the 50th time, Lin Feng even had a strong sense of confidence. Just by looking at the refining process, he could infer the principles of each step. After reading it for the 100th time, Lin Feng could even remove some unnecessary materials in the pill recipe, as well as some unnecessary techniques in the refining process. His entire brain was clearer than ever before. And the Bigu pill seemed to have been refined by him thousands and thousands of times. Even every time, it is a success. In outside time, only a dozen minutes had passed. Lin Feng put down the recipe and walked towards the alchemy furnace. In reality, when refining more complicated pills, alchemists often need to have some apprentices to help them. However, in the virtual alchemy room, these problems can all be solved with data. This is another reason why the success rate of virtual alchemy is higher than that of reality. After all, an apprentice may make mistakes, but the program cannot. When Lin Feng walked towards the virtual alchemy furnace, his whole temperament was like that of a real high-level alchemist who had experienced many battles. The simplest elixir, the Bigu pill, normally takes half an hour to refine. As for Lin Feng, all his movements are done smoothly and in one go. In the end, it only took about 15 minutes to open the alchemy furnace. In the alchemy furnace, 30 white round grains lay quietly. At this time, the drawbacks of data alchemy appeared again. Because the Bigu pills are not graded, there is no distinction between low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade grades. But Lin Feng feels that if he were to refine the elixir in reality, the Bigu pills he made would be rounder, fuller, and whiter than those made by ordinary alchemists. One can tell just from the appearance that the fasting pills he refined are absolutely of the highest quality. It's a pity that data is just data after all. It can't understand Lin Feng's strength at all. It just generates a batch of ordinary fasting pills according to its inherent procedures. But this is enough. Lin Feng quickly succeeded in refining another furnace and directly completed the certification of Alchemy Apprentice. According to regulations, the Alchemist Alliance rewarded him with 100 low-grade spirit stones. This can be considered as earning back the total of 20 spirit stones paid for joining the Alchemist Alliance and certification. However, this time, it did not cause any sensation like the previous time when the trial tower was broken. After all, being certified as an alchemy apprentice is not a big deal. Lin Feng left the Alchemist Alliance in a low-key manner, and then left Skynet in a low-key manner. Lin Feng was quite pleasantly surprised by this low-key alchemy experience. He once again confirmed the magical effect of the top-grade spirit stone, which was equivalent to confirming his own talent for alchemy. In other words, as long as he has enough high-quality spirit stones now, he can easily become a great alchemist in the future. Is the top-grade spirit gathering pill very precious? He can refine it himself. He could even successfully refine all kinds of top-grade elixirs that other alchemists could not. Even not just alchemy. Weapon refining? Formation? Talisman? Including various martial arts and magic, including future magical powers, artistic conception, etc. As long as there are enough high-quality spirit stones, Lin Feng doesn't have to worry at all. He has directly become a genius with extraordinary comprehension. Return from Skynet to the low-level training room. Feeling the thin spiritual energy permeating the low-level training room, Lin Feng inexplicably had the urge to laugh out loud. A genius like him. Not to mention a mere Suan Shuoxing. Even if there is another Xian Huoxing or Xian Jinxing in the future, he will be able to sweep all the way, right? All I can say is, it's so cool to cheat. Although it was fun, Lin Feng did not waste his time practicing in the practice room. He quickly calmed down, sat cross-legged on a cushion in the practice room, and began practicing at 128 times the speed. His goal this time? It's a sprint to the 4th level of qi refining. Based on the past experience of the cultivators from Xian Shui Star, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd levels of qi refining can basically be summarized as having a similar training time. For example, the 1st floor is 1 month, the 2nd floor is 3 months, and the 3rd floor is 6 months. As for breaking through the 4th level of qi refining, there is no fixed length of practice time, but it is more of a test of experience and luck. Why are S-level talents so precious? It's not just because they have a maximum of 1 year to practice. It is also because that 1 year represents 1 year of experience. The experiences and insights gained during that 1 year are difficult to make up for with talents of other levels. Therefore, when it comes to realm breakthroughs, S-level talent has more advantages. It took Su Fan a year to break through the 4th level of qi refining. And Lin Feng broke through the 3rd level of qi refining. He actually only experienced it for 1 month. It was just during this 1 month that he accelerated his cultivation. It is quite difficult to reach the 4th level of qi refining in just 1 month. The progression from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refining can barely be considered a small qualitative change in the body's spiritual energy. Just like a bunch of scattered hair, after being gathered together, constantly rubbed, twisted into a rope, and finally really condensed into a thicker strand. This process of rubbing and twisting the spiritual energy into a rope usually needs to be experienced countless times. Until one day he succeeded and successfully broke through the 4th level of qi refining. It's also a test of luck. At this time, Lin Feng could also choose to use high-quality spirit stones or top-quality spirit gathering pills to increase his chances of success in breaking through. But it is still a waste to use high-quality spirit stones or top-quality spirit gathering pills at the mere 4th level of qi refining. After all, he had made a promise to Yan Chongfeng. When I return from the world of immortal cultivation next month, I will break through to the 10th level of qi refining. There are still many levels to break through. So, let's save more spirit stones for the future. Just like that, Lin Feng only held the low-grade spirit stone and set the speed at 128 times, without using anything else, and began to practice patiently. There is no time limit for cultivation. Outside, in Chongfeng Martial Arts School, Yan Wenqi distributed the 10,000 leaflets his old man requested. After giving a simple report on my experience, he couldn't help but ask about Lin Feng again. Dad, Lin Feng has been practicing in the practice room for several days. Yan Chongfeng was calm. He should want to break through the 4th level of qi refining before the next communication with the boundary stone. But this is only a month, and there is no chance yet. Can he succeed? Yan Chongfeng took a sip of tea calmly. Then he glanced at his son again and said, "What does it have to do with you whether he succeeds or not? Yan Wenqi looked a little embarrassed. My previous evaluation of him was indeed a bit too one-sided. I also briefly reflected on it while handing out flyers these past few days. I was too arrogant before. Lin Feng is indeed not a simple guy. Dad, you said he. Will he really break through to the 10th level of qi refining when he returns from the other world next time? Yan Wenqi looked a little nervous. Yan Chongfeng remained calm and composed, not worried at all. Although to some extent, he was also slapped in the face by Lin Feng and underestimated that guy. But it doesn't matter. After all, Lin Feng had signed a contract with their martial arts school. The stronger and more famous that guy is, the more beneficial it will be to their martial arts school. Even if Lin Feng really breaks through to the 10th level of qi refining when he returns next time, Yan Changfeng's loss was not too great. After all, compared to a low-level training room monthly card and a sumer ring, C-level talent, the second return to break through to the 10th level of qi refining, is what is truly worthy of more attention, a shocking move. But Yan Chongfeng glanced at his son Yan Wenqi calmly, and said confidently and firmly, Lin Feng may be able to break through the 4th level of qi refining this month. But it is absolutely impossible to break through to the 10th level of qi refining when I return next time. Chapter 35. Yan Wenqi actually had similar thoughts in his mind. Lin Feng's dream of breaking through to the 10th level of qi refining when he returns to the other world next time is simply a fantasy. If he had said less when he was bragging, and said he had broken through to the 9th level of qi refining, perhaps it would have been more believable. The realm of qi refining stage, generally speaking. Levels 1 to 3 are the initial stages of qi refining. Levels 4 to 6 are the middle stage of qi refining. The 7th to 9th levels are the late stage of qi refining. The 10th level and above means qi refining is complete. The 4th, 7th, and 10th levels of qi refining are basically the three most difficult hurdles to overcome in the qi refining period. Especially the hurdle of the 10th level of qi refining is quite difficult to break through for a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. Why do monks need to go to university? Not just for your own future. This is also because universities are like sects in the world of immortal cultivation, and will provide students with certain resources for cultivation. Most cultivators have to wait until they enter university and use the university's resources to break through the 10th level of qi refining. And Lin Feng. However, he wanted to break through the 10th level of qi refining in the relatively barren world of immortal cultivation communicated with by the F-level boundary stone. And that's with C-level talent, and only 1 month to practice. Honestly, this is just wishful thinking. Overestimating one's own capabilities. Yan Wenqi thought so in his heart, and when he heard his father give the same answer as him, he should have agreed. But, looking at his father's confident look, he couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him. Dad, you also said before, while sitting at this table, that the one who broke the record of the first 3 floors of the trial tower must be a cultivator in the late qi refining stage, and it couldn't be Lin Feng who was in the 3rd qi refining stage. Your expression then was just as confident as it is now. Yan Changfeng's determination and confidence froze on his face for a moment. He glared at his son fiercely, don't bring up that. The situation this time is obviously different. Just when I was about to make an excuse for my self-confidence. Suddenly thinking of something, Yan Chongfeng changed his words and added a patch to what he said before. I can only say that as long as Lin Feng is still a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, he will never be able to break through to the 10th level of qi refining next month. Yan Wenqi glanced at his father again and said faintly, I hope you won't slap yourself in the face again this time. You little brat, you have no respect for your parents. Yan Chongfeng rolled his eyes at him, waved his hand, and threw another pile of flyers on the table. Go and hand out another 10,000 flyers. On the other side, Zhu Yuqing from the Zhu family was about to return to school after a long vacation. Before leaving Qingcheng, I also talked about Lin Feng with my younger brother Zhu Tengfei. When Zhu Yuqing picked up Zhu Tengfei and Lin Feng to go to the monks' alliance, she was wearing casual clothes and her temperament was gentle and generous. She's like a good-tempered, easy-going big sister next door. However, this time when she was about to leave Zhu's house, she was wearing a dark blue uniform, which made her look more mature and feminine. When talking to Zhu Tengfei alone, he was no longer as gentle as when Lin Feng, an outsider, was around. Instead, she acted with the authority of an elder sister and began by giving Zhu Tengfei a lecture. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly mentioned, "That C-level talent Lin Feng from your school, it might be a wise decision for you to take the initiative to make friends with him." Zhu Tengfei looked a little proud. "I told you. Lin Feng grew up with Su Fan. I also heard you say before that most S-level talents who come from poor families have amazing luck. So I thought that Lin Feng, who is good friends with Su Fan, might also be very lucky. I didn't expect that his luck is so good. Not only did he break through the third level of Qi refining, but he also broke the record of the trial tower. If I make friends with him, maybe I can benefit from his kindness and change my luck." Zhu Tengfei said this proudly, as if after becoming good friends with Lin Feng, the next time he enters another world to practice, he will be able to obtain some heaven-defying opportunity and soar to the sky. Zhu Yuqing shook her head helplessly and lovingly, "You. At least it doesn't make me an enemy of Lin Feng. The purpose of his friendship with Lin Feng doesn't really matter. It is impossible for interactions between people to be 100% pure." However, thinking of this, Zhu Yuqing thought of the girl who had appeared next to her brother recently. She said seriously, "Your new girlfriend." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zhu Tengfei. I know, her motives are not pure. She approaches me to regain the boundary stone. Sister, how many times have you said it? My ears are calloused from hearing it. How many times have I told you this? She and I are just playing around. How can I really give her a new boundary stone for free? We don't have a mine." Zhu Yuqing warned him again, "That girl, I think she is smarter than you. Don't always think you are smart and treat others as fools. Just play around, be careful not to get yourself into trouble." Okay, I got it." Zhu Tengfei obviously didn't take these words seriously, and his tone was still perfunctory. Zhu Yuqing sighed and revealed, "The situation in Qingcheng this year is different from previous years. You, the senior class, are lucky. Next time you practice in another world, you must follow my instructions and practice hard. You must break through to the middle stage of Qi refining. There's still actual combat. When you come back, clear the 4th floor of the trial tower." I know. Zhu Tengfei's ears were really calloused, and he interrupted Zhu Yuqing directly, "It's just the Qinghuang League, the students in Huangcheng are all very strong. Anyway, you've already said that Qingcheng has already invited foreign aid. With my level of strength, I'll definitely be cannon fodder when the time comes. If I'm lucky, I can hold on to Su Fan's thigh. If I'm unlucky, I'll keep a low profile and stay away from those foreign aid bosses, okay?" He made a very clear point. Zhu Yuqing glared at him again, "You really don't have any ambition at all." Yes, I'm not as ambitious as you. Sister, you should go back to school and grab some resources. Otherwise, the next assessment." "Okay, shut up." Zhu Yuqing was very knowledgeable when she was educating her younger brother, but she obviously didn't like being taught. After packing up his things, he left Zhu's house and returned to school. And not just the Zhu family. In the remote and poor village of Qingcheng, similar conversations are taking place in the few places that can be called families. The situation in Qingcheng this year is different from previous years. This year, Qingcheng will host a college league with Huangcheng. This year's youth camp was merged with the deserted camp in Deserted City. How terrible the education in the deserted city is, how powerful the students in the deserted city are. As time went by, this information gradually came out. The educational atmosphere in the 12 universities in Qingcheng is obviously not as relaxed as before. At the same time, as time went by, some news about Yuling was finally uncovered in the Tianwang Forum. However, those news only appeared in anonymous forums and there was no evidence to support them. The first piece of relatively confirmed news is that Yuling is actually a girl. This name is quite neutral and can be used by boys as well. When girls use it, it seems to have an indescribable charm. Another more widely spread and shocking news is, it only took Yuling 1 year from drawing qi into the body to the 10th level of qi refining. 1 year here. It refers to the year when she communicated with the boundary stone and went to another world to practice. In other words, Yuling is almost the same as all the poor students. It is only after entering another world that one officially begins the journey of cultivating immortals. And it only took her 1 year from drawing qi into her body to the 10th level of qi refining. When this news first came out, no one believed it. But later, it seemed that some anonymous posts were too confident in their tone. The discussion of this news gradually increased. Even the Tianwang Forum has set up gambling games. Bet on what realm Yuling can break through to when he returns from training in another world next time. After reaching the 10th level of qi refining, theoretically one can directly break through to the foundation establishment stage. But a genius who truly aspires will naturally pursue a higher level of qi refining. For example, the 11th, 12th, and 13th levels of qi refining. But because all the cultivators of Xian Shui Star have the most useless 5 spiritual roots, the realm after the 10th level of qi refining is even more difficult to break through than building a foundation for those with 5 spiritual roots. According to past experience, even if one had S-level talent, in order to break through from the 10th level of qi refining to the 11th level of qi refining, it would take at least 2 to 3 years of practice. According to S-level talent, one can practice in another world for 1 year at a time. It only takes 2 or 3 months. As for the bet about Yuling, naturally, most people bet that she would still be at the 10th level of qi refining when she returns next time. At the same time, there were also many cultivators who thought Yuling was unusual and chose to focus on the 11th level of qi refining. Even at the 12th level of qi refining, there are still very few people betting on it. However, the odds for the game at the 13th level of qi refining were incredibly high, but no one was betting on it. Lin Feng only stayed in seclusion in the practice room for half a month and then checked out. When he came out of the training room, he looked a little depressed. Anyway, there is no sign of joy. The staff member who was in charge of checking him out thought he had failed to break through, and consoled him, "Don't worry too much, it's normal to fail in seclusion. Go out and relax, chat with friends, maybe you'll succeed next time." Lin Feng didn't explain anything, just said, "Thank you." After receiving the monthly training room card with 14 days left on its validity, he did not return to Chongfeng Martial Arts School, but went directly to school. On the way, I also logged into Skynet to get a brief understanding of current affairs. Naturally, I also saw the news about Yuling. The gambling game was so heated that almost everyone participated. And the name Yuling has become completely popular. Compared to Lin Feng, who had broken through the first 3 levels of the trial tower and then quickly became a nobody because of his C-level talent, he is now much more famous. If Yuling is as popular as the top star in the entertainment industry, then Lin Feng is probably just an 18th-tier unknown person. But Lin Feng didn't care much. He was just a little tempted by the odds of the bet. The odds for reaching the 13th level of qi refining were as high as 1:10,000. What the hell? Skynet is playing such a big game. What is the concept of this? This means that by pressing 1 low-grade spirit stone, you can directly get 1 high-grade spirit stone. It's a sudden wealth. But even though the odds were so staggering, still no one was willing to bet on the 13th level of qi refining. Even the very few people who knew Yu Ling's true situation had not reached the 13th level of qi refining. Because the more you understand about cultivating immortals, the more you will know how difficult it is to break through the 13th level of qi refining. Even the natives of the world of immortal cultivation are super geniuses with mutated single spiritual roots. Even with the support of sect resources, breaking through the 13th level of qi refining is extremely difficult. Even for the native geniuses in the world of immortal cultivation, it is impossible for them to break through from the 10th level of qi refining to the 13th level of qi refining in just 1 year. How is it possible for Yu Ling, a Suan Shuixing cultivator? When a cultivator from Xian Shui Star enters the world of immortal cultivation, it is basically equivalent to having no background at all. It is something that even the indigenous geniuses with sect backgrounds cannot do. Naturally, no one believed that Yu Ling could do it. So naturally, no one would be so desperate as to suppress the 13th level of qi refining. Even those who pressed on to reach the 12th level of qi refining were already taking a huge gamble. But Lin Feng is a little different from the others. He is amazing and noble. There is no word impossible in his own dictionary. So he doesn't like to use the word impossible to restrict others. He just felt that the odds were indeed amazing. It is indeed tempting. So, on a whim, he directly bet 100 low-grade spirit stones, betting that Yu Ling would be able to break through to the 13th level of qi refining when he returned next time. In this kind of gambling, the amount of the bet is public. Lin Feng's impulsive and noble behavior instantly caused heated discussions on Tianwang. In the anonymous forum, many people are guessing which idiot made such a bet. Could it be that the bet was made wrong because of hand trembling? And now the reality is a deserted city. In a cave covered with sword marks. A stunning girl dressed in black and with a high ponytail, her temperament is as dignified as snow. Beside her, there stood a clear water mirror that seemed real. The girl's voice was clear and desolate, like cold ice and broken jade, and she asked towards the water mirror. Master? Do you think I can break through the 13th level of qi refining within a year? In the water mirror, there is a sloppy and unkempt drunkard. His hair was disheveled and his beard was untidy, so his appearance was almost invisible. He didn't know whether he heard the girl's question clearly. As if immersed in his own world, he put the wine gourd to his lips and drank tons of wine. After a burp, he blurted out something crazy. Break through the 13th level of qi refining in 1 year, ha 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 ha. In this crazy state, the girl couldn't understand what he meant. But she felt that, in this world, perhaps only her master would believe in her and support her so unconditionally. At this moment, in the water mirror, the drunkard tilted his head and rested his head on the wine gourd, mumbling incoherently, "Come on." The girl with a cold temperament unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth into a rare smile. Like ice and snow melting. But it was fleeting. She pursed her lips, not caring whether the drunkard in the water mirror heard it. It was as if I was saying to myself, I will do my best. Lin Feng didn't know at this time. His unintentional act of being noble made one of his future competitors really have the evil idea of breaking the impossible. He didn't even care about the anonymous discussions on the internet. After arriving at school, I went directly to the library in a low-key manner. It was exactly as Guanming said before. I said hello at the library. He easily went up to the second floor, which students were usually not allowed to go to. However, an administrator still reminded, stay for no more than 2 hours. After you have selected the jade slip you want, come to me to register for a replica. Okay, I got it. Lin Feng nodded to the administrator and asked directly, excuse me, which row of bookshelves are the alchemy jade slips on? Chapter 36. The administrator frowned slightly, but quickly pointed Lin Feng in a direction. Because the goal was clear, Lin Feng didn't need 2 hours at all. He quickly selected the jade slip and came back to register with the administrator. When the administrator handed him the replica jade slip, he couldn't help but suggest. Even if you really have a good talent for alchemy, it's better to spend the rest of your time on cultivation. Has your teacher told you about the Qinghuang High School League? This league is quite important, and alchemy is not something that can be learned overnight. It is best to wait until the league is over and then learn step by step. The administrator has good intentions. Lin Feng nodded to show that he understood. But deep down, he was still very determined and decided to try to make the elixir. It is true that other people's alchemy is not something that can be accomplished overnight, it requires considerable time and accumulation of experience. But Lin Feng is different. For him, as long as he has enough high-quality spirit stones, refining the elixir can be accomplished in a snap. And his practice in the past half-month was not without results. Naturally, he broke through to the 4th level of qi refining. However, I was not very happy about it. One reason was that he had used high-quality spirit stones in the process of breaking through the 4th level of qi refining. I originally wanted to say that I could achieve a breakthrough simply by practicing at double the speed. But in the end, a week passed and there was no progress at all. Lin Feng couldn't bear it any longer and finally used the top-grade spirit stone. As a result, due to the difficulty of Hunyuanju, even with the comprehension of top-grade spirit stones and the blessing of 128 times the cultivation speed, it still took him 7 days to finally break through the 4th level of qi refining. Although relying on the Hunyuanju and the ultimate martial arts, he, who is at the 4th level of qi refining, should be able to defeat those at the 5th level of qi refining and even some at the 6th level of qi refining. But, the 4th level of qi refining is the 4th level of qi refining. What he and Yan Chongfeng agreed upon was that his realm would break through to the 10th level of qi refining, not that he would have the strength to defeat someone who was at the 10th level of qi refining. With the dual blessing of his comprehension with top-grade spirit stones and his cultivation at 128 times the speed, it took him a full 7 days to break through the 4th level of qi refining. If this continues, how is it possible to break through the 10th level of qi refining within a month? Another bad thing is, before, Lin Feng always thought that when he broke through the 4th level of qi refining, his fast-forward speed would be able to increase to 256 times. But in the end, the speed did not change after breaking through the 4th level of qi refining. The upper limit of the speed used on yourself is still 128 times. The reason why Lin Feng promised Yan Chongfeng solemnly that he would break through to the 10th level of qi refining when he returned next time. On the one hand, I want to put more pressure on myself. On the other hand, it was also because he speculated that after breaking through the 4th level of qi refining, the fast-forward speed could be increased to 256 times. 256 times. What does that mean? The terrifying growth trend of the exponential function. It is almost foreseeable that as the speed continues to increase, breaking through the realm in the future will really be as easy as eating and drinking. But when breaking through the 4th level of qi refining, the fast-forward speed did not increase. If the 4th level of qi refining does not grow, the 5th and 6th levels of the middle stage of qi refining will most likely not grow either. Even when breaking through the 7th level of the late qi refining period, the probability of doubling the growth rate is also very low. And with the blessing of two terrible facts, Lin Feng has almost lost confidence in breaking through the 10th level of qi refining when he returns next time. But once words are spoken, they can be spilled. He can't just slap himself in the face. So, no matter how difficult it is, we still have to fight. In order to continue to fight for the 10th level of qi refining, Lin Feng had two plans. One is the top-grade spirit gathering pill. The other is to consider continuing to break through the 3rd level of body refining. He felt that the speed of the fast-forward golden finger was most likely related to the degree of physical training. When I was at the 1st and 2nd levels of body refining, the speed of cultivation increased. The second is that it is upgraded once when refining qi to the 1st level. So Lin Feng has reason to speculate that the next time he increases his speed, either it is foundation building, Or it could be the third level of body refining. Building the foundation is still too far away, so now I can only set my goal on the third level of body refining. After taking the jade slip from the library, Lin Feng returned to the martial arts hall. When I found Yan Chongfeng, he was still in his office. Although Yan Chongfeng majored in martial arts, his vision was still very vicious. Almost the moment he saw Lin Feng, he narrowed his eyes slightly. After calming down, he smiled and said, "Wen Qi and I talked about you a few days ago. I wonder if you can break through the fourth level of qi refining within a month. Who would have thought that you would have achieved a breakthrough in just half a month instead of a month?" Lin Feng didn't care even though his realm was seen through. After all, he is currently still worried about how to break through the 10th level of qi refining within a month. Looking at Yan Changfeng's smile, even though the other party meant well, he still felt it was annoying. After sitting across from the desk, Lin Feng was too lazy to chat about trivial things and went straight to the point. "Director, since you are from the Yan family in the Central District, you should be able to collect the top-grade soul-gathering pills, right?" Yan Chongfeng narrowed his eyes again, a little surprised. "You still have the best spirit-gathering pill." He was not surprised that Lin Feng had the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. After all, it is a reward given by the Monks Alliance. Guanming even announced this award directly in front of the students in Class 2 of Grade 3. Therefore, many people know that Lin Feng has the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. But the reason why Yan Chongfeng was so sure that Lin Feng could break through to the fourth level of qi refining within a month was because he knew that he had the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. In his opinion, it was already quite remarkable that Lin Feng could shorten the time to break through the fourth level of qi refining to half a month. Unexpectedly, he hadn't even used up all the top-grade spirit-gathering pills. There should be 1 or 2 bottles left, right? Just thinking about it. But Lin Feng waved his hand. 10 bottles of spirit-gathering pills were lying quietly on the desk. Yan Changfeng's pupils shrank when he saw this. Then, he suddenly looked at Lin Feng again, and said in disbelief, "These 10 bottles. You didn't use any of the bottles, did you? Isn't this nonsense?" Lin Feng was very anxious now and was in no mood to answer any nonsense. He asked directly, "Although you, the director, practice martial arts, the Yan family in the Central District should still be in great need of the best spirit-gathering pills, right? It's this thing called the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. It is precious and it is really precious. But it is not something that ordinary people can afford. For example, there is a poor boy who grew up eating contaminated seafood. You suddenly sell him a portion of uncontaminated seafood at a sky-high price. The poor boy will only think you are a fool. However, for the rich second generation who have insisted on not eating contaminated seafood since childhood, the attitude is different. In their eyes, uncontaminated seafood is a high-end product that is not only healthy but also highlights their status. This is roughly the difference in attitude between the poor cultivators and the second-generation immortal geniuses when facing the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. Is the top-grade spirit-gathering pill good? Of course. But the monks from poor families simply cannot afford it, and would never consider using it. And the second generation of immortals in the immortal cultivation families, especially those top geniuses who will strive to reach the 13th level of qi refining in the future. They would never touch low-quality spirit-gathering pills no matter what. Only the top-grade spirit-gathering pill is their choice to speed up their qi refining stage cultivation. And in this remote and poor village of Qingcheng, almost no one is willing to use the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. Even the students in Class 2 of Grade 3 speculated that Lin Feng would sell the top-grade soul-gathering pill in exchange for more cost-effective resources. In fact, Lin Feng can also choose to sell the top-grade spirit-gathering pill on the Skynet. However, the process on the internet is relatively complicated and the time it takes to take action is uncertain. So he found Yan Chongfeng, who came from a family of immortal cultivators. Yan Chongfeng looked at the 10 bottles of soul-gathering pills and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. How did you break through to the 4th level of qi refining when one bottle was useless? If it were in the world of cultivating immortals, it could be understood as an adventure. But this is on Xian Shui Star. Where did this adventure come from? You really aren't a genius with 5 spiritual roots, but rather 3 or 2 spiritual roots, right? Yan Chongfeng said in a somewhat uneasy tone. Lin Feng still had no intention of discussing these things. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me whether your Yan family can get these 10 bottles of Juling pills. Yan Chongfeng couldn't get an answer. His mouth was slightly stiff for a long time before he finally sighed. What do you want to exchange? Just a reminder, if you are in a hurry to sell it, it is normal to be undercut by the price. I want to exchange for 10,000 sets of materials for the soul gathering pill, and the right to use an alchemy room for half a month. Yan Chongfeng stared. What did you say? Lin Feng was too lazy to repeat. You heard it right. Yan Chongfeng's mouth twitched slightly. So, you don't want to refine the elixir for half a month. And 10,000 copies of the gathering spirit pill. The key is that Yan Chongfeng had investigated it before. Lin Feng is indeed a poor monk with no background at all. Before the awakening day, let alone refining the elixir, he couldn't even draw qi into his body. What the hell? A poor monk who has nothing. Suddenly he said he was going to start making pills directly? It's not even the most entry-level fasting pill. Rather, it is the spirit gathering pill, a very difficult first-grade elixir. 10,000 copies? What kind of brain circuit is this? Are you kidding me? Lin Feng used to think that the Yan family from the central district were very decisive and efficient. Only now do I realize why this guy is so fussy. Do you think I'm joking? You can't be. Yan Chongfeng began to look a little doubtful. You really know how to make pills? What does my ability to make pills have to do with you? Just tell me, can you provide me with 10,000 sets of materials in a pill-making room? Then, Lin Feng added, I also learned about the market in advance. The materials for 10,000 soul-gathering pills, even with the right to use the alchemy room for half a month, are far less valuable than these 10 bottles of top-grade soul-gathering pills. At most, the number of alchemy materials for 10,000 is too large. But for a super-immortal cultivation family like the Yan family, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Yan Chongfeng looked at Lin Feng's serious expression. At this point, I was 100% sure that this kid was not joking. If 10,000 sets of materials are distributed to you in stages within half a month, it should be no problem. As for the alchemy room, the Yan family seems to have some connections in alchemy in Qingcheng. But Rongzhou City, which is not far from Qingcheng. Yan Chongfeng was thinking as he spoke, and then he remembered something and reminded him, even if I can apply for an alchemy room for you, you must at least be certified as an alchemy apprentice, otherwise you still can't. Lin Feng interrupted directly, don't worry, I have already certified the alchemy apprentice. Yan Chongfeng's face was stiff and shocked again. He really didn't believe, or it was hard to believe, that Lin Feng could really make elixirs. The art of alchemy is not something that can be easily learned by one person alone. Generally speaking, every alchemy apprentice or alchemist has an alchemy master who guides them. But what about Lin Feng? With his background on Xian Shui Star, it is impossible for him to have any alchemist master. That is, in the world of cultivating immortals. However, the alchemists in the world of immortal cultivation are either in a sect or trained by an immortal cultivation family. Each of them is a high and mighty lord, and is simply not something a casual cultivator with 5 spiritual roots like Xian Shui Xing can approach. Unless either Lin Feng doesn't have the 5 spiritual roots, or his talent in alchemy is really amazing. So amazing that his alchemy master ignored his 5 spiritual roots. Could it be that Lin Feng's adventure was really about being accepted as a disciple by an unconventional alchemist? In other words, Lin Feng, who had a sea-level talent, not only broke through the 3rd level of qi refining in just 1 month, but also learned how to make pills? Could it be that his third level of qi refining was a fake achievement achieved by taking medicinal pills? That's not right. Can parallel imports break the record of the trial tower? What about the others who didn't break the record? For a moment, Yan Chongfeng had a lot of thoughts in his mind. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng became more and more complicated. It will be much easier if you have the certification of an alchemy apprentice. I should be able to help you contact the alchemy room in Rongzhou City. His tone was also quite complicated. Lin Feng responded decisively, I require the use of a teleportation array to travel between Rongzhou City and Qingcheng, and you pay for the transportation. Yan Chongfeng thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Even after paying for the teleportation array, he still made more money. After all, the materials used to make the soul-gathering pill weren't too precious. However, the top-grade spirit-gathering pill is in short supply. After the discussion, Lin Feng directly asked to go to Rongzhou City immediately. Of course, before leaving, I said hello to Lao Lin again. Lao Lin is doing well in the martial arts school. Although Lin Feng's C-level talent is discriminated against among monks. But for warriors with general def-level talents, it is already amazing that Lin Feng was able to break the trial tower record. Although he rarely appears in the martial arts gym, he still has considerable prestige in the gym. And Chongfeng Martial Arts School has indeed recruited quite a few students these days because of this celebrity. Therefore, Lao Lin is naturally highly respected in the martial arts school. Even in normal times, he has basically nothing to do, just like an old leader who uses connections to kill time. But Lao Lin himself cannot sit still and often finds things to do when he has nothing to do. Knowing that Lin Feng was busy with cultivation, he only gave a few instructions on life matters, and finally sighed, okay, go and get busy. Work hard and cultivate well. When you succeed in building your foundation, not only will your father be proud, but you will also be able to live decades longer than others. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Afterwards, he left Qingcheng and went to Rongzhou City. Less than half a month after the appointment, about 10 days later, he returned to Qingcheng. When he came back, it was already the day of the second communication with the boundary stone. In fact, monks don't have to communicate with the boundary stone in school, they just need to find a safe and reliable place. But Lin Feng still went to school. When he returned to school this time, he could clearly feel that the educational atmosphere of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School was obviously different. There are fewer students laughing and playing in the corridors, and fewer students playing ball on the playground. When I entered Class 2 of Grade 3, there were a lot fewer students in the class. There are a few unfamiliar faces. There was still no sign of Su Fan in the classroom. But there was a classmate whom Su Fan had never seen before sitting in Su Fan's seat. He was a thin boy with a strong aura. Seeing Lin Feng sitting next to him, the boy looked Lin Feng up and down for a while, and said slowly, "Are you the one who broke the record of the first 3 floors of the trial tower, but ended up with only C-level talent?" Lin Feng also stared at the man for a few seconds and asked calmly, "Are you a transfer student?" "Transfer student? Ha!" The boy laughed with an ambiguous tone. To put it nicely, he is indeed a transfer student. To put it bluntly, it's the foreign aid your rubbish school hired. Chapter 37. This is indeed a harsh statement. Lin Feng frowned and narrowed his eyes. Before I could open my mouth, I heard teacher Guanming's voice coming from the front door of the classroom. "If classmate Yu Sha really despises Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, I can make the decision to have you transferred back to your original school." After saying this, the boy named Yu Shao's face suddenly became a little stiff. This transfer spot is not so easy to get. Qingcheng did hire foreign aid because of the Qinghuang League. But correspondingly, it also gives foreign aid students a lot of benefits. For example, Yu Shao. In his original city and school, he was basically not eligible to participate in the training camp in their city. But came to Qingcheng. but it is very likely that you will be eligible to join the youth training camp. It is also said that this year's youth training camp will not only be merged with the training camp in Huangcheng, but the investment in talents will also be astonishingly large. It can be said that this year's Qinghuang training camp is definitely the one with the best benefits in history. So in Yu Shao's original school, almost all students are vying for this transfer student spot. Of course, the school will not easily let go of truly top-notch talented students. Therefore, only an average genius like Yu Shao is lucky enough to grab such a spot. I finally got the transfer spot. How could I give up so easily? Not only could he not give up, Yu Shao was actually worried that this Qing Cheng teacher would return him. So his face froze slightly, he suppressed his arrogance, and apologized to Guanming in front of the podium. "I'm sorry, Teacher Guan, I just said the wrong thing. Do you just need to apologize to me?" Guanming crossed his arms and glanced over indifferently. Yu Shao's face froze again, and he forced a smile towards Lin Feng. "I'm sorry, classmate Lin Feng, I was just joking, don't take it to heart." Lin Feng crossed his arms and smiled. "Do you just need to apologize to me?" As soon as these words came out, Yu Shao's face turned dark. "Damn it! It's fine to criticize a teacher. You are just a C-level talent, and you dare to act so arrogantly." Yu Shao cursed Lin Feng harshly in his heart. However, when I looked up at the podium, I found that Teacher Guan was obviously standing on Lin Feng's side. Yu Shao closed his eyes tightly, then stood up and said to the entire Class 2 students, "I'm sorry, classmates. What I said just now was indeed a bit harsh. Please don't take it to heart." The students in Class 2 of Grade 3 all sneered. Yu Shao sat down with an awkward expression, but he was angry and hateful in his heart. They are just a bunch of country bumpkins, yet they dare to put on such a bad face in front of him. Do you really think you are so self-sufficient? He was waiting. When the preliminaries came, he would see how these country bumpkins would cry. By then, they would cry and ask him for help. Just as I was thinking about it, there was suddenly a loud noise coming from the class next door. A classmate sitting at the back door sneaked a peek and then reported in a low voice. "Oh my goodness! Yang Hong from next door got into a fight with the transfer student from their class. What the hell? Who won? It seems like a transfer student. Hey, Yang Hong's strength is indeed not that good, but he is still a man of courage. Indeed. Those transfer students are really annoying. Aren't they just temporarily ahead in strength? How can they be so superior? Why do they look down on our school? It's a pity that Su Fan from our class has gone somewhere. Otherwise, if he were here, we would have never seen how arrogant these transfer students would be. To be honest, Su Fan might be useless here. I heard that Yu Shao in our class is already at the 6th level of Qi refining. When the communication boundary stone returns, he might even break through to the late stage of Qi refining. And I heard that Mo Mingyuan from the next class is even more awesome. He has already broken through to the late stage of Qi refining. FK. So he is in the late stage of Qi training and beats Yang Hong, who is in the middle stage of Qi training? This is FG unethical. That's what I said. But the students also know it. It is indeed a bit funny to talk about martial ethics in an era when everyone is cultivating immortals. The students' voices became increasingly muted. The fight next door lasted less than 2 minutes before it was quickly over. At first, one could still hear Yang Hong cursing. Later it turned into a scream. Later, the whole class fell into silence. Apparently, Yang Hong was killed peacefully in seconds. But he should be fine. From behind, it seemed that the voice of Luo Haifeng, the class teacher, could be heard again. He seemed to have stabilized the situation. But the students in class 2 who heard it were still in a low mood. Lin Feng only realized after listening to the discussions of his classmates. The guy next to him, Yu Shao, who took Su Fan's seat and acted like a big shot. It turned out to be the 6th level of qi refining. Lin Feng thought about it, and said to Yu Xiao in a very friendly manner, "Classmate Qin Xiao seemed to be very reluctant to apologize just now. I think why don't we have a competition to see who is more trashy?" "What Qin Xiao? My FG name is Yu Xiao." Yu Xiao was feeling proud as he listened to the noises from Class 1 and the discussions from Class 2. Hearing Lin Feng's words, his face darkened again. "Okay, any beast, I just want to ask if you dare to compete." After all, Lin Feng has lived 2 lives as a human being, and he does lack some of the bloodiness of a young man. But if it is only the 6th level of qi refining, he felt he could still fight. So what is the point of practicing Hunyuanju so hard? What is the purpose of practicing martial arts to the highest level? Isn't it just for showing off when challenging someone of a higher level? It's a pity that there is no one at the 6th level of qi refining in Qingchang to show off to him. By the time he reaches the 6th level of qi refining, Lin Feng's realm would have soared to who knows where. "I finally caught someone at the 6th level of qi refining. And he looks like he deserves a beating. Can you please show me how to do this?" However, Yu Xiao also learned about the situation before coming to Qingcheng. Not to mention, almost everyone knew that Lin Feng had broken the record for the first 3 floors of the trial tower. Yu Xiao specifically asked his family elders what kind of strength it took to break the records of the first 3 levels of the trial tower. The elders at home clearly told him that as long as Lin Feng breaks through the 4th level of qi refining, he will probably have the strength to challenge the 5th level or even the 6th level of qi refining. And Lin Feng, who broke the record, will definitely receive a reward. With rewards from the trial tower, the school, and the monks' alliance, Lin Feng should be able to break through to the 4th level of qi refining within a month. And at this moment, Lin Feng challenged him so confidently. Yu Xiao understood clearly in his heart. This lucky guy. He should have broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. Not only did he break through, he also had the confidence to defeat him. Otherwise, what right did he have to say that? Although Yu Xiao is arrogant, he is not stupid. He sat in his seat calmly. "Of course I dare to compete. However, we are about to communicate with the Boundary Stone to conduct the 2nd Alien World training. If we compete at this time and it affects our time to communicate with the Boundary Stone, we will lose the big picture for the small one." Yu Xiao spoke in a high-sounding manner. A classmate from Class 2 spat at the side, "Bah! You are relying on your A-level talent to train in the other world for half a year, while Lin Feng's C-level talent can only train for 1 month. At this time, An Lan also responded weakly, "Yes, if we don't compete now, when we come back from the other world, how can Lin Feng be better than you?" Chapter 38. When saying this, An Lan looked pitiful and her eyes were angry. As if he was standing up for Lin Feng. But what he said sounded like a veiled praise but also a hidden criticism. Yu Xiao sneered at what he said, and said righteously, "What kind of strong man is a temporary one? We cultivators seek immortality. Could it be that Lin Feng feels that if he can't beat me now, he won't have a chance in the future, so he can't wait to compete with me as soon as possible? Then I can only say that you are too narrow-minded." Lin Feng looked at Yu Xiao's righteous expression and felt quite strange. Tell the truth. Although he is at the 4th level of qi refining, he can defeat those at the 6th level of qi refining. But it's not 100% certain that you can win. After all, Yu Xiao had no idea what martial arts he knew or what his actual combat abilities were. So in this competition, Lin Feng really wanted to test his own strength. But in the end, this guy who looked so arrogant actually became scared. "I actually wanted to wait until I finish my training in another world before competing. Good job." After returning from practicing in another world, Lin Feng will most likely break through to the 10th level of qi refining. Even if you haven't reached the 10th level of qi refining, you can at least reach the 9th level. And what about Yu Xiao? I heard that he only broke through to the 7th level of qi refining. A 9th level Qi refining cultivator who possesses the ability to fight above his level fights an ordinary 7th level Qi refining cultivator. Lin Feng looked at Yu Xiao's subtle expression and said, "Okay, classmate Qin Xiao is still more broad-minded. Then we will wait until we come back from training in the other world to compete again. I hope that classmate Qin Xiao will not regret it by then." "My name is Qin Xiao." Yu Xiao angrily corrected, then suddenly realized that he had made a mistake and his face darkened. "FK. My name is not Qin Xiao. My name is Yu Xiao." "All right, be quiet for a moment." On the podium, Guanming knocked on the blackboard. As he spoke, the entire Class 2 of Grade 3 finally quieted down. Guanming swept his eyes across the room and said in a deep voice, "There are still 10 minutes before you can communicate with the boundary stone. Let me tell you a few things. First of all, you should have heard about the Qinghuang League. This time, the 12 colleges and universities in Qingcheng will host the Qinghuang College League with the 5 colleges and universities in Huangcheng. This league is not only of great importance to the 2 cities, but also to you students. First of all, it is an opportunity for you to improve your abilities and broaden your horizons. Secondly, the rewards for this league are quite generous for you students. Finally, and most importantly, it is related to the places in the Qinghuang training camp. So I hope that all students can take this league seriously and seize the time and work hard in the next training in the other world." Guanming's voice was even a little solemn. The students in the audience have already heard about it to some extent. The students of Huangcheng are very strong. And their Qingcheng's hopes almost all rest on foreign aid. There are hardly any local students in Qingcheng who can fight. Even Su Fan and Fu Xiaoxiao are probably not as capable as the foreign students. Su Fan is indeed strong, but the time he has spent growing up is too short. If he was given a few more months and had more communication with the boundary stone. Alas, there is no if. Then, Guanming added, and this time the Qinghuang League will be held in Huangcheng. Because of this feature, all the universities in Qingcheng have made a joint decision. Before the official league, the 12 colleges and universities in Qingcheng will hold a preparatory match. Guanming paused here. The students in the audience were indeed confused and discussed. What? Preliminary round? I guess they should select the actual participating students, right? Due to time constraints, Guanming did not give the students too much time to discuss. He nodded and said, "That's right. The Qingcheng Education Department will make arrangements in advance in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Students who decide to participate in the Qinghuang League need to hike across the Great Wasteland Mountain to the Wasteland City. And the preliminaries will be held in the Great Wilderness Mountain. Students need to kill monsters in the Great Wilderness Mountain, and finally calculate points based on the monsters killed. Only the top 1,000 in points will be eligible to participate in the Qinghuang League." After Guanming finished speaking, the classroom was instantly filled with gasps. "Hiss monster! There are monsters in the Great Wilderness Mountain! Oh my god! We are only at the Qi refining stage, are we going to have to fight real monsters in advance? Isn't coming into contact with real monsters a college course? We are just high school students. Will it be dangerous?" Yu Xiao, who knew the news in advance, listened to the worried discussions of his classmates and sneered more and more in his heart. Guanming's on the podium patiently explained, "Don't worry, the Great Wilderness Mountain has been planned in advance. Although there will be some dangers in the preliminaries, there will still be many teachers to escort you. At the same time, this preliminaries is also voluntary. Students can choose not to participate based on their own strengths if they really don't want to." However, Guanming paused again, glanced at Enlan casually, and then continued, "In the preliminaries, the points earned by the students can also be exchanged for rewards. And the reward pool is very rich, even including precious boundary stones." Boundary stone. Many classmates also looked at Enlan. Enlan's breathing stagnated. She has been friends with Zhu Tengfei for some time. but in order to avoid the other party thinking that they are materialistic. She has always behaved like a cool little white flower and has not made any requests to Zhu Tengfei yet. But her goal has always been clear. I just want the boundary stone. And now, this preliminaries seemed to be her chance. Lan was thoughtful. The students in Class 2 were also very interested in this preliminaries competition, and many of them took the initiative to ask Guanming what rewards they could exchange for the preliminaries competition points. And at this moment, Ruined Castle High School Junior High School. The teacher in front of the podium, like Guanming, was giving a speech. The students in the audience were also discussing something in low voice. A boy with a crew cut suddenly turned around and said to the boy sitting behind him, who had a cold and aloof temperament, looked mature and serious. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's fine if they just invite foreign aid, but they actually organized a preliminary match. And they even killed monsters, ha ha ha. The serious boy leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed and did not speak. However, the girl next to him, who had dark skin and a rough appearance, sneered in a rough voice, "Demon beast? Ha, what they killed is also called a monster beast. It's just a pet raised by those immortal cultivation families or the Ministry of Education for people to kill." The crew-haired boy laughed again, "Ha ha ha, that's right. Those elementary school kids who have never seen blood would probably be scared to death when they see those useless monsters raised in captivity. Ha ha ha." The expressions of the buzzcut boy and the rough-looking girl were full of undisguised sarcasm and contempt. Even the guy with the buzz cut was gossiping excitedly, "I heard that people from number 4 middle school are already planning to go to that damn preliminaries and sabotage them." The sturdy girl also asked the stern and aloof boy, "Brother Zai? Why don't we go to the preliminaries to do something? Anyway, the Great Wasteland Mountain is our Wasteland City's territory. There is no rule that says that students from the Wasteland City can't go there, right?" Chapter 39. Cheng Zai raised his eyes and glanced at the two people without emotion. He was a little confused as to how these two people could be in the mood to mock Qing Cheng students so unscrupulously. The Qing Cheng students' strength is indeed not that good. When facing a captive monster, one might indeed be scared to death. But those students are independent and free people after all. And what about the students from Huangcheng? Almost all of them are slaves kept by the school. Those contracts you sign upon admission are like a FG indenture. Tie these students firmly to the school and the deserted city. No matter what their abilities are, Qing Cheng students can confidently say they have a bright future. But what about the students in Huangcheng? Their school is not a school, but a college entrance examination factory. The future of these students has almost been trapped in the deserted city. Over the years, there have been many geniuses from Huangcheng who have performed brilliantly in the college entrance examinations. In the end, who wouldn't disappear into oblivion? However, they are lucky this year. The Qinghuang League is an opportunity. At least Cheng Zai knew that the principal had privately talked with some talented students. Who can win the first place in the Qinghuang League for Huangcheng? Then the indenture signed with the school can be invalidated in advance. Cheng Zai didn't know what the Qinghuang League was related to that made the school spend so much money. But he knows. This was almost a turning point in his fate. Or in other words, it is a great opportunity that all the geniuses in Huangcheng want to seize. The reason why Qing Cheng students want to take first place is simply for the honor and the reward. The geniuses of the deserted city wanted to take first place in order to redeem themselves. For freedom. Comparing the two, there is no doubt that all the students in Huangcheng will try their best. Even if they know, this is nothing more than another means for the school to force them to involute. There is only one first place. And there are countless geniuses in Huangcheng who are crazy about getting the first place. This competition is almost more intense than the college entrance examination where thousands of people compete for a single spot. But for freedom, we must fight hard. Cheng Zai took a deep breath. He had some understanding of the geniuses in Huangcheng. It's Ching Cheng. He did not respond to Crude's claim about the preliminaries causing trouble, but asked in a deep voice, "Do you know which students in Ching Cheng are qualified to compete for the first place in the league?" The rough girl hasn't answered yet. The teacher on the podium suddenly glanced at him and took the initiative to speak. It is almost impossible for local students in Ching Cheng to compete for the first place. Among the foreign players we invited, there are a few who are worth noting. One is Chu Su, who transferred to Ching Cheng No. 12 Middle School. He has A-level talent, is at the 9th level of Qi refining, and has passed the 11th level of the Trial Tower. He is ranked 572nd on the Tianjiao list. One is Sen Qian, who transferred to Ching Cheng No. 7 Middle School. He has A-level talent, is at the 9th level of Qi refining, has passed the 12th level of the Trial Tower, and is ranked 498th on the Tianjiao list. There is also Mo Mingyuan, who transferred to Ching Cheng No. 2 Middle School. He comes from a family of immortal cultivators in the main city of the East District. He is not currently on the Tianjiao ranking and does not have any record of passing the Trial Tower. But there is a rumor that Mo Mingyuan has awakened an S-level talent. So it's obvious that this person is most likely hiding his strength on purpose. The teacher finished speaking at the podium. The crew-haired boy turned around and looked at the table behind him, saying with a relaxed expression, "Those two people who are at the 9th level of Qi refining are not as good as Brothers I in the Tianjiao list." The sturdy girl frowned and said, "If Mo Mingyuan is deliberately hiding his strength, his true strength is probably quite impressive, otherwise there is no need to hide his strength at all." Generally speaking, students who choose to hide their abilities are waiting for an opportunity to make a splash. To be honest, if your strength is just at the ordinary genius level, there is really no need to hide your strength. The guy with the buzz cut also thought of this, and the relaxed look on his face froze immediately. That guy named Mo Mingyuan wants to dominate the entire field in the Qinghuang League and make a big splash? Damn! He really doesn't take our Huangcheng genius seriously, does he? The sturdy girl analyzed with a serious face, "I guess he should also have the strength of the 9th level of Qi refining. And relying on his S-level talent, maybe after the communication boundary stone returns this time, he can break through to the 10th level of Qi refining." As she said that, the girl looked at the arrogant boy and said, "Brothers I, are you sure you can break through the 10th level of Qi refining?" Cheng Zai did not respond. He was still confident that he could reach the 10th level of Qi refining. But Mo Mingyuan has S-level talent. This time, the S-level talent can communicate with the boundary stone, which takes a full year to practice. Half a year longer than other A-level talents. A full half year. No wonder both schools and society place so much emphasis on S-level talent. Every month, S-level talents have half a year more training time than A-level talents. This accumulates month by month. S-level talent will only leave others further and further behind. Therefore, it really makes sense that talent determines destiny. It may even be the only truth in the world. Cheng Zai felt somewhat powerless and only regretted that he had not awakened his S-level talent. His cold and serious face unconsciously showed a bit of gloom. At this time, the teacher on the podium said meaningfully, "It's still unclear whether Mo Mingyuan is really hiding his strength or is just an S-level talent that hasn't grown up yet. When the Ching Cheng students go to the Great Wasteland Mountain for the preliminaries, the Wasteland City will try its best to secure a chance for you to go for a visit so that you can get to know the strength of the Ching Cheng foreign aid students in advance." The word visit that came out of the teacher's mouth clearly had a different flavor. And as the teacher finished speaking, the 1-month cooling-off period is almost over. The second opportunity to communicate with the boundary stone has officially begun. Whether it was Ching Cheng School or Huangcheng School, all the students did not dare to be negligent and grasped their own boundary stones. Lin Feng is no exception. Since the boundary stone has not changed, the world of immortal cultivation that they communicate with will naturally not change either. As soon as he was distracted, he came to the familiar, dimly lit mine again. The time in this world of immortal cultivation is still at the moment when he returned to Xian Shui Star. Not changed at all. Of course, the world of immortal cultivation has not changed. But Lin Feng has changed. Now, he has not only broken through to the 4th level of qi refining, but also has a Sumura ring. Moreover, having mastered 2 supreme martial arts, his actual combat ability should be able to defeat an average qi refining mid-stage cultivator. In this entire black mine, he is basically considered an expert. However, the foreman of this black mine, such as the bearded man, should have the strength of the late qi refining stage. Although Lin Feng's strength has improved, he is still under a lot of pressure. The bet with Yan Chongfeng and the Qing Huang League after this return. All are imminent. Lin Feng's eyebrows moved, and he flipped his hand, and a white jade bottle appeared in his palm. And what is contained in this white jade bottle is not cheap fasting pills. Rather, it is a spirit gathering pill of perfect quality. Yes, perfect quality. Chapter 40. The alchemists of Xian Shui Star generally divide the elixirs into 4 qualities: low quality, medium quality, high quality, and best quality. The top-grade spirit gathering pill that was previously awarded by the Monks Alliance was the highest quality spirit gathering pill that Xian Shui Xing could produce. Xian Shui Xing also has the concept of perfect quality elixirs. But it's just a concept. After all, although the top-grade spirit gathering pill is precious, it has also been released into the world. And the perfect spirit gathering pill. Not to mention Xian Shui Star, even in the world of immortal cultivation that is communicated with by S-level boundary stones, it is just a concept and the real thing hardly exists. But even in the S-level cultivation world, this object does not exist. At this moment, it exists in Lin Feng's palm. It was only after Lin Feng had completely mastered it that he realized how terrifying his fast-forward golden finger was. The enlightenment enhanced by the top-grade spirit stone is simply beyond belief. Without the guidance of an alchemy master, he only relied on his understanding and the countless insights he gained at 128 times the speed. It took 3 days to thoroughly understand the alchemy jade slips exchanged on the 2nd floor of the library. And 10,000 sets of alchemy materials. To be honest, it's no wonder that Yan Chongfeng was so surprised. Because it takes a normal alchemist a lot of time to refine pills. Generally speaking, it takes about 2 hours to refine a furnace of spirit-gathering pills. Even if the alchemist works 24 hours a day without rest, he can only make 12 doses at most. Lin Feng only had 10 days to refine the pills. How could he possibly refine 10,000 pills? Yes, under normal circumstances, of course it is impossible. But he has a fast-forward icon. By integrating the fast-forward icon into the alchemy process, it only takes him almost 1 minute to refine a batch of spirit-gathering pills. What the hell? It only takes 1 minute to refine a furnace of soul-gathering pills. If I tell others about it, I'm afraid people will be scared to death. Others have 1 minute, but if the refining fails, it is not enough to cause the furnace to explode. As a result, Lin Feng was able to directly refine a furnace of top-grade spirit-gathering pills. Yes, the first time he refined the spirit-gathering pill, it was of top quality. The 10th time, directly refined to perfect quality. After that, the success rate of perfect quality pills became higher and higher. Lin Feng didn't waste any of the 10,000 alchemy materials. A total of more than 2,000 top-grade spirit-gathering pills and more than 7,000 perfect spirit-gathering pills were refined. The perfect spirit-gathering pill is said to be 100% free of poison and has no side effects. The effect of cultivation is also quite amazing. However, the other cultivators did not know how outrageous it was. After all, the perfect spirit-gathering pill only exists in their imagination. How incredible it is purely based on imagination. And now, Lin Feng can know. He skillfully assumed the posture for cultivation, and then took out the perfect spirit-gathering pill from the jade bottle. The more than 7,000 perfect spirit gathering pills he refined actually have differences. For example, on the round and full pill in my hand, there seems to be a cloud pattern floating, looming. Some of the other perfect spirit gathering pills had 2 cloud patterns floating on them, while others had 3 cloud patterns floating on them. Lin Feng felt it when he refined the perfect spirit gathering pill. The perfect spirit gathering pill with 3 cloud patterns has the strongest and purest medicinal properties. The cloud pattern is slightly weaker, but it is much better than the best ones. Lin Feng didn't waste any more time and directly swallowed the cloud pattern spirit gathering pill. Then, start practicing at 128 times the speed. He could clearly feel it. If he didn't use the elixir, the spiritual energy seemed to have a grudge against him and refused to enter his body. Then, after using the perfect spirit gathering pill, the spiritual light spots diffused in the air, just like *X hungry ghost seeing a naked beauty, rushed towards him madly. Not only was the spiritual energy in the outside world going crazy, but the spiritual energy in Lin Feng's own body was also like it was taking stimulants. If the circulation of spiritual energy before was like a snail crawling reluctantly, so now, it's just like a cheetah chasing its prey. Lin Feng felt the effect of the elixir for the first time and was also shocked. However, at 128 times the speed, a perfect spirit gathering pill was consumed very quickly. After about half an hour, the medicinal properties wore off. The spiritual energy in the body began to slack off again visibly. But it doesn't matter, Lin Feng swallowed another perfect spirit gathering pill without hesitation. That's all. It took him only 2 days to break through the 5th level of qi refining. After that, it only took 3 days to break through the 6th level of qi refining. What a speed of cultivation! It's like riding a rocket. However, the perfect spirit gathering pill is consumed very quickly. A total of 5 days passed, and nearly 240 perfect spirit gathering pills were consumed. Even if it was a genius from a top cultivation family in the central region, he probably wouldn't have the guts to consume 240 perfect spirit gathering pills in 5 days. Oh, yes, even the top immortal cultivation families cannot produce a perfect spirit gathering pill. But even if it was a top-grade spirit gathering pill, they probably wouldn't dare to consume it like this. This is simply burning money. But Lin Feng, who had broken through to the 6th level of qi refining in 5 days, was still not satisfied. The next 7th level of qi refining is another hurdle. And I don't know how long it will take to overcome this hurdle. This is only the 7th level of qi refining. The next 10 levels are another hurdle, and I don't know how long it will take. And this time, he only had 25 days left to practice in the other world. Still, the pressure is huge. Lin Feng took a deep breath, but did not continue practicing. Instead, he looked at the time and walked out of the mine. It is exactly the hour now, the time when everyone in the mine exchanges their fasting pills. He went to find the foreman and exchanged 5 stone spiritual ore for 5 fasting pills in one go. Afterwards, he walked towards Han Ling's mine. Han Ling, like Lin Feng, also secretly went to a deep place to mine by himself, avoiding being seen. This time, when Lin Feng walked to a corner of the mine, he saw bells wrapped with silk threads on the ground. He thought about it and kicked the bell. The clanging sound led Han Ling out from the depths of the mine. When he saw Lin Feng, his expression relaxed and he said with a smile, "It turns out to be Brother Lin, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Feng was just about to ask about the physical training method on the tattered parchment scroll. However, before he could open his mouth, "But I heard some noisy sounds coming from outside the mine." The two of them subconsciously exchanged glances, both frowned and said nothing. After a while, when the outside of the mine was quiet, a loud voice sounded again. "Now, all miners listen. I'll give you 3 minutes. Gather in front of the straw shed where you can exchange the fasting pills immediately. Roll call will begin in 3 minutes. Those who are not called will not see the sun tomorrow." This is the voice of the bearded foreman. The tone is quite serious. Although the mine is not strictly managed, the foreman's words are almost always kept and no one dares to ignore them. Lin Feng and Han Ling exchanged glances, and without saying anything, they immediately headed out of the mine. Lin Feng was even a little nervous, worried that he might have been exposed for causing the mine collapse last time. He is now at the 6th level of qi refining, which is still the middle stage of qi refining. I don't know if I can challenge the late stage of qi refining. If I use the fast forward icon to cheat during combat, maybe that would work? When the two arrived at the open space in front of the straw hut, many miners had already gathered there. In front of the straw hut, where the bearded foreman originally sat, there was a more gorgeous chair, and sitting on it was an old man with a calm and reserved aura. Chapter 41. The moment Lin Feng's eyes fell on the old man, his eyebrows jumped violently. Han Ling beside him also had a slightly stiff expression on his face, and lowered his voice and said, "This is a strong foundation building expert." It wasn't just the two of them who felt it. The other miners also guessed the old man's realm. Some workers whispered. What happened? A foundation establishment stage person came. The Yang family of Shangzi village actually has a strong foundation building expert. Before I was tricked into coming to this black mine, I had some understanding of the Yang family. The Yang family only had one person in the foundation establishment stage before, and that was the ancestor of the Yang family. But it was obviously not the one over there. So, the Yang family has gained another powerful foundation building expert, occupying such a spiritual mine. The Yang family must have developed quite well in recent years. It wouldn't be surprising to see a few more foundation establishment experts, right? This old man must have relied on this spiritual mine to become a new foundation building expert of the Yang family in recent years. Lin Feng listened to the discussions around him and felt a little emotional. When he had inquired about the Yang family from Wang Erhe before, he was certain that the Yang family should not have any cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. As it turns out, the Yang family not only has a foundation building cultivator, but it seems that there is more than one. 2. With such a mine in hand, the Yang family is sure to have great development in the coming years. However, in order to keep the mine secret, the Yang family should also keep a low profile. The Yang family's strong men who are in the foundation building stage are usually probably hiding very deeply and dare not show up casually, so as to avoid being discovered of the abnormality of the Yang family. However, in this black mine, it's okay for a person in the foundation establishment stage to show up casually. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel fortunate at this time. Fortunately, when he was practicing the golden sword art and flowing cloud step to the highest level, he also practiced the breath-containing art to the perfect 4th level. The breath-containing technique is basically useless on Xian Shui Star. After all, Sun Shuixing has a certain legal system, and personal safety can be basically guaranteed. But in this black mine, the breath-containing technique is still quite practical. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the bearded foreman shouting again. 3 minutes are up. Is everyone here? Before the formal roll call, let me say one thing. From today on, the rules of our mine will be changed. It turns out that it's about changing the rules. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was related to the mine collapse. But the other miners were a little nervous. After all, the Yang family actually sent a foundation establishment stage cultivator to maintain order. This means that the rules to be changed this time are likely to cause widespread dissatisfaction. In order to suppress the dissatisfaction, the Yang family dispatched powerful foundation building experts to prevent any unrest or riots in the mine. Sure enough, the miners guessed correctly. The bearded man then loudly introduced the new rules. The old rule was that no matter what level of cultivation the miners were at, 1 stone of spiritual ore could be exchanged for 1 pill of Bigu pill. But I found that some of you miners who are at the third level of chi refining or even the middle level of chi refining can dig a stone of spiritual ore in less than a day. You seem to have nothing to do for the rest of the time, just chatting out of boredom. In order to prevent some of you from getting bored, the new rules are as follows. For those at the first and second levels of chi refining, the old rules apply: 1 stone of spiritual ore for 1 pill of bigu pill. For those at the third level of chi refining, from today onwards, 1.5 stones of spiritual ore can be exchanged for 1 pill of bigu pill. For those at the fourth and fifth levels of chi refining, 2 stones of spiritual ore can be exchanged for 1 pill of bigu pill. Is there anyone at the sixth level of chi refining? If so, 2.5 stones of spiritual ore for 1 pill of bigu pill. When the roll call is called later, everyone's cultivation realm will be recorded on the roster. From now on, when exchanging for bigu pills, just follow the new rules. You don't have to think about hiding your cultivation. This senior is the great elder of the Yang family. Just as you guessed, Elder Yang is a foundation establishment expert. He can see through your realm at a glance. There were bursts of gasps from the miners. The miners on the first and second levels of chi refining were fine and didn't have any ideas. After all, this new rule has little impact on them. But those who were at the third and fourth levels of chi refining all turned pale in an instant. How easy it was for them to mine before. It only takes half a day every day to complete the task of a stone spirit mine. They often gathered together and laughed at those who were at the first and second levels of chi refining for being too weak. A dignified cultivator would actually end up digging for a spiritual mine and end up being exhausted like a dog. But now, under the new rules, the situation has reversed instantly. Whether it is the 1.5 stone ore of the third level of chi refining, or the 2 stone ore of the fourth level of chi refining or the fifth level of chi refining, the amount is just enough for them to work hard for a whole day, or even more than a day, to dig out. This means that this black mine doesn't intend to give anyone any time to rest. In the future, maybe it will be the turn of those at the second chi refining level to laugh at those at the fourth chi refining level for being so exhausted. Of course, this is difficult for those at the third or fourth level of chi refining to accept. There are some people at the fifth level of chi refining in the mine, but they are very few, almost only 1 or 2. The moment the new rules were promulgated, a riot broke out among the miners. However, a pressure from the foundation establishment stage came towards them from the direction of the old man. All the noisy sounds stopped instantly. Lin Feng was thankful again in his heart. It's okay. After he had perfected the golden sword technique and flowing cloud step to the highest level in the martial arts hall, in order to continue verifying the effect of the top-grade spirit stone on the fast-forward icon, he also refined the breath-containing technique to the fourth level. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. It's not just a matter of needing 2.5 stones of spiritual ore to exchange for 1 pill of bigu pill at the sixth level of chi refining. But this time's registration is obviously to check the true cultivation level of all miners. The third level of the breath-concealing technique can also allow Lin Feng to hide his cultivation level in the foundation establishment stage. But those in the foundation establishment stage would be able to tell that he used the breath-suppressing technique. Only by reaching the fourth level can one simulate low-level cultivation and use the breath-containing technique without being discovered. Just as I was thinking about it, the bearded man started calling the roll. When the name Lin Xian was mentioned, Lin Feng was stunned for a long while before he remembered that he used the pseudonym Lin Xian in this world. His slow movement was noticed by the bearded man. However, the bearded man didn't say much, obviously not minding that he used a pseudonym. After all, once you enter this mine, your name is just a code name. The old man glanced at him and said calmly, "First level of chi refining." The bearded man made a note of the name in the register, then called out, "Next, Mahler." Mahler is a square-faced middle-aged man who had done business with Lin Feng before. He usually digs the spiritual ore with ease. There is plenty of time to chat with other monks every day. Obviously, he should be at the third or fourth level of qi refining. However, the old man glanced at Mahler, but his eyes turned cold. With a loud boom, an invisible force blasted Mahler more than 10 meters away, and his back hit hard into a pile of abandoned rocks. Chapter 42. The old man who was building the foundation had a cold look in his eyes, but he did not explain. The bearded man understood almost instantly and yelled. "You didn't listen to the rules I just told you, right? You didn't hear me telling you not to use the breath containment technique to hide your cultivation, right?" While cursing, he kicked Mahler hard several times. Those kicks seemed to have used spiritual power, and Mahler vomited blood several times. There was a bloody stain on the collar of his work uniform. Mahler often chats with people and is considered to be quite popular. However, at this moment, the other miners watched him being beaten in silence, and no one dared to speak. The atmosphere in the mine was somewhat gloomy and depressing. Mahler initially seemed to want to struggle and resist. But soon, his eyes turned dim and his breath-containing technique disappeared. The old man who was building the foundation still had a cold look in his eyes, and said calmly, "Fourth level of qi refining." Humph! The fourth level of qi refining only gives you 2 stones of spiritual ore a day. How exhausted can that make you? The bearded man spat at Mahler as he recorded. After this episode, no one who was named dared to use the breath-concealing technique to hide their cultivation level. What surprised Lin Feng was Han Ling's cultivation. He had been using the breath-concealing technique to hide his cultivation level. And this time, the cultivation level revealed was as high as the 5th level of qi refining. And his appearance is definitely considered young among those at the 5th level of qi refining. Even the old man couldn't help but look at him a few more times, and even asked the bearded man, "Who is this kid?" The bearded man glanced at Han Ling and explained, "Before this kid came in, his identity was clearly investigated. He used to be a cauldron under the old demon Gle. Wasn't the old demon Gle's lair destroyed by Ji Yushin of King Yu sect a few days ago? This kid escaped at that time." The old man then nodded. When the other miners heard this, they all looked at Han Ling in surprise. Han Ling's face suddenly turned sour, and he looked gloomy. He returned to his mine alone. Lin Feng didn't follow Han Ling to his mine again. Instead, he went to see Mahler, who was beaten. Afterwards, the turmoil over establishing new regulations passed. Lin Feng helped Mahler back to his mine. The other miners didn't have any idea. "I just think Lin Feng is a good guy." After all, he had been quite enthusiastic about Han Ling, who had been beaten. However, Mahler did not think Lin Feng was a good person. After he was helped deep into the mine, he leaned his back against the mine wall and looked up at Lin Feng weakly. After a long while, he whispered in a somewhat dejected tone, "Your help to me is not out of kindness, but what's the matter?" Lin Feng glanced outside the mine with a hesitant look on his face. Mahler understood it almost instantly. After pondering for a moment, he took out a soundproofing note with some pain. After the spiritual energy drove the sound insulation, he said to Lin Feng in a deep voice, "This low-level soundproofing note can only last for 3 minutes. Fellow Daoist Lin, if you have anything to say, please speak up." 3 minutes. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and spoke quickly, "Senior Ma, you must be feeling uncomfortable about what happened today. The rules of this mine can be changed at will. We miners are not treated as human beings at all. Being trapped in this illegal mine all your life, being exploited all your life, with almost no hope for the future, I don't think Senior Ma would want to continue like this, right?" Although Lin Feng spoke in a low voice, he was indignant and seemed quite dissatisfied with the current situation. Mahler gave him a long look. Time was running out, so he asked in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, you are talking about this matter so seriously, it shouldn't be just a complaint, right?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded, and then his expression became serious and his voice became even lower. "I have a bold idea, but I don't know if Senior Ma dares to gamble with me. Mahler was injured and looked pale, but his expression unconsciously became serious. What is the specific idea? Can you tell me? Lin Feng did not hesitate any longer and said in a deep voice, Senior Ma should also know that the key to maintaining this entire spiritual mine is the spiritual crystal. And if the spirit crystal can be destroyed, then this entire mine will be destroyed and collapsed and will no longer exist. Lin Feng's face was hidden in the dark, and no expression could be seen. Mahler was stunned, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Wait! What did you say? Destroy the spirit crystal? Do you know what a spirit crystal is? Even if the Jindan master of King Yu sect came, he might not be able to destroy the spirit crystal. You are only at the first level of qi refining, and you dare to say that you can destroy the spirit crystal. Lin Feng was not surprised by Mahler's reaction and quickly explained. I know Senior Ma may not be able to accept what I said, but I do have the means to destroy the spirit crystal. Senior, do you still remember the mine collapse? Actually, it wasn't the gold-eating rat that caused it, but me. I'm not in a position to elaborate on how I did it. But as long as Senior can help me find the location of the spirit crystal, I will definitely have a way to destroy the spirit crystal in the mine vein just like I did before when I caused the mine to collapse. Lin Feng said it with great confidence. At least from the outside, it doesn't look like a lie. But what he said was really too horrifying. Spirit crystal is the key to maintaining a mineral vein. The source of spiritual energy for all the ores here is spiritual crystals. If all spiritual minerals were compared to flames, then the spirit crystal is the fire that maintains the flame. Each piece of spiritual crystal contained extremely terrifying pure spiritual energy. Every piece of spirit crystal is extremely precious. At the same time, every piece of spirit crystal is indestructible. Although Mahler's knowledge is limited, he has never actually come into contact with spiritual crystals. But he had heard that the hardness of the spirit crystal was almost more terrifying than the golden elixir of the golden elixir master. And a casual cultivator at the first level of qi refining. It is said that he has the ability to destroy the spirit crystal. This is as ridiculous as a person at the first level of qi refining saying that he can kill a Jindan master in seconds. Mahler really didn't want to believe it. However, Lin Feng's expression was too sincere. Besides, there seemed no need for him to make such a joke. But Mahler coughed up blood again, pursed his lips fiercely, and then analyzed seriously. But even if you destroy the spirit crystal and ruin this mine, have you ever considered what will happen to us miners? The spiritual mine has completely collapsed. The Yang family must conduct a thorough investigation. This mine has a special formation. We are trapped here and still can't escape. When the Yang family finally found out, their spiritual mine was indeed destroyed and they could no longer mine it. Will the Yang family let us go? No. I won't. The spiritual mine is gone, and we miners who know the Yang family's secrets are no longer useful. By then, I will be abandoned by the Yang family and murdered. Mahler's mind worked quickly. He considered clearly every minute the consequences of the mine closing down. Lin Feng looked at him calmly and said in a deep voice. If Senior Ma is willing to believe that I can destroy the spirit crystal, I wonder if he is willing to trust me and lead the miners to escape from this mine. You. Mahler looked into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng held his hand and said quickly, 3 minutes will be up soon, I'll make it short. If Senior Ma is willing to trust me, please find a way to help me find the spiritual crystal. How to dig, how to destroy, how to escape, I can think it through before taking action. Before taking action, what I lack is the location of the spirit crystal. Chapter 43. Almost as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking these words anxiously. 3 minutes are up. The soundproofing effect is gone. Lin Feng unconsciously tightened his hand on Mahler's arm. Mahler looked at him deeply, and after a while, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, 5 biga pills. What? Lin Feng was stunned without reacting. 5 Bigu pills, I'll point you in a direction. There is no soundproofing effect, Mahler said ambiguously. But Lin Feng was not stupid, and he instantly guessed that what he was talking about was the direction of the spirit crystal's location. But are you sure? Lin Feng looked doubtful. Mahler did not answer, but walked deeper into the mine. When he reached the end where there was no road, he seemed to think about where he was. He paced around for a while, then groped and knocked on the mine wall. Finally, he looked solemnly and held out 5 fingers to Lin Feng. Believe it or not, 5 Bigu pills. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, but still threw a jade bottle over. After all, he is very rich now. Bigu pills are essential survival supplies for the miners here. But for him, it was really cheap. Mahler raised his hand and caught the jade bottle. He looked at Lin Feng deeply and said, "Boy, I was wrong about you before." Without waiting for Lin Feng to say anything, he knocked on the mine wall with the back of his hand and said, "Dig in this direction for 3 to 5 years, maybe. This statement was again ambiguous, and Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Mahler ignored his expression, put away the fasting pill, looked at him again, and said leisurely, "I will pretend I don't know about today's conversation. 3 to 5 years is not long, but it is not short either." Mahler's tone was somewhat emotional. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the mine entrance. After he left, Lin Feng stood there and thought. The 3 to 5 years that Mahler mentioned should be calculated based on the fact that he was at the first level of qi refining and it took him 3 days of hard work to dig 2 stones of spiritual ore on average. But Lin Feng is not at the first level of qi refining. He has reached the 6th level of qi refining. Moreover, in terms of strength, he crushes most people who are at the 6th level of qi refining. On average he could dig about 2.5 stones or more of spiritual ore every day. Plus the bonus of 128 times the speed. It takes 3 to 5 years to dig the first level of qi refining. He could easily convert it into 3 to 5 days. But for a C-level talent like him, he only has 1 month to practice. 3 to 5 days are especially precious. Do you really want to spend this time on mining and gamble on an uncertain spiritual crystal? Lin Feng is actually not a gambler. He tends to be a stable person. But following the steady process, he wanted to break through the 10th level of qi refining before returning this time. It's really difficult. If you practice step by step, you can only reach the 9th level of qi refining at most. So Lin Feng looked at the mine wall that Mahler had just knocked on with the back of his hand, his eyes gradually becoming firm. What can I do? I'll just be a hard-working miner for a few days. Then, deep in this mine, the clanging sounds of mining began to be heard non-stop. And that frequency is simply incredible. The next day, the sun was almost setting. Lin Feng came out of the mine. The location of the straw hut has been replaced by a stone house. The bearded foreman who had the final say in the mine was guarding outside the stone house. Obviously, the old man who had built his foundation yesterday did not leave the mine, but was prepared to stay here for a long time. When Lin Feng approached the stone house, the bearded man glanced at him and said coldly, "It's not time to exchange for the Bigu pills yet." Well. Lin Feng looked a little embarrassed and threw a pile of scrap metal wrapped in cloth to the ground. "My pickaxe is broken." The bearded man showed no expression at first, so he prepared to change him. Soon, he suddenly stared at Lin Feng and sized him up. "I remember you've only been at the mine for over a month, right? Others' pickaxes may not break even after a year, but yours broke after just 1 month." Lin Feng scratched his head with a simple look on his face. "I don't know about this. Maybe my mining posture is not right." Then he asked humbly, "Well, I remember you said before that the scrapped pickaxe can be replaced for free. That is indeed the rule." The bearded man didn't say anything else and gave him another pickaxe. However, Another day has passed. When Lin Feng came out of the mine, his expression was a little subtle. The quality of the iron pickaxes distributed by this mine is so damn poor, isn't it? The pickaxe I just replaced yesterday broke down again today. This Nima. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed to look for the bearded man again. He scrapped a pickaxe today, there was obviously something wrong with it. After thinking about it, I decided to go into Mahler's mine next door. Mahler seemed to enjoy chatting with people. There were 3 or 5 other workers in his mine. Besides the clanging sounds of mining, there were occasional chattering sounds. Lin Feng didn't go in too deep, but just shouted where Mahler could hear him, "Senior Ma, do you have time? I'm Xiaolin next door." After a while, Lin Feng heard Mahler talking to others and then walked out of the mine. He didn't even walk out of the mine. His face was normal. "It's brother Xiaolin. What do you want from me?" "Well, it's not a big deal, it's just that my pickaxe is broken." Mahler thought it was about the spirit crystal, but he didn't expect it was about the pickaxe. "If the pickaxe is broken, just go to Zhou Baopi and get a new one." Lin Feng said with a simple and honest face, "Well, Zhou Baopi is a vicious and evil person. I am a little afraid of him. How about this, I'll give this broken pickaxe to Senior Ma, and you'll go get a new one for me." Mahler frowned as he listened. Lin Feng added, "Of course, in return, I will give you 1 bigu pill." Mahler's eyes immediately lit up. Then, he looked at Lin Feng deeply again, and then nodded in agreement. Lin Feng also gave a meaningful instruction, "Senior Ma, remember to keep it a secret for me." Mahler didn't respond. He left for 5 or 6 minutes and came back with a brand new pickaxe. Lin Feng gave him a fasting pill and exchanged it for the iron pickaxe. Back in his own mine, Lin Feng sighed. The Sumera ring he got for free from Yan Chongfeng had a space of 50 square meters, which was considered quite large. Even if 10,000 spirit gathering pills were placed there, there would still be a lot of space. But now, the Sumera space is already filled with spiritual ores. After all, he is a man who can dig more than 300 stone spirit mines a day. With so many spiritual minerals, Lin Feng certainly didn't dare to exchange them all for the bigu pills. Not to mention, is he stupid? Trading spiritual ore for the bigu pill? The other miners were trapped in the mine, and had no other way to sell the spiritual ore, so they could only choose to exchange for the qigong pill. But Lin Feng is different. He can bring those spiritual minerals back to Xian Shui Star and sell them for money. However, he doesn't mind so hard just to make money. This has been 2 days of digging. It's like wasting 2 days. But the legendary spirit crystal. Lin Feng's face darkened, but he continued to work hard. Another day has passed. When he came out of the mine again, the aura around him was a little heavy. 3 days. Following the directions given by Mahler, he has dug more than 1,000 stones of spiritual ore. However, there was still no trace of the spirit crystal. And another pickaxe was scrapped. He called Mahler out and used the same old trick, asking Mahler to help him apply for a new pickaxe. This time, even a fool can see that something is wrong. "The pickaxe I just replaced yesterday is scrapped today." Mahler took a deep look at Lin Feng, stretched out 2 fingers, and said in a low voice, "2 bigu pills." Lin Feng's face was gloomy. Mahler explained in a low voice, "If you apply for the iron pickaxe again, you will be discovered. Don't tell me that I won't be discovered if I go again? I also need to find a good friend to help me this time. Of course, I have to pay him a pill of fasting pill as a fee, right?" Lin Feng sneered in his heart. "Can I get 1 bigu pill as the errand fee for applying for an iron pickaxe? Do you really think he is a fool? With Mahler's connections, he would definitely not have to spend even a bigu pill as errand fee to find someone to run errands for him to apply for a new pickaxe. But the bigu pill is really nothing to Lin Feng. He didn't say much, just nodded. So, a few minutes later, another new pickaxe was applied for. After the 2 fasting pills were exchanged, Lin Feng was about to leave when Mahler called him, "Fellow Daoist linear." Chapter 44. Lin Feng turned his head. Mahler had a complicated expression. He slowly took a step forward and stood very close to Lin Feng. He quietly handed the 2 fasting pills in his hand back to Lin Feng. The voice next to Lin Feng's ear was very low. It almost became a faint voice. "If fellow Daoist Lin can really accomplish it, then, remember to inform me in advance." Lin Feng glanced at Mahler. After a moment of silence, he confiscated the Bigu pill that Ma Le returned and replied calmly, "Senior Ma, please relax." Having said that, he returned to his mine. Mahler's low voice and attitude undoubtedly strengthened Lin Feng's confidence. He was actually quite unsure before. Was the direction Mahler pointed him in really the right direction? He has been digging at 128 times the speed for 3 days, which is almost equivalent to 3 years of digging for 1 level of ordinary qi refining. But there was still no sign of the spirit crystal. But, since Mahler has that attitude, then the direction he pointed should be correct. Lin Feng let out a deep breath, then picked up a new pickaxe and continued his crazy mining mode at 128 times the speed. Outside the sun was setting quietly. But deep in the mine, there is almost no concept of sunrise and sunset, and it is completely dark and gloomy. Mining is a more boring job than practicing. Lin Feng felt a little tense. He didn't know how long he had been digging. These days he judges the time based on the scrapping of his pickaxe. Generally speaking, the pickaxe will become scrapped after about another day. He repeated the swinging motion of his arms almost numbly. His eyes looked a little empty. However, it's in this most boring job. A bright light suddenly flashed in those empty eyes. There was a heavy clang sound. It is obviously different from the sound of mining before. Lin Feng felt. The ore under his pickaxe was obviously more solid than the previous ones. His heart beat faster and he immediately injected more spiritual energy into the pickaxe and hit it hard. However, he has already reached the 6th level of qi refining. That powerful blow did not leave any trace on the wall of the spiritual mine. What the hell? Lin Feng's eyes became brighter. Because he realized that he must be really close to the spirit crystal. But it is obvious that not only the spirit crystal itself is indestructible. The spiritual ore surrounding the spiritual crystal is so hard that even a person at the 6th level of qi refining cannot shake it. However, this certainly does not pose a problem for Lin Feng. Without a second thought, he placed his hand on the more solid spiritual ore. And in the field of vision, of course, is the familiar fast-forward icon. Lin Feng did not hesitate, and started practicing at 128 times the speed with this solid spiritual ore. During this practice, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes again. Spiritual ore is different from spiritual stones. There is no distinction between low, medium, and high grades. Instead, it is necessary to wait until the processing to distinguish the quality. But Lin Feng could clearly feel. This spiritual mine is closer to the spiritual crystal and is more solid. Its effect when used for the fast-forward icon almost exceeds that of top-grade spirit stones. When he used high-quality spirit stones to break through to the 4th level of qi refining, his mind had never been so clear. Even the memories of the past have become particularly clear. The effect of this solid spiritual ore. Could it be that he has caught up with the legendary top-grade spiritual stone? Lin Feng had never come into contact with top-grade spirit stones, so naturally he didn't know. He tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart and directly threw a perfect spirit-gathering pill with 3 cloud patterns into his mouth. After that, he swallowed the spirit-gathering pill while practicing at 128 times the speed with his incredible comprehension. Half an hour later, the medicinal properties of the soul-gathering pill dissipated. Lin Feng stopped to knock off a layer of spiritual ore that was no longer solid, and then continued to practice. Yes, he told Mahler that he had a way to destroy the spirit crystal. The so-called destruction is to use the fast-forward icon to consume the terrifying spiritual energy of the spirit crystal. In this way, every half an hour of practice, he would stop to knock off a layer of spiritual ore that was no longer solid. Only 3 days had passed. Lin Feng successfully broke through the 7th level of qi refining. He became a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. And this was only less than 3 months after he embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. 1 month in reality, less than 2 months in the world of immortal cultivation. His realm was improving too quickly, so Lin Feng simply spent another day practicing another martial art, Liu Yichuan, to the ultimate level. Liu Yunbu was exchanged with Han Ling. The Golden Sword Art and 6 Harmonies Fist were the rewards he selected from the martial alliance. Choosing boxing is to prepare for some combat situations where you don't have weapons. The Golden Sword technique is a martial art that most gold-type cultivators would choose. On the one hand, this martial art has a strong attack, and on the other hand, according to the knowledge taught in class, those who have practiced the Golden Sword technique will be able to learn gold sword spells a little faster in the future. Lin Feng also wants to pursue a sword cultivation career. After all, whether it is Xian Shui Star or the world of immortal cultivation communicated by the boundary stone, the power of sword cultivators is unquestionable. At the same time, sword cultivators are basically the most handsome. And after basically consolidating his qi refining level 7 through practicing martial arts, Lin Feng did not rest or slack off at all, and started the crazy speed training mode again. It was just as he thought. Even after breaking through the 7th level of qi refining, the upper limit of the speed of the fast-forward icon for cultivation is still 128 times, and it has not continued to increase. But it doesn't matter. This time, Lin Feng started practicing at 128 times the speed while swallowing 3 perfect spirit-gathering pills. For a moment, he almost had the illusion that his body had expanded. The kind of swelling that almost made me explode and die. Fortunately, the 128 times faster training speed allowed him to absorb the medicinal properties extremely quickly. After more than an hour of safekeeping, the medicinal properties of the 3 perfect spirit-gathering pills slowly dissipated. And just like that, with the solid spiritual ore, perfect spiritual pill, and 128 times speed training, another 7 days passed. Boom! Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He even had the illusion that abundant spiritual energy was exploding within his body. The 9th level of qi refining is a natural progression. Take a deep breath. He stood up and performed a set of Liu Quan. Just when he was having a great time, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell coming from the direction where he had set up the mechanism. Lin Feng quickly restrained his breath and said in a deep voice to the outside, "Who?" A voice accompanied by footsteps came from outside, "So you are still alive." Chapter 45. Lin Feng's eyebrows jumped suddenly. This voice. It was not the voice of Mahler or Han Ling, whom he was familiar with, but bearded foreman Zhou. Moreover, the tone of the voice had a hint of ill intent. Lin Feng immediately stood up and walked several meters away. The bearded man held a luminous pearl in his hand, which served as a simple lighting device. He glanced at Lin Feng, then looked behind Lin Feng, and said in a cold tone, "Is it necessary to go so deep to dig a mine?" Lin Feng lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, "I have a bit of paranoia and like quietness." The bearded man snorted in an ambiguous tone, his eyes still looking around. Lin Feng's heart was a little tense. His crazy mining mode these days has dug the mine a long way deeper. As a result, his mine was obviously deeper than other mines. But the bearded man probably doesn't go into the mines often. So maybe you can't even notice it. Those more solid spiritual ores would not show much difference in appearance without the use of an iron pickaxe. He didn't know whether the bearded man could see anything unusual. He didn't even know why this bearded man suddenly broke into his mine. If there is danger, he has just broken through to the 9th level of qi refining, so it should be enough to kill the bearded man in seconds, right? Almost for a moment, Lin Feng had a faint murderous intent in his heart. Even though he had never actually killed anyone before. Fortunately, the bearded man didn't seem to notice anything unusual. The eyes that looked around finally fell coldly on Lin Feng. "Come out with me." Having said that, the bearded man turned around. That back is facing Lin Feng. I have to say, this bearded guy is really generous. It would be easy for Lin Feng to kill him at this time. But he did not forget that there was a foundation establishment stage cultivator stationed at the mine. So, I had no choice but to follow the bearded man closely and asked cautiously. "The foreman came in person to ask me to leave. Did something happen?" The bearded man didn't even turn his head, and said with a straight face, "You'll know when you get out." After walking for a few minutes, he muttered again, "Your mine is quite deep. No wonder I can't hear anything outside. It sounds like there is no other meaning to this statement." Lin Feng kept his composure. And when he walked out of the mine, he understood what the bearded man meant by the noise outside. Outside the mine, a middle-aged man and a young man were seen with their feet tied and hanging upside down on a tree. Both of them were beaten badly, covered with wounds and breathing weakly. On the ground beside him, Mahler had a bruised face and looked like he had been beaten badly. His eyes had also been beaten, and were obviously red, swollen, and bruised. With his face pressed against the gravel ground, he raised his eyelids with difficulty and looked at Lin Feng, who had just come out of the mine. Mahler's eyes were also weak, empty, and numb, with no emotion visible. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened again, and his eyes subconsciously swept across the entire audience. There were some miners watching around, none of them said anything and the atmosphere was depressing. However, the old man in the foundation building stage was not present. But it should still be in the closed stone house not far away. Lin Feng's face remained expressionless, but his brain was working rapidly. The bearded man had been staring at him and sneered, "You're quite calm, kid." Lin Feng was indeed quite calm, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" The bearded man withdrew his gaze from him, then scanned all the miners and said coldly, "It's only been a few days since the new rules of our mine were established, and some people with bad intentions have already started to make small moves. At the first level of qi refining, 1 stone of spiritual ore can be exchanged for 1 pill of bigu pill. For the 4th level of qi refining, 2 stones of spiritual ore can be exchanged for 1 pill of bigu pill. So some people who are at the 4th level of qi refining wanted to give the minerals they dug to those at the 1st level of qi refining in exchange for the bigu pills. Haha, you really take me for a fool, don't you?" The bearded man almost shouted the last sentence out loud and kicked the middle-aged man hanging upside down on the tree again. And Lin Feng only figured out what was going on at this time. The ones who were hung upside down were a qi refining level 4 and a qi refining level 1. The two of them should have reached a cooperative relationship. The ores dug at the 4th level of qi refining can be exchanged for bigu pills at the 1st level of qi refining. This way, I can indeed make more money than exchanging it for the bigu pill when I am at the 4th level of qi refining. But the bearded guy is not stupid. You are a qi refiner at the 1st level, and you can only dig 1 stone of spiritual ore even if you work hard all day. Even if the digging is only changed once every few days. But if you change too much and it is obviously inconsistent with your level, the bearded man will of course see the clues. Therefore, the deeds of the two people who were cooperating with each other at the 4th and 1st qi refining levels were exposed. He was hung up by the bearded man as an example to others and serve as a warning to them. But the problem is, what does this have to do with Lin Feng? Just as he was thinking, the bearded man turned to look at Lin Feng. "This qi refining level 4 guy just reported that he learned this move from you and Mahler. He said that you and Mahler also cooperated in this way. Mahler asked you to exchange the spiritual ore he dug for the bigu pill." The bearded man stared at Lin Feng with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned and cried out in injustice. Captain, please understand. Mahler and I do have a good relationship, but I have never done anything this opportunistic. That guy was beaten badly himself, but he still wanted to drag innocent people into it. Captain, you can check the account book and calculate it. The amount of bigu pills I exchanged is sometimes not enough for me to eat. I don't exchange more than that at all. Lin Feng spoke with indignation, as if he had suffered a great injustice. As he spoke, he glanced at the Mahler on the ground calmly out of the corner of his eye. However, Mahler had his eyes closed at this time and no expression could be seen. The bearded man sneered, but he said that he saw you and Mahler making a deal for the bigu pill. In fact, he had this evil idea because he saw you and Mahler trading the bigu pills. Damn it, this can also be blamed on him. In his heart, Lin Feng cursed the Qi refining level 4 cultivator who was hung upside down. At the same time, my brain was working fast, thinking about how to explain this matter. However, before he could come up with an excuse. But the bearded man sneered again, thinking about how to make up a story, right? Humph! Why do you think Mahler is so miserable? He just confessed that his deal with you is to apply for a new pickaxe. He asks someone to help you apply for an iron pickaxe. Every time he applies, you give him a fasting pill for free. So, you're Lin Xian, right? The bearded man crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Lin Feng with a cold glance. Why does your pickaxe wear out so quickly? Almost 1 pick a day. Chapter 46. Lin Feng can feel it. Except for the eye pressure. This bearded man also released the pressure of a late Qi refining master. However, that pressure had almost no effect on him who was at the 9th level of Qi refining. But, considering that he was only at the Qi refining level, Lin Feng pretended to be in pain. At the same time, the brain is working rapidly again. The question is how to make up a reasonable explanation to get through this difficult time. Still, take action directly? If we really want to do it. He is definitely no match for the powerful foundation building expert sitting in the stone house. But what about the fast-forward icon combined with the ultimate level of flowing cloud step? Is it possible to escape? It's still difficult. This mine has a special formation and he can't escape. It's like a turtle in a jar, and I can only fight hard. But, the 9th level of Qi refining is just as hard as laying the foundation? Even if he was practicing the Hun Yuan Ju, even if he had the fast-forward icon. This is also a fantasy, it's impossible, right? Lin Feng's face was gloomy. All I could think about was how to explain the matter of the iron pickaxe. However, the bearded man doesn't seem ready to give him more time. The spiritual energy in his body is circulating, and he is ready to take action at any moment. And once he chooses to take action, Lin Feng could take his beating for nothing. Of course not. He still loves himself more. I was thinking about resisting even if it meant exposing my cultivation level. But before the bearded man could actually make his move, a voice suddenly rang out. I was the one who broke his pickaxe. This sound. Lin Feng turned around and saw Han Ling with a calm expression. Han Ling's eyes met his, but he showed no emotion and was very calm. The bearded man also looked over and sneered, oh, it seems that there are quite a lot of people involved in this matter. As he spoke, the pressure from him went towards Han Ling again. Seeing Han Ling's face turn pale, he continued, then tell me, what is the secret behind you destroying a pickaxe today? Han Ling did not answer immediately. Lin Feng was a little nervous. The miners around were just watching. The air was silent for a while, and then Han Ling took a few steps towards the bearded man and lowered his voice, Captain Zhou, are you sure you want me to tell this secret in public? The bearded man was not stupid either, he could tell there was something else behind Han Ling's words. He pondered for a moment, then pointed at Han Ling's mine, okay, let's talk in your mine alone. Having said that, he walked towards Han Ling's mine. Lin Feng was a little confused, and many thoughts flashed through his mind at the same time. Killing a bearded man in public would indeed cause a commotion. But if we kill them in the mine, can we keep this matter under wraps for a few days? And a few days. Lin Feng thought about it while preparing to follow Han Ling into the mine. However, Han Ling turned around and gave him a look, meaning to stop him from entering. My goodness, does this guy want to kill the bearded guy alone? Still? Is there really a way to get through this? Lin Feng didn't understand, but still chose to wait outside. After the bearded man left, the miners outside dared to whisper. I destroyed a pickaxe every day. What could be the reason? I guess he was just upset and destroyed the pickaxes on purpose to get back at the mine. But the iron pickaxe we used is also a magical weapon after all. Generally, it is only at the first level of chi refining. Can it be destroyed just like that? The first level of chi refining is not okay, but Han Ling of the 5th level can. He is at the 5th level of chi refining, and he needs 2 stones of spiritual ore to exchange for a pill of Bigu pill. I guess he is feeling unbalanced, so he deliberately took the iron pickaxe to vent his anger. I think he dared to expose Joe alone. It seems like he has some inside story, right? Haha, what's the inside story? Maybe he just wants to pay it back with his body? I heard that Han Ling was the cauldron of the old devil Gle. This is such a shameful thing, maybe it's really a sexual payment. The miners gossiped and joked. Lin Feng naturally would not participate. He squatted next to Mahler and sniffed his breath. Mahler didn't even raise his eyelids, and said softly, not dead. Oh. Mahler didn't know whether he was embarrassed to face Lin Feng or he really didn't have the strength to even lift his eyelids. He never opened his eyes, and said weakly, I met the wrong person this time, I'm sorry, brother Linear. Lin Feng didn't say anything. After all, it takes several people to change the pickaxe several times in a row. After all, when there are too many people, there are too many eyes. I just don't know why Han Ling, who has nothing to do with this matter, would take the initiative to get involved. And how was he going to explain the matter of the pickaxe when he suddenly intervened? Fight head-on or outsmart? It can't be that it's really like what the miners gossiped about, that it was sexual compensation, right? After waiting for about 10 minutes, the bearded man came out of Han Ling's mine safely. His face was rosy and plump, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes that he couldn't hide. This? Could it be that Brother Han really sacrificed himself for justice and paid the price with his own body? Han Ling looked quite serious and cool before. But behind the scenes, are they so open? The gossiping spirits of a group of miners were burning wildly. Even Lin Feng had some distorted ideas. The bearded man didn't care what other people thought. He glanced at the mauler on the ground, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng and said coldly, Humph, I'll let you go this time. But starting today, you must come to redeem the Bigu pill once a day. And it costs 2 stones of spiritual ore to exchange for 1 pill of Bigu pill. Lin Feng frowned when he heard it. The bearded man smiled coldly, what? You dare to object? Lin Feng was silent, I dare not. Humph. That's more like it. As he spoke, the bearded man gave the miners a few more warnings. The warning did not mention the iron pickaxe, but only said that it would not be allowed for a chi refining level 1 person to exchange for a chi refining level 4 chi refining pill. Otherwise, if found again, you will be executed immediately. Afterwards, the miners were dismissed. Mahler was lying on the ground with no one caring about him. After Lin Feng helped him into the mine, he hurried to Han Ling's mine. The bell mechanism is still there. He kicked the bell, and Han Ling came out and looked at him deeply. Lin Feng felt strange, what's that look in your eyes? As he spoke, he swallowed and said in a subtle tone, Brother Han, you are not really. Really what? Han Ling was confused. You really paid it with your body, didn't you? Han Ling had a black question mark on his face. After a few seconds, he reacted and said angrily with a sullen face, "FK. I've never been a furnace." "Okay, okay, okay, it's good that you don't have to pay with your body, otherwise I'll feel really bad about it." Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, then hurriedly asked, "But Brother Han, this matter has nothing to do with you, why did you take the initiative to help me? And, what did you say to Zhou Baopi?" Han Ling gave him a cold look. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled strangely and said, "Zhou Baopi just asked me why I took the initiative to help you out." "Lin Feng?" Han Ling continued to smile and said, "I told him that you are my furnace." "Lin Feng?" Han Ling restrained his playful smile a little, looked deeply at Lin Feng, and his tone became meaningful. "What else do you want me to say? Say that you broke through the 9th level of qi refining so quickly that I was so astonished that I decided to make friends with you." Chapter 47. A string in Lin Feng's mind instantly tightened. He suddenly took a step forward. "You." The sound seemed to be stuck in my throat. Han Ling took a half step back. "What?" "Killing to silence the witness." That cautious look really showed that he was a little worried that Lin Feng was going to kill someone to silence him. Lin Feng calmed down a little. If it comes to killing the bearded foreman, he can do it. But killing Han Ling to silence him doesn't seem to be necessary. He tightened his face and lowered his voice. "How did you know that? What did you see?" Han Ling pretended to be confused at this time. Lin Feng's 9th level of qi training aura was slightly released. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Do you have any soundproofing?" "Soundproof?" Han Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "Don't worry, the foundation establishment stage is not as magical as you think. The guy in the stone house won't notice our conversation." As he said that, he took another half step back and explained with an awkward expression, "What? I made some changes to the breath containment technique you were practicing." There was a hint of murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes. Han Ling retreated so far that his back was against the wall of the mine. He smiled nervously, "But don't worry, it's not a serious case. I have a matching qi viewing technique that can see through the effect of your breath retaining technique." As he spoke, he continued to move back. At the same time, he raised his hand to swear. "But don't worry, Brother Lin. There is basically no problem with my breath containment technique. Except for me, no one can tell that you have already reached the 9th level of qi refining." And Han Ling could barely hide his shock as he spoke. "How the hell did you do it? Not only did you refine the breath containment technique to the 4th level in just over a month, but you also did this breakthrough from the 1st level of qi refining to the 9th level of qi refining. What the hell? Even if he is a genius with only one spiritual root, with the help of various resources, he can't cultivate as fast as you, right?" Han Ling was not only extremely shocked, but also looked at Lin Feng as if he was a monster. "I couldn't help but speculate, are you the reincarnation of some ancient boss?" When he first met Lin Feng, he clearly saw through that this guy was just an ordinary 1st level qi refining person. He didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all at that time. But later when the mine collapsed, Lin Feng was at the 2nd level of qi refining. Later on, his cultivation level was like riding a rocket, soaring all the way up into the sky. This time when I came out of the mine, I directly reached the 9th level of qi refining. This is FG awesome. Don't even mention the term single spiritual root genius. Even the most perverted demon cultivator wouldn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed, right? How could Han Ling not be shocked? At first he was going to pretend he didn't know. But this time, Lin Feng had a conflict with the bearded man. Seeing that the bearded man was about to take action, Han Ling also took the risk of being killed by Lin Feng and took the initiative to help. However, Lin Feng still looked at him with a cold gaze, and his tone was not very friendly. "Don't change the subject, the matter of the breath containment technique is not over yet." Ahem, ahem. Han Ling coughed twice awkwardly. The problem with the breath-resisting technique is indeed my problem. But I never thought of exposing your cultivation level. I have always pretended not to know. I am very kind to you, Brother Lin. Even this time, in order to help you, Brother Lin, get through the iron pickaxe crisis, I took the initiative to reveal the secret of the breath containment technique. Isn't this enough to build a little trust between us brothers? Han Ling spoke in a very righteous manner. It was as if he really regarded Lin Feng as a brother and took the initiative to help him. However, Lin Feng sneered dryly. He looked at Han Ling meaningfully. Brother? Don't treat me like a fool. You took the initiative to help me. You must have other purposes, right? Hey, if you insist on saying that. Han Ling looked quite hurt. Then his expression changed again. Okay, I do have some other purposes. However, my goal does not require you to pay anything, so it should be a win-win situation. Han Ling's eyes were quite sincere. Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked, Tell me, what is your purpose? Han Ling was silent for a while, then asked in a deep voice, Brother Lin, you should have heard of the name Ji Yushan, right? Ji Yushan? This name does sound familiar. But Lin Feng was an outsider and knew nothing about this world of cultivating immortals. He only found out from Wang Erhe that there was the King Yu sect and the Yang family. As for the rest, I know nothing. So, where did you hear this name? Oh, Lin Feng quickly remembered and said calmly, Ji Yushan, the genius who is the leader of King Yu sect. I remember that the bearded man seemed to have said that Ji Yushan wiped out the Gile nest in one fell swoop. And you are the one who escaped from the paradise lair. Han Ling nodded and said in a deep voice, the outside world only knows that Ji Yushan destroyed Gile's nest, and he is considered a famous and upright person who fights demons and defends the way. But no one knows that Ji Yushan is coming for me. His eyes looked somewhat gloomy. Lin Feng's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he speculated in a deep voice, you stole Ji Yushan's treasure, or maybe he was convicted of possessing the treasure, so he is hunting you down. Han Ling did not answer and directly changed the subject, the reason is not important. What is important is that although this mine is quite hidden, with Ji Yushan's means and background, there is still a chance that he can find it. Lin Feng seemed to be thinking, so you want me to save your life if Ji Yushan chases you to this mine? Han Ling thought for a moment and said ambiguously, about the same. Lin Feng glanced at him and suddenly asked, what is Ji Yushan's cultivation level? Han Ling was silent for a moment, I heard about it too, it seems. Middle stage of foundation building? Or maybe late stage of foundation building? It can't be the perfect foundation building, right? Han Ling sounded quite uncertain. Lin Feng said nothing, staring at him coldly. Han Ling smiled awkwardly. After a long while, he coughed twice again, well, it's still unclear when Ji Yushan will find the mine. And a perverted monster like you has already reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Shouldn't it be a matter of minutes to build a foundation? Maybe in another month, I can become a golden elixir. Ji Yushan is nothing. Brother Lin will just beat him up. Hee. Lin Feng, the person involved, didn't even dare to say that the golden elixir would be produced in a month. This Han Ling is really bold in boasting. Han Ling realized that he was exaggerating, so he said, besides, I didn't ask you to fight Ji Yushan head-on. Just act according to the situation and help me buy some time to escape. Lin Feng was silent for a moment before he calmly said, regarding Ji Yushan's pursuit, I can only say that I will remember your favor this time, and I will help you if I can. But if you ask me to risk my life to help you, that is absolutely impossible. Han Ling nodded quickly, I understand this principle, Brother Lin will help if he can. After understanding Han Ling's purpose, Lin Feng was a little puzzled and asked, but then again, how did you explain the iron pickaxe to the bearded man? Chapter 48. Han Ling smiled slightly, Brother Lin has amazing comprehension and his cultivation speed is incredible, but in terms of life experience, he is still a little behind. Although we cultivators have the opportunity to pursue immortality, we are still human beings after all. As a human being, you can't escape the word human nature. That bearded foreman, although he manages our miners, don't forget that his surname is Zhou, not Yang. He, of course, has his own selfish motives. Just by saying this, Lin Feng understood. Simply put, there are two words. Bribe. Although it seems a bit strange that an iron pickaxe was scrapped in one day, it is not a big deal if you only look at the result. After all, for an entire mine, an iron pickaxe is worth nothing at all. If the bearded man insists on pursuing the matter, he naturally has reason to do so. But if we turn a blind eye, this matter can be easily covered up. So, how can we make such managers turn a blind eye? Lin Feng was an adult in his previous life, so he naturally knew it well. But... so, you really paid it with your body. Damn it, Han Ling cursed again, can we please get over this topic? I'm a serious person. Lin Feng held his chin and thought for a long time. Based on my understanding of the bearded man, he is not someone who can be easily dealt with. It's not easy to get him to turn a blind eye when there's obviously something fishy going on. So, he looked up at Han Ling meaningfully, what benefits did you give him? Han Ling was silent for a moment, then said casually, I gave him a book on how to use spiritual minerals to assist in cultivation. Lin Feng was shocked. Good job. If there really is a technique that can be practiced directly using spiritual ore, then the bearded man in the mine would find it really hard to resist. After all, although the bearded man is in management, he is similar to the miners in some aspects. This is such a big mine, with so many spiritual ores. But Big Beard couldn't leave the mine or use the spiritual ore. As a manager, he doesn't have to mine at most, so he has plenty of time to practice every day. But that's all. And if he could obtain a technique that could use spiritual minerals to assist in cultivation, then the spiritual minerals in this entire mine would no longer be useless to him. He can secretly use the mine to quickly improve his cultivation. But... Lin Feng looked at Han Ling again, your technique should have some side effects, right? Han Ling smiled and said, side effects are like elixirs. Who would refuse to use elixirs because of elixirs? Lin Feng seemed to be thinking about something. No wonder the bearded man asked him to pay 2 stones of spiritual ore every day, but only gave him 1 pill of fasting pill. I'm afraid he is just planning to embezzle a stone of spiritual ore for cultivation. Just thinking about it. Han Ling suddenly said meaningfully, so my guess should be correct. Brother Lin's cultivation speed is so fast, it should also be related to this mine, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so indifferent when you heard about the practice method that uses spiritual minerals to assist cultivation, and you wouldn't even rationally consider the side effects. Lin Feng raised his eyes but did not answer. He looked at Han Ling, narrowed his eyes and said faintly, whether it is the special technique that can assist in cultivation with spiritual ore, or the strengthening technique that was given to me last time. You should have a lot of good stuff on you. Is that why Ji Yushan is chasing you? Han Lingwei restrained his smile and stopped talking. Lin Feng lowered his voice again, the ancient physical strengthening technique that Brother Han traded to me last time should have come from the shared ruins, right? Han Ling still remained silent. Lin Feng then said in a deep voice, I wonder if Brother Han has any other good things that are similar to the ancient physical strengthening techniques and can be used to assist in physical training. Han Ling still didn't say anything, and his body was even a little tense. Lin Feng flipped his hand, holding a white jade bottle and said, don't worry, I don't intend to kill people or rob them, but I sincerely want to trade with Brother Han. As he spoke, he threw the white jade bottle into Han Ling's hand. Han Ling pulled out the cork and took a look, his eyes instantly widened like copper bells. This. Top-grade spirit gathering pill. What the hell, 10 of them. Han Ling looked at Lin Feng as if he had seen a ghost again. He remembered the first time he met Lin Feng more than a month ago. This kid looks like a novice in cultivating immortals. I'm only at the first level of qi refining. I don't know anything and I have nothing. He didn't have the rejuvenation pill, a medicine that cultivators usually have on hand. He doesn't even have something like the cheap stuff like the breath-containing technique. He even lacks some basic knowledge of cultivating immortals. However, more than a month later, not only has his realm reached the 9th level of qi refining, it seems like the whole person's vision has been raised to a higher level. Even the top-grade spirit-gathering pill is something that even the King Yu sect cannot produce. He actually took it out casually and said he would use it for trading. The more Han Ling thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Feng was possessed by some big shot. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng placed the jade slip on his forehead and examined it. A flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He also calmed down and said calmly, "This jade slip alone is probably not enough to exchange for my top-grade soul-gathering pill. Then what does Brother Lin want? Cultivation techniques? Martial arts? Or magical weapons?" Han Ling's attitude towards Lin Feng was obviously completely different from a month ago. The tone was polite. Lin Feng shook his head solemnly. "I said, what I want is something related to body training, and it must be from the shared ruins like the broken body strengthening technique." Han Ling's face was still hesitant. Lin Feng snatched the jade bottle back and pretended to leave. "Hey, wait!" Han Ling gritted his teeth and took out a white jade bottle. The contents of this jade bottle are also from the shared ruins, and are also used to assist in body refining. I actually haven't really practiced any physical training techniques. I just used a drop of the lotion in the jade bottle as a medicinal bath. Just one drop, just one soak, and I successfully broke through the first level of body refining. And there are still about 20 or so drops in this jade bottle. Lin Feng turned his head. Han Ling's eyes were quite sincere as he handed over the jade bottle. Lin Feng stared at the jade bottle and thought for a few seconds, "Okay." He threw the top-grade spirit-gathering pill in his hand over. Han Ling took the white jade bottle, his eyes filled with joy, and he couldn't help asking, "By the way, can I ask Brother Lin where you got this top-grade soul-gathering pill?" "Cannot." Lin Feng left this sentence and left with the jade slip and jade bottle. When we left Han Ling's mine, it was already quite deserted outside. However, the 4th and 1st level qi refining masters who tried to test the rules with their own bodies were still hanging upside down on the tree. Lin Feng glanced at the two men and went straight back to his own mine. However, as he walked deeper into his mine, he discovered the mine that originally belonged to him was actually occupied by another miner. And the miner was hammering the extremely hard spiritual ore with an iron pickaxe with an excited look on his face. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, the man was not afraid, but laughed arrogantly and proudly. "I was wondering why you scrapped an iron pickaxe in one day? It turns out that you dug up such a hard and high-quality spiritual ore." Chapter 49. He was one of the miners who used to chat with people during the old times. His cultivation level of the 3rd level of qi refining was indeed enough to make him arrogant and proud. Lin Feng looked back and then at the miner. In the dim light, the miner at the 3rd level of qi refining didn't see Lin Feng's expression clearly, and he still sneered wildly. "Humph! You little BD! You found a high-quality spiritual ore but didn't report it. What were you thinking? Now, even if you want to report it, you don't have the chance. I declare that I dug out this high-quality spiritual ore, and I will report it. Little BD, do you have any objection?" The expression on that miner's face was even more arrogant than that of the bearded man who managed all the miners. It seemed as if he had expected that Lin Feng, who was at the 1st level of qi refining, would not dare to resist even if he was dissatisfied. The look between his eyebrows even showed a kind of pleasure in bullying the weak. Seeing that Lin Feng did not react immediately, he continued to sneer, "Humph, little." A golden light flashed. That proud and arrogant voice came to an abrupt halt. The wild smile on the miner's face froze, and his eyes were filled with horror and shock. He slowly raised his hand, but before he could touch the bloodstain on his neck, he fell to the ground with a bang. "Are you kidding me? Lin Feng can kill a bearded man in seconds, and he can let a miner who is only at the 3rd level of qi refining jump around on his head. First real murder." Lin Feng just felt a slight rush of blood and a quickening of heartbeat. There are no other emotions. After all, there is a practical course in the high school curriculum. All the students, including him, had already killed people in a simulated environment. In almost an instant, the feeling of blood rushing and heartbeat quickly subsided. Lin Feng regained his composure and briefly examined the body. Those who are deceived into this illegal mine are basically independent cultivators with no background. Naturally, there wouldn't be anything good on this qi refining level 3 person. Lin Feng found a pile of rocks in the mine and buried the body. Then he pondered for a moment and went to Han Ling's mine as if nothing had happened. After skillfully kicking the bell, Han Ling quickly came out. "It's really Brother Lin, how come you came back so soon?" Lin Feng paused for a moment and waved his hand. About 10 stones of spiritual ore were dug out and piled on the ground. Han Ling was stunned. "Brother Lin, what do you mean by this?" Lin Feng's expression was still quite calm, and it was hard to tell that he had just killed someone. "Didn't that bearded man ask me to hand in 2 stones of spiritual ore every day, one of which I would exchange for the Bigu pill, and the other one he would keep for himself? The 10-stone spiritual mine here was embezzled by the bearded man. Brother Han, please help me pay it back every day." Han Ling rolled his eyes and said, "So Brother Lin, what have you been doing these 10 days to prepare for?" Lin Feng nodded, "Yes, I am going to retreat." Retreat? If he were to go into seclusion at this time, he must be trying to reach the 10th level of qi refining, right? But didn't he just break through the 9th level of qi refining? Is 10 days of retreat enough to reach the 10th level of qi refining? Han Ling was deeply troubled, but he did not ask any further questions. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Okay, then I will help you deal with the bearded man in the next 10 days. Thank you." Lin Feng gave him a fist bump and left in a hurry. Han Ling looked at Lin Feng's back with a deep look in his eyes. He was thinking. Lin Feng suddenly left and came back. Was it really just for the matter of the 10-stone spiritual mine? Han Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Feng quickly returned to his mine. A person at the 3rd level of qi refining who does not replace his qigong pills for a long time will be discovered sooner or later. But if it's just 10 days, I can probably get by. Especially now that the mine has changed its rules, everyone has to work hard to mine. I am so tired every day that I probably don't have time to notice someone is missing. And the bearded man's attention these days should be more focused on the martial arts given to him by Han Ling. I should be able to get through it in 10 days. And Lin Feng only has about 10 days left to practice in the other world this time." As he walked deeper into the mine, he lowered his eyes and thought. Ji Yushan from King Yu sect is considered an external hidden danger. If Ji Yushan was really determined to hunt down Han Ling, there was a chance that he would find this mine. But once he finds the mine, what will he do with it? It is possible that he chose to cooperate with the Yang family and jointly occupy the mine. It is also possible that he was so powerful that he destroyed the Yang family and monopolized the mine. It is also possible that he reported to King Yu sect and King Yu sect sent people to deal with the mine. These 3 situations actually have little impact on low-level miners like them. It's like the website Bamao was acquired by Haidu or Tencent. For the low-level failed authors, it has basically no impact. At most, the boss will be different, and the workers' benefits may change. The same is true for miners. Even if the boss changes, these coolies will still be exploited as usual. Ji Yushan would not wipe out the lower-level miners who knew nothing. But Han Ling's situation is obviously different. He has a grudge against Ji Yushan. If Ji Yushan became the boss of this mine, Han Lingdi would be in trouble. If we live in a society ruled by law, if we have a grudge against our boss, the worst that can happen is that we quit our job. However, in this world of cultivating immortals, in this black mine, Han Ling can either fight hard or continue to escape. Lin Feng wasn't too worried at first. After all, he had no grudge against Ji Yushan. However, if the mine really changes its owner, can he really be safe and sound like other miners? Just recently, Lin Feng had an idea in his mind. If Ji Yushan really became the boss of this mine, if Han Ling was really forced into a desperate situation after meeting Ji Yushan, then he is likely to drag Lin Feng into this. Lin Feng and Han Ling are no longer just casual acquaintances. He broke through the 9th level of qi refining too quickly, and Han Ling found out. And he also knew the secret that Han Ling had good stuff on him. These 2 points are enough for Han Ling to drag Lin Feng into the water. It was also enough to make Ji Yushan want to kill Lin Feng. That's exactly what I wanted to figure out. Lin Feng just came back, and after killing the little cannon fodder at the 3rd level of qi refining, he immediately returned to Han Ling's mine. At that time, he actually thought about killing Han Ling. However, the moment he kicked the bell, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He recalled some of the things he had heard from Yan Chongfeng about shared ruins. Shared ruins, not everyone can enter. Han Ling is only at the 5th level of qi refining. How could he have entered the shared ruins? Also, why is Han Ling, who is only at the 5th level of qi refining, being hunted down by Ji Yushan, who is at the foundation establishment stage? Besides, when conspiring with Mahler before, Mahler used sound insulation. Because he did not understand the methods of the foundation establishment stage, he was worried that the foundation establishment stage cultivator in the stone house would overhear their conversation. Even Lin Feng didn't know at that time whether a person in the foundation establishment stage could eavesdrop on his conversation with Mahler. But when Lin Feng suggested using soundproofing to Han Ling said without thinking, "The foundation building stage is not that magical. In the world of cultivating immortals, a person's realm level almost represents his social status. Ordinary people in the qi refining stage generally look at the foundation establishment stage with awe." However, Han Ling's tone at that time did not show any awe for the foundation establishment stage. Besides, Han Ling knew that he was at the 9th level of qi refining. But he took the initiative to reveal the secret. Does he really trust Lin Feng's character and is not afraid that he will kill him to silence him? That moment, the mechanism bells rang. Lin Feng, whose brain was working rapidly, was stiff and terrified. The idea of killing Han Ling to silence him disappeared in an instant, and he reacted very quickly and threw 10 stones of spiritual ore on the ground. Chapter 50. Now he returned to his mine. Lin Feng did not practice immediately, but sat cross-legged and pondered for a while. Although he has lived 2 lives as a human, his journey to becoming an immortal has just begun. The improvement in cultivation is indeed very fast. But in terms of character, I still need to continue to hone my character. He can refine the breath-containing technique to the 4th level of hidden cultivation. Others can't do it. He can play dumb and eat the tiger, but others can't? Is what others say 100% true? No. The road to becoming an immortal is one filled with thorns and bumps. In addition to working hard to improve his cultivation, he also needs to cultivate his mind. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Feng slowly exhaled and turned his gaze to the hard spiritual ore. With the help of this high-quality spiritual ore, it only took him 3 days to break through from the 6th level to the 7th level. And now, there are still 10 days left before returning to Xian Shui Star. 10 days should be enough to break through the 10th level of qi refining, right? Not to mention, Lin Feng felt it vaguely. As he used the high-quality spiritual ore to practice, he continued to remove the waste ore. He should be getting closer and closer to the spirit crystal. As long as the spirit crystal can also work on the fast-forward icon. Lin Feng took a deep breath and immediately started practicing again. This time, he swallowed 5 3-cloud-patterned spirit-gathering pills in one breath. The first time he swallowed 3 spirit-gathering pills in one breath, he felt his body visibly swell. But as your cultivation level improves, your body adapts. When Lin Feng swallowed 3 more soul-gathering pills, he no longer felt any discomfort. Not only that, he vaguely felt that his meridians seemed to have become a little wider. It's not very obvious, and I don't know if it's an illusion. And this time, swallow 5 perfect spirit-gathering pills in one breath. He once again felt the distinct swelling of his body. Every inch of the meridians where the spiritual energy was flowing was aching slightly. However, at 128 times the speed, these expansion sensations are weakened to the extreme. The meridians are not damaged. And after practicing like this madly for 8 or 9 days, Lin Feng finally reached the threshold of the 10th level of qi refining. And this time, he really felt that his meridians were slightly wider than the first time he practiced. It was also this day. The pickaxe continued to knock off the layer of scrap ore. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly flashed. He actually saw glowing spiritual ore? The overflowing white light. His aura. Aura so rich and pure that it seems to be real. Just one thin layer left to dig out the spiritual crystal. Lin Feng didn't waste any time. He immediately put one hand over and threw 6 perfect spirit-gathering pills into his mouth with the other hand. Sure enough, his mind became clearer and clearer, and he even had the illusion that he was the spiritual energy itself. The previous practice was like an adult taking a child and teaching the child painstakingly how to do the movements. And the practice at this time is like an adult and a child becoming one. Lin Feng knows how to operate this child of Reiki as if it were his own arm. He seemed to have entered a mysterious state. The brain doesn't need to think at all. There is no need to deliberately guide the spiritual energy. The so-called cultivation seems to be an instinct engraved in the bones and blood. This magical state. Is this the legendary epiphany? Lin Feng doesn't know. He just felt refreshed like never before. As far as the eye can see, there is clearly nothing, yet everything seems to be beautiful. Even time seemed to have come to a standstill. In this state, Lin Feng lost all perception of the outside world. He didn't even know how much time had passed. Until a loud shout suddenly rang out, "What are you doing?" Boom! At that moment, it seemed as if something suddenly poured down from the top of Lin Feng's head. There is an idiom called a sudden enlightenment. Describes a person's moment of enlightenment. This seems to be Lin Feng's current state. In an instant, it was as if he was reborn into a different person. And when he was forced to come back to his senses. Good job! The 10th level of qi refining. It's a natural progression. There was an indescribable surprise in Lin Feng's eyes. The originally furious and shouting voice suddenly turned terrified. How is this possible? Refining qi to the 10th level. Lin Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be surrounded by holy light. He glanced casually towards the source of the sound. It seems to have an oppressive aura. The bearded man almost collapsed to the ground due to his weak legs. With a swish, he suddenly stuck a talisman on his leg. The magic talisman. He wants to escape. However. Boom! A powerful pressure from perfect qi training knocked him to the ground. The bearded man fell flat on his face. He hurriedly took out a jade slip and crushed it in an instant. Lin Xian! Stop it right there! Once the jade slip breaks, the Yang family's elder will know something is wrong. If you spare my life, I can even say a few good words for you. Even. It's not impossible to help you hide the secret. But if you dare to attack me, once the great elder comes, you will definitely die." The bearded man was obviously terrified to the extreme. The voice was harsh on the outside but weak on the inside, sharp but couldn't stop trembling. "But he's still threatening." It was as if Lin Feng dared to take another step forward. The next moment, the one who will die will not be the bearded man, but Lin Feng. I don't know if it was influenced by epiphany. Lin Feng is in a very peaceful mood at this moment. Hearing the bearded man's threatening words, he didn't show any panic or fear at all. "Call out!" A sword shadow flashed by at an extremely fast speed. The bearded man, who had already fallen flat on his face, had a look of fear frozen on his face. Until his death, his eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. "I can't seem to figure it out. It's clearly just the first level of qi refining, how come it's already perfected? Even this guy, whom he originally looked down upon, actually ignored his threats and warnings and actually took action." Lin Feng, who killed someone for the second time, felt much calmer than the first time. The movements of touching the corpse were much more skillful and quicker than the first time. And almost at the same time he was dealing with the bearded man's body. Outside the mine, there were faint sounds of commotion. Lin Feng heard that it seemed that the Yang family elder who was in the foundation building stage was calling all the miners to gather. The elder really knew that something had happened. But it seems that no one knows where the bearded man died. The purpose of calling the miners together was to conduct an investigation. Lin Feng did not go out to gather. Instead, he turned his gaze to the beautiful crystal that was emitting almost holy white light and was as crystal clear as a diamond. That is the exposed spirit crystal. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng placed his hand on the spirit crystal. The fast-forward icon appears instantly in the field of vision. This spiritual crystal, just like spiritual stones and spiritual ore, can indeed be consumed as the fast-forward icon. Chapter 51. Lin Feng's journey to practice in another world is only one step away. He placed one hand on the exposed spirit crystal, feeling unprecedented clarity of hearing and vision. With the other hand, he picked up the tattered parchment and read it at 128 times the speed. The third form of the physical strengthening technique is very complicated. It's not just the posture itself that is complicated, it's as if the person is not a human being, but a machine without ligaments, being bent and twisted this way and that. Moreover, it requires the monks to constantly adjust their posture according to their body feedback while performing the movements. The whole process is quite complicated. Lin Feng had also read it carefully before. But just reading the text gave him a headache. It was more painful than solving the most difficult math problems in his previous life. However, at this moment, his hand was pressing on the spirit crystal, and the speed was increased by 128 times. But he could clearly understand every key point of the third form. Including complex descriptions of body feedback, almost all of them can be understood instantly. At 128 times the speed, only a few minutes passed. Lin Feng put the sheepskin scroll away. He closed his eyes slightly and took another deep breath. He started to try directly to practice the third form. At the same time, outside the mine, an abandoned pile of rocks was smashed to pieces by a punch from the Yang family elder, and dust flew all over the sky. The miners gathered together and trembled, not daring to make a sound. There were even some who were at the first or second level of qi refining, who were so overwhelmed by the pressure from the foundation establishment stage that their legs went limp and they prostrated themselves on the ground in humility. The elder of the Yang family was obviously furious, and his eyes swept sharply over all the miners present. He narrowed his eyes and shouted coldly, "Besides Foreman Zhou, there are still 2 people missing. I'll count down to 3. If anyone dares not to come out again, never come out again in your life." The air was so quiet that even the miner's breathing was low and suppressed. Mahler was at the 4th level of qi refining after all, so he did not crawl on the ground. But his face was slightly pale. Because he noticed. It's Lin Feng who didn't come out. Han Ling also noticed that Lin Feng did not come out. Moreover, he had additional information that Mahler did not know. Lin Feng only prepared 10 days worth of spiritual ore and asked him to pass it on to Big Beard. And today is the day when the 10-day agreement expires. According to Lin Feng, he plans to go into seclusion for 10 days. Retreat to seclude oneself usually means to break through the realm. But, what can we do in just 10 days? Break through to the 10th level of qi refining? But even if he breaks through the 10th level of qi refining, what can he do? Can he defeat the Yang family's foundation establishment elder? Han Ling's face darkened slightly. He vaguely guessed that the reason why this foundation establishment stage Yang family elder was angry was probably related to Lin Feng. But he just couldn't figure out how Lin Feng dared to do that. With only the 10th level of qi refining, how dare you offend the foundation establishment stage? Who gave him the courage? 3. 2. The foundation building elder started counting down just as he said. The entire mine, all the miners, were as quiet as chickens. The only sound left was the foundation establishment elders counting down. And the last sound of it shows the deep anger of Elder Yang. In the entire mine, there were cultivators in the qi refining stage who actually dared not take him, who was in the foundation establishment stage, seriously. However, just when he was about to take action, Han Ling, who was among the miners, suddenly changed his expression. Then, the angry Elder Yang also fixed his eyes. He suddenly turned around and looked towards the entrance of the mine passage. It was also at this moment that all the miners felt the earth shaking. What's going on? There's an earthquake. Is it an earthquake? Or is there another mine collapse accident? How could a mine collapse cause such a big noise? This is clearly an earthquake. No. That's not right. This. An older and knowledgeable qi refining level 4 cultivator had ecstasy in his eyes. This is a formation. The formation of the mine is being destroyed. Someone is attacking the formation of the mine. Finally, someone. The man who said this had a tone and expression that clearly revealed the joy of finally being rescued after being imprisoned for many years. However, he only finished half of his ecstatic speech. With a loud bang, he flew backwards. Died on the spot. Not just him. Even the miners standing next to him were affected. The foundation building elder acted swiftly and decisively. For a moment, the miners who were originally ecstatic because the mine formation was destroyed no longer dared to show expressions of being saved and happy. Instead, he began to tremble and become frightened again. The foundation building elder glanced at the group of lowly miners with an icy gaze and sneered, "Saved? Ha! As long as the mine is still there, you will never be saved." Just this one sentence. The miners immediately thought of. Yes, there is no way they can be saved. No matter who the mine owner becomes. As long as the mines are still there, these miners will only continue to be exploited. Unless the next mine owner is a living Buddha. But, hey? Living Buddha? The miners' hopes were completely shattered. Of course, there was one person who was different from the other miners. Han Ling. He did not have lost hope, but his expression showed that he could not hide the tension and anxiety. Who would rush into the mine and destroy the formation at this time? Just as the foundation building elder was on high alert and using the jade token to contact the Yang family, the shaking in the entire mine suddenly became more violent. Even more terrifying than when the formation was attacked. It was as if the sky was falling apart and the earth was shaking. Boom boom. There were even mine caves that collapsed one after another, raising huge clouds of dust. This time, forget about the miners. Even Elder Yang, who is in the foundation building stage, is a little dumbfounded. This Nima. The external enemies haven't been dealt with yet. What happened inside the mine? This. How could a mine collapse for no reason? What on earth is going on? The entire mine was instantly plunged into chaos. In the chaos, only Han Ling's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise and shock. He remembered the last mine collapse. He had guessed before that the mine collapse was related to Lin Feng. So this time it is also related to Lin Feng. But damn! Isn't this noise a bit too loud? Lin Feng's 10-day retreat actually caused such a big commotion. Could it be that he has really achieved a breakthrough to the golden core stage? And in the midst of this chaos, the immortal cultivation world communicated by the F-level boundary stone seemed to have been paused, and time stood still. At the same time, in Suanshuoxing, Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, Class 2, Grade 3. With a loud boom, the table and chairs where Lin Feng was sitting were all shattered. This is also the time when all the students return from their respective worlds. They haven't had time to appreciate or share their gains. Then I heard this sudden sound. For a moment, all eyes were turned towards the source of the noise. At this sight, everyone was stunned. Wow wow wow! Is this Lin Feng? Is he still alive? Is Lin Feng in mortal danger? Aren't there protective measures in our boundary stone? If he encounters mortal danger, he will be immediately expelled from the other world? Why didn't Lin Feng's boundary stone protect him? Chapter 52. Yes, in the eyes of everyone, Lin Feng looked like a bloody man. Not only were his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose bleeding, but it seemed like every pore on his body was oozing blood. The entire person's skin was dark blue, as if he was a stiff corpse that had been dead for a long time. Many students were so shocked by what they saw that they dared not look at it any longer. Some girls even covered their eyes. Lan also covered her eyes, but she was hiding the joy in her eyes. She was ecstatic in her heart. Encountered deadly danger. Lin Feng, you have come to this day too. She remembered the time when she was in mortal danger and the boundary stone could not be used. Guanming even compared her to Lin Feng. They both have sea-level talent, but she encountered fatal danger, while Lin Feng was able to break through to the third level of qi refining. It was obvious that he looked down on her in his words. But what about now? Lin Feng also encountered fatal danger. Even life is in danger and life or death is uncertain. She wanted to see what kind of expression Guanming would have this time. Lan's heart was filled with joy. His eyes were filled with hatred towards Lin Feng, Guanming, and Su Fan who was not present. Guanming actually didn't think too much about it. The first thing he did was to check on the safety of the student in question. While rushing over to check on Lin Feng's condition, he directly took out the rejuvenation pill and the meridian protecting pill. Fortunately, Lin Feng just looked covered in blood, which was a bit scary. He wasn't actually seriously injured. On the contrary, Guanming soon discovered that the blood flowing from Lin Feng's body was slightly different. This is... wow! The third level of body refining. The blood refining realm. Moreover, even if Guanming did not practice martial arts, he could clearly feel that Lin Feng's third level of body refining seemed to be different from the ordinary third level of body refining. He did not hesitate and fed the rejuvenation pill and meridian protection pill to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly woke up and wiped his face with his hand. One hand is covered in blood. He wiped his eyes again before seeing Guanming's concerned look. Teacher Guan. You kid. What's wrong with you? Others in the other world are cultivating immortals, but you are so focused on cultivating martial arts. It's fine if you practice martial arts, but you also made yourself into such a BD. Do you really care about the Qinghuang League? Guanming exploded in anger when he saw that Lin Feng was fine, and started swearing. However, while cursing, his face suddenly changed, and he grabbed Lin Feng's arm fiercely. What's going on? Didn't you break through the fourth level of qi refining before communicating with the other world? Why has your cultivation level regressed to the first level of qi refining now? Hiss! First level of qi refining. The students who were relieved that Lin Feng was not dead suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Feng is now at the first level of qi refining? How come his cultivation has regressed? Yu Xiao, the transfer student who had clashed with Lin Feng before, was now very proud and sneered. Maybe he got to the third level of qi refining through some unorthodox means. If something goes wrong this time, the cultivation level that I gained by taking shortcuts will be gone. The tone is obviously gloating. An Lan was originally a little disappointed that Lin Feng was fine, but because Lin Feng's cultivation level regressed, her mood was rekindled and she became happy again. Lin Feng was stunned. First level of qi refining? Oh yeah. When he was in the mine, he used the breath concealing technique to disguise himself as being at the first level of qi refining. This return was unexpected and unprepared. The breath-containing technique still pretends to be at the first level of qi refining. Lin Feng simply stood up and threw a few dust removal spells on himself. In his heart, he was thinking, should he reveal the fact that he was at the 10th level of qi refining now? If I expose it directly, wouldn't it be too exaggerated? But if he doesn't expose himself now, he will be exposed when facing Yan Chongfeng and in the Qinghuang League. Just thinking about it. Yu Xiao, who was gloating at the side, sneered again, "Ha, before this communication with the boundary stone, I still regarded you as an opponent. Now it seems that the duel we planned before is totally unnecessary." As he spoke, Yu Xiao slowly released the aura of the 7th level of qi refining. All of a sudden, the students in class 2 were shocked. Oh my god! Yu Xiao is actually in the late stage of qi refining. This. I've only just reached the 2nd level of qi refining, but Yu Xiao is already in the late stage of qi refining. Why is this happening? Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. They are both A-level talents, but none of our Qingcheng A-level talents can break through to the late stage of qi refining, right? It all depends on Su Fan. I wonder if Su Fan can break through to the late stage of qi refining. I don't think it's possible. Although Su Fan has a year to practice, he was only at the 4th level of qi refining before. In a year, he can only break through to the 6th level at most. There is no time to break through to the 7th level. Hey, is our Qingcheng really that bad? I'm so unwilling to accept this. Hey, even if Lin Feng's cultivation level didn't decline, there's no way he could beat Yu Xiao. Not to mention that he's only at the 1st level of qi refining now. So our school doesn't have any geniuses to control those transfer students. The students in the class were in a very low mood. As the class monitor, Fang Mengmeng quietly clenched her fists, pursed her lips, and her whole body was visibly tense. She looked at Yu Xiao's arrogant and domineering face. I feel very unwilling. But what can I do? Let Lin Feng rush up and beat Yu Xiao up for nothing like Yang Hong next door? But even if I get beaten up, what can I prove? Does it prove that the people of Qingcheng still have blood in their veins? Oh! How ridiculous! Fang Mengmeng felt uncomfortable and lowered her eyes slightly. The little fist that I clenched unconsciously, also unconsciously, somewhat powerlessly, slowly loosened. It didn't loosen up completely. Just as Yu Xiao became more and more arrogant and complacent amid the increasingly depressed and sad discussions of his classmates in Class 2. A terrifying pressure suddenly came towards him. Puff! Yu Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe it and subconsciously looked at Guanming. A teacher actually attacked a student? No. That's not right. Yu Xiao's look of disbelief suddenly froze on his face. The whole person is like stupid and numb. After a long while, the frozen disbelief turned into an even more terrified and shocking disbelief. His gaze slowly turned to Lin Feng. Then I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Feng's handsome face was filled with a playful, teasing, half-smile. You. Yu Xiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In fact, the whole person seemed to be so shocked that he lost the ability to speak. Never give up on suicide, impossible. Absolutely impossible. But then, there was another pressure. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 53. Yu Xiao vomited blood twice in a row, and the students in class 2 were stunned. It's cool, but... The teacher hits the student? This is not only against moral ethics. The key is that it violates school rules. An Lan even screamed out, Teacher Guan! How could you attack your students? However, Guan Ming's expression was also surprised. He stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. And then when he looked at Yu Xiao, the smile changed even more. Ah, before this communication with the boundary stone, I still considered you as an opponent. Now it seems that the duel we planned before is unnecessary. This. Good job. The words Yu Xiao just said with his arrogant face. Lin Feng returned it without changing a single word. The students in class 2 were a little confused at first. But looking at Lin Feng's playful expression. Look at Yu Xiao's shocked expression as if he had seen a ghost. Let's look at Teacher Guan again. What the hell? Wait. What do you mean? Am I thinking too boldly or is this world too crazy? Why do I have the illusion that Lin Feng is crushing Yu Xiao? Okay. It seems. It's not an illusion. What the hell? Why is Lin Feng stronger than Yu Xiao, who is in the late stage of qi refining? Could it be that he has already completed qi refining? What a joke! C-level talent. Only 2 months of training time. If you count the 1 month on Xian Shui Star, it's only 3 months. 3 months. Completed qi refining. Are you kidding me? You can't brag like that. But, could it be that Lin Feng's talent was measured incorrectly? Is he actually an S-level talent? Even if it's an S-level talent, it's impossible for him to have perfected his qi refining right now. Look at those people on the Tianjia ranking who have reached the 10th level of qi refining. They look very impressive, but in fact, they have already reached a certain level of cultivation before their awakening day. That Su Jingli from the Tianjia ranking, he had already cultivated to the late stage of qi refining in the Spirit Stone training room on Xian Shui Star before his awakening day. And what about Lin Feng? He had never practiced before his awakening day. Even though the facts are almost there, the students still couldn't believe it. And just when the students in class 2 were shocked. At this moment, an announcement on the internet caused a sensation. Congratulations to Monk Yanshizhen for breaking the record of the 11th floor of the Trial Tower. Reward, a cup of enlightenment tea. Another record-breaking announcement for the Trial Tower has the Skynet anonymous forum going wild again. Oh my god! Yanshizhen. Is it the Yanshizhen who ranked first on the qi refining ranking and was stuck in the qi refining stage for 5 years? Yanshizhen broke the record of the 11th floor of the Trial Tower? But his realm shown on the qi refining ranking is still the 14th level of qi refining. Oh my god! The 14th level of qi refining broke the record of the 11th level of the Trial Tower. What the hell? This is even more outrageous than Lin Feng's 3rd level of qi refining breaking the record of the 3rd level of the Trial Tower. Yes, the 14th level of qi refining broke the record of the 11th level of the Trial Tower. This is definitely a quite outrageous thing. The records of the Trial Tower have unique rules. The records of the first 10 levels can only be challenged by those in the qi refining stage. The records from 11th to 20th levels can only be challenged by those at the foundation establishment stage or below. The records from 21 to 30 levels can only be challenged by those at the Jindan level or below. And so on. In other words, the records of the 11th to 20th levels belong to the main field of the foundation building period. Although in principle, the records of the 11th to 20th levels can also be broken during the qi refining stage. But the problem is, you, a qi refining stage student, are breaking the record of others in the foundation establishment stage on their home turf? What a joke! Do you really think that other people in the foundation building stage are vegetarians? Therefore, although theoretically, the records of the 11th to 20th levels can also be challenged by those at the foundation building level and below. But the and below in that rule is basically just a decoration. The records of the 11th to 20th floors of the trial tower were all left by genius monks during their foundation building period. However, now, the 11th level record originally held by a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage was actually broken by a cultivator in the chi refining stage. But this is too horrifying. In addition, Yan Shizhen is a celebrity of Skynet. His record breaking this time was much more popular than Lin Feng's previous record breaking. Even the students in Class 2, who were originally shocked by Lin Feng's realm, were temporarily distracted. Lin Feng naturally noticed it too. He frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at Guanming with some confusion. The chi refining stage broke the record left by the foundation establishment stage? Could it be that Yan Shizhen has been able to sweep away all the foundation establishment stages? After all, the 11th floor of the trial tower can be challenged by everyone in the foundation establishment stage. You can challenge it in the early stage of foundation building, and you can also challenge it when the foundation is complete. The previous record holder was someone who had completed his foundation building. It was a similar reason why Lin Feng broke the record of the first 3 floors before, which was shocking. Because it can be challenged even in the chi refining stage. So even the lower floors like the first 3 floors of the trial tower. The record holders are basically cultivators who have reached perfection in chi refining. You are at the 3rd level of chi refining, breaking the record left by others who have reached the perfect level of chi refining. This is of course hard to accept. And now, Yan Shizhen, who is in the chi refining stage, has broken the record left by others who have completed the foundation establishment stage. Lin Feng was shocked. This is impossible. Could it be that Yan Shizhen is also cheating? Fortunately, Guanming quickly explained, it's not what you understand. It doesn't mean that Yan Shizhen's breaking of the 11th level record means he is stronger than the previous record holder. This is a hidden rule of the trial tower. You will find it when you challenge it later. When you are at the chi refining stage, when you reach the 11th level, you are not fighting against a foundation establishment stage monster. Instead, they are still fighting against demon beasts that have reached the perfection of chi refining, but their numbers have increased. And when you challenge the 11th level with your foundation building cultivation, it will become a battle against a foundation building monster. Guanming thought for a moment and added, for example, in this Qinghuang League, among the transfer students that we invited from Qingcheng. Chu Su, a transfer student from number 12 middle school, has reached the 9th level of chi refining and has already passed the 11th level of the trial tower. Sen Qian, the transfer student from number 7 middle school, has also reached the 9th level of chi refining, but has already passed the 12th level of the trial tower. It doesn't mean that those at the 9th level of chi refining have the strength to challenge the foundation establishment level. But, at the 9th level of chi refining, they have the strength to challenge multiple chi refining perfection monsters. It is an old tradition for some chi refining geniuses to challenge the 10th floor of the trial tower. It is a way for them to prove their strength. For example, although Yan Shizhen just broke the record of the 11th floor, he had already passed the 19th floor of the trial tower at the chi refining stage. Lin Feng listened thoughtfully. The students in Class 2 paid attention to the transfer students. What the hell? Chu Su from number 12 middle school and Sen Qian from number 7 middle school? They both broke through to the 9th level of chi refining. How can they be so strong? Guanming looked at the students in the class and said with a wry smile, that was just the realm they reached before communicating with the boundary stone this time. Hiss! What do you mean? Could it be that Chu Su and Sen Qian can break through to the 10th level of chi refining after their return this time? Chapter 54. Fortunately, Guanming shook his head slightly. As for Chu Su and Sen Qian, it is still a bit uncertain whether they can reach the 10th level of chi refining. However, there may be students at the 10th level of Qi refining in this Qinghuang League. Hiss! The classmates in the class gasped again. Finally, someone bravely asked Lin Feng, "Linear." Originally I wanted to call Lin Feng directly. Suddenly he changed the topic. "Feng, brother Feng. What is your current level of cultivation?" In an instant, all eyes in class 2 turned to Lin Feng. Lan's eyes were filled with horror and her face was pale, and she obviously didn't want to believe it. Fang Mengmeng couldn't believe it either, and looked at Lin Feng with some nervousness. She was so nervous that it seemed as if what Lin Feng was about to announce was not his own level, but Fang Mengmeng's college entrance examination results. However, Lin Feng just gave his classmates a mysterious smile and did not give a direct answer. And just when Yan Shizhen broke the record of the 11th floor of the Trial Tower and shocked Skynet. In the Tiandao Immortal Academy of the S-Type University, a young man with unshaven beard and a somewhat sloppy look walked out of a remote boys' dormitory. After walking a few steps, I met a student who looked younger. The student seemed to be coming for the slovenly young man, and he stopped him and laughed. "Hey, isn't this senior Yan Shizi? Yan Shizhen's name is Shizhen." But what made him famous was the 14th level of Qi refining. So his classmates gave him a nickname, Yan Shizi. About 5 years ago, when Yan Shizhen had just broken through to the 14th level of Qi refining, this nickname was used as a compliment. After all, he was a super genius who was unrivaled at the time. Many people believed and even expected that he would successfully establish his foundation with the cultivation level of the 14th level of Qi refining. Including Yan Shizhen himself at that time, he was full of confidence. However, 5 years have passed. The genius who was crushed and beaten by him in the past has now even broken through to the golden core stage. However, he was stuck at the glorious 14th level of Qi refining for 5 whole years. The nickname Yan Shizi no longer has the flavor of praise it once had. Instead it is full of irony. Yan Shizhen has heard too many similar sarcasms over the years. At first, you will feel angry and humiliated. However, as time went by, I became more and more numb inside. Even when hearing this ironic title, he was able to remain calm and indifferent. The young student laughed sarcastically again. "Hey, I just heard the news about Skynet, and I thought Senior Yan finally established his foundation, so I was about to come over to congratulate him, but..." As a result, Yan Shizhen was too lazy to pay attention to such people who were taking advantage of others' misfortunes. He flashed and disappeared into the campus path. About a quarter of an hour later, they appeared in a forbidden area in the back mountain. Just leaned against a huge rock. The expected voice sounded beside him, 13. Old man. Yan Shizhen continued to lie down, and did not look in the direction of the voice, but closed his eyes. The old man was silent for a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was complex and deep. The head of the family has promised to go to the Peking Yinsu to ask for help at all costs. No matter what, this year, I will definitely be able to get you a furnace of top-grade foundation building pills. Yan Shizhen closed his eyes and said nothing, and it was unknown whether he heard it or not. After a while, he seemed to react a little late and said, "Oh. The breeze is blowing gently, and the forbidden area in the back mountain of Tiandao Immortal Academy actually has extremely beautiful scenery. However, the scene at this moment is indescribably lonely." Then, the reason why Yan Shizhen dared to break through the 14th level of Qi refining. It's not just because he was the best of his time and was arrogant. Another very important reason is that the Yan family obtained a top-grade foundation building pill. Even though top-grade spirit-gathering pills are rare, some big forces can still produce some. Including some famous alchemists, who can occasionally refine top-quality spirit-gathering pills. But the best foundation building pill. That is absolutely rare in the true sense of the word, extremely rare. Even in the entire Xian Shui star, it may take several years for a top-grade foundation building pill to be produced. One can imagine how precious that top-grade foundation building pill was back then. The Yan family also spent a lot of money for that top-grade foundation building pill. And that precious, top-grade foundation building pill should naturally have been given to Yan Shizhen, the most talented person at the time. Yan Shizhen himself had no doubt at all. And for this reason, he was confident that he had broken through the 14th level of qi refining. But what is the result? That top-grade foundation building pill was not given to Yan Shizhen in the end. 5 years. This was not the first time that the Yan family had said that they would compensate him with a top-grade foundation building pill. It was mentioned most frequently in the first year. He also asks the most frequently. Can be changed over time. This incident seemed to be gradually forgotten. Even his name, Yan Shizhen, was still on the qi refining ranking and was ridiculed by others. He's used to it. Perhaps the Yan family has gotten used to it. This time, because of the records in the trial tower, I remembered this almost forgotten, shameful genius. There was a sarcastic smile on Yan Shizhen's lips. Okay, I'll wait and see when the Pill King can refine a furnace of top-grade foundation building pills. The sound was so light that it seemed to be drifting away in the wind. At this point, the air was silent, save for the occasional gentle sound of a breeze. The heated discussions on the internet seemed to have nothing to do with him. At Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, the focus quickly shifted away from Yan Shizhen breaking the record. Guanming returned to the podium and briefly talked about some matters concerning the preliminaries. Everyone has one day to rest. At 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, all students who are interested in participating in the preliminaries will gather at school. We will go to the Great Wilderness Mountain for the preliminaries together. At the same time, this month's honor roll will be announced after the Qinghuang League. But Lin Feng, Fang Mengmeng, and Yu Xiao, the three of you should stay for a while. This means to cook for yourself. After the other students left, Lin Feng, Fang Mengmeng and Yu Xiao were taken to the principal's office by Guanming. Guanming signaled with his eyes and uttered 3 words, mobilization meeting. After the 3 of them entered the office, they saw. There is a huge black Nanmyo conference table in the office. The first seat was occupied by the principal, and the other seats were filled by students one after another. After the 3 of them sat down, they waited for about 10 minutes before all the seats in the conference room were filled. Excluding the principal, there are 20 students in total. Among them, 14 were former students of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School. The other 6 are all transfer students. The 6 transfer students sat in the first-class seats near the principal, as if by appointment. After everyone arrived, the principal swept his eyes across the room and said in a deep voice, "Hello, students. I'm sure your teachers have told you that we gathered you here to hold a mobilization meeting for you before the Qinghuang League." The principal's eyes were originally quite calm, but when he suddenly glanced at Lin Feng in the corner, he frowned. "How come you, a qi refining level 1, were also recommended to attend the mobilization meeting? Which class are you in?" Chapter 55. Oh yes, the first level of qi refining. Lin Feng's breath-retaining technique still maintains the disguise of the first level of qi refining. He thought about it and his aura changed. The principal was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. 6th level of qi refining. Which class are you in? The 6th level of qi refining. In an instant, the eyes of the other 19 students in the conference room all fell on Lin Feng. Even the 6 transfer students couldn't hide their surprise. How could a person at the 6th level of qi refining appear in this mere Qingcheng? Are you sure this isn't a transfer student? The students of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School were even more shocked and surprised. Because of the honor roll, these students were able to recognize Lin Feng. They knew clearly that Lin Feng was a C-level talent. C-level talent? Such a short training time. How is it possible to reach the 6th level of qi refining? Did the principal see it wrong? Especially Yang Hong and Chu Wengxing, they stared with their eyes wide open and couldn't believe it. Fatty Zhu Tengfei was so heartless that he exclaimed, "What the hell? The 6th level of qi refining. Is this true?" Fang Mengming, who was in the same class as Lin Feng, was a little surprised. When Lin Feng was in class 2 classroom before, he crushed Yu Xiao, who was in the late stage of qi refining. His cultivation should be at least in the late stage of qi refining, or even in the perfect stage of qi refining, right? How is it possible? He is only at the 6th level of qi refining? But it seems that the 6th level of qi refining is indeed more reasonable than the perfect qi refining? So, what realm is Lin Feng at? The corners of Yu Xiao's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, 6th level of qi refining. If you are at the 6th level of qi refining, I will throw my head to you and kick it like a ball. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the looks directed at him, and just said to the principal calmly, "From class 2, Lin Feng." "Lin Feng, are you the Lin Feng who broke the record and has C-level talent?" Of course the principal had heard of the name Lin Feng. It's just that the name and appearance don't match. The principal was quite excited when he heard that someone in his school broke the trial tower record. But soon he was told that the person who broke the record was just a C-level talented student. My goodness, that feeling was like a bucket of cold water poured down my head. It chilled me to the bone. The trial tower is mainly used to assess and verify the combat effectiveness of the monks. But C-level talent? No matter how strong your fighting ability is, it will be useless if you can't raise your realm. However, now, this C-level talent has cultivated to the 6th level of qi refining. This. The principal instantly thought of Qin's Hixing, a man with C-level talent who had also shocked the world many years ago. His eyes were dazed for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. So what if Qin's Hixing was the best in his time? He is still just a nobody now. Anyone can experience temporary glory. But countless experiences and cases have long proved that this era is destined to belong to the era of S-level talents. The principal quickly calmed down and looked at Lin Feng again. "Have you mastered the breath containment technique to perfection?" Lin Feng nodded, "Yes." The principal frowned again and said, "So you, kid, shouldn't be hiding your cultivation anymore, right?" "Ha ha ha, what do you think, principal?" "Well, that's right. The principal has seen the world." After knowing that Lin Feng only had a C-level talent, the surprise of hearing that he was at the 6th level of qi refining soon subsided. He no longer paid too much attention to Lin Feng and continued the mobilization meeting. First, he emphasized again that the Qinghuang League is of great significance. After that, he glanced at everyone again, and then said in a deep voice, "In fact, what I just emphasized, your class teachers should have emphasized it many times. And I'm sure you all have guessed that I've gathered you together for a special class this time. You are the students in my number 2 middle school who are most likely to achieve good results in the Qinghuang League. Especially the 6 transfer students, especially Mo Mingyuan who transferred to class 1. The principal's eyes fell on a boy with a cold expression. For a moment, everyone's eyes followed the principal and fell on him. But the boy seemed accustomed to such looks and didn't take it seriously. He sat next to the principal, with a somewhat casual posture and a defiant look in his eyes. The principal didn't care. Instead, he introduced him cheerfully. "Student Mo Mingyuan, like Su Fan, is also an S-level talent." Hiss. Zhu Tengfei couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What is the cultivation level of this S-level talent Mo Mingyuan?" The principal just smiled and said nothing. He just continued, "In this Qinghuang League, all the students who have a chance to win first place are basically known by our major schools. And I called you all together for the purpose of introducing you specifically. First of all, there are 3 people in Qingcheng who have a chance to compete for the first place. One is Chu Su from number 12 middle school, who is at the 9th level of qi refining, one step away from perfecting qi refining. One is Sen Qian from number 7 middle school. That guy deliberately hid something. After returning from this other world after training, he may be able to break through to the 10th level of qi refining. Hiss! The students of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School all gasped. The other 5 transfer students all showed a kind of contempt and arrogance towards the country bumpkins. On the other hand, Mo Ming Yuan, who was also a transfer student, had a defiant look in his eyes, but not one of contempt. He still looked calm and composed, watching the show with his arms folded. The principal continued, "As for the third person, it is the student Mo Ming Yuan next to me." This immediately piqued the students' interest, and they all became curious about what level of cultivation Mo Ming Yuan had. Especially Yang Hong, who had been beaten by Mo Ming Yuan before, had a dazed look in his eyes at this moment. What was he thinking at that time? Provoking another S-level talent? He is also an S-level talent who is even stronger than Su Fan. However, after waiting for a long time, the principal still kept everyone on suspense and did not reveal Mo Ming Yuan's cultivation level. Fang Mengmeng couldn't help but frown and asked, "Are the 3 students who have a chance to compete for the first place all transfer students? Isn't there a local student in Qingcheng who has the possibility of competing for the first place?" As she said this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Feng. Before the principal could answer, Yang Hong couldn't help asking, "Where's Su Fan? Where did he go? Isn't he going to participate in this Qinghuang League?" The principal nodded and said, "Su Fan is a man of great fortune. He will definitely not participate in this Qinghuang League. At the same time, there is also a person in the deserted city who will not participate. This is what we agreed upon in advance between Qingcheng and Huangcheng." The principal's tone was somewhat unpredictable. Mo Ming Yuan, who had been acting quite arrogant and indifferent, couldn't help but ask, "Who in the deserted city won't participate?" This question also expressed what other people were thinking. All eyes turned to the principal. The principal looked a little strange, and then he sighed and read out a name, Yu Ling. Chapter 56. Hiss! Yu Ling. That Yu Ling who landed third on the Tianjia ranking. The Yu Ling who suppressed Su Jingli at the 11th level of qi refining with the 10th level of qi refining. The one who started the Skynet bet, betting on what realm she would reach after her return, that mysterious Yu Ling. Goodness! Didn't they say that Yu Ling was from a hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan? She's actually from the deserted city. Could it be that the rumored hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan is hiding in the deserted city? For a moment, the whole conference room was filled with discussions. Even Lin Feng was a little surprised. He was not surprised that Yu Ling was from the deserted city. After all, he had heard from Wu Jun before that Yu Ling was likely to participate in the youth training camp. At that time, Lin Feng thought, is Yu Ling from Qingcheng? Otherwise, why would he join the youth training camp? Later, when he learned that the youth training camp and the wasteland training camp had been integrated, he speculated that Yu Ling might be from the wasteland city. What really surprised Lin Feng was, according to the principal, in Qingcheng, Su Fan does not participate in the Qinghuang League. In Huangcheng, Yu Ling does not participate in the Qinghuang League. Such a rule is very similar to the design in some competitions where the highest and lowest scores are eliminated. Su Fan and Yu Ling each represent the highest scores of 2 cities that were eliminated. Lin Feng had no objection to the fact that Yu Ling was the highest score in Huangcheng. After all, he is ranked 3rd on the list of geniuses. I wonder how strong he can become after returning from another world this time. If they participate in the Qinghuang League again, what else are the others competing for? But the problem is, the most recognized person in Qingcheng is Su Fan. Moreover, is he as strong as Yu Ling? Is this a bit exaggerated? If you only look at the people in Qingcheng, without looking at the transfer students or Lin Feng, Su Fan is indeed the strongest. But there are transfer students here. Even among the transfer students, there is Mo Ming Yuan, a genius who is also S-level and has a powerful background. Under such circumstances, is Su Fan still recognized as the strongest in Qingcheng? That guy, does he have any other secrets besides his own magical weapon? For a moment, Lin Feng's mind was in turmoil. And what he was thinking in his mind, Mo Mingyuan was also thinking. Yu Ling was from Huangcheng, so he wasn't surprised to see Mo Mingyuan, who had a background. But he was surprised. Su Fan, who was born in a poor family and had an S-level talent, was actually recognized as the strongest in Qingcheng. Or is he as strong as Yu Ling? Although they both had S-level talent, Mo Mingyuan still felt a little dissatisfied. He pursed his lips slightly, and the word disobedient was almost written directly on his face. As for other students, they have not yet considered that Su Fan is comparable to Yu Ling. The principal did not explain anything further and continued. I won't go into detail about the students competing for first place in Qingcheng. After all, we are in the same camp. And our opponents are mainly in the deserted city. Over in the deserted city, your class teachers should have told you that their students are very strong. They have strong cultivation, strong combat skills, and strong character. The students in Huangcheng have basically signed a contract to sell themselves to the school. They don't look like normal people at all, but like slaves kept by the school. And this Qinghuang League is a chance for them to turn things around. There has been a rumor that the reward promised to the first place in Desolate City is to have their indentures annulled and set the genius free. You participate in this league for the honor and the reward. And they, the students of the deserted city, are fighting for freedom. The principal's voice was serious. Chu Wengxing has a low EQ, and his brain is a little confused, so he blurts out. It seems like the students from Huangcheng are actually pretty miserable. Why don't we just give the first place to them? As soon as these words came out, many eyes turned to him. Chu Wengxing's face changed. The principal glanced at him indifferently and said, although the indenture was caused by various factors such as the education environment in the deserted city and capital oppression, the students signed the contract voluntarily. Why should we give way to their freedom when they want to regain it? Chu Wengxing's face turned pale and he dared not say another word. The principal withdrew his gaze indifferently and continued. Because of different motivations, in the future leagues, the students of Huangcheng will be more passionate and fight harder than us. Even. The principal's expression hardened, and his voice became more serious. If there is really a chance to win back freedom, the students of Desolate City can pay a higher price for this competition. If they have a hidden 10th level of Qi refining, they might even choose to build a foundation directly. What? Building a foundation? For a moment, the students were excited again. I'm only in the middle stage of Qi refining, but the student next door is already in the stage of foundation building? Isn't this world too crazy? The principal sighed and calmed the student. Of course, I'm just guessing. Building a foundation for 5 spiritual roots is not that easy. And if you build a foundation at the 10th level of Qi refining, it will also greatly affect the future potential of a genius. So, the speculation about foundation building is just a speculation. I will now introduce to you the information of several people who are expected to compete for the first place in the deserted city. First up is Xi Shi from Desolate City No. 4 Middle School. He has reached the 9th level of Qi refining and has passed the 11th level of the Trial Tower. He is ranked 486th on the Tianjiao list. This guy is born with supernatural powers, and is a rare talent for physical training. He practices both martial arts and immortality, and in addition to being at the 9th level of Qi training, he is also a 3rd-grade warrior. It uses a heavy axe-type weapon, which has strong attack power. At the same time, he also refined an axe-type martial art to the highest level. Then there is Miao Qingqing from Desolate City No. 5 Middle School. She is at the 9th level of Qi refining and has passed the 11th level of the Trial Tower. She is ranked 699th on the Tianjiao list. Miao Qingqing is a girl, just like Yu Ling. Although she ranks low on the Tianjiao ranking, she has mastered a mysterious spell and some unconventional witchcraft, which often produces unexpected results in battle. Then there is Cheng Zai from the number 5 middle school in Desolate City. He has reached the 9th level of Qi refining and has passed the 13th level of the Trial Tower. He is ranked 252nd on the Tianjiao list. Cheng Zai is a sword cultivator. He was exposed to swords very early. He perfected the sword controlling technique at the 9th level of Qi refining. He also has an unknown sword-related martial art that is extremely powerful. This Cheng Zai is also the most popular player to win the championship in this league. And these are just the realms these 3 people reached before they practiced in this other world. The other students were shocked when they heard the principal's explanation. However, Mo Mingyuan always looked indifferent, as if he didn't even take Cheng Zai, who had the greatest hope of winning the championship, seriously. The principal said, and added, in addition to these 3, there may be a dark horse emerging in Huangcheng. After all, they may have hidden strength over there. Speaking of hidden strength, many students turned their eyes to Mo Mingyuan again, and were curious about his realm. Afterwards, the principal specifically talked about the situation in the Great Wilderness Mountain and the deserted city, so that these seated players could know themselves and their opponents. The entire meeting lasted for more than an hour before it was considered over. When the meeting was over, Zhu Tengfei was the first to rush over and put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. Oh my god! Lin Feng! Brother Feng! You've actually reached the 6th level of Qi refining. Lin Feng smiled faintly, it was a fluke. It's because you have too much luck. Now Skynet is spreading the word that Su Fan is the son of luck. Zhu Tengfei's tone was excited, as if he was about to hug the son of luck's thigh. As he spoke, he logged into Skynet again and took a look. As soon as he climbed up, he couldn't help but exclaimed, what the hell? This is too much. Isn't it? Yu Ling has reached the top of the Tianjia ranking. Refining the 13th level. What the hell? Chapter 57. What the hell? The 13th level of Qi refining. Lin Feng was stunned. His brain suddenly tightened and he pressed down 100 low-grade spirit stones. Transformed into 100 high-grade spirit stones in a second. What the hell? If I had known this earlier, I would have bet 100 high-grade spirit stones. But one wave of sudden wealth returns to another wave of sudden wealth. Isn't it too exaggerated to break through to the 13th level of Qi refining? When Lin Feng placed the bet, he was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. The realm is low and the vision is also low. As the saying goes, if you don't try really hard, you won't know what despair is. It was after this month's hard work that the cheating started. Lin Feng realized more deeply how pure my thoughts were when I was at the 4th level of Qi refining. A cultivator with 5 spiritual roots wants to break through to the 11th level of Qi refining. It's almost more difficult than building a foundation. The 12th level of Qi refining will double the difficulty on this basis. This doubles the difficulty, just like 2 to the 11th power and 2 to the 12th power. It looks like it just increased exponentially by 1. But the result is completely different. But that Yu Ling. She actually broke through from the 10th level of Qi refining to the 13th level of Qi refining in one breath. Lin Feng also immediately boarded Skynet. As expected, not only was the anonymous forum in an uproar, but the number of onlookers in front of the stone tablet in the central square also exploded. And the most popular stone tablet is the Tianjiao list. I saw that at the top of the list, it was indeed written. Yu Ling, S-level talent, 13th level of Qi refining. The second place is still Wen K, A-level talent, early stage of foundation building. Good job! Not only did he really break through the 13th level of Qi refining, but he also crushed the foundation establishment cultivators on the Tianjiao list with his Qi refining realm. Even look at the Qi refining ranking. Alright. The number 1 on the Qi refining list is still Yan Shizhen, who is at the 14th level of qi refining. The second place on the qi refining ranking was written as follows. Yu Ling, S level talent, 13th level of qi refining. Lin Feng heard people around the stone tablet talking. Too scary. This Yu Ling is really too scary. He only went to the other world to practice twice after his awakening day. That is to say, he has only practiced for 2 years. In 2 years, he broke through the 13th level of qi refining. This should be the fastest breakthrough of the 13th level of qi refining by a cultivator from Xian Shui Star, right? Oh my god! I have always scoffed at the rumors about the hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan on Skynet. But now, I even suspect that there really is such a hidden ancient immortal cultivation clan. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense at all. This is really too exaggerated. The top scorer of this year's college entrance examination should have been decided in advance, right? This year's college entrance examination students are so unlucky to have encountered such a person who can almost suppress the genius of an era. I remember the last time someone like this suppressed the contemporary genius, it was Yan Shizhen 5 years ago, right? What a pity, alas. Speaking of which, this Yu Ling, will she also be too desperate and try to reach the 14th level of qi refining? With the example of Yan Shizhen, she will definitely not try to reach the 14th level of qi refining again. I wonder if such a terrifying genius will end up attending Jidao Xianyuan or Tiandao Xianyuan. If we go to Tiandao Immortal Academy, we can fight with Yan Shizhen. What a joke! A genius like Yu Ling had already established his foundation when he entered the school. What about Yan Shizhen? He will never be able to establish his foundation in his lifetime. But Yan Shizhen hasn't graduated from Tiandao Immortal Academy yet. He's not even at the foundation building stage, how can he graduate? He can only extend his studies. If he wasn't from the Yan family, he would have been expelled long ago. That's true, it's such a pity for Yan Shizhen. Lin Feng simply listened to the shocking discussions for a while and then left. When he went to the Skynet casino to collect his 100 top-grade spirit stones, he heard all kinds of curses and regrets again. An old man beat his chest and stamped his feet, FK it, FK it, FK it. If I had known, I should have suppressed Yu Ling to the 13th level of qi refining. Even if I only suppressed a low-grade spirit stone, it would have become a high-grade spirit stone now. The opportunity to get rich overnight was right in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. Another old lady burst into tears. When I saw the odds, I was really tempted and wanted to bet. But in the end, I was too rational and didn't bet. It's true that the bolder you are, the more productive you are. You're not afraid of not being able to do it, but you're afraid of not being able to think of it. I swear that next time I encounter this kind of bet, I will be bold enough to bet on the underdog. That's right. For this kind of gambling, you should take the risk and bet on the one with the highest odds. You never know, you might get rich overnight. Are there any other popular gambling games recently? Popular? I guess we have to wait until the college entrance examination, freshman league, etc. Indeed, Tianwang Casino has set up quite a lot of gambling games. However, for those that are not very popular, the odds are generally not very high. Lin Feng stopped and looked for a while. As a result, I actually saw my name on the electronic screen. Betting matters, first place in the Qinghuang League. Qinsai, odds 1:1.5. Mo Ming Yuan, odds 1:1.8. Senqian, odds 1:1.8. Xi Shi, odds 1:2. Those with lower odds at the front are basically the most promising seeded players to compete for the first place in the Qinghuang League. The odds are generally higher in the future. The higher the odds, the less optimistic the Tianwang gambling house is about this person. However, this time the bet is not popular. It did not attract nationwide attention like Yu Ling did. Therefore, the odds are not as outrageous as Yu Ling's 13th level of qi refining. The highest odds are 100. Anyone who is deemed to have no hope of competing for the first place is basically given odds of 100. As for those who have no hope at all, basically no one will choose to bet. For example, Zhu Tengfei's odds are 1 to 100. For example, Lin Feng is also listed, and it says, Lin Feng, odds 1:100. Hey, brother Feng, you are also watching the gambling game of the Qinghuang League. Zhu Tengfei was also on Skynet, and he came over. Brother Feng, do you want to place a bet? Who are you going to bet on? I'll join you. Zhu Tengfei thought that as Lin Feng was Su Fan's younger brother, he naturally had good luck. If you bet with him this time, the probability of making a big profit is quite high. As for the first place in the Qinghuang League, anyway, it definitely won't be him, Zhu Tengfei. His main responsibility is to run along and make up the numbers. Lin Feng glanced at Zhu Tengfei calmly. You want to bet with me? How much are you going to bet? Zhu Tengfei said proudly, my sister left me a lot of savings last time. There are also 18 high-quality spirit stones. Lin Feng nodded, not bad, then you come with me and suppress me. Okay. Zhu Tengfei agreed subconsciously, and his passion suddenly froze on his face. What? Who? Brother Feng, who did you just say to suppress? Press me. Lin Feng looked as if it was a matter of course and he didn't think there was anything wrong. The corner of Zhu Tengfei's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression was a little subtle. He suddenly changed his words. Hey, I remembered that my sister specifically told me to save my money before I went back to school last time, and not to spend it recklessly. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, but instead of saving it up and putting it in the Skynet account, why not lend it to me? Can you lend me 18 high-grade spirit stones? Chapter 58. Zhu Tengfei's expression became subtle again. Don't worry, I will pay it back. Lin Feng emphasized. Zhu Tengfei was still a little hesitant. Then these 18 high-grade spirit stones, you wouldn't? Yes, I will borrow your spirit stone to suppress myself. Lin Feng himself also has high-quality spirit stones. For example, I just made 100 through Yu Ling's gambling. But, no one would complain about having too much money, right? Now press one more spirit stone. After that, if you win the first place in the Qinghuang League, you will get 100 more spirit stones. It's like picking it up for free. However, Zhu Tengfei still looked very uncomfortable. I wanted to persuade her, but I was afraid of hurting Lin Feng's self-esteem. If you don't persuade him, it will cost you money. 18 top-grade spirit stones. Are you just going to throw them away like this? Even the second generation of immortals from those powerful forces wouldn't play like this. What's more, he is only the second generation of Qingcheng immortal. If it weren't for his sister's success, Zhu Tengfei wouldn't even be able to take out these 18 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng slapped him on the shoulder and said angrily, it's not like you won't pay it back. Why are you being so shy? At most I can write you an IOU, okay? Hey! Zhu Tengfei struggled again and again, and finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, write me an IOU first. Skynet is much more powerful than the mobile phone Lin Feng used in his previous life, and it has various powerful functions. It only takes a few minutes to write an IOU. After getting the 18 spirit stones, Lin Feng jumped into the game without saying a word and bet on himself. Zhu Tengfei watched helplessly as his 18 high-grade spirit stones disappeared, feeling extremely distressed. I can only keep comforting myself in my heart. It's okay. Those are not my 18 lingxi. They are Lin Feng's. My spirit stone is still there. Lin Feng wants to pay it back. By the way, brother Feng, when are you going to return my 18 spirit stones? Wait until after the Qinghuang League. By then, your 18 will directly become 1,800. Brother Feng, I will return you 20 then. Zhu Tengfei only felt dizzy and his eyes were blurry. I can only continue to comfort myself in my heart. 20 high-quality spirit stones. With Lin Feng's strength at the 6th level of Qi refining, he can earn more points in the preliminaries. Points exchanged for rewards, plus his ranking at the 6th level of Qi refining. I should be able to save up 20 high-quality spirit stones. Forget it, don't do 20. It would be enough if he could just pay back 18 honestly. Lin Feng actually knew that Zhu Tengfei approached him in order to curry favor with Su Fan. However, this is also human nature. Just like Su Fan, after awakening his S-level talent, everyone's attitude towards him changed. Just like Lin Feng himself, only after he has demonstrated enough strength and potential will others respect him more. This is how the world is. After returning to the martial arts gym from school, Lin Feng first met up with Lao Lin and had dinner together. After another good night's rest, I found Yan Chongfeng the next morning. I don't know if it's due to Lin Feng's spokesperson, but Chongfeng Martial Arts School has obviously become a lot more lively. The number of students coming to learn martial arts has more than doubled compared to a month ago. Yan Chongfeng also became visibly busy. Lin Feng sat in his office for more than 10 minutes before someone showed up. Moreover, there was a visible look of joy on Yan Chongfeng's face. Has the curator become rich recently? It's not like I've gotten rich. Yan Chongfeng laughed teasingly. 10 low-level training room monthly cards are not enough to make me rich. These words were clearly a mockery of Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Yan Chongfeng smiled and changed his words. Don't worry, it's just 10 monthly cards, I'm not in a hurry to ask you to pay for it. But then again, it's not easy for you to break through the 6th level of Qi refining after only 1 month of training. It seems that Yang Hong, the A-level talent in your school, is only at the 5th level of Qi refining, right? You are pretty good, kid. Yan Chongfeng's words were both comforting and came from the heart. A poor cultivator with C-level talent actually crushed a 2nd-generation immortal with A-level talent in terms of realm. Lin Feng has achieved this, which is enough for him to be proud of for the rest of his life. Yan Chongfeng was thinking this. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Lin Feng's expression and eyes are not right. Yan Chongfeng taught his son to know how to know people. Naturally, he himself has a good eye for judging people. He discovered that. When I am comforting myself seriously, Lin Feng's eyes are a little bit. A taste that seems like a smile but is not. It was that look that made Yan Chongfeng suddenly have a bad feeling. But are you still hiding your cultivation? Yan Chongfeng said this hesitantly. Lin Feng smiled faintly and slowly released the aura of the 10th level of Qi refining. He still restrained himself deliberately and did not feel too much oppression. But Yan Chongfeng can feel it. That aura. So strong. It is even stronger than the general perfection of Qi refining. You actually. Have you really reached the 10th level of Qi training? Yan Chongfeng was so shocked that he slammed the table and stood up, his eyes wide open. That look was even a little scary. It was as if he wanted to stare a hole in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and leaned back tactically. Then, he put his index finger on his lips and said in a pretentious tone, "Director, please keep your voice down. I'm waiting for the Qinghuang League to make a splash." Hiss. It took Yan Chongfeng a long while before he fell back into his seat in a daze. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he slammed the table and said, "In the Skynet gambling game, you were the one who bet more than 200 high-grade spirit stones on Lin Feng." Lin Feng didn't say anything, but basically agreed. Yan Chongfeng took a few deep breaths. It took him a long time to calm down, and when he looked at Lin Feng's expression, he still couldn't conceal his shock, and his expression was indescribably complicated. He didn't know what to say, so he just started to speak and then stopped. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Director, Just say whatever you want to say. Yan Chongfeng tapped the table with his fingers a few times. He frowned tightly before speaking. I admit it, 2 months. No, including Xian Shuxing's 1 month, I'll beat him for 3 months. In 3 months, you have cultivated to the 10th level of qi refining. You are truly shocking and have broken history. Yu Ling, who is ranked first on the Tianjia ranking, is not as strong as you in terms of the time she has spent practicing. After all, it took her a year to break through to the 10th level of qi refining. Your performance in the past 3 months is probably unprecedented and will never be surpassed. No one will ever be able to break your record in the future. Lin Feng interrupted with a smug look on his face. Okay, I know I'm awesome, director, please stop praising me. I feel embarrassed. This guy is so annoying. Yan Chongfeng cursed in his heart. He had been hesitant to say something, but now he said it out loud. Okay, what just happened was just a prelude. I admit that you are indeed very strong after 3 months of qi refining to the 10th level. But it's really stupid to bet so many of my spirit stones directly on Skynet. Do you think that you can definitely take first place in the Qinghuang League just because you have reached the 10th level of qi refining? I know you may not agree with what I said. But you are at the 10th level of qi refining. Can you defeat someone at the foundation establishment level? Chapter 59. What a joke! Foundation building? Over in Huangcheng, or over in Qingcheng? Are there foundation building students with hidden abilities? Lin Feng's tactical backward posture instantly turned into sitting upright. Yan Chongfeng felt satisfied only when he saw his offended expression turn into shock. He calmly took a sip of tea, then said slowly, I don't know whether I have established my foundation or not. Lin Feng's mouth twitched immediately. Are you teasing me? Ha! Yan Chongfeng chuckled with an ambiguous meaning. Then he said slowly, since you bet on yourself, you should have seen the odds of the bet, right? Lin Feng frowned. What's wrong with the odds? As he spoke, he took out the Skynet Jade slip. There are generally 2 ways to log into Skynet. If you stick the Jade slip on your forehead, your consciousness will enter a virtual world, just like putting on a gaming helmet in online game novels. Holding the Jade slip in your hand, you can directly check the information just like a mobile phone or tablet. Lin Feng took the Jade slip in his hand and used it as a mobile phone, and briefly checked the gambling games in Skynet Casino. When he saw this, he was instantly shocked. When he placed the bet yesterday, he saw that Chenzi's odds were 1 to 1.5. But now the odds for Chenzi have become 1 to 2. The odds for other people ranked after Chenzi have generally increased. Of course, Lin Feng's own odds have not changed, and the upper limit is still 100 to 1. The increase in odds generally means that Skynet believes the probability of this event happening is decreasing. In other words, Skynet believes that Chenzi's probability of winning first place in the Qinghuang League has decreased. Not only Chenzi, but everyone else's chances of winning have become lower. This invisibly reveals a message. There is a hidden dark horse. It could be Qingcheng, or it could be Huangcheng. Maybe even. Like the principal worried and Yan Chongfeng guessed, he was in the foundation building stage. Lin Feng's expression suddenly became serious. At the same time, a private room of a tea house in a park in a deserted city. Several young men also looked at the odds of the Skynet gambling game with serious expressions. The chief, Chengzai, has a steady and cold temperament and is taciturn. Xi Shi, who was on his left, had an elegant appearance, a gentle temperament, and a thin figure. He even shaved his head and looked like a compassionate monk. Just looking at his appearance, you wouldn't be able to tell that this man has supernatural powers and is good at wielding a big axe. Miao Qingqing on the right side of Chengzai looks like a dark little loli. She looks cute, but she wears a black robe and acts mysterious, like a delicate and beautiful little witch. There are a few others, like the boy with a buzz cut and the rough-looking girl, who are ordinary geniuses who have infiltrated the circle of geniuses. The guy with the buzz cut was the most straightforward. He held the Skynet jade slip in his hand, slammed the table and shouted, "What's going on with Skynet Casino? I thought the odds of Zags 1.5 yesterday were ridiculous, but today they've actually increased to 2. My goodness, how much do these online gambling houses doubt that our brother can win first place? If you ask me, the odds offered by Tianwang Casino are simply outrageous. In the previous bet, they set such high odds for Yuling to break through the 13th level of qi refining. It was obvious that they believed that she would not break through the 13th level of qi refining. And the result? Yuling broke through the 13th level of qi refining. That wave was a slap in the face of Tianwang Casino. Tianwang Casino really needs to reflect on itself. After so many years, have they tried to determine whether their odds were accurate or whether they have optimized their algorithms? It was obvious that the guy with the short hair was quite dissatisfied with Tianwang Casino because of the odds of the Qinghuang League. Cheng Zai glanced at him and said calmly, "Almost all cultivators are using Skynet, which controls the largest information network in the entire Xian Shui star. Do you think its odds are accurate?" "But Yuling's bet." The man with the crew cut wanted to argue. Cheng Zai shook his head slightly. Yuling was an accident. She accomplished what we ordinary people think is impossible with her own ability. As for the Qinghuang League, the adjustment of the odds must be because Skynet Casino has obtained some information. As he spoke, Cheng Zai looked at everyone. Xi Shi put his hands together and chanted Amitabha before he slowly spoke. "In fact, your odds of 1.5 yesterday were a bit high. Skynet should have had some information at the time, and today, some additional information was obtained, so your odds have risen to 2. Miao Qingqing was boneless, with her upper body lying on the table, her chin resting on the tabletop, her voice weak. "Obviously, there may be a dark horse hidden in Huangcheng or Qingcheng. Skynet thinks that the hidden dark horse has a higher chance of winning the championship, and the chances of us, the prominent geniuses, winning the championship have become lower." Cheng Zai nodded, he thought so too. Xi Shi said Amitabha, and then said calmly, "So the question now is, who do you think the dark horse is, and what is his strength?" Neither Cheng Zai nor Miao Qingqing answered. The man with the short hair boldly speculated, could it be Zhang Feng who broke the record? The rough girl rolled her eyes at him. "What Zhang Feng? My name is Lin Feng." "Oh, Lin Feng, Lin Feng." The crew cut changed his words nonchalantly. "Basically no one bets on the other bets with odds of 100, but I saw someone bet more than 200 high-grade spirit stones on the one called Lin Feng." Cheng Zai listened but shook his head. "I also know about this Lin Feng. Although he broke the record of the trial tower, he only reached the first 3 levels. And his talent is only C level. When he returned from training this time, the best he could do was just reach the 6th level of qi refining. There is no way he could possibly have a chance to compete for first place in the league." Xi Shi also nodded slightly to show his approval. Miao Qingqing drooped her eyelids and said nothing, but she basically agreed with Cheng Zai's statement. Cheng Zai added, "And if this Lin Feng is really capable of competing for the first place, the odds that Skynet will give him will not be 1 to 100, but will be the same as ours, which is lower." Cheng Zai hadn't finished speaking yet. The guy with the crew cut suddenly looked like he had seen a ghost, staring at the Skynet jade slip. "What the hell? What the hell? Boss, what did you just say? What will be the odds for Lin Feng?" He suddenly raised his eyes in a daze and looked at Cheng Zai. Cheng Zai frowned slightly and immediately looked at his Skynet jade slip. Upon seeing this, his face froze instantly. The monk Zishi and the dark little lowly Miao Qingqing, who were standing by, also took out their jade slips to check. Upon seeing this, they were both stunned for a moment. Then he slowly turned his gaze towards Chen Zai. Miao Qingqing, who had been speaking weakly, finally had some ups and downs in her tone this time. "Cheng Zai, are you blessed? You just said that Lin Feng's odds were lowered, and today the online gambling house directly raised it from 1:100 to 1:2.5.